Good Friday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5, and off we go. Basically a holiday show. It's the All-Star break weekend, okay? We got the Rangers and Astros. Astros sweep this series. They end up 500 for the first half of the season. They will more than likely lead the division. They will more than likely now turn that into a run that will project them into the playoffs and possibly the World Series. Okay? This is the start. This is the start. This is where it gets underway, where we turn, this whole thing turns around. And your whole, all of your, it's the sky is falling, trade Jordan, all of that stuff goes away this weekend. All of it. Because the Astros are in Texas, where Jordan will turn his 0 for 80 or whatever he's on into just destroy. He loves to hit here. So and we're off this weekend. This is it. The Astros, this is where the season starts, and you say, oh, remember that weekend in Texas right before the All-Star break? This is it.
This is my headphones are so jacked up, but I heard all that stuff that John said. I think this is where people would say he's on one, I think is what you say.
Is that what you call it? On one?
You're on one, but
I haven't drank the last couple of days, so
it'd be lovely to see 500.
How about 500 today? I mean, on Sunday. Sunday afternoon, the Astros will be 500.
Okay, well, we'll wait. Mm-hmm. We'll wait. I mean, They were early in April. They were 500 at one
right.
point.
But everybody said they couldn't do it. They couldn't get back to 500.
Well, they're not there.
Well, they're right there to me.
To you.
Well, to me.
Yeah.
In this little mind right here,
but
they're
to
right
math,
there.
but to math, they're not there.
Well, okay. You have 3 games left, and you're 3 games under 500. Do the math.
Well, they're not much of a series sweeper type team.
That is true, seeing as how they.
But they got their best pitchers coming up.
Yeah. I don't know.
And they did lose to the Nationals. They did lose that series.
Yeah, but that's okay because they've only lost 2 of their last 9, so there's that.
Yeah, they're playing better baseball. Only 3 out.
Playing great.
I mean,
baseball.
this is a great opportunity for them. I just somebody will have to do something pitching wise. So we'll see if that can be. It's Hunter Brown and Lambert. I mean, you actually do have your 2 best guys going. Yeah. Paul Lambert, your second best pitcher.
Peter.
I mean, Peter, Paul.
The same thing.
Matthew, John, whatever biblical
Matthew,
name
Mark, Luke, and John.
Yeah, he's going against John Rocker. So it's Paul Lambert going against John Rocker. And it's not John Rocker. It's Kumar Rocker. Not related to John Rocker either.
No,
if you see
they're
Kumar,
not.
You're going to say, I'm not sure that's John's son. And it's not.
It's not.
It's not. He's from Georgia.
But
he's from Georgia, so I don't want to completely rule
Auburn?
it out.
I want to say he pitched at Auburn.
I mean, could be a nephew, I suppose.
How many? Okay, the Astros are going to sweep the series. How many series sweeps do they have this year?
Well, they have a couple. I think they have maybe 2 or 3.
2.
Yeah.
Boston and the Cubs.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, I mean, it's happened before.
It's happened. It's not like it hasn't happened.
People have won lotteries before. Like, stuff happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No.
I mean, you do have now. Hunter Brown is not. Look, we keep saying Hunter Brown, but Hunter Brown, your best pitcher. Your best pitcher has a 3.38 now, because he just hasn't been the same guy. But in his last start against Tampa, it wasn't great. It was, in fact, bad for Hunter Brown. But hopefully the arm is, he has been back now for 4 starts. This is going to be his 5th start. So we'll see. We'll see how he does in the 5th start. But you got Brown, Lambert, and up to this point, I'm seeing undecided in the last game. So we'll see who they throw.
That's because they haven't decided.
What'd you say?
That's because they haven't decided yet.
Well, yeah. Who would it be? Who's it supposed to be? Is it Kaiwei Tang?
Was this Burrow spot?
Let's just throw Lance McCullers out there, see what happens.
No. How about Christian Javier?
Let's just throw him out there, see what happens.
It might be maybe Javier.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
I mean, super expensive reliever.
Yeah. Super. Like
not, and he's not a closer. He's getting paid like
Yeah.
a closer.
He's a middle. Well, he's actually coming. He's a mop up. If you're down 8-2,
No, that's what Christian Javier's now. We used to call him. It used to be if you were a middle reliever, that meant that you got in when the game was sloppy. Now middle relievers are, it's no big deal to get in after the fourth. Like that's just part of baseball now.
Yep.
It's not considered a negative to be you're not even a middle reliever. You're just a relief pitcher.
Yeah.
That used to be kind of mop up duty. Not anymore.
No, that's now it's no. You could be in a tight game in the third, and the starter is pulled. Now.
Yeah, we're going to the pen.
Yeah.
We'll go to the pen and we'll ride this out with 7 relievers. Like, okay.
I don't believe I've ever seen more in 3 2/3
starts,
two innings, two and a third. It's unbelievable how little the starters are going now.
And they get rocked so early too.
And they get or throw so many pitches, and you're like, holy crap! Now you get to sit another 5 days, a 6-man rotation. You get to sit another 5 days after throwing 2 1/3. I mean, what the hell? And you're getting, in a lot of cases, you're making 10, 12 million a year. And you sit and you threw 2 1/3 this week. Okay, thank you. I mean, holy crap!
Anyone
like
stealing
Stephen
more?
Okert he pitches every day. Every day, it's like, oh well, Okert's back in there. Holy crap! While Tatsuya Imai is good, he gets 3 1/3, and okay, pull him. Okay,
He has to earn his money.
yeah. I mean, Imai says, oh, Stephen Okert throws, an inning here, an inning here, an inning here. I'll do that in one day.
You're saying starting pitchers are stealing.
I mean, when I grow up, that's what I want to be.
Starting pitcher?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to, not anymore. You just throw as hard as you can for about, 4 1/3, and then you're done.
That's it. Then I get 5 days off.
And you get 5 days off.
What a job. Better job. Starting pitcher that throws 4 1/3 or backup quarterback.
I've got, no, starting pitcher. They make more money.
They make more money.
Backup quarterback gets
Not
money.
in a lot of instances. What are these guys? These guys are making 7 and 8 now.
Yeah. Most good second contract starting pitchers. Well, no, that's true. It depends on how good a starting pitcher you are. Yeah, but I'd still say backup quarterback actually because you don't ever have to play. Right. God forbid. You may play 3 games a year. Now, some people actually want to play, John. We're acting like this is a bad thing, like playing is a bad thing. So some quarterbacks, God forbid, want to play football, but you still get to live at home. You're not on the road living out of a suitcase. You're still at home all the time. Now, you do only get a finite amount of checks. Those checks, that run lasts about 4 months, and then you're done. So you better make sure you're smart with your checks.
I'm pretty sure you can manage it.
Well, some do, some don't. Depends on if you're buying aquariums and cars and houses for everybody. It just depends.
You know who I really hope saved his money? A lot of it is Stephon Diggs. Because, boy, this story, I'm not sure this dude, anybody's going to want him on, or I'm not sure that he's going to be around, walking around free.
I've seen billions of Texans fans who want Stephon Diggs. They say he was a model citizen with Houston. There is no threat. Just bring him in.
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
They said just bring him in.
Well, bring him in. That's not what the guy who he was abusing said. Holy crap! He's got. So if you don't know, he's got a male. Stephon Diggs has a male sexual assault accuser, and he turned over more than 100 pages of text messages and other communications with the NFL star.
Listen,
to
he
back
wasn't
up his
a
claims
problem
in
that
court.
year with the Texans. Okay. He wasn't a problem with the Texans.
No, you don't know.
Year.
Apparently, he was a problem for Christopher Griffith. He was a problem for him at the time. Okay,
Is that the guy's name?
Christopher Griffith.
Huh.
Okay, so it is. You want to talk about an ugly story? Holy crap!
Tell it.
Well, so he sued. Apparently, Stefan claimed Christopher had failed to turn over Instagram messages, but Christopher had said that Stefan had those messages himself. Stefan claims Christopher blocked him on Instagram, and he can't see their old messages anymore. So he asked the judge to order Christopher to hand him over 100 pages. Stefan sued Christopher for defamation, claiming he was spreading lies about him, and Christopher countersued, claiming he was drugged and sexually assaulted at Stefan's home.
Ooh.
Yeah. And
it's a claim. It's a claim.
Yeah. It's a claim. It's a claim. It's an ugly. This whole thing is he hasn't. I don't know if that's not it for Stefan Diggs, right? You want to bring him in? You bringing him in?
I mean, I honestly, I'll just be honest. In this day and age, not much can end you anymore.
In this economy, you can't be injured by sexual assaulting, drugging, and sexually assaulting another man?
Not really.
Okay.
I mean, no. Do you have evidence?
Wow.
I mean, do you have any evidence?
Well, apparently this guy
has just a claim.
Well, apparently this guy has some stuff that he's claiming.
I mean, it's pretty much what I've noticed is people, if they don't want you, if they like you, they'll just say it's not true and they just move on. Unfortunately, people aren't swayed really anymore. If it's somebody you like, then you just say, nah, it's not true. And you just move on. So, I mean, back in the day, no matter who it was, you're like, man, that's just, I don't care who you are. This is just not acceptable. Although, once again, we don't know any of this is true, to be honest. I mean, to be fair to Stefan Diggs, we don't know if any of this is true or accurate, or if these are accusations being made, or if there was any kind of grift going on here, or if it's legitimate. I don't know. I have no idea. I'll let that play out. But I do know I'm just going by what my eyes see and what my ears hear. If people don't want to, you can tell them, you can say out loud with your own mouth things, and they don't care. They just say, well, I like you. I don't care. So if you like Stefan Diggs, and if you're a team that likes Stefan Diggs, like, I don't think this is something that would sink him, if I'm being honest. Like, I don't know that he's good enough to, like, he's also kind of a pain in the ass. So I don't know if he's good enough to
I'm a great guy. I'm actually a great guy.
I know, Steph. I've heard you're a great guy. But, is the juice worth the squeeze? Because other people get all kinds of chances. It doesn't matter.
Right.
We're not really easily, like, it used to be people kind of were neutral about this stuff. And once they heard, like, yeah, I like you a lot, but this is just too much. I'm sorry. We just can't do this. Now it's like, it's just fake anyway. It's not true. I don't want to believe it. You find excuses. You make excuses for people you like. So,
Yep.
And if there's a team that likes Stefan Diggs, they'll just say,
Mm-hmm.
Now, once again, I don't know that he did it. I don't know that he did that. I know he's done a lot of other stuff for sure. I know he's not exactly easy to deal with, but can he get buckets? Yep.
That's all. That's all you care about.
It just seems like that. It seems like now the juice may not be worth the squeeze anymore. He may be at a point in his career where, like, nah, we don't care. A.J. Brown, people still care about A.J. Brown. He's still good enough that his pain in the ass stuff, Tyreek Hill, you'll still deal with that. I don't know if Diggs is there right now.
No, I don't think. Well,
you might be right. I mean, maybe
if
it's
somebody
not
goes down. Well, it's funny. Diggs is still out there, and Odell has a job.
Well, now that's crazy. That's
Yeah.
just crazy from a football standpoint.
Right.
That Odell has a job. But here's what I would say. Even though I certainly don't know if he's guilty of any of this stuff, it's still just another thing. Like, you can say, well, I don't know if he's guilty of this, but it's just these things just pop up. Like, things just happen every offseason with Stefan Diggs.
Mm-hmm.
Every offseason. And you could say, look, I don't know if he did this or not. I'm not saying he's guilty. I just know it's another thing. And we don't want to deal with a bunch of things. This is why I never wanted him back with the Texans. I feel like we got lucky getting out of there 1 year and not dealing with more stuff from Steph. I feel like the Texans got lucky, honestly.
Yep.
And it's because he wanted them to void the last 3 years so he could become a free agent. They agreed to do that. Then the trade was made. We gave up a second rounder for him. He got hurt, finished the season on the IR. Was pretty good when he played for the Texans, and then poof, he was gone. He was in a contract year. He was well behaved, and that was that.
Well,
but doesn't mean this is a dude that's gonna like. You think he's swarm?
No.
You think
The
he's
thing
swarm, John?
is-
Do you say swarm whenever you watch Steph Diggs in the offseason?
No, the thing is the Texans will pick up a problem, but they'll get rid of it too. I mean, look, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, okay, we've had enough. That's all.
I think they have a
Can't do it.
locker room that can handle that, and they're willing to. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
They'll spit those guys out.
But D'Amico can't, and the Casario can't. They're just like.
But I think they did get rid of him by
We ain't
not
doing
even
this.
making an offer on him.
Yep.
On Diggs.
Yep.
The fact they didn't even make an offer on him should tell you something.
All right, let's break. 713-780-3776. We apologize to all you soccer fans because we are the soccer show.
Yeah, we have just not been hitting soccer enough.
We have not. So we will
Did
do
you see the
that on
ratings?
other side.
TV ratings?
Oh, my God. They were incredible.
Holy.
Let's talk about East River 9. Let's talk about golf. Forget about it. You know what? Next week, you got the Open Championship this week. Scottish, okay? They're all up there. While they're up there, you want to watch golf. Well, how about this? How about play golf? How about an hour and a half of golf or so? Because that's what East River 9 is. You just bring a few clubs. You bring a wedge. You got your sand wedge. You got a 9-iron, an 8-iron, maybe a 7. You go out there. You walk the course. Takes about an hour and a half, 9 holes, lighted in case you can't play during the day. You want to play at night, you got that. It'll be a lot cooler. A great way to spend time with everybody. Afterwards, you go in, you sit down in the restaurant / sports bar, have yourself a nice time, have yourself dinner, have yourself drinks, watch the game, whatever game that is this week. This weekend, it's going to be the Astros. They've got music on Saturdays, and during crawfish season, they have crawfish boils. It's just a great, fun atmosphere. Lighted driving range in case if you don't have time to play, you could just want to go hit balls and get better. You can do that as well. A pickleball course for those of you that love to play pickleball. What? Corporate memberships available. East River 9 is here for you. You're looking for a great way to play at night or during the day, whatever. All you need is East River 9 and the number 9.com. EastRiver9.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right.
Oh, my God. I just saw the worst World Cup shirt I've ever seen. I'm just going to tell you what it says. Don't. Just let it go. When I tell you what it says, just let it go. It's using the first letters of every country. That's what it said. It's just using the three letters of the first letter of all three countries: Canada, United States, Mexico. And it's a World Cup shirt that says "I love," "I heart," and then those three. And
Canada,
that's a shirt.
U.S., Mexico.
And that's a shirt some guy's wearing. That they're selling right now. So that's a shirt that's being sold. It is from a shop called Not Safe for Wear. But it's got the Canada, the C for Canada has a Canadian flag in it. The U has part of the U.S. flag. The M for Mexico has the Mexican flag in it. So it's really done. It's a well done shirt. And it's I don't know if it's an officially licensed World Cup shirt. I don't know if that's officially licensed, but I'm not gonna get.
Do you want to wear that shirt?
I'm
Is
not
that
gonna
a shirt
get-
that you want?
No, other people are saying I need this shirt so bad. I'm not going to wear because I'm not sure if it's pre-shrunk. So I'm not going to get this. This seems like a lot.
I'll buy you one. I'll buy one for
No,
you.
I'm good. I'm good.
Well, if you don't, I mean, apparently you don't love your country.
Here's
love
another
the
one.
World Cup.
My type, 6'5" blonde Norwegian. That's that feels like a Holland. It's a dude wearing that shirt and a Viking hat. I don't know. I'm not sure about that one either.
713-780-3776.
You can't wear any of these shirts. I'm looking at all these shirts that are for sale. You just can't wear these shirts.
Yeah.
Well, some of them you can, I guess.
So there's a big hubbub. English defender Jarrell Quansah, he got two games for his tackle against Mexico.
Yeah.
And now it's like, wait, what? You mean you let Balogun off, but you're giving him 2 games?
Well, this is totally
Totally
be a
different.
given.
Yeah.
And they had to go back to and they went to the VAR to go find
he
his
came
red
in pretty
card
high.
too. This
He
is
dove-
always going to be
he
the
slid
case.
in, spikes up. You can't go spikes up.
But he went ball first. He just happened to bounce on the ball. You can go. Well, you just have to get the ball first. But
he did get the ball first.
he
and
did get the
still
ball,
went
but
high.
his foot bounced on top of the ball.
Yeah.
And so is a red. And Balogun, I mean, I personally thought Balogun's, if you just go letter of the law as a red, they just missed it. I mean, they missed it. And Dell said you're not supposed to. I mean, you can't step on spikes. It's actually an easy call. You cannot step with your spikes on the back of legs like that. It was an easy. It was if you VAR'd it, you could see it, but you're not supposed to be able to do that. Dell said the rule, and he read it to us. You're not supposed to be able to find things in slow motion on VAR.
Yeah, right.
Well, you can. What you can't. What they're not supposed
It's
to
not
do.
supposed to red card you, right?
You're not supposed to slow mo to determine the they say the violence of the offense, like the severity of the contact.
Is the thing with
you can find you can slow mo for placement and other things, but you're not supposed to use it to say, well, this was overly aggressive conduct.
Now, I've noticed English people, and I talked to my guy Chris from overseas, and they're okay. Like and maybe it's because he's also not Balogun, who was our top, scorer. But he's like, no, it's a red. It's a red.
That's the typical soccer red.
Because I said, isn't this like they had to go back to VAR to find this? It wasn't called. Aren't you mad about this?
but
Aren't
even
you thinking
still,
that?
only because they didn't see it, but did they slow it? And
Well, that's
you
the
can
thing.
use
You can't
VAR.
slow it. You can't slow it down in VAR.
Right.
And I said, what's the difference between this and Balogun? He goes, oh, no, Balogun should be a red too. He said, but this is a red. This is the way soccer works. He said, you come in, your spikes are up, you step on. He goes, it doesn't always have to be intentional. They give you reds and you're out. And he goes, and he didn't have a problem with it. Now, we'll see if he had a problem with it if it's Harry Kane. We'll see if he said, wait a minute, you're slowing it down. Because this is a guy who just played that, like he had just been inserted that
Well,
that
they've
match,
had
right?
issues at that spot.
Yeah.
So they've been shuttling guys in now because one of their issues is they didn't take Trent Alexander-Arnold, one of their more accomplished defenders. He plays for Real Madrid. So they didn't take him. So now they've had an issue there. So they'll just flip to another guy. I mean, they dealt with it. They appealed, but FIFA said no, and then they'll move on and they'll play Norway. We'll see how it goes.
So now people are looking at the foul on Mbappe yesterday that led to a penalty kick, and he's fallen down before he's even touched.
Yes.
And it's like,
However,
he was touched.
However,
and
his
the
foot,
defender didn't touch the ball.
He was not allowed to. He had already hit the ball. Like, had he taken his step forward, all he would have done was create heavy contact. And
So they were awarded what some people think is a questionable penalty. So the Argentinian refs were on the up and up yesterday. No problems for it.
Yes.
Did I see anything about problems with the Argentinian refs? They're on their best behavior yesterday.
I guess so.
Okay.
Yeah,
So thankfully we don't have to have a day of see, we told you.
No, for whatever. And again, it was a French ref that got Argentina to the next round, and now it's Argentinian refs that are getting the French to the next round.
Wow.
Maybe they just want to face each other.
Perhaps
Maybe.
maybe some of the people in these positions are on the up and up, and they just want to do a good job. Perhaps.
I wasn't sure the Egypt game was on the up and up.
Well, I'm just that is the controversy, but it led to why are the Argentinian refs doing the France game? You know what? Maybe these individuals decide, hey, you know what? I'm at a big event. I want to do my job right because it might lead to other opportunities. And we got that yesterday, I think. I didn't hear anyone complain because France was kicking that ass no matter what anyway.
Yeah,
I mean, they didn't score but a lot, but they dominated that match.
Well,
completely.
they could have scored like.
Yeah, they missed several big
They
opportunities.
missed. Mbappe missed the corner. It was that stupid stutter, and he was acting all mad at the ref, blaming the ref because there was a slowdown. Dude, stop doing that stutter. That was a weak attempt.
Well,
it was an unusually weak attempt.
Well, yeah, he didn't do that from what I remember in the.
I don't either.
In the World Cup
he
final.
He just hits rockets.
But that's simply, hey, get the guy to go the wrong way. You can slide it in, but
That's
the
a
guy,
pretty good goalkeeper.
The guy
too.
waited him out, and that's why
There was
he
that
missed.
miss. There was a few misses. They had three potential goals. Digne was going to hit the bar anyway, but he did hit the bar. I think there was a little touch of the goalkeeper, but you knew after the first, it was like, man, they're getting opportunities, and Morocco's getting nothing. They're getting nothing. They really missed Saibari, but yeah, that was a 2-0 blowout basically. So they move on, but Mbappe's a little injured. They said he was wincing with ice packs on his foot afterwards. I'm just going to say it right now. There's a chance he's got a Liz Frank injury, but we'll see.
Well,
Based on my injury background and based on kind of how I can kind of read these things, we could be dealing with a grade 2 Liz Frank. Could be what it is. Let's see if we put him in a boot and a knee scooter.
well, are you going to apologize to Christian Pulisic now?
For what?
With a microfracture?
No.
Okay.
Play
Are you
through
going to apologize now?
Play
for
through
the
it.
way you were talking about him?
Play through it.
Well, he did. He tried to.
No.
He would have been unavailable for the rest of the World Cup. Had
Well,
the
that's
US
not a
advanced.
surprise.
And U.S. almost advanced, just barely, got edged out.
Christian
What's
McCullers?
your definition of almost?
Almost. Oh, listen, if you lose a football game by 3, what? It's a close, and it's within one score.
Mm-hmm.
But they lost by 3, so
But
that's the way I
Baseball
look at
game
it.
But
is
it's not-
within you're always within a 3-run
But
home
it's
run
not,
in baseball.
it wasn't a football game.
Yeah, but that's okay. Yes, it is a football game.
But it wasn't the American football you're
That's
talking
okay.
about.
So what? Del?
If you lose a football or soccer match by 3 goals, you got blown out.
Well, not maybe you think that.
No, everyone
but
does.
but
Let me
not-
ask you something. Go back to Monday night. Did you feel like it was close?
I do. I
You-
do.
You felt like it right after,
Remember,
huh?
it was 1-1.
Close to
Remember?
relegation.
How long was it 1-1?
It was 1-1 for almost 60 seconds.
And then did you feel great about the rest of it?
Well, I mean, we
Like,
only lost by 3.
if you
we
cut out-
only lost by 3.
If you cut out the minute that Tillman
You're always
goal
the
went in,
pessimist.
it's not. I'm not a pessimist because the game already happened. I'm not predicting. I'm asking. If you remove the moments between Tillman's goal going in and then the counter goal by Belgium to make it 2-1, how did you feel about the rest of it?
I mean, I thought we had a chance. I did. Until we ran out of time.
Thankfully.
We just ran out of time.
I don't know if ran out of time.
I swear to God, I never wanted a clock to run off so bad. I felt like I was at a youth game where it was like, yo, just keep the clocks running. No timeouts, no nothing. Just get this over with. God, it was like the longer this goes, the better the chances it goes 5-1.
Yeah, you were at a high school swim meet.
Yeah, like, oh, this is lasting forever. By the way, shout out Dell. Congratulations. The Nigerian goalkeeper is now going out with Cardi B, it looks like.
Which Nigerian goalkeeper?
A goalkeeper by the name of Maduka Okoye.
Really?
They were seen together at the Paris Fashion Week.
Diggs.
She split with Stephon Diggs, and this is Paris Fashion Week. This came out just yesterday, so shout out Dell.
Nice, Dell.
One of your Nigerian guys, one of your brothers, is now with Cardi B.
Can't even make a World Cup.
Well,
some star.
He's still a goalkeeper.
That's correct, but I don't know about star.
Well,
can't even make a World Cup.
This article, page 6, says he's
has
a star.
21 appearances for Nigeria since 2019.
Allowed 19 goals?
No, I'm just saying he's not exactly their first choice.
Not
goalkeeper,
exactly.
21 appearances since 2019.
He's Cardi B's first choice after Stephon Diggs.
I don't know that matters. I think, hey, you just make a choice, and then after that, you make another one.
That's how that works.
Yeah, I don't know
I made that choice. It was a bad choice.
Being the first choice at this point really matters that much. You may not be the first choice in August. That's all.
Don't they have a kid? Do they have a kid, Cardi B?
I believe.
Diggs?
Well,
yes.
Stephon Diggs.
Yes.
Has a kid with her, I believe.
Well, right? She's got one with.
He's going to be so proud when he reads this.
Wait, is
lawsuit.
she the one who is that Nicki Minaj? Is she the one that has a baby with Offset or one of them?
That
one
is
of
Cardi B.
That is Cardi B, right?
With one of the members of Migos, yes. Offset.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Let's break. We got Glenn Davis at the top of the hour. He can break down what happened yesterday. He's in L.A. for tonight's game. What? Spain and Belgium. This is where the U.S. would have been.
Ooh, he's got to get up early.
A little closer. Yeah, he's got. Oh, you mean like I do every day?
Yeah.
You're worried about Glenn Davis?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm worried about him. This is his last episode, right?
Oh, we got next week.
Oh, I thought you said this was going to be the last one. You meant this is the last game he's calling.
Yeah.
Last game he's calling.
Okay.
Yeah. We're going to break. 713-780-3776.
It's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Why would somebody have 25 lighters on the dresser? Del, can you explain that?
Why are
to
you
me?
asking me?
Well, I don't know. That's what the song said.
I didn't
You got
make the song.
25 lighters on the dresser.
You ask Lil Kiki why he did it.
25 lighters on the dresser, yes, sir.
Yeah, why would you need that many? I mean,
Listen
you
to
got
the lyrics. He explains it.
25 people over. You all got to flare up at the same time?
The lyric says, I got 25 letters from my 25 folks.
You got 25 people and a dresser is in the bedroom. You're all in the bedroom? My goodness, I hope it's a big bedroom.
Yeah, it's not based on, it has to do with carrying contraband. It has to do with carrying contraband.
Well, okay.
You can carry them inside the lighter if you hollow out the lighter.
Oh, you can. That's where you carry your contraband inside.
Kind of like
lighter?
it's like it's like somebody finding a sneaky flask to sneak into an LSU Tiger game.
Oh yeah. Well, that's not that hard. That's one of the easiest.
Well,
things in the
you just
world.
carry it in your hand.
Wow,
You could be carrying it, drinking it while you're going through the lines.
This is so white.
Just
what
don't
you
have a
guys are doing.
cigarette.
Del, where do you put your flask? In your boot, or do you ever
I don't
just
have a flask, and he's not talking about a flask or lighters. It's about crack.
Well, 25 lighters.
25 lighters, but you put your crack inside the lighter.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be crack. It could also be
No, it's crack.
But it could be, like a AAA battery, a small AAA battery. If you wanted to put a couple of those in there, because you've got an Xbox controller, and those ones that are cordless run out of batteries a lot. I know because my kids go in my room trying to find AAA batteries constantly. Or is it AA? It's one of them.
Right.
So,
I don't know that.
I mean, yeah, it could be crack, sure.
No, it is.
Well, or you could be.
Nope.
Yeah.
No ors. No if, ands, or
It's-
buts.
Yeah. I mean, you could maybe cigarettes. You could hide in there.
In a lighter?
Yeah. But in case in case she finds you.
Now, one of our listeners said it's not Lil Kiki, it's DJ DMD, but the version I have has Lil Kiki
And
and
Fat Pat.
Fat Pat on it.
Yeah.
So maybe there's a different version.
It might be the same one.
Could just be a remix. I don't know.
This version, as it was inserted into our system, features Lil Kiki and Fat Pat along
Yeah.
with DJ DMD. So I'm not sure who said that,
we got
but
that
either.
straightened out.
Well, you guys are trying to figure out if it's a cigarette holder as opposed to what I told you. So if we're going to
Well,
dive
not
deep,
cigarettes.
yeah.
I'm diving as deep as I want.
Well, then we can
I'm
explain.
diving right into the deep end. of this one.
Then we can tell people who
I
actually
just want to know
made
why
the
you
song.
need 25.
I just told you.
Okay.
Full.
You could smuggle in
It's
money
for
too.
contraband.
You could
Otherwise known as crack.
roll up $100 bills and smuggle enough of them, across
Not in this case.
international lines. They say, "What is?" They'll say, "What is this?" And maybe you're going into Germany. They say, "What is all of these lighters for?" And you're like, "Oh, I've got 25 lighters in my suitcase." Yes, sir. And then
Don't do your German accent anymore.
yeah, and then it's too real when I do it. And then you
What
just
is
say,
this
but you're actually
lighter
smuggling in
for?
money. Maybe that's what
What
it is.
is this
It didn't always
for?
have to be crack.
In this case, it is.
It is. It is. I got cigarettes in it, inside it, in case my mom catches me. That's what it is.
It could be that.
It could be.
Smaller cigarettes, lighters.
she's
are like
gonna
that
take
big.
the
Yeah, I
lighter
guess you
anyway,
technically
'cause
could
she
have
shouldn't
one
have a lighter
cigarette in
either.
there.
She's
The lighter
probably
won't
gonna
work. The lighter's not going to work though. It's hollowed out.
Yeah, how you gonna light stuff?
I
when
wonder
it's
if any
hollowed
other
out?
shows do this.
Not for 5-6 minutes. They don't.
I don't think, and that's what makes them. That's why they're not
That's
Hall
why-
of
that's
Fame.
right.
But
Okay.
whatever.
When do you guys think the last time you had a Hall of Fame show? Like you're a Hall of Famer.
Yesterday.
Honestly, yesterday.
Okay.
Yesterday.
So you are of the opinion that as long as you are in the Hall of Fame, whatever you do going forward,
No,
is
we didn't say
it's
that.
Hall of Famer.
No, the quality was so good yesterday. It's
Yeah.
Hall of Fame
Oh,
worthy.
and do you think
No, I mean what I'm saying. The quality's that good.
you think we're on the path for that again?
I'm just saying this is something that you don't usually get with other shows, a breaking down, a discernment of 25 lighters, the old Houston rap track. You don't get this on other shows where they say, let's delve into the meaning. And what could be some alternate meanings?
Mm-hmm.
And then you crapped all over the alternate meanings.
I'm sorry. Sometimes facts need to be said. Facts don't care about your feelings.
Yep. You could
Hey,
I just
hey,
think it's just a way to carry stuff.
Something we missed yesterday, because I think it happened toward the end of the show, was the Spurs play-by-play guy.
Oh, yeah.
He got fired.
Okay. So this made me feel some type of way. I saw this last night or yesterday evening. I know how to feel about this one. All right, conflict of interest. You're dating a player's.
Not dating.
Well, she said it was a second
relations.
girlfriend.
Well, not dating because he had a girlfriend, a full-time girlfriend.
Well, but maybe this is who he's going to date now.
Maybe.
Maybe.
He could. I think he liked her. He's with this other girl too.
Well,
So maybe. So okay. So first we need to tell the story because we only told it one time.
right. Jacob Toby is the Spurs play-by-play announcer. His
Is?
girlfriend went on Instagram and under his name said, for those of you that think I'm a great guy, well, I'm not, because I'm having sex with one of the players' sisters, one of the Spurs players' sisters. So I am a POS. It wasn't him. It was his girlfriend.
No,
putting it out there.
that's
She
not what
got
he
his
said.
phone.
That I'm having with Spurs. No, I said this is my girlfriend of 6 years. Oh, it was about her. I mean, she
Yeah.
made sure it was his girlfriend got his phone, posted all this stuff. It's already come out, which
Right,
obviously.
But more
and
or
she
less,
said, "This is his girlfriend. It's a picture of her." And she said, "Look, this is my girlfriend of 6 years, and
I'm cheating on
I'm
her.
cheating on her. Do you still think I'm a great guy?
Yeah, right.
I'm a really great guy."
And then she posted other stuff as well. So Jacob Toby, who is the Spurs play-by-play guy, is sleeping with one of the players' sisters and a consensual relationship.
Possibly making love and not sleeping with, and possibly
we
in a
don't know.
loving relationship that will eventually bloom into a marriage with kids and a retirement together.
Here's a
Possibly.
Well, here's the problem. What does the player think of this?
Oh well, yeah.
I mean, if he
Is it love?
gives his blessing, that's
Is this
okay.
the dad of a wedding? Is this a marriage? I'm guessing that the woman right now, she were listening to the show, she'd say, hey fella, hey bud, hey fella, why do I have to get my brother's blessing? I'm my own woman. I don't need him to decide who I can go out
You were
with.
exposed to her because of your job.
Maybe.
Yep. No, well, probably. You were exposed to her, and I don't know. Did you break some bond there between? I mean, might be a little awkward. Got to keep your sister away from our announcer. I don't know.
Yeah, but this wouldn't be the first time. Like, okay, it's skeevy because he had a longtime girlfriend.
Do you think
if they were just
Milo? Do you think Milo
No,
was
I'm not doing this to Milo, the memory of Milo.
okay?
All right, don't do that. That man loved poblano soup. Enough, okay?
He did.
And he's
He loved True Lux.
and he's
He
also a
loved
Hall of Famer. Do not besmirch another Hall of Famer.
Okay.
We
I don't
run
know
in
that
the same-
Jacob Toby is not a Hall of Famer. I don't know.
Okay, so if Jacob Toby was with this guy's sister and he was single, that's fine. The player should have no, whatever. But that's not what it was. He was catting around behind this other girl he had been with for 6 years.
Right.
But he lost his job. We hadn't gotten to that part yet.
Okay, so the Spurs 2 days later fired him.
Because this became pretty public. It was a trending topic on Twitter because his girlfriend or I assume ex, got to the phone and lit him up on social media under his own account, and there was no way to escape it. I mean, he couldn't delete it fast enough.
When we come back, we'll hear from Colin Cowherd and his thoughts on this and see if
Oh,
you
okay.
agree or disagree with Colin Cowherd next, right here on ESPN 97.5.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
Boom, 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 boom. All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. Colin Cowherd addressed this Jacob Toby. For those of you just joining us, Jacob Toby, Spurs announcer, fired from his job because he was having relations with the sister of one of the players, cheating on his girlfriend with a sister of a player, and he has lost his job. Here is Colin Cowherd's thoughts on it. See if you agree.
Something new today that you can get fired in America for cheating on your girlfriend. I had no idea that was legal. That literally happened. It's a big story. You can get fired in America for cheating on not your wife, a girlfriend. Feels like you should hire an attorney. That is a crazy story.
I don't think he got fired for cheating on his girlfriend. He got fired for having relations with a sister of a player.
I think they let him go because of the uproar that was created.
Well, I think they let him go because, again, awkward.
Once again, hold on. But, John, like, even then, this would be the first time that somebody who worked for a team dated or was with some, and I don't know their relationship.
That's not.
I don't know how the relationship was.
I don't know. I don't know
quite how.
I don't know. I don't know if I don't know quite. I don't quite know how to answer that, to be honest.
Yeah. Have you seen the sister?
No. Oh yeah, actually, I think I have.
I can't blame him.
No, not this again.
No, but I think Colin Cowherd's right.
In all fairness to Jacob Toby.
Well, in all
fairness to Phil here.
Okay.
But Colin's not wrong. Think about this. This is not about the morality of it all. Because
why did our good friend Ime Udoka get fired?
Well, see, now that's a different story because he was in a position of power. And I'm not sure, wasn't there something?
Was this woman working for the team, or was she married to someone working for the team?
Well, hold on. Wasn't there an issue with the other? That wasn't even a clean situation there with the woman he was with, right?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, I think there was some stuff with. Was she fine with it? Did everything go clean between those two?
I don't know if there was some allegation of what, but there was a connection to the Celtics.
You have the ability,
that's why he had to.
Hold on,
go.
those are two adults. I get the cheating, the morality. What happened was Twitter, because we have Twitter now. Everything is their business, and not only is it their business, they can make it way bigger than it ever was. If the same thing happened in 2007, before Twitter, and before smartphones took off, right? If the same thing happened in 2007, it might have been handled internally. Friends would have known about it. He would have known. She would have broke. Here's what would have happened. She would have found out about it, and she would have broken up with them. And that would be the end of it. And then she might have contacted the Spurs, and then the Spurs would have had to make a decision. In 2026, it's our business.
Well, but that's the case.
No, I'm just saying, John.
If you back then.
But isn't that real life, John?
It's a
back then it used to be. It wasn't this actually isn't everyone's business.
Back then you could say whatever you want. Now, if you tweet it, you're fired.
No, you couldn't say whatever you wanted.
Yeah, you could because nobody could hear it. What you're saying is because nobody could hear it or would know, then it's okay. Then you wouldn't get fired.
If you said it where someone could hear, you could get fired.
I think this. If she brought it to the attention of the Spurs that he was having relations with the sister, he probably would have gotten fired then too.
That's what I'm saying. That's how it would have been handled, and it would have been none of our business.
Well,
and we don't
that's
have
okay.
comments on it.
Everything's our business now.
But it shouldn't be, John.
But
it shouldn't be. It's not our.
Well, just because we know doesn't change the situation.
But what
he
I'm
gets
telling
fired
you is,
either way.
we're changing our standards for what the way
No,
that
not
we
really. He
behave
would have gotten
based on
fired
people
either
who
way,
don't
Lance.
know,
Yes.
based on anonymous people. What he did was a bad thing. This is not about the morality of it. This is what's happened is Twitter has decided anonymous people in mass, if enough people make it a trending topic, then you have to deal with it. That's how we adjudicate now. If social media, everything's adjudicated. Have you seen what's going on with Marcellus Wiley? He is airing his ex-wife. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
He is airing his ex-wife out right now because he is going to adjudicate in the world of social media.
Well, he was adjudicating the claims of sexual assault too earlier.
Right.
Before the wife.
Everything is going through and people are saying, "Hey, man, this is
But
look,
that's,
I like
that's
you."
neither here nor there.
Well,
Does
no,
he?
no, but it is. But it
in
actually
1990, if he has relations with the sister, he's going to get fired too. I mean,
Okay.
just because we know about it doesn't make it change.
Maybe. But if they just had relations, if they were going out, you're saying have relations like it was something really pervy because he was going out. But if he were just going out with a player's sister, that's not a fireable offense.
Yeah, no, not going out with, but he had a girl living with a girl.
Right, and he may have just done. He may have also gone on dates and treated this girl like a girlfriend too. It's a bad look. It's a bad look. But you know what? The reason it blew up where the Spurs had to deal with is because of social media.
I guess the question is, was this an open secret outside of the girlfriend?
No,
'Cause
I don't
clearly
think
she
it
didn't
was.
know.
I think he got caught.
So if he got caught,
Yeah, he got caught.
It wasn't brought to the attention of the Spurs until the girlfriend decided to do what she did. Then the Spurs would probably say, "Hey, man, what are you doing dating the sister of one of our players?"
Yeah, they might have in person said, if it wasn't a social media thing, said you can't see her anymore. Cut the crap.
Yeah, what are we doing here?
Well,
if it wasn't an open secret.
Yeah, but it makes it. Listen, it's an awkward situation for the whole team. If you're, it's an awkward situation.
It's awkward
Dude probably
because every
gets fired
sports talk
either way.
host knows about it.
It makes it. We got a break because Glenn Davis is joining us next. Brought to you by Kaplan Sinus Relief right here, ESPN 97.5. Talking soccer. Don't go anywhere. Oh, well, we got a Glenn Davis who had to get up early today. How you like getting up in L.A. for the show, Glenn?
I am ready to go. I got my coffee. I was up about a half hour ago, and we leave for the stadium like at about 8 o'clock in the morning. So,
oh, really?
We get out there. Oh, yeah, you got to get out there early, a couple hours before the game.
Oh, that's right. It's afternoon game, right?
Noon.
Yeah, noon here. Right. In L.A., Glenn Davis is here. He is doing the game today. You okay? We'll start with this game, Glenn. This is the game that the U.S. could have been in. Instead, Belgium is here, taking on Spain. You've studied it, both sides, and it will be a really goals are going to be at a premium, aren't they?
So Spain hasn't conceded a goal yet. You got two great goalkeepers. You led me into that perfectly because you got Courtois for Belgium and Spain. You have Simon. Spain has not given up a goal. They downplayed that in the press conference because, that's like everybody was bringing up the fact that they hadn't conceded. And De La Fuente, their manager, just said, look, we're not obsessed with that. We're obsessed with winning and advancing, and we're not really even thinking about that. But, Spain's a possession and pressing team. They lose the ball. They hunt it back very quickly. Belgium's got to break that first line of pressure, I think, with the ball, and then try to hit them in transition in the vertical game and do a better job of that than Morocco did against France.
No.
I'm curious how much of that, because it's the streak's almost at like 600 minutes, I think, of not conceding a goal. From what you've seen, I don't know how many of those matches you've seen, probably most of them, but from what you've seen, what percentage do you account for just great defensively, tactics and play and discipline and goalkeeping, and how much of it is just the pure amount of possession that Spain has to limit the opportunities on the other side?
I mean, it's a simple concept. If you have the ball, the opponent can't score goals.
Right.
This is one of the best possession teams in the world. They dominate possession. Today they have to dominate possession and create chances. And when they lose the ball, it's an immediate swarm and press to get it back right away. It's not dropping off. It's like a switch turns on in the brains of these guys to get the ball back quickly, and then they hunt the ball. And the pressing game has a lot of what do they call them? They call them triggers, right? So if somebody makes a pass back, then you might see one guy go, and then the whole team goes. A poor first touch. There's all these little triggers that then say to the Spanish team, okay, now we're getting tight on everybody. But it's a simple concept. It's win the ball close to the opponent's goal. Now to implement it and execute it, you have to have a lot of mentally strong guys that are willing to do that.
Well, I'll tell you this about Belgium. I mean, the U.S. was looking so sharp with their passing, and then they looked so terrible against Belgium. They pressed well.
Yeah.
They intercept. It was just they dispossessed the ball so often. It was very difficult on the U.S. Belgium will win this game if they.
Belgium will win this game if they defend as a unit well. Are very good at noticing moments to go in transition, and when maybe Spain potentially is overcommitted, they may win it off a set piece. But they have to be really good at recognizing moments to break out after they win the ball in transition. And I think they're going to have to move up the field a little bit like they did against the U.S. at times and for time periods and confront Spain a little bit higher up the field. Belgium's without Anana, who's, was their big defensive midfielder. He got hurt against the U.S. He had the ACL injury, so that's a big loss. And we were kind of looking forward to that Rodri versus Onana matchup in midfield, two of the great sort of defensive holding midfielders. But that's not going to happen. And, the other thing about Belgium, and 1-1 versus Egypt, 0-0 versus Iran. Then they beat New Zealand 5-1. Then they come back and beat Senegal. And then, they basically played their best game against the U.S., I think.
Mm-hmm. I mean, they look. Here's the thing, too, Glenn, is you're going to have so few chances against Spain. You have to finish. We've, like Norway, England, so few chances, but they just finish.
You have to be efficient. I think we've seen efficient finishing in this tournament, and it's why we go back to all the big names that are banging in goals left and right. And we can sit here and we can break the game down tactically as much as we want, and deep drill down and paralysis by analysis. We can go all over, but at the end of the day, a lot of it comes down to the great finishers and the players that can make and change games.
Mm-hmm. It's going to be interesting to see how they handle, like Jeremy Doku, who they brought in late against the U.S., or they subbed in Romelu Lukaku. They clearly said we're going to have our young legs to really press the U.S., and we want these guys to be able to finish the match as opposed to being subbed out, especially Lukaku, who can't. 70 minutes is a lot for him to ask 70. So
but that's a brilliant way to use a player like that, right?
No, I thought it was
that's how a legend still breathes. A legend still breathes because a coach has decided on a way to use him that's effective to let everybody run themselves out, and then you bring him in. By the way, he's a massive body. I mean, he can roll people, he can hold people off. His touch maybe isn't the sharpest and the greatest, but he can hurt you, and that also means that a player has to accept that, right? And then you could go to Ronaldo and say maybe he would have been better as an option off the bench instead of playing every minute of every game. So, and I think Doku, it sounds like via the press conferences that Doku could get a start today, which will give Belgium a very dangerous winger in transition.
Yeah, so they're going to need that. And then my guess is De Bruyne probably gets a start, and Lukaku for sure would come off the bench, I would bet, because you just have to weather the storm. And like John said, you have to finish that efficiency. You're not going to get a lot of shots on goal, so when you get your opportunities. But they're more than just those three players, too. Like there's some quality on Belgium's side. It's just Spain's just not going to give you many opportunities.
Belgium's got a lot of talented players. The guy I really liked against the U.S. was Tielemans.
Yeah.
In midfield, he played exceptional. You got Trossard, who had one of the assists, and everybody watches him in the Premier League with Arsenal. Of course, you got Courtois in goal, who is a legendary goalkeeper at Real Madrid. People know all about him. The guys that sort of the Ketela, who scored the 2 goals, who had the header over Tim Ream. He kind of plays as a almost like a false 9, but they played him a little bit higher. So, yeah, they've got a lot of very, very good players. They may not be as well known as some of the Spanish, but excellent team. And excellent players on any day is going to give anybody a problem.
Glenn Davis, brought to you by Kaplan Sinus Relief every morning right here, 8 o'clock on ESPN 97.5. He's calling the game tonight, or this afternoon, rather, Spain versus Belgium. Yesterday, Mbappe was, again, he was just great. Okay, I'll give you any player, Glenn, just for next year, not for their career, just for 1 year. Give you any player in the world. Which guy would you choose? Would it be Mbappe?
Yeah, probably, because he's 27 years old, and there's still a lot more to go with this guy. I mean, I think he's played in 20 World Cup games, has 20 goals. It's pretty incredible. What I loved about him yesterday was, misses a penalty. A lot of guys are buried. You miss imagine missing a penalty in the World Cup, and it's like it doesn't bother the guy. It rolls off him like water to a duck, and he comes up with the game winner minutes later. So the man is a beast. The man is on fire. It looks like France is having a good time with the way they're playing as well, which makes them a really, really dangerous animal. And I think the other thing is we forget to mention the other guys on the team because we quickly go to Mbappe and Dembele and all the attacking guys. But, the 2 holding midfielders, Kone and Rabiot, they kind of hold it down and balance it so those guys have the freedom to attack. And then, if somehow you breach them, you got to get through Saliba, Upamecano, Koundé, and all these other guys that nobody really talks about, but really are the shell that sets up kind of the ability for everybody to take a lot of risk and play the game the way they do.
I got to ask you this. because I'm trying to remember. I think Stu Holden has talked about it. Several broadcasters have talked about it. The stutter step penalty kick, where you basically goalkeepers aren't really showing their hands that early. Mbappe tried it. He doesn't. I don't know that he does this very frequently. He didn't earlier in the. And then,
I've seen him do it before.
You have seen it?
Yeah.
Okay. He did it, and then he just – it was a really – I thought it was a poor attempt. Didn't get a whole lot of power on it. It didn't feel like a very dangerous ball relative to what he usually does. But what are your thoughts on – it's just a general question, but, like, what are your thoughts on that stutter step PK? Because it seems like they haven't been very successful this
Yeah,
World Cup.
I think overcomplicating penalty kicks can lead to trouble. I think there is a level of it that people want to do it with style points, Panenkas, stutter step. The stutter is to get the goalkeeper to move or lean. And what I've seen goalkeepers doing is kind of funny. I mean, and that guy was there before almost Mbappe took the shot. I mean, that he telegraphed the penalty like there was. You know, everybody could see it. The goalkeeper saw it. He saw his hips. He saw everything. I think when you do the stutter step, you're hoping when you pick your head up that you see a goalkeeper moving. If he doesn't move, a lot of times mentally it just stones people, and you see him hit it right at the goalkeeper. I'd be telling goalkeepers nowadays, and they do their homework. They know where these guys take penalties. They know if they stutter or not. Just stand in the middle of the goal. Play it honest. Because it may come right to you.
Mm-hmm.
And just don't react to their reacting, with the stutter step. Also, the other bizarre thing with penalties, I was thinking about this last night. Why are so many center backs and defenders taking penalties?
I mean, because they're not doing well.
Yeah, they aren't. I mean, I remember the two center backs on Australia came up in penalties. Akanji missed one. Remember Jonathan Tah, Germany, finally got to the World Cup, and I mean, he ballooned his into the second row.
He never had one, right?
Paraguay. What's that?
He never had one. He'd never taken one.
Yeah, he wasn't a penalty taker. I think he took it because others didn't want to take it.
Nobody wanted to.
Tells you about Germany.
Yeah, the Australian.
That is the worst.
The
that
Australian
you would say
teenager
no.
The Australian teenager with acne who was a center back, and as he was walking up, the whole broadcast was baffled as to why he was like, "Oh boy, this is a tough spot for him." And sure enough, he airmailed one
young
as well.
man. The Australian?
Yeah.
Yeah, Lucas Harrington.
Yeah.
And then Colombia in penalties.
Yeah. And he
Davison
missed too.
Sanchez, so I don't know. I don't know what that trend is. I really haven't figured it out. Maybe it's just people don't want to take them. I don't know. I don't know.
That's crazy. Glenn Davis with us every morning on ESPN 97.5. He is calling the game. It's brought to you by Kaplan Sinus Relief right here, talking soccer. And we got the weekend. We got to preview the weekend, Glenn. We got to preview England and Norway. What do you think of that one?
Ooh, I love that one. Well, we spoke about England and Norway, and that's like a Premier League advertisement, right? Now, Erling Haaland is just having the best of times in America. I think they're having a lot of fun, Norway. And like I said, the last show I was on, that I think a Norwegian team that's having fun and is loose but focused on the task can be very, very dangerous. That said, England's. I mean, I still am pretty in awe of that performance down in Mexico. That was an epic performance. How do you follow that up? Are you able to follow that up? Because it has been in England that has gone a little bit up and down in the tournament, started in a big way. And a lot of this is momentum at this point. But boy, what Jude Bellingham, Harry Kane, and these guys did in that game, that was something special. Because you're not just playing an opponent down there. We have to be fair. You're playing the altitude. You're playing the mystique. You're playing against a lot of different conditions. That was something. And if that warrior spirit remains with them, I think this Norway-England game is going to be pretty amazing.
It's great. Erling Haaland is using the old reverse psychology. I don't know if you guys saw this. He was asked about England, and he just said, He said, for me, I think it's super special because I play in England. I'm born in England. He goes, I think everyone should stay humble, but they should be confident of progressing. Definitely. He's given his comments were about how England is. Yeah, they should definitely move on. I mean, they're such quality. They're so good.
Well,
he went full Lou Holtz on them and like, oh yeah, no, England they're the best team.
well, he did that against France too, right? He said, I don't think we have a chance here.
I love it.
Yeah.
I think Holland more than anybody, Glenn. And there's a lot of social media. You may have missed some of this, but there's a lot of videos showing Holland being nice to children and stuff like that. It's kind of.
I just saw a video. He's playing golf in Miami, and he's fixing a ball mark, and that was the whole video. What class, Erling Haaland fixing a ball mark on the
great
green?
PR, but he feels
just
like
classy.
But I think he actually is that kind of guy. But I don't know that anyone's had a bigger glow up in the World Cup. Added more fans than Erling Haaland, people who maybe didn't know him. I think maybe he's been the guy who's benefited the most from this World Cup.
Oh, it's incredible. But he is a very funny guy. He looks like a guy enjoying life. That's the type of person you want to be around. I saw a really cool one of him in the tunnel. I guess it was before one of these World Cup games. I don't know where it came from, but all these little kids are around him as ball boys, and they're all kind of hugging him like he's Santa Claus. Mm-hmm. They're all walking up to him like one by one, and they want to hug from him. It's very cool. It shows you the power of the influence of the athlete. But I hope he didn't buy all the cowboy hats and boots in Texas.
Did you see that, John?
Yeah, no, and
the store sold out with everything that he had on in the picture. They sold out. They're all on back order with the boots. And the hats.
That's crazy. He also said he was asked about going out and enjoying stuff. He said, "I don't go out. I like to train. I go home to my wife and we hang out and I
He's
just train." It's
already?
like, oh yeah, he's got a beautiful wife.
Son.
Yeah. Switzerland
Hey
and
guys,
Argentina.
just one other thing on Holland, John.
Yeah.
What's funny is like, now people have been examining his ethic and his training habits and what he eats, and he eats a lot of organs, heart, liver, that kind of stuff. He's a big proponent of getting a lot of sleep, right? And all of a sudden, on my phone this morning, there's all these pills that are about, they're pushing pills about, that have organ meat in and all this stuff so you can be like a Viking.
That is funny. Well, your phone. The Big Brother's watching, Glenn. So be careful what you're looking at on your phone.
I got nothing to hide.
Yep. And finally, Argentina versus Switzerland. What do you think?
Yeah, I think the Argentines are the heavy favorites in that. They'll look, I mean, it's Messi and company. Everybody's talking about the fact that, this could be a France and Argentina rematch. I think Argentina's on a roll here. But you know what? Switzerland has gotten here for a reason. And the Swiss will try to hang in this game with Argentina and try to produce a result. Maybe try and take it to penalties. Either way, I think this is probably the one quarterfinal that you feel like sways heavily to the favor of one team over the other.
Mm-hmm. Well, yep. Yesterday
Listen,
was France.
I don't want to be disrespectful to Switzerland. And you know what?
They've
Be
been
careful
good.
being disrespectful to Belgium today as well. And by the way, we didn't even mention Lamine Yamal. So Lamine will be up front and center today for Spain.
Yep, absolutely. That's another pretty good player we're going to watch this weekend. So it's all this weekend. We will talk about all of those games on Monday with Glenn Davis. He'll be back. I would imagine you'll be back in Houston, and we will do that. You don't have to get up. You don't have to get up early like me, Glenn. You won't have to. You can get up regular time on Monday.
To watch both the games.
Glenn Davis, brought to you by Kaplan Sinus Relief every morning right here on ESPN 97.5. Thank you, Glenn. We appreciate you. Have a great game today.
Thanks, Glenn.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Thanks, guys.
All right, there's Glenn every morning, brought to you by Kaplan, Dr. Kaplan. And we're talking about Billy Brown right now. Billy Brown is the guy who makes the Brown go down. I think you know what? I think they should put that on their website. We make the Brown go down. I mean, it seems like is it not appropriate? Billy Brown making the Brown go down. This is what I'm talking about. Billy, you know what? We are marketing geniuses, not only Texas Radio Hall of Famers, but marketing geniuses, and we're marketing this. If someone has problems with the Brown going down, Billy Brown is here for you. He's the guy you call, 281-488-6238. But also, if you're having problems with your stream, your water stream, Billy is here for you as well, all right? Billy helps your stream, your water stream, because maybe it's not what it should be. Maybe you got some kind of leak somewhere like you did, Lance.
Yeah, it's your water pressure is a major issue for a lot of people. Sometimes it's a very simple fix for them. So why don't you have them come out? That's considered a smaller job. They come out there and they do that. A leaky faucet, you just get the drip, drip, drip. You're tired of it, but you could have something leaking behind the wall. You could have something leaking with a pipe that is corroded underneath your structure, your slab, that's causing problems. Listen, big or small, they do the job. 281-488-6238. That's Aqueduct Plumbing Company, 281-488-6238.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5, 713-780. Did you combine, Dell? No one knows. No one knows if you combined. That's the question everybody's asking. Yeah, we got a few things that we need to get to today. The numbers on the U.S.-Belgium game, 33 million people.
With a high of 41.4 million at one point.
Right, average 33. The Mexico game, I think, averaged more, 55.
Well, over two networks.
Yeah.
Over Fox and Telemundo.
Yep.
The U.S. is only considered over Fox. It's the highest soccer match in history.
Right. The
in
55
US for a single network.
The 55 matched conference championship, NFL conference championship games, which is pretty good.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think these numbers for the people who just, I get it. If it's not your thing, you don't want to watch, that's fine. But there are people who go out of their way to try to like make their opinions known about soccer. Well, we don't really care. I mean, if you don't watch it, don't watch it. It's like somebody who doesn't like baseball. If you don't like baseball, don't watch baseball. That's fine. Well, the same thing goes for soccer. If you don't like the World Cup or soccer, don't watch soccer. That's fine. But it's really undeniable that it has seen a spike in growth. And this year, I've seen so many people, and I'm just talking about people on social media who have a name like former athletes or people like Kirk Herbstreit who said, man, this is just unbelievable. I got to find a team to follow. I'm going to start following. Now, I made that decision in 2014, and it's just been misery since then with Everton. But I will say that's just people that are kind of famous, pseudo-famous people. I'm sure there's a ton of just regular people listening right now, listening to our show, who said, man, I never watched, and this has been great. I mean, because the matches have been really good. The best players are performing at the highest level. The matches have had high drama. It's been everything that you could, and it's in the United States in the times that we are used to watching, like playoff baseball, for example, because you have it staggered throughout the day. This has actually been a best-case scenario. The best-case scenario with U.S. beating Belgium and then playing Spain. Unfortunately, they had the most viewers ever for a game. They look like the dirtiest booty ever for U.S. men's national team. But the sport itself and the opportunity for that to grow here is – and it's been growing. There's a lot of pro athletes. Like I remember talking to, D-Hop. It would have been – when did he come out? It would have been 2015. I was in the locker room, and he remembered that we had talked briefly about soccer. It was either 15 or 16, and he's like a huge Premier League fan. He has been for over a decade. And so, LeBron is a part owner of Liverpool. J.J. Watt has ownership in a soccer club. The sport's going to come up in this country, whether there are people who are against it or not, whatever. The sport is going to continue to grow here. The question is, when you get it to grow organically, is when you get more, when the youth leagues get bigger. That's what's going to happen. And that's the question I can't answer. I just listen to experts talk about it. I don't know. My kids never played youth soccer other than some YMCA soccer, and they weren't that great. So I don't know, but I do think the World Cup has made more full-time soccer fans. For sure, people are going to tune in the next World Cup, for sure. The question is there a growth between those 4 years? And the big question is there a growth for the U.S. where people have an interest in the U.S. men's national team outside of what they're waiting for in 2030? Do you care in 27? Do you care in 28? Do you care in 29 about the build-up to the World Cup? That's going to be interesting because there's CONCACAF, Gold Cup. Like, there's opportunities to follow that team. We'll see if people do it.
Oh,
Are
absolutely.
you going to, John? You watched all these World Cup matches. I presume this is the most interested you've ever been in soccer.
I don't think that they market it well enough because, I will if I know that they're going on.
Yeah.
But, like, Dell will come in the next day and go, oh, yeah, we had a qualifier against, and I'm like,
against Chile, they got a draw. Like, what? They did?
Yeah, really?
What channel?
Did they? No one knew.
No one knew. It was
no one knew that happened.
It was a pop up. It was a pop up game.
Maybe if they market it a little bit better and say, "Hey, this is a big game that it's going to matter whether or not we get into the World Cup." Then yeah, I think that more people would be. But I never heard that. I've never heard, "Hey, watch out tonight, big game."
There's a reason it's a 4-year cycle because qualifying starts like next year for certain countries. Like the U.S. is at a level where they won't have to participate in the early qualifying. But like World Cup qualifying will start for countries who normally don't make it next year. So the cycle is as long as it is for reasons. Yeah, it's tough. If you want to be a USMNT fan, then sometimes you got to watch on TNT or HBO Max. Other times it'll be on Fox. There's not a set network you can go to watch. So that's part of the problem.
Better and people would give a heads up. Hey, this is a big game tonight.
Well,
I've never heard that.
Well, I think because for the most part, this country doesn't treat the qualifying stage as a big deal. Only until we missed it that one time in 2018, then it became a big deal because it was embarrassing. We're just expected to make it, so it doesn't get the same type of attention. It's like the playoffs. To get to the bigger playoffs.
Right. And it could get people more interested in different players. And, this guy's good. Oh, you know what?
Yeah, this is a big moment for a 19-year-old is getting his first call-up, but we don't treat it that way.
Like, that's what interests me.
Yeah, like in baseball, when a big-time prospect comes up, people know. They want to see it. We don't treat like a World Cup qualifier or even a friendly or a first appearance from maybe the next big player for the U.S. We don't treat it the same way.
Did you combine or we got a break here?
We got to go.
All right, let's break here. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get it. We got some basketball news that we got to get to on the other side right here. Don't go anywhere.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
From the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Gave out the phone number, and Tyler's here. He wants to talk on the radio. Let's get him in here. Tyler, what's going on?
Yeah, I just want to comment on what Lance was discussing about how this World Cup has influenced the growth of soccer. I mean, I've enjoyed watching it. I think a lot of it, obviously rooting for USA. I'm going to root for USA and any excited about it if we think that they have a chance. And the World Cup being here and hosting it, and then in Houston, and then y'all talking about it. But this is the most soccer I probably ever watched. I watched almost pretty much every game. Not because of the inconsistencies in the time and the offsides and just the red cards and yellow cards and the subjectivity. And so those things are a little annoying to me. And I'll watch this World Cup because it's a big deal. But getting into regular soccer throughout the year, if y'all aren't talking about it and hyping it up, then I don't really have much interest in it.
Yeah, that's going to be the case. I think that's the majority, John. I think, I look, I probably should. I'd probably enjoy watching El Clasico more, watching, Real Madrid, I just pretty much watch my team, and then I don't really care about everyone else, and that's probably dumb because I really actually love watching all these guys during World Cup, and then once the season starts, it's in the middle of college. Honestly, it's Saturday. It pretty much starts when college football starts. I'm kind of busy on Saturdays. I watch my squad, but I got a bunch of games I'm watching on Saturdays. And then there's a match on Sunday. Well, there's other things that we watch here on Sunday. So, you have a midweek every once in a while, Tuesday or Wednesday, but I think it's going to be tough for people to lock in on Premier League when they start realizing it overlaps with college football.
Do you think the Premier League should change their schedule to fit the American audience?
I would do it, make it a spring league.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I think if you really want the U.S. fans, you're going to have to change your offsides penalties.
Mm-hmm.
No more cards. I would say, I don't know, do the U.S. fans like PKs or don't like PKs? I can't tell.
Well, MLS used to have a version of that to decide games.
Is what I'm talking about.
No, they used to have a version of that to decide games, and it wasn't a penalty kick shootout. It would be like a run-up. You take the ball from about the 30, 40-yard line or so, and the goalkeeper will come out and challenge you. So MLS tried to make it different. And then, hey, that's not soccer, so they changed it.
My wife hates penalty kicks in matches. She said, I hate matches in like this. I'm like, we don't have all damn day, okay? Some of these matches could go on for an eternity.
I think most people love the penalty kick. It's exciting.
That's what I would think.
Yeah.
That's what I would think. I love the fact that the drama, I like is that there are people who are so cool and collected. But I also like the fact, or I'm intrigued by the notion that it's so smothering with pressure. And, pressure's self-created. There's no such thing as pressure. The only way you feel pressure is when you create pressure on mentally, you create your own pressure. The brain creates pressure. So the ability to calm yourself, this is what's I've always had a great admiration for great athletes who don't seem to feel pressure. Like Lance Berkman will always have a special place because those guys who perform in big opportunities, the guys who have hit the Jose Altuve's, who have hit the home run, I'll always remember that forever. Similarly, when guys like James Harden fail in pressure situations, we never forget. We'll never forget that. But I just have a real affinity for players who do things that I just think, man, just regular people couldn't handle this. They couldn't, and penalty kicks are one of those things when it's a shootout and it's to decide a match. And because in other countries, if you miss, it could have reverberations that are felt for, in some cases, a lifetime. We obviously know the most famous, it wasn't a PK, but we know that a Colombian defender was, a guy named Escobar, ironically enough, was murdered after he had an own goal in a World Cup. But I just find it fascinating and intriguing that you miss, and this is going to stain you forever in your country. That's how big a deal the World Cup is in other countries. But similarly, I assume you could be a hero. I mean, Kirk Gibson will be beloved by Dodger fans for an eternity for coming up clutch. Clutch players just have a special place in our hearts, period.
Yeah.
But that pressure is what creates that clutch opportunity in those penalty kicks, those shootouts.
Well, is Christian Pulisic, is America done with him?
No.
Okay.
No, this is the most overblown thing. Christian Pulisic's still a good player. He'll get his chance, just like James Harden every year got a new max contract extension and went to a new team and was a big deal. Like, are we doing that? And then people every year would come back and say, James, y'all are too hard on James. It took some people 7 years of failure, 8 years of failure for people to say, I may be on the wrong side of this James Harden thing.
I think
it took some people in Houston a long time to figure it out.
I think the hardcore soccer, a soccer fan, well, sure, if you want to work your way back into the national team and be a member of the team, that's cool, but we're done with the marketing campaign. We're done with you being put in a position where you're the face of U.S. soccer. We don't want that anymore.
That may be
you are just like everybody else. You got to earn your spot on the squad, no matter who the coach is. That's what they're asking.
Don't you think that's a good thing?
Yeah, sure. I don't know that the U.S. Soccer Federation is down with that because they love a marketing campaign. But I think soccer fans are like, he's just one of a potential 26.
We need a new guy.
If he wants to earn it, cool. But we're not going to do this thing where the entire program is centered around Pulisic anymore. It's not something people have the stomach for anymore.
Scotty Pulisic or Christian Pippen.
Scotty Pulisic.
He needs to be a Robin. He doesn't need to be a Batman.
Well,
he's not a Batman.
Yeah. Robin is probably too strong.
It's not Robin's too long.
Not
he's
even
more the Joker.
We need a star like Michael Bradley. That's what we need a star like.
God,
Yeah.
gross.
Mm-hmm. That's what we need.
I hate that guy for an eternity.
People
just 'cause he
loved
turned it over.
Michael Bradley.
Oh, they didn't like him, and he even played in the Premier League. Like I don't, and I've actually heard broadcasters, or I've watched on the set. It was the guys who do the Champions League commentary. Two of them were on the set, and they were talking, and they were because something Davies was complaining that Charlie Davies was complaining that he thinks Americans are disrespected and not taken seriously in international soccer when they go over to play for clubs.
Sure.
And then Thierry Henry, who I've gotten to where I'm not a Thierry is he's a bit pompous, frankly.
A Frenchman is pompous.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I know.
Frenchy.
I didn't even think about that, but
Okay.
yeah. And he makes these faces when you're talking, and he's
They don't
so
respect us.
dismissive.
I
They
think it's-
don't.
I think it's pretty
And
clear.
that was his point. And Thierry's like, "That's not true." He said, "Everyone has to earn respect when you come over. Everyone has to." And he was pointing this and this. And while that's true, it finally Jules or whoever was on another English, the one who was running the show, she said, well, but let's be honest. When you see Americans, like when Bob Bradley came, I didn't know Bob Bradley went over and was like at Leeds, or he was somewhere in the Premier League. He was a manager there. He says, do you think that they really respected him? And they finally, no, probably not. What Davey said was probably right. They don't respect those guys.
No.
Respect the Americans.
It's the same way our players treated the European players when they came over.
Basketball?
Initially. Yeah.
Initially, but they earned it.
Yeah, we initially
Well, they didn't like him.
didn't want him over here.
I
didn't want
famously
him
remember
taking spots.
Stephen A. Smith. Oh, yeah. No, it was a real problem.
Yeah,
Kenny Smith. I think it was Kenny Smith. I heard Stephen A. Smith. I remember on draft coverage, they acted like they were having, this is.
Why are the European players being drafted?
They're taking our jobs. This is go back to your own country.
It's the same thing.
It was a very jingoistic thing where they were appalled that people from other countries were being drafted ahead of American players.
Yeah.
Appalled. And, to be
that
fair.
is born out to be, hey, maybe that.
They had to get through their Nicholas Skidichavilis.
And now
those
an
guys,
American can't win an MVP anymore.
I mean, that's what happened. And that's the same thing's coming for the Premier League. Soon the Americans going to take over the Prem.
They caught up much quicker to us than I feel like we're going to catch up to them, and that's because of
fair.
how their system is built.
Japan's got Otani.
Yeah, you become
best player in baseball.
You become a professional really quickly, and they pay for your schooling. I don't want to get into the U.S. soccer model thing, but I saw someone point it out. How long did it take for the Europeans and other countries to catch up to us as far as their best players in basketball? Now, they don't have as many, but their best players are better than ours.
Mm-hmm.
And how are we ever going to be able to say that in reverse about soccer?
Who's the best player in the NBA?
You never know.
Name your three best
it could
players.
take a while,
Who are
but
the
it could
three best?
happen.
Who are the three best players in the NBA right now?
You go Shea, Canadian. So maybe you guys don't count that, but he's Canadian. Jokic. And then when
You
Giannis
say
is
Wemby?
healthy, is up there. Wemby,
Giannis,
that's another
Luka.
one. Yeah, Luka.
Yeah.
When do you get to an American?
No, you got to. Man, I don't know who is the American.
Who's the best American basketball
Let me
player
think.
right now?
Is it DeMar DeRozan?
Sure.
No.
All
Sure.
right,
it is.
let me think.
It's
For real. Let me think.
Kevin Durant, Jalen Brown.
No.
Tatum when healthy.
Jason Tatum is the best.
He's one of them.
And he's coming off
And
injury.
then you still
got
got to put Steph up there too. Steph's
Jalen
still.
Brown's been better than
Curry.
Tatum.
He's
in the
still
last
one of
couple
the
years.
best American. He's one of the best American players
I
going.
know, but we can't have Steph Curry in this conversation.
It is what it is. What do you want?
Well, he's super old. Who else?
Yeah,
No,
but
we're
he's really
missing.
good.
Who are we missing? We're missing good young players.
We
Come
gave
on.
you. Name one.
Anthony
Brunson.
Anthony Edwards. There it is. There's
God,
one. Jalen Brunson.
Jalen Brunson.
What?
Squatty body.
You mean
What are
the
you
I
Finals
know.
MVP?
I just will never be on board with him being one of the best in the world.
And
Are
yet,
you kidding?
You
He
see
just
what he does.
won a title.
I know it's a me problem. I'll admit it.
You don't
I don't like.
You don't
him
like the
looking
look
like
of
that.
him.
Yeah.
He
He
doesn't like the
looks
look
like
of
he
him.
eats hot dogs
Anthony Edwards,
for breakfast.
Jalen Brown. Here's the scores: Luka, Shea, Anthony Edwards, Jalen Brown, Tyrese Maxey.
It's Anthony Edwards. I think is the answer.
He's certainly the
Jalen
best.
Brown
young
is
American.
right there too.
No, Jalen's good, but
Talk to the NBA. Do they think so?
The NBA
Did
doesn't.
You
the
just
NBA,
got you just got evidence that
Hold
they
on.
don't think so.
The NBA says he's one of the least efficient
And
players.
he
in the
says the Celtics, them hoes ain't loyal. Did you see that?
league. No,
Well, they
He's-
did trade him.
Yeah, he said them hoes ain't loyal.
and they were having a hard time finding suitors for being the best American. I think it's Anthony Edwards.
Probably.
I
Probably.
think it's Anthony Edwards is the most talented and all that stuff. But if you go to baseball, it's Shohei Ohtani. Now we're going to do there's plenty of Dominican and Latin
Who's
players.
the best
Cubans,
American
the
player?
best, the best.
Field, not pitcher, but player.
Jordan.
He's not American.
He's American to me.
Best American player is the best everyday player.
Yes.
Who is it, John?
The best everyday player in America. Shortstop for the Royals,
Bobby Witt. Jr.
Bobby Witt.
Bobby what? That's our best. He's good, but I mean, we're a Bobby Witt. We're a Bobby Witt country.
I mean,
That doesn't feel. USA.
Well, go through the Team USA roster.
All right, let me see. Well, let me find the batting
Aaron
leaders. Let's see.
Judge.
Let me look at the batting leaders.
Aaron Judge.
Can I read the batting leaders' last names?
Go ahead.
Lopez, Diaz, Arraez, Gonzalez, and Alvarez.
What about Hooley?
Let's see. Those are AL. That's the. That's
Troy
all
Johnston.
the Major League Baseball. All the Major League Baseball. That's just batting average. Because you've also got Jung-Hoo Lee,
Juan Soto,
Yeah.
Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge. That's Aaron
Soto's
Judge.
not. Oh, okay. You're just
I think-
listing guys.
I
now.
think Aaron Judge is our answer. It's not Kyle Schwarber.
And so our best American player
No, this is a
doesn't
Superman.
show up in the clutch.
Well,
Is
I
that-
mean,
So he has that on him. I
Yeah,
did it.
there's that.
sometimes
There's that.
I
that's
did
the
a thing
case.
yesterday. We were trying to figure out.
Like LeBron.
We've got
And Ronaldo.
two guys who are called Captain America. Aaron Judge, Christian Pulisic, and then we use the actual current Captain America, Anthony Mackie. Who's had the best 2026? Now, Anthony Mackie hasn't even been in a major movie.
But he's probably smashed.
He's a married man, but whatever. Who's
Then
had,
probably he has,
Who's had a
Joe.
worse as far as Captain Americas are concerned? Who's had a worse one? Aaron Judge didn't show up in the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah, but it's still Christian
And
Pulisic.
Didn't
Pulis-
show
but
up in the
Pulis-
World Series either.
Yeah, but
There are people talking about deporting Christian Pulisic, and he's from here.
2 years
Born
ago,
here.
anyway.
You can't deport him.
yeah. So it's rough out here.
I would say it's got to be Aaron Judge because he's won all. So it's Aaron Judge, but he's behind Ohtani. We've got Anthony Edwards, who's behind
Multiple
several
players.
players, but we still own the NFL.
Well, thankfully,
Yeah,
Yeah,
And I don't see that
America. We did have that Florida State German defensive tackle,
Bjorn Lana. Bjorn.
Norman Werner.
Yeah.
Werner.
He was
Yeah.
a defensive end. He's actually
Yeah,
he actually is a big. he's big into the NFL Germany thing that they're doing over there. But
is he?
We've had some
Yes.
Nigerians. We've had some Nigerian pass
Christian
rushers.
Okoye as a running back. Yeah, you have plenty.
We've had some guys from other countries.
The Biamilas.
But I think we're going to hang on to the. I think we're going to hang on to the top spot.
I think so.
Now, other countries don't play U.S. football as much. They try, but I think we're going to be okay. But you will start having little guys. Are we the fastest? Are we the fastest?
I know
now?
we're not the
I know
fastest to a break. John,
nope,
you want to
we're
talk
the slowest to a break, and that's why HRP is pissed off right now because they're like, when are you going to talk about us? Well, I'll tell you when we're going to talk about you. We're going to talk about you right now, HRP. We're going to talk about you. It's Friday. The week is winding down. What kind of week has it been? We're getting close to, well, I don't know. Maybe you guys pay every Friday. So you're doing payroll every Friday. Or maybe you do it 15th in the end of the month. Or maybe you do it once a month. I don't know how you do your payroll. However you do your payroll, HRP does it better. However you do your payroll, you do not have the technology that HRP does. So simple. So simple, you don't even need to, you don't have anything to do with it, basically. We've got Laura in our office. She's a part-time person. She basically deals with very little, but we got commission. We have got hourly. We got salary, okay? So there is something that she has to do. Otherwise, it's not much. Our entire payroll department is a half a person. Well, she's not half a person, but she's a part-time person. That's it. And they take care of everything else. Now, you may have an admin company that you're like, okay, that admin company probably puts its name on golf tournaments and whatnot. You know why? Because they make a lot of money doing what they do. HRP ain't putting their name on no golf tournaments. You know why? Because they're a local company that is going to give you personalized service right here in the city of Houston and partner with your business to make you as good as you possibly can. And the bottom line is the bottom line. When it's all said and done, HRP is going to do it more efficiently, better, and they're going to do it more economically. You're going to have a better bottom line because of HRP. We do, and a bunch of people do. Here, listen to all the testimonies here. HRP.net. You want your business to be better? HRP.net. 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. All righty. Top of the hour here on ESPN 97.5. If you want to get in, we got 1 hour left. We're going to do What Did You Learn This Week on the show? I mean, did we learn anything this week on the show? I think so. I think we informed and entertained. We had a few laughs along the way.
We did have a few laughs along the way.
Yeah. Okay.
Where did we hear that from? I don't.
And we'll have a few laughs along the way.
I don't remember where that first initiated, but
yeah, we will
synonymous.
Right, inform and entertain.
Inform and entertain.
Right. One thing we haven't brought up yet. Apparently, at Ohio University, there was some stuff going on. Brian Smith, the head coach at Ohio University football team, fired for multiple violations of his contract, including an extramarital affair with an undergraduate student.
Yeah, this has been out for a while, right? I seem to remember.
According
this.
to records obtained Thursday by the Associated Press.
Yeah, I think this has been out for a little bit.
Yeah, he was fired a while ago now. But I remember us talking about this story.
University said Wednesday that it terminated Smith's contract.
So they fired him December 17th, citing serious, according to this article written on May 8th, as he is suing the university. So this is...
this is a while ago.
Yeah, he has been without a job for a while now.
Yeah,
okay.
I remember.
But all that other stuff is real.
I think we talked about this.
Yeah.
Briefly.
Yeah. Oh, this happened a while ago, yeah.
Yeah, you
So
can't be dabbling with this.
I guess they were talking about the Jacob Toby thing.
And other examples in sports.
Well, this is different. You're having sex with a student.
Yeah.
That's way different
yeah.
than having relations with a player's sister who's of age and consensual.
It's legal. Well,
this
it's
student's
consensual
of age as well.
It's consensual
college,
and illegal as well, but it's considered there may
bad
be a moral
form.
Yeah, it's bad
Yeah, it's
form, and there
terrible
may be
form.
a moral turpitude in there.
Yeah.
That's the question: is there a moral
I don't
turpitude?
think if you're married and the football coach, you should have sex with students.
No,
That's
someone
just me.
brought up Sharon Moore and well, what about Sharon Moore? He got fired. Dude, that dude was literally arrested. That's not a great example. Vrabel didn't get fired for his stuff.
Well, and now
Vrabel was married. The Spurs announcer compared to Vrabel, not even close.
Yeah, but apparently now she's coming out, and it's going to get worse for Sharon Moore with the lawsuit. She's suing Michigan.
Who, the girl?
The staffer, yes.
Yeah, I know her dad.
You do?
Out. Yeah, he works in the NFL. Yeah, long-time scout. And her mom passed away. It's terrible. Really terrible story all the way around. I know Sharon Moore. I texted him the morning that all that stuff that stuff broke later in the afternoon. I'd sent him a text that morning. He never responded.
Would you text you up?
No, it was about one of his players. I think it was in the middle of draft stuff, right?
Well, yeah, and he probably did. He say, "I'm in the middle of something over here."
He didn't. As a matter of fact, he left me on red, which I thought, well, this is rude. My last message was December 10th. I said, Coach, do you have any time for a phone call to talk about these guys on your defensive front? I'm going to be watching them and writing them up over the next couple of days. Just wanted to get some context.
As soon as I go over to my girlfriend's house with this gun.
Well, this is at 2:31 p.m. At 3:48 p.m., I wrote, oh, crap, I just saw the news. I'm really sorry.
You wrote back after that?
No, I said this. Yeah, I said, oh, crap, I just saw the news.
No, I'm saying you wrote.
I said, I'm really sorry.
You should have just left
You
it.
wrote to him after that?
I just probably should have let that one.
Is that one on red, too? Did he?
Yeah, that's.
He read that one,
It
too?
doesn't say red.
Okay.
But I'm just saying I got left on red. He didn't respond. And he didn't respond to something on November 6th either.
Maybe he didn't want to talk to you.
and now his number's green. So I'm not sure this is his number.
Either you're blocked or he had to deactivate that phone.
I just don't think this number is Sharon Moore's number anymore. Yeah, that didn't.
Was that his Michigan number? Like his university number?
I don't know.
So maybe
It's
that's
one I
why
got
it's
from
gone.
him I met him when at the Joe Moore Awards, and when Michigan won the Joe Moore Awards. That's the only one I've been at the.
He probably didn't give you his personal phone. He probably gave you the.
No, he did before he was head
the
coach.
University. Oh, before was he still at Michigan at the time?
Yeah, before he was head coach.
Then
He was O-line coach.
They give assistants phones, right?
No, you get
to recruit.
No, you don't get a phone. Well, I don't know. I'd have to check, but you typically you can get allowance for a phone. But I don't know. Some might have.
I'm gonna
phones.
go with he never got Moore's
The
personal
two phone guys are always quite.
One
the
is for
enigma to
recruiting,
me.
and one is for your personal
Yeah,
stuff.
it should be. I know regular people who have two phones, and I'm always like, huh. That's curious.
What do you think's going on?
Nothing. I don't ask questions.
Do you have a burner phone?
I just see it. No. I just have one.
Oh.
I can lose one. You know how easy it'd be for me to lose
You
two?
should always have two.
Well, as a backup.
Right.
To replace. Yeah, but not another number because.
Right. Just keep it in a drawer for when you lose yours.
I have a second pair of AirPods because I forgot to bring them to the. I had almost a 4-hour flight, and I'm like, dude, I'm buying another pair. I'm not going 4 hours raw dog in this. It's not what we're doing. I'm gonna listen to music. I need to get noise cancellation. I'll just have to have backups.
Do you
So now I
see
got
everybody's going to the wired headphones back because of they think like the.
Well, it's a couple different reasons. There's the Aaron Rodgers conspiracy theory. You're getting cancer if you have it. Which never mind putting your phone. I guess that's why everyone has to have speakerphone all the time. But the other one is, it's just retro. A lot of kids are going back to flip phone. Do you know flip phone sales are sky high right now? They're called dummy phones or dumb phones, not dummy. I call them dummy phones. They're called dumb phones, and some kids are going back to flip phones because it's retro. Do you know the style? The style kids are wearing right now is early 90s. Boxy shirts, really wide shirts, oversized shirts is actually the style. Baggy, huge baggy pants. They all look like, they look like an old David Silver from 90210, or I'm trying to think of like hip hop stuff. There's some old Boys to Men stuff. Not quite like BBD because they would wear, Michael Bivins would wear overalls. That hasn't made a move back, but all the 90s fashion stuff is coming back. Dumb phones, the flip phones, people are getting those now so that they don't have to text as much. They just use it for phone calls, which I don't know any young person who actually makes phone calls other than my daughter and my son. The rest of them just text. And then, that and then the wired headphones. I ask my son why he gets them. He goes, I don't know. I just like them better. Okay. That's fine. They're cheaper. I just bought some wired headphones for like $15. Now, they don't work in our headphone jacks here because our headphone jacks are all screwed up. But, I bought it super. I'm like, wow, this is like way cheaper. And they're Apple. They're Apple AirPod, they're Apple Pods, but they're wired. And they were like $15.
How about that?
Yeah.
So there's your little AirPod lesson, everybody.
Yeah. Why don't you just wire up? Everyone's going wired again. And you know
Everybody's
what else?
going wired again.
Home phones. They're bringing home phones with the.
Do you want cancer? No.
Boop, 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 boop,
Go
boop,
wired.
Yeah. Boop, 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 boop. And then you've got the cord with the phone. Those are coming back. You put them in the kitchens, and you can walk all over the house with that cord.
Yeah.
Not even cordless phones.
With the cord.
Corded home phones are making a
so
comeback.
you can just be stuck to your wall. It's great.
See what else? My kids just bought VHSs. They're going VHSs, and they just got a CD player, a Walkman.
So, okay, here's some NBA stuff.
Reading won't come back, though.
Haven't gotten to. We got enough headphone talk. Right now, we're talking about Kawhi Leonard. Make your call now. Will the trade go through or no?
I'm going to say no.
I'm going to say no, too.
I'm going to say no. I think the NBA's like, I ain't doing this.
The NBA is holding up the trade, Kawhi to the Raptors, until this aspiration thing is cleared up. And I don't know that it's going to go well for him, if you want to know the truth, this whole investigation.
I don't think it's going to go well at all. They were circumventing this. The people, Inspire or whatever they're called, that dude went to jail. That dude got sentenced. He was found guilty.
Yeah.
So, no, it's not. Clearly, he was doing things wrong.
Aspiration is the company.
Aspiration, yeah, not Inspire. Aspiration. No, they're not just going to let Kawhi and Steve Ballmer and the Clippers off the hook. No. There's going to be some. Maybe they'll let the trade go through, but not until the investigation's done. And there's going to be penalties.
The Timberwolves lost a number 1 pick.
Yeah, for Joe Smith.
Yeah.
And this was like worse.
This is way worse. I mean, how is it? Yeah, I don't think this just goes away for him. They were just like, okay, we'll trade him to no. No, we're not. No. You're not going to trade him. You don't just get out of this thing. You're going to pay the price. And the price might be Kawhi can't go. Kawhi, you did it. Ballmer, you did it. You guys lose a big draft pick. You guys going to get fined. Kawhi can't go. Kawhi's got to, I don't know. I don't know if Kawhi's going to be done. So maybe.
Honestly, I'm done with Kawhi. Who cares? You had a great run. You play 57 games a year. No one cares. Beat it. You don't have any impact. You might win a first-round game. No, you were an all-time great player. You kind of screwed it up because you were this clutch player, and then all you did was just want to sit out all the time. And
is he a Hall of Famer?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, probably.
He's just a big-time load manager, though.
Does he have to play 65 games in his last year to be a Hall of Famer?
Wait, what? I don't know. If so, he's screwed.
Yeah, there's no way.
That dude's missed a lot of games, and it was just so weird, man. He looked like an all-time, he just looked like an all-time dude. And then it got weird with him and his uncle and the breakup in San Antonio. It just felt like he was a Popovich guy, and then he's actually not. He's actually the opposite of a Popovich guy. It's so weird. But when he's on the floor, he's a killer. But I'm at the point now where whatever. Just stick him with Sacramento and let's just move on. Just plug him in somewhere it doesn't matter and let's just move on. Don't let him mess up the rest of the league. Now, if he wants to play for the Rockets, I'll take him. He's one of those guys I would take on this culture. But he's a rester, but that's fine. That's fine. We can fade a rester. Because Kevin Durant plays more minutes than almost anybody in the league, apparently. So, and that guy had no injury problems until he had injury problems at the most inopportune time. So, yeah, we can get Kawhi over here.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind having Kawhi. Be fine.
League minimum.
Kawhi.
You want to cut him?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
We'll sign Kawhi Leonard league minimum.
And
well,
then
run your Astros take. You only did that the first 5 minutes of the 5 minutes of the show. Run your Astros take.
We got one more basketball thing. Apparently, owners are calling and leaving messages for LeBron.
Yes.
Actually, they're calling Rich Paul.
They're sending Rich Paul voice messages,
and then
he sends them to LeBron, so it's not tampering.
Right.
Oh, how
well,
clever.
it's not. He's a free agent now, right?
Dude, LeBron will figure out where he wants to go. It's going to be Golden State, Cleveland. Does
LeBron's ego really need an owner to beg him to come?
No, that's what I'm saying. What
are we doing?
I think we're past that.
Really?
This isn't Daryl Morey showing up at Marcin Gortat's house with an iPad 2.
Right.
Like, we want to show you how important you are to us. Here's an iPad. Back when it was a big deal, it was like, an iPad? Wow. Now that's like giving somebody a 65-inch TV that costs $399. I can get these. I could go get this TV at a Walgreens. Beat it. TVs are a dime a dozen. But Daryl went up there with Daryl famously went up there at 12:01. Hello, it's me, Marcin Gortat. Hi, it's Daryl Morey. We wanted to give you this iPad and also not quite a full mid-level exception. Just about $4.75 million. He didn't even come with a full mid-level. He came with an iPad to soften the blow of offering not even a full mid-level exception. It was one of the boldest strategies I've ever seen. Daryl, we're not going to give him even a full mid-level? What if we bring him an iPad? They're harder to get your hands on these days.
And surprisingly, he didn't sign with us.
Surprisingly, he did not sign.
We did not sign.
He kept the iPad, though, from what I understand.
Right. We'll talk Astros on the other side. I made a bold prediction to start the show, and I am staying with it. These two are doubters, but that's what they do.
Doubting Thomases.
Yep. We will talk about it on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5. But first, we're talking about the Golden Nugget. Golden Nugget. Hey, listen, we have got the big event, the DraftKings. We are going to have our fantasy draft there, so keep on listening. It's brought to you by the DraftKings Sportsbook. We're going to go there. You and a friend are going to come. You're going to be in our fantasy league. We did it last year. I think I won the league, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I won the league or somebody else, I don't know who won the league. But I do know that it's a lot of fun. You get a night stay with a buddy. I think I'm pretty sure I don't know if you share the room. I'm not sure. How did that work last year? I'm pretty sure. Whatever the case may be. But we are going to go, and we're going to have a big time. We want you to be there, but we want you to be at the DraftKings Sportsbook for any big event. Listen, watching the fight there this weekend. Holy crap, that's great. Watching World Cup there. It is fantastic. They turn the volume on, and it just doesn't get more exciting. You've got bets on it as well. It's right there. It doesn't get any better. It's a Vegas-style casino. If you've never been to the Golden Nugget in Las Vegas, it's almost identical to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. You've got the Rush Lounge right in the middle of it. You've got the nightclub. You've got the concert venue. You've got golf course. You've got hotel, 12 restaurants. What do you want? It's just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. Best place, I think, in the world. Golden Nugget Lake Charles, GoldenNuggetLC.com. Make your reservations. Watch all your big games. The big games are best at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5. We're running out of time this week. So if you want to get in, if there's anything, I mean, maybe something you learned, if you want to call with something that you learned this week, you're more than welcome to do that. I know that you learned this morning, if you were listening to the show when we started at 7, that you agree with me. The Astros sweep the Rangers. They sweep the Rangers this weekend. They finished the first half at 500, which many doubters like Lance, many people doubted, okay? But they're the highest rated right now. The Astros have been one of the best teams in baseball since, like, I don't know, April 21st or something, whatever that date was. They've been one of the best in baseball. They just lost that series, but that's a Nationals team that nobody can beat right now. I mean, that team is just a dominant team right now. So, you know what? And I forget Aaron Judge. James Wood is the best American player. James Wood.
Wow.
Best American
He's
player
the
right now.
best against the Astros, that's for sure.
No, against everybody. Right? Actually, he's an all-star. He's actually a really, really, really good player. But Astros are going to sweep Hunter Brown against Quantrill. I don't know. Is he related to Paul Quantrill? No one knows.
Probably.
Cal Quantrill, whatever. Peter Lambert against not Tracy Rocker or John Rocker. It's Kumar Rocker. Mm-hmm. There's no way that we lose to a guy named Kumar.
Let's see.
Because he's making movies.
Let's give it a shot.
With that other guy.
He's game 2 against Lambert, right?
We got Brown and Lambert, our 1-2.
It's hard.
Our World Series 1-2 combination.
Listen, it's hard to beat Lambert.
And Hunter Brown? Okay.
He's not as hard to beat.
Now, in the last game, it's Jacob deGrom against undecided.
He's less hard to beat, if I'm being honest.
DeGrom sucks now.
Yeah.
Not any good. So we're not worried about him.
He's a little less hard to beat.
Yeah. No, he's easier to beat right now. He's got a 3.49 ERA. Whatevs. A 1.01 whip. That seems like a lot. He gets there's a base runner every inning. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Right now, we're not worried about any of these guys. If you want to know the truth, we go in, and if we sweep them, probably in first place in the AL West at 500, and then it just takes off from there.
I got to admit, listening to you talk about how big this series could be, my only thought is, can we sim to the All-Star break? Can we just sim through this series? Can we just sim through the All-Star break?
Because you're not going to hit a home run. We can't just
I'm not saying not play it, but
I wouldn't mind
for
it.
my reality, let's sim this to the All-Star break, and I'll watch the clips on YouTube and see what happens. Because if Jordan hits a home run, I want to see it, but I don't want to sit through what you say his name was? Kumar Rocker and Peter Lambert.
Kumar Rocker's actually got some stuff.
He's got some stuff. He's been a hard luck case. His ERA is under 4,
he hasn't
but he's
lived
like
up
2 and
to
7.
His college.
No doubt about it. But Kumar Rocker, Peter Lambert, even this version of Hunter Brown, exciting.
Yeah.
I just want to sim through this series. Hopefully the Astros take 2 out of 3. Or maybe in John's scenario, they win all 3. But do we actually have to have the games?
Well, yeah.
Can we just sim to the end?
No, we're not simming. Okay? If we're simming, then the Rangers probably win 2 out of 3 here.
No, if we just go by historical evidence, the Astros bats.
We're 5-2 against them this year,
in Globe Life.
8-2.
Yeah, just sim to the end. I'm sure we'll take 2 out of 3. The model will say the Astros should take 2 out of 3. And let's just get to the break. Right?
I mean, we could do that. The model does say we will win 2 of 3 or lose 2 of 3. That's what the models are saying.
I think the model's on our side here.
The model's on our side, except they are ahead of us slightly.
Yeah, but we dominate them, particularly in that ballpark.
We are a silver boot winner. Yeah, we win a lot of silver.
Let's just assume we win the silver boot.
All right, we got our 2 top pitchers going,
and we take 2 out of 3, and then we can spend our weekend with things that don't involve Lambert and a rocker.
I mean, that's not a bad idea. I just don't think Major League Baseball is going to get on
my weekend to involve Peter Lambert.
Well, you got to do a better job selling it.
John, you got great weather there, probably. What's it like? What's it like right now in July?
It's warm.
It
It's
is?
hot. It's warm, but
So
it's
what is-
not.
what is
it's
warm?
not
It's
not
overbearing.
oppressive.
No,
It's
oppressive.
not oppressive. No.
What does warm mean to you right now?
Warm means it's. I mean, because here's the deal: is every day here is usually around 80, 82,
Jesus.
and then at night it's 60,
82.
And it gets down to
69.
65.
Wait. 82 is warm?
That's the high.
No. Now 90.
higher than
Now
that,
it's
right?
90.
Yeah, I was
now
gonna
it's
say.
90.
I got the forecast right in front of me.
What?
On Wednesday, it gets a little
In the
hot.
Sherm?
It gets a little hot on Wednesday and Thursday, up into the 90s, but you're going to have a nice, smooth, mid to low 80s weekend as a high.
That's a little warm.
But
What is happening to you? You play golf at 106 here.
I know.
What are you talking about?
And listen, the last time I was in town, I went and played after a lesson, and I almost died.
They say that when you get to the L.A. climate, I had a buddy of mine who was at NFL Network, still is, and a buddy of mine. I got to be friends with him at NFL Network, and he's a TV producer, and he was from Dallas, and he went to L.A. and he said, how's your buddy like L.A.? I said, I don't think he loves it, honestly. He was talking about you. And I said, I don't think he loves it. I think he likes the weather, because he was like, oh, he doesn't? I said, there's just some things he doesn't love, including taxes and this and that.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, what about the weather? I said, I think he, likes weather.
Oh.
He goes, let me tell you something. And he will tell you this eventually. You can't go back to other climates. He said,
No.
you get soft so fast. You can't believe how quick you get soft once you've been in this climate.
I am. I already have.
That's what he told me. I'm like, are you sure? He goes, no. He said, I'm telling you.
Really, really, really difficult now.
Yeah, he said, once you get out of humid, he said, I'm in Dallas. We're not as humid as you. He goes, but once you get out of feels like 100,
Yeah.
he said, you can't, you just don't understand. When we're always in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and then you jump 20 degrees, he said, you can't go back to it. It's the same way cold people can't go back to cold.
Mm-hmm.
And I have found that to be the true. Every person I've ever talked to who came from severe cold and have gone to warmer climates, they can't go back. Like you just can't go back to cold. Now you can't go back to hot, so you're just little Goldilocks over there in L.A. You want to find your just right weather porridge.
It is. It spoils you. It's going to be. No, now, and even next week, we're going to go to Tahoe and play, and the high is like 75. It's like, it's just
dry climate.
I love
75.
Houston, but this weather is.
It's unbelievable. When I'm there, it's just like, oh, this is incredible.
Yeah.
Now, I'm there in April, so, I'm like wearing a little bit of a wind jacket because it's just a little chilly at 64, so I need a wind jacket to keep me warmer. Maybe a hoodie, something that's a little more comfortable. Ooh, it's a little chilly. In Houston in April, we might be at 91. There's always a chance.
I don't mind heat, but it's so good. That's the only thing I like about LA is this weather.
Why don't you go out and can't you go out and do like ride bikes along the beach or whatever it is y'all do?
Well, we're doing
do
that
a
this
kayak
weekend.
or something.
We're bringing our scooters to the beach and we're gonna go.
Okay, are y'all kayaking also, or do you do like zip lines or what is it
we're
that your
not doing all
people
that.
do?
No, we're just gonna go to the beach, bring some alcohol.
Are you gonna
and then
have your little
we'll
beach
scooter around
boop,
by the
boop,
beach?
Boop, 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 boop. Are you gonna go try to find money at the beach with your little
No,
metal detector?
we don't have a metal detector.
Okay.
No, we don't have that.
They're a lot cooler if you did have one.
No, we like to scooter around on the beach, and then we'll go to a restaurant. We'll sit on the beach, open some alcohol, drink there.
You're allowed to go open container there, John?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
Yes, you are.
Does it remind you of New Orleans at all? I'd say LA is probably the furthest thing from New Orleans I've ever seen in my life.
Not in the least.
It's not even. It's the furthest thing I've ever experienced from New Orleans. Well, that in Park City, Utah.
Oh, well, yeah.
Park City, Utah, Blanco.
Park City, Utah is the exact opposite. L.A. is.
It's a different planet altogether.
Go downtown in L.A. and it reminds you somewhat of.
Yeah.
A
war-torn Bosnia.
Yeah.
Downtown L.A. is an atrocity.
Oh my God!
You can't believe because I've experienced it,
It's a scary place.
You can't even understand what we're talking about unless you have seen it, because it lasts forever. It's so many blocks, and you just pray you don't have to stop at a stoplight.
Yeah.
Like,
No,
Waze should never take you through downtown L.A. ever.
No. Yeah, this is the fastest way. No.
Nope. What's the way? Can I do
I'll
one
take
that
the
doesn't
long way
involve, what's it called, Skid Row? Skid Row is like, it's something crazy, like 42 blocks, or it lasts. How long is Skid Row in Los Angeles? Let me see. It's 50 city blocks. Think about that. If you've been in New York, you're going from like Chinatown to the freaking Central Park.
50 city blocks goes all the way up from, yes.
It covers an area of 0.4 square miles. Okay. So it's the 50 blocks. It's not just vertical, so it's a little different. It's a little more compact, but it's generally bounded by 3rd Street to the north of 7th Street, to the south of Alameda, to the east of Main Street, and it's just packed, and it is like zombies out there. I'm not exaggerating, John. You've seen it. When did you see it for the first time? I've only seen it once.
Went to a Lakers game, and it was scary coming back. I can tell you that. Yeah, it was. It's not. I mean, I had Wendy to lock the doors, and let's not stop.
Now that's one where I say, all right, you don't have to stop at lights here.
Nope. Nope.
Just keep it moving.
All right. 713-780-3776. You got one segment left this week, and then we will head to News of the Weird. So get in if you want now. 713-780-3776. Right now I'm talking about IBEW. I'm talking about a career. I'm talking about your life. I'm talking about you having something, or if it's your kid, your son, your daughter, a niece, nephew, whoever, you just out of the military, not knowing what you want to do, don't have a career path, don't have retirement, don't have health insurance. Are you working a job that is not going to be a career? Are you bartending now? Is it something in between? You still don't know what you want to do. You went to college, still don't have a path. Well, how about a path where you can work on, maintain, build, and operate our electrical grid, okay? Well, I don't know anything about electrical grids. That's okay, because they'll teach you. You got classroom learning where they pay you while you learn, okay? There's not a lot of jobs that are going to pay you like that. It could take anywhere, a couple, 3, 5 years, whatever it takes, but you're getting paid along the way. And then when you do join the union full-time with 4,800 members, IBEW Local 66 will give you high wages, full family health insurance, retirement planning, and just a peace of mind of knowing that you have got something that's been around for 125 years. Like IBEW Local 66. IBEW66.com. You want to change your life? Yes. Powering careers, powering the future. IBEW66.com.
You're listening to John and Lance.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Zierlein.
All right, welcome back. Our penultimate segment of the week. Okay, that means the second to last segment of the week, which means you can get in and tell us what you learned this week on the show. You got one sentence. Tom is here. He wants to tell us what he learned on the show this week. You get one sentence, Tom. What's going on?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned that I need to have John on speed dial when I need someone to defend me for the shenanigans I pull.
Yep. In all fairness to Tom,
Yeah.
in all fairness, she was smoking hot. There's nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can do when she's that smoking hot. Can't control yourself. It's hard to control yourself. That's all there is to it. Sorry. I learned that AI now knows what moose knuckle means.
Yeah.
Yep.
It did. I trained it. It's called aligning the model.
Mm-hmm.
So I was aligning the model I was using. So now it understands. Because my AI said, okay, well, in that case, the greatest Texans moose knucklings in history. And I said, well, I doubt I might as well just shut my computer down because I'm not going to read a better phrase, a better sentence all day long. I can just shut it down and just wait for this France-Morocco match to start because I'm not going to see something better than Texans moose knuckling victims. That was the best. And AI came up with it. And they had pretty good ones, too, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, there was some good moose knuckles going on. Well, I mean, it wasn't great for us. I mean, when we were moose knuckled or when we moose knuckled?
Well, I like it when you're moose knuckling.
Right.
Not getting the knuckles.
Not getting knuckles, no.
Not getting the knuckles from the moose.
Right,
It's got to be stuff we learned on the show. So, did I learn anything on the show this week? What did I learn? I mean, I always
probably
learn some
nothing.
Stuff. Nah, this is nothing really.
Yeah, probably not much.
Glenn Davis teaches me things.
Oh yeah.
I have to go back to something Glenn Davis taught.
Oh yeah. Glenn Davis teaches us everything about soccer.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we don't know anything. He's forgotten more soccer than we know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure about that. Dell, did we miss anything this week?
I'm sure we did, but I didn't catalog it all from this week. Let's see. We did not talk about the big duel in Vegas. The top two picks in the draft got their NBA careers going, and AJ DeBonsa already someone getting accused of being a grifter.
What do you mean?
He has perfected the snapping your head back when contact.
DeBonsa has?
Yes.
Oh no.
He's already doing it.
What's the nexus of this? Where did it? Can we pinpoint
first time,
Agent Zero?
The snapback, the head snapback when
what
with
are they
contact?
called when there's the first person who has started the disease?
Zero.
Patient Zero. Who is Patient Zero in this?
I don't know.
It can't be SGA.
No, there were guys doing it
and
before.
some people
then.
are going to point to James. But Allen Iverson used to do this a lot. Now, his were coming off screens typically and things like that. He didn't sell as many. Like, he didn't sell. If he got contact, he got contact. He didn't really sell that. So it can't be him. Were Manu and Tony Parker floppers?
I think they got that accusation. But they were Euros. So
James created free throws. He was a free throw creator. Now, Dennis Rodman and Vlade Divac were incredible head snappers. Remember that, John? I know you remember that. Vlade Divac was one of the all-time great head snappers. Now, that's in the low post game. When you'd back into him, Vlade's head would fly back like he had been in a terrible auto accident. And the same thing is true for Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman was a phenomenal flopper, a tremendous contact seller. And that's in the 90s when that happened. And Vlade Divac was in the 90s. So maybe it started there with some of those guys. But those were very specific types. Theirs was always about when a center tried to back him down and hit him with the big shoulder bump. They would sell that. Theirs wasn't everywhere on the court.
I mean, but I think this is part of sports. I mean, we're watching it with soccer every. I mean,
that's
it's
been
just
around
so.
forever.
But we're turning European in the and kids are coming up learning it. They're watching SGA.
Oh yeah.
They're watching all of these guys,
Look,
and they're like, "Oh, I gotta do this stuff too."
You see pass rushers who will make sure that if they're being held, that they really lean into it. Now, I think they're trying to get the referee's attention, so that's selling the call too. Though the flop, but we're talking about this is a lie. It's one thing to make sure they see the call. It's another when you are lying. You're trying to trick and deceive. You know, in soccer, when you deceive, you're trying to get red cards a lot of time, or you're trying to get penalty kicks. In basketball, you're trying to get free throws a lot of times on that deception. But the best way to handle it, they stop calling it. Like soccer's letting a lot of stuff go now, a lot of stuff. And they have a rule where you can get a card for simulating, which is faking. They have that rule in the NBA, but they just never call it. Yeah. And I would love it if they called SGA on the first night of basketball, and they set the tone early. You know what they have in the NFL? We always know they have what do they call it? The something of interest. The calls. What is it called when they have the calls that they're going to watch for a year?
Oh,
emphasis.
Yeah. Yeah, but what's the phrase they use?
No.
I don't know.
There's an emphasis on this or emphasis
they're persons
on
of
that.
interest.
No, not persons of emphasis, but it's an emphasis on if the NBA right out of the gate in the first 3 days would start calling technicals for flopping. Oh my gosh, can you imagine how much better the game would get?
Oh my gosh.
Immediately teams would be like, okay, we can't do this. The same way the 5-yard contact, they did that. A point of emphasis is what it's called in the NFL. Where like, you find out very quickly what they're calling. And I used to be, I don't know, I think I still am. The NFL will tell us, like last year they told us it's the gun shooting. You're not going to be able to do your little finger guns all over the place. You're going to get penalties for it. And they threw some penalties, and guys understood they had to stop doing that. If they went point of emphasis in the NBA on flopping and started throwing tees at guys the first 3 to 5 games, I guarantee you would see, because 2 technicals and you're out of a game, all of a sudden Shea would have to play it straight up. And it would make basketball, it would be better for the sport.
Well, what I learned is it took a little while, but people have called in. So we've got 3 callers, what they've learned from the show this week. Let's go with Kevin. What did you learn?
Yeah, hey guys. This week on the show, I learned that Azteca Stadium is 20,000 feet above cruising altitude for a 747.
Yeah, well,
we learned.
That's what Alex said.
Lance brought that to the show.
Yeah, one of my sons was trying to sell me.
You actually believe? You were like, my son said this, and I'm like,
I
really?
said, this can't be true. 50,000 feet.
I mean, honestly.
And so there's one Google, and I was like,
When we thought
it's 7,000.
Alex sacked,
and people over there, people in England are crediting those guys as being heroes. I did not know they were braving the elements in that way. At an altitude where people
can't
freeze.
Even breathe.
Yeah,
you freeze and can't even breathe.
You can't breathe in the Azteca? It's because they're 50,000 feet above sea level.
Yeah, it's because if you open a door, all of a sudden, everyone will immediately pass out.
Yes. Shout out to Jude Bellingham, the hero I didn't know I needed.
Like, I kind of want to hold on just 1 second.
While you're doing that, we're going to go actually do the show. Let's move. Thanks for the call, Kevin. Let's move to Caleb. Caleb, what'd you learn on the show this week? Caleb?
Or
maybe you're Ted. Which one are you?
Ted.
Either way, no one's answering the phone.
Kev, Gary?
Let's go to Ted. What'd you learn on the show this week?
Hey, I learned that Catholic priests sing you creepy happy birthdays before they beat you, then do the ditty.
Yeah.
He was actually a Christian brother. Christian brother, not a Catholic priest.
What are Christian Brothers?
Christian Brothers is another it's just another group that it's not a Catholic place. It's Christian Brothers who are they're a different form of priest. That's all.
Okay. That's what I learned on the show this week.
And they're Catholics.
I somewhat know what a Christian brother
Are
is
they
now.
Catholics?
They are Catholic.
So they're Catholics and
Well,
they're priests, but they're a different form of them.
But they're not. They're not. They've. What's? I don't know the difference.
They're in a different group.
I'm learning right now.
Different gang.
That Charlize Theron is another victim of Ozempic.
I saw that video.
Holy
it's
cow!
rough.
It's awful.
I don't want to assume because people did that with Chadwick Boseman. Turns out he was actually sick. I don't know if she's healthy or not, but it don't look great.
It's awful. She looks like a Skeletor. It's terrible. Goodness gracious. Stop losing weight.
Yeah, I don't know. If she's ill,
It's
then
not.
hopefully she gets better. But
I don't. If she's ill, she's out in a dress at a red
Chadwick
carpet.
Boseman was showing up at red carpet events, and he was ill.
Yeah, we don't know, but it's not.
We never got to Justin Verlander, really. There's a question. MLB posed a question on the network. Brian Kinney, should he go in as an Astro or a Tiger?
Isn't it his choice?
It is his choice.
Oh, he's Tiger. He already said he's going to Tiger.
That's just, but he won a World Series, 2 World Series here.
Detroit he considers that his home.
So what?
Not here.
So it's Hunter Brown's home too. You think he's going in as a Tiger?
He's not going to forget when the Astros wouldn't let him come back to because he wouldn't. Remember when he was out and they said, "You can't throw out the first pitch, dummy." He's like, "I'll remember this,
dummy.
I'll remember this."
Mm-hmm.
Okay, keep that same energy when I go on as a Tiger.
Yeah, was there any question that he was going in as a Tiger? I thought it was always going to be a Tiger.
He was always going to be a Tiger.
No, he should be an Astro.
Well, he gets the choice.
Well, just my opinion, and I don't know if he's taking that into
His
consideration.
career, his choice, John.
Oh, my choice. Okay, we're going to do that.
Yes.
Yeah, his
In
career,
fact,
his
yes.
choice.
Okay.
It is his career, and it is
my
his
career,
choice.
my choice,
Yes.
whatever. I should be able to have a say in it.
You?
Yes, he's Twitter generation.
Apparently, there is a Norwegian fan that goes to all the games, and he won't row.
Well, he is now going to watch
Oh, he thinks it's the wave.
the rest of their
He's
matches
like,
at home.
This is stupid. This is like the wave. I'm not doing that dumb wave. It's like you, John.
He
if
says
you were in
it's-
Norway, you wouldn't do it.
He says it's historically inaccurate. The Vikings didn't row across the Atlantic; they sailed.
Oh my God, this is a actually guy for Norway.
No, I appreciate the hate. Like, he goes, this is stupid. I'm not doing it. And also, it's
This does
historically-
sound like you.
It's historically inaccurate.
It does sound like
It's my
you.
type of hating. I got to admit. First of all, he doesn't want to be a joiner. That's me. I'm not just going to join. He goes, also, you ripped it off from the Iceland when they did their clap. It's just our variation of that. And to top it all off, it's not historically accurate. I'm not doing it. And he went on.
He's not a sheep.
Like they called. Like, of course, it went viral for him not doing it. So, a little local news station. I don't know if it was in England or whatever. They grabbed him. They found him, and the anchor want to have a lighthearted conversation about it. Don't you think it's just fun to do it? He goes, no, it's dumb. What they're doing is
sailed. How can
It's a
we
fun
what they're doing is
Should
stupid.
we
You know what
all
he wouldn't do? Saw Varsity's horns off you. I'm not doing this.
Well, good.
But actually, I think their horns were. I think it's
Well, if
actually.
it was historically
horns,
accurate,
I
he
think
might
it-
do it.
I think it is historically accurate.
He goes, she tried to get him. You know how the anchor. Hey, this is off. No, it's stupid. I'm not
Well,
doing
wait a
it.
minute.
I won't ever do it.
How did they get there if there was no wind? They had to They had to row.
See, he was
windy.
ready. Nope, he was ready for this. He goes, Norwegians have rowed up rivers and streams, but when we were crossing the Atlantic, we didn't row. We used sails.
But what?
Sorry, are you going to question the native Norwegian?
Yeah, I am.
No,
'Cause all the other Norwegians are like, we're rowing.
No, for fun, but it's not, according to him, historically accurate. And trust me, John, if you've seen him, he looks like a man who would know.
He does look like that. I've seen him.
Yeah, so that's my type of hating. I appreciate that.
It truly is.
It fits. He's sat amongst all those joyous fans and goes, "Not for me. This is stupid."
He is like me with the wave.
Yeah.
I mean,
Golly,
not only am I not doing it, It's stupid. Stop doing it.
Let me tell you something. There was nothing more exciting for the people in the building when the wave started. All 3 World Cup matches I were in, it was incredible. The place, we were at Cape Verde, Saudi Arabia, and it was going crazy. And me and Solis are like, we're not standing up on the wave. Like, this is, everyone around us, it was, they got their phones out and they're recording the wave going around.
But it's different in soccer because, especially a Spain game where they're just kicking it out.
Yeah.
Just kicking it around the perimeter.
To be fair, 0-0 in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Cape Verde. But, but even in Sweden,
Astros fans are doing it in the bottom of the 8th with 3 on, with bases loaded.
We've seen it forever. You know when it started in soccer in 1986 in Mexico. So they call it the Mexican wave. I'm sure you already heard that. They've talked about it like 10 different times. They believe the wave started in Mexico in 1986 at a soccer match. So they call it the Mexican wave. And everyone in the stadium, when Netherlands played Sweden, it's like when it started up, I'm like, oh, no. And the whole place gets hyped up, gets their phones out to record it. They just can't believe this wave is such an incredible collective event for all of the fans to come together. I'm like,
great.
You're just look, I don't hate it like you do. I just don't want to partake. I'm like the guy with the row. But although he seems to really not like the rowing.
He's disgusted by it.
And everyone loves
Well, maybe he should do it. You see how big he is?
You think people are
maybe
losing
a little
weight?
exercise would do him good.
See, you always have to turn things ugly. That's not necessary. The man is simply saying, this is stupid. And I don't know how many calories you burn doing it. I got to imagine there's some other big people doing it too, and they're not losing any weight. Shout out to that gentleman. Stand strong. Don't let John fat shame you. Don't let that Don't let that anchor with her ideas about, hey, isn't it fun? No, it's not fun. It's stupid. That's all. He thinks it's stupid.
By the way, you know what I noticed about Charlize Theron? I was reading the comments underneath the picture, like, oh, she looks terrible. She Ozempic, blah, 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 all this stuff. And I said, I noticed body positivity only goes one way.
Yeah.
Get too skinny, like, ooh, girl, she looks terrible. But let it go the other way, like, beautiful. You look amazing, beautiful.
If you jump on the celebrity who looks to have lost too much weight, you're not going to get a lot of pushback from people.
Oh, no. Just like, what's her name? Who plays the Piccolo or whatever?
Piccolo?
John's little favorite.
Who?
What's her name? The big girl.
Who?
What's her
name? Who plays the piccolo? Or any
whatever
instrument.
she plays, the flute, whatever.
I don't. Do you know who he's talking about, John?
Not Cardi B. It's a name like that. It's the big
Lizzo?
girl. Lizzo.
She doesn't play a
flute. She plays something like that.
What?
And
I don't think so.
yeah, I saw a video with it. And she lost weight, and I was like, oh, terrible. Trying to fit into the standards of
Well, she did build a
she's
career.
Like, I'm actually healthy. I feel better than I've ever felt.
She betrayed all her fans.
It was a betrayal.
It was a betrayal.
And she's like, I just wanted to do this for me.
I want to be healthy.
Disgusting.
She does play a crystal flute. Look at that.
Yeah. I've seen it. Once you see somebody playing a flute, and, big
Ian
girl,
Anderson.
and I was
Jethro
just
Tull.
saying, I know she's playing flutes out here.
Adele caught it, too.
Yeah, Adele caught it big time.
Adele, yeah.
Look at this skinny-ass, trick-ass hoe. Like, hey, she just lost. What's the problem?
I think he added some of that.
That's the energy I was. It's the energy I was getting off the comments I was reading.
No.
All right, we got a break because
You insulted him a little bit.
yeah, a little bit. No. We got a break because we got to talk about Houston Powder Coaters, and this was something that was, I forget who it. Maybe it was not Lance Erline or Art. I forget, but they said since Lance is going to die next year, maybe Robin can powder coat him and make him last longer. And you know what?
What?
Yeah, because Gilbert said you're dying next year. So maybe you can, whenever you powder coat something, it lasts longer, looks better. Lance, if you want to look better, last longer.
I'm not getting powder coated.
Well, you're not made of metal.
Not doing it. Yeah,
you're
I'm not
made of metal.
So,
not... But if you have a robot, okay, and oh, by the way, Houston Powder Coaters, they are powder coating all the AI. Now, for AI, it has to be perfect, right? All of the shelves and all of the metal around to make the AI perfect, for it to be able to work, it has to be, everything needs to be perfect. And who did they pick to powder coat all the AI metal around everything that's going on? They picked Houston Powder Coaters. Who did the show pick when it says best in the world? Who did they pick as far as best powder coaters in the world? Houston Powder Coaters. Houston Powder Coaters are the best, the biggest. They're wonderful. They've been around. They know what they're doing. A plus by the Better Business Bureau. You're looking for the best way to powder coat anything that you have that's metal. You have a trailer. Do you have a smoker? Do you have car parts, boat parts, patio furniture, whatever it is that's metal? Houston Powder Coaters picks up and delivers back absolutely free, and then they do the best job that you possibly have. You have something that needs to be powder coated. Get the best in the world. HoustonPowderCoaters.com, HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Apparently, I feel safer now. California universities are stockpiling AR-15s, grenades, and submachine guns. In a law which passed in 2021, apparently they can only own, California state law says campus police can only own military equipment if the colleges believe there's no other way to uphold civilian safety. Do you feel safer on campus with grenades, AR-15s, and stun guns.
I don't know.
I kind of do. Knowing that at any point we can declare war on anybody who's trying to do stuff to us.
Or just declare war, period, if you want to.
Or you don't even have to declare war because that has to go through Congress.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
You don't have to declare anything.
Apparently, California now has plummeted in the rankings of worst states to move to. But they're not the worst. The Golden State ranked 48th out of 50 states, the worst states to move to. Can you name the 2 states that are worse?
I'm going to say, oh, man, this is a tough one. I'm going to say Nevada.
Nope. Actually, that's a good place to live if you want to know. Vegas is one of the best places to live.
No, not according to people who live there. Not New Mexico.
New Mexico is 50th.
Wow. I mean,
they got a lot of crime, brother.
Yeah. What about Mississippi? I don't love driving through that place.
Nope. But you're not far off.
It's not Alabama.
Nope.
Tennessee.
Nope.
Louisiana?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean,
49th.
It is what it is.
Love Louisiana. But if you're not from there, I can see where it's not great.
It's a great place to visit.
No, it's a great place.
Live there.
It was a great place to live, but it took a little while for them to accept.
They're extraordinarily
it's a little
cliquey.
like Utah in that until you're one of them,
nothing's been said that's more true. It's so cliquey. When I was there, if you're not from there, you're just somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
You can live right next to them. You're just somebody else.
Yeah, they're just. That's just how they are.
Well, you're from the north. Why would they trust you?
They did though. They ended up
eventually.
When they changed his name
to John Grant.
Yeah, once they changed his name for him.
Well, actually, they would have trusted me more with an ethnic name, but okay. Yeah, they actually would have.
Actually, yeah.
Did they say Granado, as Sean points out, with the Cajun accent? Did they change the pronunciation of Granado to make you sound more like them, like Buru?
No, they just Granado EAUX at the end. Granat EAUX, and then they're like, oh, you one of us, yeah. You one of us, yeah. That's right. You got that right. You right for that. That's what I said. You right for that. We're done. Mopey and Mapes are next. Astros in first place by Monday. We'll talk about that. We got World Cup to talk as well. Okay? We got a big, big weekend, and we will join you on Monday to talk about all of it.
It's not over yet. They have that. We're waiting to see if FIFA overturns that.
The 4-1 loss?
The Belgium loss. There's still it's still less than 4 hours for FIFA to overturn that loss.
I do want to point out, while you're predicting the Astros are going to sweep the Rangers, they could sweep the Rangers and still not be in first place.
No, but they will be, though.
Okay.
They will be.
Because Seattle has something to say about it.
He said what he said, Dell.
Seattle will lose this weekend. Yeah. But the Astros will be in first place and sweep the Rangers and be in first place by the time we talk again on Monday.
I can't wait for like 10-10 tonight. And this prediction's completely off the board.
Time to talk. You know what's on the board? Brinkman Quality Roofing. Okay, they can get on your roof. Over 50 years they've been around. And the thing about a roof replacement, okay, roof maintenance, roof repairs, both homes and businesses. The thing about that, any roof. Well, I've gone to their warehouse and they've got everything. Shingle, tile roof, metal roof, commercial roofing products, whatever it is. The thing about it is that you want somebody who's going to be accountable, right? You want somebody who's going to stand behind the work. It can be a small job. It can be just repairing. That doesn't have to be a gigantic roof replacement. That doesn't have to be the case. But if it is, either way, and not only that, but you want somebody who knows the game, who knows the insurance. Do not let a guy get up on your roof and him call your insurance company, because that's going to end terribly, terribly. Brinkman Quality Roofing knows when. knows when you should be calling and telling your insurance company about the repairs. They know they're not going to screw you, which a lot of these guys who climb up on your roof that you don't have any idea who they are, they're going to screw it up for you, and then it's going to cost you incredibly. Brinkman says they have to fix more of those jobs from guys who knock on your door than regular jobs. They know the game. They've been doing it for 50 years. There's nothing they haven't seen, and there's nothing they won't stand behind. 100% financing available, free no obligation estimate, 281-480-7663. Anything to do with your roof, brinkmanquality.com. That's BRINKMANN quality.com.
Welcome into the show. It is Friday, which means Michael Carroll will join us at 11:30. He's busy flipping John over right now. Or John's been flipped, Michael says. All that means is John has something to record.
He walked in here right when he said his name. It's like a wrestling thing.
Timing is everything.
Timing. Yeah. I heard the glass break. And he came.
Stone cold entrance even. So all that really is John's not on site. He had to record something. So we flipped John over. Michael is the flipper of John Granado. And he will join us at 11:30.
Flip me over, Mike.
While he's not flipping John over, or when he's not flipping John over, he is host of Comicast. He does that podcast with John Lee. He'll join us at 11:30, tell you what you should or shouldn't watch. And we'll get into your questions as well. I know some of you save your call for that. We also will get to this. So Sean and I earlier this week had a back and forth. It wasn't really anything, but Sean had let it be known that he wasn't really interested in having any CJ Stroud / Texans conversations, and he has a point. It's the same conversation.
Yes, we've had the same conversation.
It's early July. Nothing has changed. And you know what? As I said at the time, I welcome the calls, but honestly, it doesn't really spark anything in me to have the conversation. But if you guys like talking about it, we'll talk about it. How about this, Sean? We normally don't start the Texans in July because there's no need to. But how about this? Does this fall in the interesting category? The Texans have I would say if they have any problems on defense, it would be lack of depth in some spots. And I would name cornerback chief among them.
Yeah.
That is a spot for them that lacks some depth, particularly when you compare it to the top line starters I have, where you might say they have the best CB1 in the league and maybe even the best CB2 in the league when it comes to the second corner on your team.
Yeah, probably.
Is there any corner better than Kamari Lassiter?
I mean, Lassiter probably is better than a lot of teams want.
Oh, that's definitely the case. They are blessed at that spot, at least their top two guys.
But after that.
Yeah, there's either guys that are unproven or just not very good. We'll see how 2026 plays out. The Texans have taken notice of their lack of depth, so much so that they worked out a corner. Normally, if they're working out a corner during the middle of the week, particularly in July, it's not going to hold much interest for me, and I wouldn't even talk about it. But this one's interesting. Why? Because that corner that they worked out is Terrion Arnold. Yes, the same Terrion Arnold, Sean, who was released by the Lions late last month because he was arrested on charges of kidnapping and robbery.
Okay.
This is
that guy?
Yes, that guy. This all stems from him claiming that he was robbed of over $250,000 in items, and he wanted it back. How can I be blamed for trying to get my stuff back? Well, you can't kidnap people in the process, allegedly. So the Texans, along with several other teams, worked them out. And I know this because it was mentioned in a pre-trial hearing. So this isn't Aaron Wilson doing the thing, digging up, because he's a guy who's known for telling people who worked out with who.
Yeah.
This isn't that. The Texans working out Terrion Arnold came from the court case surrounding Terrion Arnold. This is interesting for several reasons. This is not something we would have seen from a Texans team, and now they're not that version of themselves anymore, where they would never want to acquire a player with stink on them. But this, while he is in the middle of a trial, which could put him away for a long time, hey, we want to see how you run. Now, it isn't like he's a typical street free agent. He would still be on the Lions if not for being involved in this case. So the only grace I would give them as far as actually needing to work him out is he did have a shoulder injury that ended this year. But it's not like they don't know what he's capable of. He was a recent first-round pick. So I don't know why a workout is necessary for Terrion Arnold, particularly when we have this surrounding him. It's just an interesting thing. And they weren't the only one, as I mentioned. There are three other teams, the Colts, the Seahawks, and Jets, who were interested in him. But his agent, Nicole Lynn, testified in a hearing that the Texans were a team that worked him out. And other teams have contacted him about signing him. From what I can tell from this article from Click to Houston, the Texans are the team that worked them out. and then there are 4 teams in total who have interest in
touch
signing
base?
him. Yeah. So
Okay.
as it stands now, maybe the Texans are the only team who worked them out.
It's the Texans' race to lose.
I
Forget
mean,
LeBron. I want this guy.
I'm gonna go with the Tampa DA. It's his race to lose or her race to lose. I'm gonna go with that person.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen. I don't know. I don't know the details of this case. I don't even know really. I mean,
I don't know what
kidnapping.
I don't know what the
charge.
facts are. Only what he's charged with.
Yeah, but former first-round pick.
Look, I would imagine
You can't just pick those up every day.
yeah, and not one of those, as I said, one of those guys who was on the street because he stunk. He's only available potentially.
He got cut
because
the day after this came out.
He got cut because of this. The alleged kidnapping. I imagine this particular information the Texans did not want mentioned, only because you don't want to be associated with it until the case is cleared.
Yeah.
But it was mentioned by his agent when she testified today. So there it is. Now we know the Texans have worked out Terrion Arnold.
Yeah, he has a he's under, I guess, house arrest with a GPS ankle monitor.
But I think he won that. He won.
Oh,
that.
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to have the ankle monitor on
he's
anymore.
now free. Okay, there we go.
It was positioned as a win in the Terrion Arnold court case.
Yeah.
So now he can roam about Houston freely, if he so chooses. Do you think the Texans had to fly if he was under house arrest? Did they have to fly to
Tampa?
him?
Or I assume he's being held in Florida,
or at least he has to be in his home in Florida, wherever that is.
Yeah, probably that's probably how that works. I mean, it's not like there's to work out. You don't need like a full facility. You can do it in the park, really.
Yeah, high school field, whatever.
But yeah, no. To answer your
does this fall under the interesting category?
Yes, I am interested in this. I'm very much interested. This is way better than signing C.J. Henderson and Jeffrey Okudah.
Yes.
Football only.
Yeah.
Football only.
Sure.
Ethics we can debate, and I probably won't debate too hard. But yeah, this guy as your CB3, only coming in to give Kamari Laster or Stingley a couple plays off, a drive off. Yeah, let's do it. Let's make this happen, Nick Caserio. What are we waiting for? There's 3 other teams that are trying to contact his agent. Sign him.
And they use the NFL interest as a reason for him not to have to wear the GPS tracker because he's got to go about the business of potentially getting his career back on track.
I get. Oh, okay. I thought it was more in other NFL teams are willing to give him another chance. They've done their homework on this case, and they think he's fine. They think he's ready to go.
No.
ready to join a secondary.
Yeah, so as you might imagine, the state attorney wanted the GPS tracker or ankle monitor. The judge ruled on the 29th that they would have to take that under consideration. And today it was revealed that he doesn't have to.
Okay.
So there it is.
There we go, Terrion Arnold.
I don't know if applause are in order. We don't know.
I mean, it's justice happening.
Apparently, as the wheels of justice work,
Yeah.
Terrion Arnold is free to move without a tracking device on his leg. And we'll see what that means for the Texans. It would be a little awkward if they had a workout with him and he did have the ankle monitor on. I can't say he was at his best.
Oh yeah, no.
If he had a monitor on,
you got to factor that in.
Yeah, the freedom of movement will
a
probably
lot of lateral movement.
Yeah, will probably be a little hampered by the fact they had an ankle monitor on.
Yeah. Gosh, I hope they sign him. This is what I want. And then the daily, probably not daily, weekly updates of the trial. Yeah, this is what I want.
So Adam Schefter's certainly on it too. Thanks, Art, for tweeting me. I had seen the local article on it, but Adam Schefter is on this now
Let's
as
get
well.
The national.
He took a physical with the Texans yesterday.
Okay.
And he's scheduled to meet with 2 more teams next week. So
Can you let him leave the building?
Well, I mean,
Florida has now allowed him to leave the building. I guess, but
the question is
the state of Florida.
The question is, will they keep him in a certain building for a long time?
How many years
I
are
don't
these charges?
I don't know.
I just saw
he's got multiple
felonies,
felonies, so I don't know how long
for
it'll be
kidnapping.
if he is convicted.
Yeah, so I imagine a while, but
So the Texans see a supreme talent, someone that they visited during the draft process back in 2024. They see a potential opportunity. Now they have to wait for justice to do its thing and see if Terry Arnold will be free to sign with an NFL team right before the year begins. Like, is this trial going to be done before the season begins? Seems unlikely, right? If we go by,
doesn't seem likely. I mean, it is multiple felony, so it's not like exactly a quick one.
Yeah.
it is. It seems like it's pretty wide ranging.
And then you bring in the fact that the NFL would likely have to get involved in whether he's found guilty, he's found guilty or not. A suspension may be in order, just with their own investigation that they may do.
Guilty.
I mean, they have punished people
I know.
Yeah, so
I'm just already acting like
he's not on the team yet, Sean.
And I will say, some of the air left the balloon for me with the simple Google search of Terry and Arnold PFF grade.
He wasn't great.
No.
He is more like Okuda than we'd like.
Yes, 52.6 overall, 97 out of 114 corners.
We found out.
So bottom 20.
We found out when D'Amico Ryans brought in Okuda and Henderson. He loves a first-round corner who didn't work out.
Yeah.
So he may be trying it again. And I think even at the time when it was brought up that these guys were kind of like journeymen at this point, which is odd considering how short their careers had been. He goes, "Hey, whatever happened in the past, that ain't what we're looking at. We're looking at the talent, looking at the ability." It turns out maybe
really doing
maybe pay attention to what happened in the past because it didn't work out. I don't think Henderson played us. Which one didn't make it through camp? Was it Henderson?
Henderson.
Then we
Okuda actually played
and got burned by someone.
Yeah,
and that was the end of that for the most part. Was it a
the
Seahawks?
Tampa Bay?
Was it against the Seahawks or
I forgot
Tampa?
which one.
I don't remember. But either way, those two signings didn't work out. We'll see if they get the opportunity to sign Terry and Arnold. So there it is. The Texans in an interesting news story. thanks to them deciding to have not Okuda, but
I mean, it is a former.
It's a former Lion
first round
pick. Yeah, bringing Terry and Arnold in and giving him a physical and working him out. So we'll see where it goes from there. All right, we'll go to break. The number is 713-780-3776. We're gonna get to a couple things certainly before Michael Carroll gets here, including my type of hating. There's a gentleman out of Norway and we're gonna play some sound from him because he did something I respect because it's something I would do too. And then when he got jokingly called on it, 10 toes down for him. So we'll get to that. We now have the number 1 overall pick in action in NBA Summer League, and also he may be the most unethical hooper in this just past draft. If we just go by what he was on during the game, we may have another unethical hooper foul baiter in our midst. And we see it from his first NBA action, so that's comforting. So we got a lot of stuff to get to. We will be back.
This is the Del Alalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Alalea.
While most people have landed on the side of the Astros are never going to do this, now we have word through Chandler Rome that they had to tell their star player they're not going to do it. So Jordan had heard the talk that he may be on the move. After speculation began in May, the Astros were bad. How much could you get for Jordan? And people knew the Astros' history of not retaining big money free agents if they hit free agency. So Jordan did ask Astro officials in May about this, and he said they told him they were not going to trade me no matter what happened. And when asked if it was his desire to play his entire career in Houston, he said, yeah, of course. While that's comforting for people who don't want to see him go anywhere, certainly not earlier than he has to, I don't like the definitive no matter what. So does that mean you're going to sign him to a long-term deal and keep him? Or you're just placating the guy until he eventually comes calling about a contract and you got, no, that's too much. You're 30 years old, beat it. Which is how this is going to play out.
Yeah, and as far as Astros to reach free agency, Astros stars to reach free agency and be 30 years old, the biggest crime in sports, he is the one that I'm like, I'm not sure if I want to be on the side of paying him $30 million a year when he's 34 years old.
The oft-injured power hitter?
Yeah, that can't really play
anything
a position.
Sure.
Just not. I'd be surprised if this is the one that they break the. Altuve being the one they break the rule for makes sense. Like it's Jose Altuve.
Yeah.
Come on. This Yordan Alvarez being the second guy that they break this rule for. I mean, maybe if you want to count Bregman, but they kind of got that done early, whatever. But this is the one where I'm like, this doesn't really seem like an Astros type move.
Yeah,
Feels more like a, Drayden McCrane kind of move.
To a certain amount. And then
Drayden McCrane. Let me clarify.
He likes to combine the two people. He didn't make a mistake.
Yes,
he likes to combine them.
During the parade of the 2022 World Series, Jim Crane ended. Drayton McCrane stepped forward
because Drayton McCrane would hire Jeff Bagwell.
Yes,
or at least empower him to be the decision maker.
We don't need a general manager. I got this. Boom. Montero, how would you like your life changed? Boom. Jose Abreu, how would you like your life?
Do you think that's how Jeff Bagwell approached it? I'm going to give these guys life-changing money.
I think so.
I just want to be a good guy.
Yeah. That's basically what they did.
That's what he did.
Charity.
So Jordan would be an unrestricted free agent at age 32. He doesn't feel like a guy the Astros are going to be like, you know what? You want 6 years at $35, $40 million a year? At 32 years old?
Yeah, that's the thing. And just like 6 years. So what I'm paying for is ages 38 or 37, 38. Like, no thanks. Like, just, I'm okay. Like, obviously he's putting in the best season an Astro has put in, I don't know, maybe since Jeff Bagwell. The not 2022 offseason, but whatever. Like 1998 Jeff Bagwell. It's just a tough one. And I also think they told me they weren't going to trade me
no matter
what happened. I kind of feel like there's at this deadline. Like there's a missing qualifier there where it's like I don't think they're trading him in July no matter what happens. But in the off season or next season, like honestly, who knows? Like you can make the case that you should. People, when the Astros were really bad, people were making the case that they should.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with them trading him. And if this statement is what well, we can determine when that happens, but I certainly don't think it happens with what feels to be a lame duck GM. And if the statement was in context of this deadline, all right, I got it. That's cool. In fact, I would say don't do it at this deadline.
Yeah.
There's too much in flux with the hierarchy of the organization. But if the inevitability is we're going to get to his final year with the Astros under contract and he doesn't get traded and you lose him for nothing, then this statement's a problem. But we got a long way to go before this statement bears out. But I agree. If it's simply, hey, not this deadline, man, we're not trading you. You're going to be an Astro throughout the year. I'm more than okay with that.
It's also just like, yeah, the guy who, in theory, would be the one to give this statement or give this assurance to the Alvarez camp after they saw a ESPN 97.5 short form video with Lance saying that they should trade him.
We do blame Lance for this.
I assume that's how this came across Jordan's purview was our social media. But even if Dana Brown was like, listen, I am not trading you. For as long as I am the GM of the Houston Astros, I am not trading you. Doesn't go that far. They hire insert GM here in November. And maybe that guy's like, I think this is what we should do.
Yeah, I don't know if you've heard. There's a new boss in town, and what the old one said doesn't
matter.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't determine my decisions.
I would just, and this was something we were saying before the Astros season has kind of turned around slowly by winning 2 out of 3 series bit by bit. They've slowly climbed back into slight contention, but just sit back and enjoy this Jordan Alvarez season. Don't worry about the future. Just enjoy this. It's probably going to be one of the best seasons you'll ever watch as an Astros fan. Let's not worry about the future. Let's just enjoy the present.
You pretty much just said YOLO.
Yeah. That the what's the thing from Kung Fu Panda? The past is history, the future's a mystery, but today's a gift. That's why it's called the present, Dell. They didn't say Dell.
Yeah, if I had gotten a mention of Kung Fu Panda, yeah.
You would have watched it.
Yeah, wait a minute. We got to watch for that mention. Along those lines, things I have not seen and will not seen, but they came across my timeline.
Kung Fu Panda?
That, and also, I might have seen I can't even say that I can remember one instance. I don't know. All I know is there's a panda who does Kung Fu, and the voice is Jack Black. Right?
Yeah, the first one's good. I can only vouch for the first one.
Got it.
Second one, Third one, never saw it.
So, to your point about the present,
it being a gift.
It was this 2 stars of Enola Holmes 3. It's the Partridge dude, and then of course Millie Bobby Brown. They're doing the gauntlet of talking to different media outlets to promote the movie, and they're doing a friendship test thing that they all do when it's two of people who are the stars or something. So she had a wedding, and they asked what was the best gift that he gave, or what was the best gift that he gave you for your wedding, and she was like, he didn't give me a gift, and then his gift was his presence, which was underwhelming. Her making a play on present, but I won't watch Enola Holmes 3. I've seen the first 2. That's enough for me. I don't know that they can do anything differently that's going to lock me in or get me to lock in on number 3.
What if Dr. Doom shows up at the very end?
So it's the Enola Holmes Dr. Doom shared universe, the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what can we inject to maybe because I haven't seen any of this. Obviously, I'm not interested in any of this movie. It's a little kid solving crimes. I'm good. I know she's like 20 now, but still, little kid
with an adopted child and a husband.
Yeah,
yes.
Still little kid. Till proven, she still plays little kid.
I don't know. I don't remember. I think she plays someone in their 20s, but it doesn't matter for this conversation. It really doesn't. She did play a 15-year-old at 20-something, but that's traditional Hollywood. That's been happening for years.
Yeah, chalk that up to the game.
Yeah. So back to Jordan. Consider him a present.
Yes.
And just consider it in the present.
Yeah, just enjoy the 4 at-bats you see a game. Although, It's been slumping a little recently, but in the middle of that was a game-winning home run. So, it's Jordan.
Yeah,
YOLO.
and they go to a place where the Astros hit pretty well, Globe Life.
Yeah.
They play the Rangers.
Get right.
In a big division series with the Astros, only 2 games behind the division leaders. So we got that in store for us this weekend. I was hoping, while I don't want the weekend to sim to the end, I brought it up in the morning on the morning show because Sean was telling me about Peter Lambert and Kumar Rocker and Hunter Brown, who hasn't been great since his return. Can we just sim to the end and have us take 2 out of 3? I don't really want to sit through the Ranger series. I just want the wins to happen. And then I can watch if I need. Yeah, and then I just see what happens as I sim to the end. I see, this is 5-2. They lost 6-3 on Saturday, and then they won the series 7-4 on Sunday. And then I can just look up the stats. I don't know. I know it's not possible, and I'm video game braining right now, But I would just like to sim this series to the end. Let's take our 2 out of 3 and go into the All-Star break.
Yeah,
I ain't got the energy for another series in Globe Life right now. I don't know. It's not hitting. Maybe it's particularly the way John described why I should be excited about this series, because he's telling me they're going to sweep, which would be great. They're going to come out of the All-Star. Come out of this or go into the All-Star break leading the division, which would all be great. I just don't trust it.
Yeah,
and that's why I don't want to be disappointed by being promised that and it not happening. So sim to the end, take your 2 out of 3, and be in the thick of the race as we head to the All-Star break. But that's the Astros weekend. They've got some Hunter Brown, they've got some Peter Lambert, and to be determined.
Yeah,
the final starter on Sunday.
Probably the three best starters I could ask for: Hunter Brown, Peter Lambert, and we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I don't want to
figure it out.
Yeah, it keeps me from putting expectations on one guy or having a sense of dread because that guy's going to pitch on Sunday.
The 2 best pitchers on this team so far this year, and then shrug.
I can't feel bad about Sunday because I don't know what Sunday holds.
Yeah. Okay. Not Mike Burrows. Cool.
I know that. I do know that. I hope they don't bring him up for a start, which I guess is open for possibilities.
It's in the cards.
It's open. It's a potential possibility with him.
Yeah.
And with that slot being open, but we'll see. Hunter Brown tonight against Control, and then I believe Lambert
against Kumar Rocker. The much anticipated matchup by one John Granado.
Kumar Rocker was Vanderbilt? Was that where he pitched? And he has not lived up to the promise of his college career. It'd be like that sometimes.
Yeah, it happens.
All right, we'll go to break, and we'll come back with at least the hater of the week. There are haters all around, and somebody might surpass him before the week is done. But for me, the number 1 spot is a Norwegian. I don't think I ever thought about uttering that sentence, but the game is the game, and the reality is reality. So we'll get to that when we come back as we have a World Cup match today. It is not the Norwegians. It is Spain versus Belgium, a game that will forever be known as, hey, the U.S. could have played in this game, although we were nowhere close to that happening. So we'll hear from a Norway fan who isn't happy with the rest of the Norway fans. We'll do that when we come back.
It's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
We'll get to the Norwegian fan who is my type of fan here shortly, but the game's gone, Sean. The game is gone.
Oh, no.
So I'm going in a spot you're not going to think, but we'll get here.
Okay.
We'll get there. There's an artist, at least that's how he self-identifies. He thinks he's an artist, and maybe he is, but the story tells me that he's just a garbage man. Justin Gignac, who collects trash on the streets of New York City and sells it, says that he is selling garbage from the Taylor Swift wedding for $25 a bag, and he sold out. People are buying bags of garbage from that wedding for $25 a pop. Some of the garbage includes what you think is actual garbage. Cigarette butts, bottle caps, one lone AirPod.
Huh.
Sucks for that person.
Yeah, but I mean,
a ring pop.
If you're invited to the Taylor Swift
probably
wedding,
can. Yeah, you're gonna be fine.
AirPod, who cares?
A ring pop, a rainbow fan, utensils, caution tape, and apparently in the gift bags, the actual gift bags, not the garbage gift bags, she was handing out ovulation tests. So he has put these things together.
Wait, what?
She put them in the gift bags, ovulation tests. Hey everybody, if you're a couple and you're looking to have a kid, I have something for you. That's all.
Bizarre. This wedding is everything.
Everything about it is bizarre, isn't it?
Dean Blandino walked away. Dean Blandino and his wife
and a significant other walked away with an ovulation kit.
Okay, sure.
Which
George
might come.
Stephanopoulos and
Well, I
his
don't know.
wife.
I don't know how old his wife is, so it may not matter. But for others who may be thinking about having a kid,
yeah.
you have your own ovulation test kit.
You know,
from Taylor Swift.
If you're gonna sell bags of garbage from anything that happens in New York City, the Taylor Swift wedding is one of the more, I imagine, the more interesting bags of garbage that you could buy for $25. Not that I co-signed this, but at least there might be something in there. Again, there might be a napkin used by Fox Rules analyst Dean Blandino.
You might get a missing earpad.
Yeah.
AirPod.
Hey, is this Kevin Burkhardt's half-eaten piece of cake?
Nah, I'm looking for Antonov's AirPod.
Oh yeah.
He's had if it is his AirPod, he's had a rough couple days. really rough couple days. So
pouring out for him.
Actually, you're thrilled. What are you pouring stuff out for him for? You're happy that he's had a couple rough days. What are you talking about? If you don't know, that is the man who is now separated from one of Sean's favorites, Margaret Qualley. So
great actress.
Sean's not feeling
How to Make a Killing.
Sean's not feeling. Maybe pick a different one. Pick Maid on Netflix. That's a pretty good series she's in. How to Make a Killing.
What?
Substance.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
The Substance.
Yeah, Substance.
You can pick that. So, $25 for celebrity garbage, and you don't even know if it just happens to be in the vicinity of celebrities. It could be Kevin Burkhardt's napkin. Who's looking for that?
Yeah. It is. There's a element that I understand would be appealing to people, because people do buy, whatever random movie. There's a mystery movie night where there's a time and they will show a movie. And you buy a ticket, and you do not know what movie is going to be played. There is that, that element to it, or Storage Wars, where it's I don't know what's in the storage locker, but I'll bid and see what I can scrap from it. This is just a very celebrity parasocial relationship version of that, which is probably not great, or at least speaks to a not great part of society. But hey, get those $25. Piece by piece by picking up trash.
You know what I found after listening to some audio this morning? I found a Norwegian fan who would never buy $25.
Of Erlen Holland's?
He would never buy a garbage bag priced at $25.
Sell some Norway.
Whether it be Erlen
Norway locker room
Holland
trash.
or Odegaard, he's not doing it. Oscar Bob. He's not doing it. He's not a joiner.
Not Oscar Bob's trash.
Never. He's not a joiner. And I'm with him. This is the hating I like. He went viral for sitting amongst all the Norway fans. And if you don't know, Norway fans have reached a level of popularity because of the rowing that they do. They do it at the games. They do it at watch parties. They do it everywhere to celebrate the run that their Norwegian team is on, and they have England coming up next. We found a gentleman, or at least the internet did, who said, not today, not me. I'm not about it. And he stood his ground. Like, some anchor on, I think it's English television, found him. And she was like, hey, isn't this just a fun thing to do? And he goes, no, it's stupid. It's inaccurate. Here's some of that exchange here.
The Viking row people have loved it around the world, but one supporter was not happy. This is Emil Anders Lappen in the middle of a crowd of rowing fans, but he went viral for refusing to join in. A little earlier, I asked him why.
First of all, I just find it really stupid. That's the thing I thought when they came up with it, that it was stupid and annoying, and I didn't want to do it. And then it copies a lot of what Iceland were doing, and it's factually wrong. They didn't row, they sailed over the Atlantic.
Oh, okay, let's take it step by step. First of all, you said that it's a little bit like what they do in Iceland, what the Icelandic fans do, and that is called the thunderclap. And I think we actually have some images now of the Icelandic thunderclap, which is one of the reasons you didn't want to do it, so let's just watch it now.
All right, that's enough. That is from Sky News. He goes on to say they can win whatever they want. I will not row. This is one of my guys. It's stupid. I don't want to do it. And every time someone goes, hey, how come you don't want to do this? That's what's going on in my head. It's stupid. It's not for me, but you got to couch it a little bit, be a little bit nicer. You don't want to tell people directly to their face what they want to do is stupid. Him, he's even worse than I am. He's more direct than I am. And also, it's inaccurate. It's historically inaccurate. They did not row across the Atlantic Ocean to get there. They sailed.
Yeah.
And
probably
for
makes
people
sense.
For people who don't have the visual, while he's speaking, he has 2 oars behind him on a wall.
Okay, so he knows his.
He knows that
naval
the Norwegians rowed, but upstreams and on lakes and rivers.
Well,
not across the ocean, which is where they are in America. So rowing is
okay.
stupid.
I get.
Yeah.
But okay. So, but if this was held in Scandinavia,
yeah, if
this
went
was the Stockholm World Cup,
and if they had to get to Sweden, if you can do it through a river,
stay by the shore,
circuitous route along a river, he might be fine with it. But he also doesn't like that they're just ripping off the Iceland.
He would hate the Minnesota Vikings. He would hate
that stupid horn
and the skull clap that they do. That is literally just what the
Icelanders do.
That they started.
Yeah, he would hate it.
Very suspiciously, right after that got big, the Icelandic thing got big.
Look, Emil, Barbara, Sarah of Sky News can take you to task for it, but not Del Olale of ESPN 975.
No, you have
me and
refuge here.
Me and you, we're bros on this.
Yeah.
We may not have a lot in common, but we do have this in common.
Is there anything that one of your teams do that you're like, this is dumb?
Huh.
I mean, I guess
like during the LeBron era, which might come back maybe. We'll get to that at some point. They would do Seven Nation Army at when they're closing the team out, and I found that trite and dumb. So I didn't get excited when they played it. What do the Canes do? They do the 4 fingers thing, but everyone's that. I don't know where that originated from. But Miami was doing that in the 80s. Now everyone does it. So I don't know, but I'm not saying they started. I just remember that they did it. I don't know. My teams don't really do anything, but I don't have a lot of in-stadium experiences because my teams have always been out of market. So I'm not sure what's going on inside those stadiums. Like for the Texans, I'm not saying that's another Texans first down. I'm not doing that.
Oh, what about the H is up tradition?
Nope.
Okay. That Arian Foster, who did the H's up tradition, didn't know was a tradition.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are
Yeah.
So tech for locally, I would never do. That's another Texan. It's not for me.
Mm-hmm.
It's not for me.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I'll do the arm. Like I'll.
But you won't. But you won't say that's another Houston Texans.
No.
No. You won't go first down at the end.
Yeah. The call and response stuff is it's hit or miss.
It's not my bag.
It's hit or miss.
It's not my bag.
Okay. Yeah.
That's all. But Emil, you got a fan for life. As long as there's not some dark secret that hasn't been revealed yet. That's the problem for Emil.
Yeah.
People are going to look into him now.
All the big rowing. Norwegian rowing fans.
Just anyone.
Oh, this is a don't go viral.
It's the internet. Don't go viral. Now that if you don't want to row in the crowd, I can't blame him that someone noticed it and now people found him and they know his name.
Yeah.
But once you go on a television show, on a network as big as Sky News, and talk about it, you're in for it, buddy. If you've done anything, if you tweeted anything, if you've posted anything, clean that up.
Someone's gonna screenshot this you. And it's
yeah. I don't know how he feels like a type who wouldn't have any social media. You never know, though.
Yeah, you never know.
You never know. So there it is. He's going to watch the rest of the World Cup from home. I don't know if they kicked him out because he wouldn't row, but he won't. But he won't be in the America. He won't be in America to watch.
Okay.
Where are they? Are they
They're
in
in
Miami?
Miami.
He won't be in Miami to watch England versus Norway.
Norway versus England.
In Miami.
In Miami at like 4 p.m.
It was supposed to be Brazil, but the Brazilians didn't do it. It could have been Brazil versus Mexico, and if you just go by Brazil, the favorite over Norway, and Mexico at home against England, although they weren't the better team, it makes sense that you were setting up a Brazil-Mexico match in Miami after you took the tournament out of Mexico. Instead, you get Norway versus England.
But if you're, I don't know, if you're in Miami right now and you want to get your side hustle on and you don't have bags of trash to sell like the Taylor Swift wedding guy, just buy up a bunch of SPF 90 sunscreen and look for Norwegian fans, look for English fans. Sell them on the side of the road.
They don't have rankings for palest crowds in the World Cup, but this one is a clear front runner for the knockout round.
Yeah. I mean, I would have to rack my brain of who would be in the conversation. I mean, who'd Sweden play? That's our, you got to go Scandinavia.
Yeah, if you go back to the they played Germany. Did they play Germany?
Yeah, well, we can look this up during the break.
Yeah,
and
but
we guarantee you we'll come up with the whitest matchup.
I think we've already found
we
it.
might
honestly.
it might be tough to beat.
Norway, England is pretty pale, and they'll have to enjoy the humidity that is South Florida. All right, when we come back, we mentioned LeBron in passing. Speaking of South Florida, he and his agent are doing something diabolical, and you better hope your favorite team's decision maker didn't do what is being reported. We'll get to that when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Huntington Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
For those of you on the stream, well, not the stream, but if you're on YouTube, Twitch, or Twitter, you can't hear the song because we're not allowed to let you hear the song. But for those listening to us traditionally and on the stream, you can hear the music. That is Tevin Campbell, Can We Talk? It is one of the seminal begging songs in our history. There are others. There are a list. You just type in best R&B begging songs. You're going to have a list.
Begging, yearning.
R&B is about yearning, certainly. And I'm only playing it because of the report that we've got NBA decision makers leaving voice memos for Rich Paul so he can play for LeBron. It's a trap. Why would you do this? If you are what are you like? Bob Myers showed up on a podcast to do some begging, and he showed
his face.
While he's not the official GM of the Sixers, he helps out Josh Harris, the owner, with several sports franchises. He is in the midst of trying to build the Sixers team, and he went on the Rich Paul podcast to convince Rich Paul, LeBron through Rich Paul, why the Sixers are a good spot for him. If you're Kobe Altman, the Cleveland GM, if you're Pat Riley or Spoelstra, you cannot be in the dock when Rich Paul plays the voice memos for LeBron.
If I'm Pat Riley, I'm handing my phone away to someone else.
Yeah.
Someone else do it.
Because if we go
Let's
back,
play bore on the floor to see who does this.
Because if we go back to LeBron's free agency period after he left Miami, Pat Riley flew to Las Vegas to talk to LeBron, and LeBron and his people were just watching World Cup games.
Mm-hmm.
So Pat Riley didn't even have their undivided attention.
Pat Riley,
put my rings on the table, Pat Riley.
That Pat Riley.
Kobe Altman, you think a voice memo is going to convince LeBron James? What could possibly be said? What could possibly be said in that voice memo from anybody, from Bob Myers to, I think his name is like Mike Gansey, the Philly GM now.
Yeah. I don't know if it's Mike, but it's Yancey.
It's a Gansey, right?
Yancey. I think it's a Y.
Is it a Y? Okay, Yancey. Whoever it is, what do you say? You cannot be caught telling Rich Paul why LeBron should come to your team. Don't you guys know you don't leave a trail? No audio, paper trail in this case, of this. If you're not having a regular old conversation over the phone or in person, it probably means you don't have a real shot. Like, you can't even talk to LeBron. I get it. The agent's supposed to be the one who keeps the player from the team when you're negotiating contracts. But why is Rich Paul why is he the go-between when you're trying to talk to the player about why he should play here? And let's be honest, with all of this, I don't think any convincing need is being really listened to. Either he already has his mind made up or he will make up his mind, and nothing you say in a voice memo is going to change that.
No.
Nothing. This is for the doc. He's going to be able to play, insert Philadelphia decision maker or Minnesota or Golden State. If you are a name we know because you've been in the game for a long time, you cannot be a person who leaves a voice memo. It's got to be your assistant. And maybe LeBron would find that disrespectful. But, look, Pat Riley's done a lot of things, a lot of great things on the NBA level, certainly with basketball as a whole, from the Lakers to the Knicks to the Heat. It wipes off 25% of it if I hear him in a voice memo. Not completely. He's done too much. Mm-hmm. But if I hear a voice memo from Pat Riley, 25% of your accomplishments out the door.
Yeah.
Out the door. Kobe Altman, you don't have enough accomplishments to make a voice memo because anything you've done positive gets wiped away. You cannot be heard on this. I don't know the level of executive that I will accept. It can't be a GM. If you're a GM if Rafael Stone is heard on a voice memo, get out of here. You know what Dennis Schroeder was right about then and now. No structure.
Yeah. No, what can you possibly say in a voice memo that's not already been taken account in the Rich Paul whiteboard that also was shown during one of these episodes.
If the Mavericks guy calls him, I heard you like oil.
Yeah, oil, golf. What's that? I can't even really read this handwriting. Cooper Flagg's not on the
Didn't even mention their most prized asset. Maybe he wants to maybe Clay, although people think he may get cut, and some team will pick him up on a buyout.
That's some real nostalgia from LeBron.
Yeah,
It's like,
I remember you knocking down threes in my face. So I'm sure people are being very earnest, and they've been convinced by Clutch that this is something that'll work. There's no chance. If LeBron even hears them, all they're doing is laughing.
yeah.
Like, and how long are these memos? Are they 5 minutes? Are they 10? Or is it just a quick hello to note interest? Nothing you're going to say on that memo is going to mean anything.
No. Yeah. Hey, LeBron. Hey, Rich. Hope you pass this along.
I don't think they respect the yearning. Like, if they've got you in a spot where you can beg and plead, they don't respect that. Like,
yeah, no.
There's no chance that's going to work.
Yeah.
Like, if you sound like Tevin Campbell singing to this unnamed girl about LeBron, there's no way it works for you.
Yeah. You sound like the titular Stan in the Eminem song Stan.
No one likes desperation.
Hey, LeBron, I wrote you, but you still ain't calling.
There's a reason for that. Like,
there's a reason that Charlotte GM.
yeah. I know you got rid of LaMelo, but you're still Charlotte.
Yeah, Matt Ishbia. I got your message.
Yes, your phone is working. My phone is working. We got it. It went through. It's just not going to work. So now, if they promise me that the voice memos will be a part of this doc they're filming, I'm in. I'm not going to watch
just to humiliate
just to
them?
find out who humiliated themselves.
Yeah.
In a desperate attempt to secure a 41-year-old who's still a good player. But let's remember, he's 41 years old.
Yeah.
Anyone who acquires him is acquiring, at least if they have championship aspirations, their third or fourth best player. Like, if LeBron is one of your top two players, you're not winning a title.
No, looking at these teams, I am referencing the whiteboard because they do have the the primary players on the. I mean, Philly's the only one that you can like squint and be like, yeah, that could be a pretty nasty team if you drop LeBron on it. But like the rest of these, just like like.
And Philly has their own issues.
Yeah. Oh,
that we know
100%.
about. Yeah.
Part of it is that Embiid is on this whiteboard, like he plays every game. It should be like Embiid, but parentheses 30 games. Like it should
for the 30 games that you have together. You could be
awesome.
a very nasty team.
Yeah, but like I don't know. Then it's like Miami, who's like
and then you throw in they got a great coach, and who knows what Spo will cook up.
But also like Davion Mitchell is one of the four names written down.
Yeah, I mean he's been a
solid.
better player since he got there. But yeah, this is what we're talking about, and it's for a 41-year-old who is simply trying to humiliate you, and you don't know it.
I can't wait for this documentary. I haven't anticipated a documentary this much ever.
Like Shams did the reporting. As Tevin Campbell says goodbye. Shams did the reporting, and he mentioned that I have no indication that Miami and Cleveland has sent them voice notes. Yeah, because those are two he's seriously considering.
Yeah, no bleep. Dude.
They're not, and one of them is run by Pat Riley, and I don't think LeBron would force because he has a good buddy inside their front office. He's not going to have those two organizations do it. It's going to be for the teams who really don't have any shot. Like, I don't know if Charlotte is actually involved, but it's a good pull. It'll be teams of that nature who are on the outside looking in. Tim Connolly, have some self-respect, man. You built the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah,
even if you are in Minnesota trading for LaMelo Ball, don't be a part of the voice memo conglomerate.
There's nothing that you can say that's better than what's on this.
Yeah, just look at our roster.
It says LaMelo. It just says Melo. there's another Melo LeBron, LaMelo, McDaniel, and Gobert. That's it.
That should be, and then Chris Finch may be able to sell you on whatever, but that should be the conversation.
Hey, the winners aren't that bad, and it's like, well, now I'm thinking about how bad the winners are.
Yeah, don't say that bad.
I can play in Miami instead.
So
Golf, put golf next to Miami.
Certainly a thing he wants to do.
Yeah, no oil though, which is unfortunate. It's actually tough for the rest of it. Depends how much LeBron loves oil. He might go to Dallas.
Yeah.
It is the first bullet point under Dallas.
It is.
Which I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
It is an interesting pull for Rich Paul to mention oil when he's talking about the Dallas Mavericks. I don't know. Maybe there's a way in for LeBron into the oil and energy sector. I don't
think
know.
There is, but why does he have to play for the Mavericks to do?
He doesn't have to be in Dallas to do it. That's correct.
Well,
He's
does he
LeBron
want to be a
James.
landman? Like
he loved Jerry Jones being himself in that
That'd be
monologue
so
from
great.
season 1.
It'd be so great if LeBron's in landman, wearing a cowboy hat, sitting next to Billy Bob at the bar.
It's all about who the creator likes as an NBA team. If he loves himself, some LeBron, or maybe he's an MJ guy and it'll never happen. You never know. Who does Taylor Sheridan root for in the NBA?
I'm looking up Taylor Sheridan.
Does he have an NBA team? All right, we'll go to break.
He's from North Carolina.
So maybe
Hornets, you're
maybe
back
Charlotte does have a chance. So, but if he's from North Carolina, he's probably more college basketball.
I'll look
and
into
and the Hornets have ruined the NBA for him. All right, we'll go to break. We're one segment away from Michael Carroll joining us. You can call in 713-780-3776. And while you're contemplating calling in, contemplate this or pray. Pray that the people who run your favorite NBA team don't wind up in that dock for this reason that we just laid out. It's embarrassing. All right, we'll go to break. We will be back.
It's the Del Olaleya Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Live from the Huntington Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleya.
This is our final couple of minutes before we get to Michael Carroll. He'll be here, the host of Comicast, to give you what he likes. Maybe not put it that way, because sometimes he doesn't watch things because it's not of his interest. But he'll tell you what's being reviewed well, what's out there. So I'll put it this way: he'll give you some recs, and you can decide whether you like it or not. And he'll certainly tell you some things he doesn't like as well. So what did we do? We found out that the Texans are interested in Terry and Arnold.
Yep.
They had him work out through the testifying of his agent. His agent in Florida told the court, because they were trying to the prosecutor, the Lisa State attorney, wanted Terry and Arnold to wear a tracker on his ankle, or at least just a GPS tracker. His agent said testified why that shouldn't be the case, and one of the reasons was, hey, the Texans worked them out. There's some interest there. Adam Schefter reported today that the Texans, among others, are interested, and Arnold had a physical with the Texans yesterday. So they are looking at cornerback depth from someone who has a really serious court case ahead, multiple felony charges for Terry and Arnold.
Just kidnapping and robbery, you know.
Sean is someone who is swayed by talent, and the talent of Terry and Arnold, at least the perceived talent, because he hasn't been a good NFL player.
Not yet.
No.
Get him in our system, though.
Well, that didn't work for Okudah or Henderson, so let's try it again. And let's hope to ignore that other thing hovering over Terry and Arnold, and then just have him sign with the Texans, and all will be fine.
We need Terry and Arnold to have a really good lawyer.
Or you can just find a corner who doesn't have this hanging over their head. They could have drafted one.
I mean, he's
the numbers say he wasn't that good.
Yeah, but I'm looking at numbers saying that he was.
Oh, we got different
awesome.
numbers. Okay.
Yeah, he was a 5-star.
Oh, in high school,
26.
Davis Mills was a 5-star too, Sean.
26th ranked player in the country, committed to Alabama.
Yes.
I forgot.
How many years?
Nick Saban doesn't know how to coach cornerbacks.
Well,
I forgot.
Nick Saban has written a letter to attest to Terry and Arnold being a good person.
I'm standing with Nick Saban and Terry and Arnold. Stay on that side, Dale. You want to lock this guy up in jail forever.
Did I say that? Sean showing his allyship. So we all know.
Yeah.
That Sean is a good person.
And Dell standing up for the Florida penal
system. I didn't say anything about whether he was guilty or not. This is more about the Texans and perhaps maybe getting away from potentially another failed first-round pick like they did last year when they decided that Henderson and Okudah were viable options, and then neither one of them were real contributors. I just want to avoid that scenario again where they decide, hey, let's pick up a first-rounder off the scrap heap, put time, not that money, but put time and money into them, and then realize, oh, wait, they're not very good.
Yeah.
That's all.
I get it. I'm also looking at Tremont Smith and Jalen Smith.
There's a reason they brought him in for a workout, and that's my problem.
Elijah Huzzy.
Maybe if you had addressed it differently before this point, on July 9th when they had him work out, maybe you wouldn't be in a situation where you were hoping – you got to believe they were hoping that the agent wouldn't reveal.
No, they definitely were hoping that this would – they don't want to be in the headline involved with Terry and Arnold. And there's 3 other teams, but they're definitely the most interested.
They brought him in for a workout and had a physical.
The other teams just reached out to his agent.
To show some interest.
Yeah.
The agent was able to cite the Texans while she was under oath. Something that they don't want as part of the program. They don't want that sentence I just uttered to be a thing.
How many times have the Texans come up in court documents?
Recently? More than you think.
Yeah.
When you throw in Brian Flores, Deshaun Watson.
True.
More than they like, actually.
True.
Recently. So
Renegade program that Cal McNair's
well,
running.
I loved my Renegade program growing up. Texans haven't reached the same type of success.
No, they really need to work on that. They really need. And the first step,
Signing a cornerback,
a 5-star from Florida.
they have a 5-star quarterback on their roster.
Yeah.
He's their backup. That's how much depth they have. So much talent on offense.
This guy can't even see the field. He's a 5-star.
It's true. Davis Mills.
Actually, he does.
He does see the field, but they don't want him to.
Like 3 games a season.
The 19th rated prospect in high school when Davis Mills came out.
Whew.
So higher than Terrion Arnold.
Yeah.
Other news, Jordan has been told by the Astros they're not trading him no matter what happens. Now, I don't know who told him that, because will that person have a job at the end of the season? Who's to say? But someone told Jordan he's not going anywhere. So despite the muckraking of Lance Zierlein, Jordan will remain an Astro for the foreseeable future, which may not be a great thing if we consider he will eventually be gone. But that's for the distant future, when he's like 32.
Yeah.
Right now he's 29. You don't have to worry about it so much if they keep him around.
I do kind of think that we are getting a little ahead of ourselves with
it's 2 years away.
Like,
after this season.
Yeah, I don't know,
but it got to Jordan to the point where he asked.
Yeah, because our social media reach is so large that Jordan is just trying to enjoy some time scrolling IG reels, and he gets Lance with
mouthing off.
Yeah, with food in his mouth, saying that he should get traded.
Well, here's a clue for Jordan. If the man stating you should be traded has granola falling out of his mouth, don't take him seriously. One Lance Zierlein. All right. We're going to break because Michael Carroll will join us when we come back. A more serious professional will join us to talk about what you should or shouldn't see in
Zero
movies.
granola will be in his mouth.
Yeah, that feels,
I guarantee it.
Feels very unlikely. Almost a definite no. He will not have remnants of granola bar in his mouth as he talks to you about the best or worst in movies and television. We'll get to Michael Carroll of Comic Cast when we come back. Michael Carroll is here with us, the host of Comicast. You can hear that podcast that he does with John Lee wherever you listen to podcasts, and they have special guests as well. The latest issue is on House of the Dragon, episode 3, X-Men 97, season 2. So a couple series I'm certainly interested in, and they have spoiler reviews, so we won't get in depth into those shows because maybe you haven't seen up to the point that, or at least where they are and where I've seen them and Michael's seen them. But if you have and you want to hear more in-depth conversations about them, go to Comicast, which you, as I said, can hear wherever you listen to podcasts, and also generally here on Wednesday nights on ESPN. Welcome, Michael.
Thank you.
No! All that lead up.
You.
Talk about
It's
how professional
very
you
good.
are. That's an added bonus to
Thank
listening
you for turning off the.
You're welcome.
That's an added bonus to listening to Lance. The clearing
so
of the
great.
throat and coughing.
I just love food at times when I'm on the radio.
I just love food. Well, it happens quite a
Yeah.
bit. And it is played off as, hey, I have to eat right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
Right now.
the one thing you have not done is take a phone call in the middle of talking on the mic.
Somebody call me.
You haven't done that yet. So Michael Carroll doing his best Lance. And
I try.
And really, anyone's best Lance is just the worst of anyone else because it's Lance.
Exactly.
So
Oh, wait. Excuse me one more time.
it is like PTSD.
Yeah.
I don't
You're
need
welcome.
I don't need more of it.
You don't want more?
An extra 30 minutes.
Yeah, I get it. 3 hours a day, 5 days
Well,
a
I
week.
thought you just, needed a refresher.
You
It's
didn't
been a
take
while.
you don't take it from my tone that I don't appreciate either one of them very much.
No, I mean, I thought you maybe.
Nah.
No?
I'm
Okay.
good. I'm good. I want Michael Carroll. I don't want Michael Carroll being Lance Zierlein.
Gotcha.
I don't
won't.
like Lance being Lance. Eric, we see you. We'll get to you here. But Michael, tell the people. I kind of laid it out.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Kind
I
of
was
give
busy eating. My bad.
kind of give an overview of your thoughts on those two series I mentioned.
Yeah, House of the Dragon, episode 3, season 3, episode 3. John and I talked about it a lot, and we were both very high on that episode as it was a more Rhaenyra POV-focused episode. And, I mean, for one, it's just a phenomenal episode where John and I brought it up, how the music is such a big part of that whole episode in keeping you on the edge, because it's not like there's a ton of action in this latest episode. It's just a series of conversation. Oh, there's this problem. Hey, where are we going to get this food from? Where are we going to get this from? Where are we going to get that from? But it kept me engaged throughout and kept me on the edge a lot, of course, with Emma Darcy's performance, but also with the music that they used. It was a very, very good episode. And then, of course, X-Men 97. At the time of our recording, we were only had watched the first 3 episodes. Episode 4 came out the day after. The first 3, it's like it hadn't missed a beat at all. Season 2 has been tremendous. And then, have you watched episode 4?
I have not yet.
Whew. We got another banger.
Yeah, episode 4 was the second part of a two-parter, right?
Yes.
I saw episode 1 or episode 3, part 1 of, and it ended on a cliffhanger. So I'll get to watch the. I guess, is that the conclusion of that story arc? Actually, don't give it away. Never mind.
I'll just say it's not. I mean, not really. It's just
Okay.
more of a game changer.
Got
I
it.
would say.
Got
But it's a phenomenal episode and highlights why X-Men 97 is such a standout, because it doesn't treat the audience. How can I say it? It's not like trying to just do all these animated action fights or anything. Like, these are character-driven animated stories that are being told with some of the more, fleshed out superheroes that are out there, right? And of course, this episode is focused on Magneto, Professor X, and of course Rogue, Rogue and Beast and Nightcrawler and all that. So what they're able to do and showcasing elements of the comic but translate it very well to the screen is just excellent, and the animation's incredible. It's very good, and as others have said, episode 4 might be the best so far.
I thought it was really fun that with the X-Force centric episode, they had new credits, and it was the X-Force, so that was fun.
And apparently, the intro will change for almost every episode of this season. this year. So
the music remains the same. So if you love and it's a little updated too. But
Yeah.
if you love the traditional X-Men animated series music, that is there with a little tuning. So it's still nostalgic when you hear it.
Jong and I talked about it, how there's nothing quite like when the X-Men start like getting into the action and that music hits. Oh, perfect.
They should take away the skip intro version. Of
100%.
like when the little window pops up on I guess Disney in this case, where it's like skip intro. Get that out.
Yeah, what are we talking
Who
about?
clicks that?
It's
Communists?
Commies again. The X-Men 97 and House of the Dragon, I mean, right now, they're both intros that I just don't skip. I think they're both.
It sets the tone.
It sets the tone.
Yeah.
I don't know that there's many other shows that I would ever like. Typically, I'm skipping the intro. I see it once, I'm good.
Well, yeah, after I see it the first time,
Yeah,
it's
but-
generally, let me get to the next episode.
But even if the X-Men 97 intro didn't change, I'd be like, no, I'm in.
Yeah,
I'm in.
If it came on shuffle mode, I'd listen to
Exactly,
it.
yeah.
Driving home.
100%.
If you want more in-depth conversations about those TV shows and the most recent episodes on Comicast right now, you can find that conversation with Jong Lee and Michael Carroll. Let's get to Eric. We'll take his call, and then we'll get into some of the things you may or may not want to watch this weekend. What's up, Eric?
Hey guys, I heard it through the grapevine that the main villain in Batman 2 is going to be Victor Freeze. Also, I heard through the grapevine as well that Jim Carrey might be the new Freddy Krueger in the new Nightmare on Elm Street. And I know the new trailer for Godzilla Minus One dropped today. It looks pretty good. I just want your thoughts on that. I'll have a great weekend. I'll hang up with it. Oh yeah, one more thing. I heard they're making a Toxic Avenger 2 for that great movie that came out a few years ago. I'll hang up to listen.
Eric's now in a vineyard, I guess.
Yeah, apparently. So he continues, another thing he continues to do beyond the Toxic Avenger thing is to mention Victor Freeze, better known as Mr. Freeze, as a villain in the Batman 2, which is something we didn't really believe because of the world that Matt Reeves has set. It would be interesting to see how he could work the character of Mr. Freeze into a movie that's so grounded.
Yeah.
And I have yet to see what Eric's talking about. Have you seen that?
No, I haven't seen that either. The only way I could see Victor Freeze being introduced in this is him before the transformation, right? Before he gets stuck into the whole suit, or
Him with a wife.
yeah, exactly.
Here's,
both
I'm Victor
of them.
Freeze. This is my wife.
Yeah, both of them being like, "Hello, how are you?" Yeah, exactly.
Wow, cold one we're having today.
Yeah, if there's a giant cryogenic tube anywhere, no, not happening.
Anyway,
in Batman
see you
Part
later,
2.
Bruce.
Yeah, it would be something like
Just
that.
a pop in.
Yeah, just a pop in, 100%. But yeah, I don't know about Victor Freeze popping up in Batman Part 2. I don't know about this Jim Carrey, Freddy Krueger thing. This is the first I've heard of it, because to my understanding, I thought he's only doing Sonic movies.
Not tapped into the grapevine.
Yeah. I'm not in that vineyard.
This
I
is
guess.
this. Who was was it Jim Carrey or was it Nicolas Cage? Who was in one of the Kick-Ass movies?
Nick Cage.
Nick Cage.
It was
yeah.
Nick Cage. Okay, I don't remember. Was it him or Carrey who talked about the violence in a movie and why he didn't want to be a part of that universe? Maybe it was Nick Cage. I don't remember. But yeah, I don't see Jim Carrey doing anything but the Sonic stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he talked about like he retired, but then like Sonic pulled him back in. So Sonic movies are like his thing. I don't know if he has anything.
Yeah,
in the
Jim
works
Carrey
outside
was
of that.
in Kick-Ass.
Oh, he
that's
was?
what I thought. He did.
He was.
He played
I remember that.
like a gun-toting older vigilante.
Oh, I thought,
or maybe he had a bat. I don't remember what he had, but he pushed back on the violence in his own movie. So I was like, I couldn't see him ever being Freddy Krueger. Now that stance was made public like 13 years ago. Kick-Ass 2 has been out for a very long time now, but he wasn't someone I would ever imagine that, because he's pushed back so hard against the violence in that movie.
He did do, and this may have been pre all that as well, but he did do that movie 23, I think it was, where he's like a serial killer or something like that. I don't know if y'all
I remember that.
remember that. Yeah. So I never saw that movie, so I can't speak to it.
I think
too
it's
much,
even
but-
older than Kick-Ass.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Prince sequel in the works, starring Jim Carrey.
Oh yeah, they did announce
He's
that.
reprising. He's picking up the mantle.
That's another one where I was like, I thought he hated doing all that. Like I know he enjoyed the movie, but I also know like that was a lot to do all that.
Enjoy the paycheck. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. You know what? Money supersedes. Godzilla -1 though.
I know the trailer is out. I haven't seen it yet though.
That trailer is very good. I can't wait for that movie. It looks incredible. I love the first one, so I'm very much excited for when the second one releases in November.
Yeah, it was a fun movie to. Well, fun's probably not the right word. It was entertaining and well done. I'll say that about Godzilla -1.
Yeah, it's not what the American version has become.
Not at all.
Where it's just superheroes.
It wasn't
in a
creature
sense.
fights. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not creature fights or anything like that. It goes back to the idea that Godzilla's more of a representation of destruction in the world and all that, and just. Well, go read about Godzilla and the origins of Godzilla. No, I want
hand wave from Sean.
Give me the one where he fights King Kong. Give me the one, and then give me the other
next
one.
Year.
Then give me the other one when he fights with King Kong on the same side.
And he fights a robot Godzilla.
Robot Godzilla.
Yeah.
Then
the Monkey King
Scar.
Scar.
Yeah, Scar King.
Yeah, Supernova out next year.
Yeah, Supernova, where he's going to probably fight a space Godzilla or something like that.
There we go. Yeah, come on, get on our level.
I mean,
Japan.
Godzilla has this history with Godzilla where it did start off as more of a metaphor for obviously the nuclear bomb.
Sure.
And then it became him fighting just everybody. just all sorts of monsters.
Oh, you're trying to teach me a lesson? How about this lesson? I like when things fight each other.
Yeah. Big monkey versus big lizard.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
That's how you make $1 billion.
Yeah.
See, King Kong stuffed that tree down Godzilla's throat again.
Yeah.
This is what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's what I want.
Allegory. Get
this
F out of here.
This is Godzilla +1, and that +1
is Kong.
Is King MF and Kong.
Is it time to go to a break?
It actually
Can we go
is.
to a break?
It is.
It actually is.
Yeah.
I was not expecting Godzilla +1. I was not prepared for that.
I mean, call it -1.
-0
we
this
got the
time
+1.
around. Now
Yeah,
you got
Godzilla -0. Yeah.
Yeah, now you got +1. So Sean is working in there clearly. We'll go to. He's maybe a little delirious. He hasn't had his Cliff Bar yet. You never know.
I'm fiending for it. I actually had half of it.
Okay, so
You want
Can't
some
tell
granola?
because I'm not eating on air.
somehow you avoided that. When we come back, we'll try to be as professional as Sean with more from Michael Carroll.
You're listening to the Del Olalea Show. That's kind of full of sports, but also filled with a lot of movie talk. Now back to the Huntington Bank Studios with Del Olalea and Sean Mapes.
We're back here with Michael Carroll, host of Comicast, a podcast he hosts with John Lee. Okay, so we got a big movie coming out next weekend I was talking to you about. But what about for this weekend? Anything people should go see?
I thought you were talking about the big one this weekend.
No.
No?
We're talking about the Odyssey in the break. What about this weekend?
This weekend, I'm going to start off with something I think you probably should skip, and it's the latest Disney live-action remake, Moana.
Where they digitally remove the Rock's nipples?
You beat me to it. Yeah, exactly. I did not realize they did that, but they did
apparently mammals in Disney movies can't have nipples.
No, can't do it. So
even walking human beings. They're mammals, so no nipples for you.
Yeah, no nipples. So
Well, in live action too.
In live action.
Why not? Why
don't put nipples on a
drawing? Because you can just draw them without them. Whatever.
Yeah.
But like, Dwayne the Rock Johnson has nipples.
But so how many times is someone shirtless in a Disney movie? You don't know that. There's no proof. Oh yeah, there's proof. He's the Rock.
He's the Rock. He's shirtless.
He's shirtless all the time.
I beg of the interns right now to please pull Sean saying Dwayne Johnson has nipples.
I mean,
he
spot
does.
the lie.
He's just speaking
Spot
the truth.
the lie.
It's not
There's two of
wrong.
them right
How many
there.
times is a human?
I'm not denying it.
How many times has a human man, because it would of course never be a woman, how many times has a human man shown his nipples in a Disney movie? Or even given the opportunity to?
I have to guess 0.
Animation 0. Live action 100%. There's been at least one.
But then
There's
they
been
one.
a
but then
nip
they
slip in a Disney movie.
then they've
from a
removed the
male?
nipples?
No, it's only because of Maui.
What do you mean?
Because Dwayne Johnson's character is
shirtless.
Is shirtless.
That's what I'm saying.
and 'cause
How
all
many
the
times
tattoos.
how many times has a man been shirtless in a Disney movie?
Eric wasn't shirtless in The Little Mermaid. Or actually, I didn't see the live action.
Or the
remake.
live
Have you-
because
yeah,
then they,
I was gonna say.
I need to watch
How do we
these live
know?
action.
'Cause, well,
this is how,
how do we know?
This is how I have to watch all these live action
'Cause I
remakes
think-
to look for male nipples.
if you want to.
I don't.
I think Mulan, the live action of Mulan, because there's the armor and
were
stuff.
his nipples removed?
No nipples were removed in that one.
No nipples were removed in the making of this movie. Of this not morally bankrupt, creatively bankrupt live action
But
remake.
they wanted to capture the magic of the animated version by removing him for Maui in this
I'll
one.
make a man without nipples out of you.
Yeah, exactly. Because they wanted to showcase the tattoos and everything. So
Okay.
Go for it, guys.
So
Is
Moana,
this movie good?
no,
not according to people who've seen
well,
it.
It's so weird because, like, in a lot of the live action ones, you would think they would at least change a little bit, like something. They don't change anything.
No,
in
it's
this
beat
one.
for beat.
It's beat for beat. Like they move one song, but it's like the best song from the original one. Also, the original one came out 2016. The sequel came out 2 years ago. Why are we doing a live action movie?
Who's asking for it is what you're
Who's
saying.
asking? Like, it's one thing if you do, what was it? Because I was trying to look it up. Like, Beauty and the Beast, it's like 30 years, 50 years, whatever it's been. You know, different ones. It's like, I get it. I get why you would do that. But this movie's only been out for like a decade. Like,
who are you making it for?
Who are you making it for? And I think that's the point that a lot of folks that have seen the movie are pointing out is, who is this for? Is this for the people that enjoy the animated movie? Well, just watch the animated movie. That would save money this weekend. Don't go to the theater. Just watch the animated movie.
You'll have a better time.
You'll have a better time. Won't cost like an arm and a leg and all that. So
You're not going to see nipples anyway, so might as well.
exactly. And
What's the Venn diagram for people who love Moana but only want to see the live version because they thought they were going to see the Rock's nipples?
It's a very small Venn
I think now that this story is out there,
it's grown a lot.
I think someone's going to buy a ticket and at least keep an eye out.
Somebody's listening right now. You know, I never thought of that.
Hey, I'm going to have to take my kid to this anyway. I've seen this movie 1,000 times on the animated version on Disney Plus,
You
which
know
I'm
what?
paying whatever $18 a month.
Don't
for.
listen to your kids this time.
Might as well. I have to sit in this room next to my kid. Might as well look for the Rock.
Disregard your kids' desire to go watch this one and just watch the animated one for 1,001 time because it's just gonna be it's the same movie. Like, what are we doing?
And clearly won't be as good.
No.
And as the critics have told us.
You would well, critics are like 36% right now,
Yeah.
so it's not good. So skip it. No disrespect to a lot of the actors that are in it because they are good. Like the music's good. But I will say Dwayne Johnson apparently phoned in his performance.
What?
So I know it's shocking. I know. Oscars, come on. But not
Smashing
not the
Machine
case.
himself.
Yeah, Smashing Machine. Yeah, no, not so much. But skip Moana this weekend. Maybe go watch, if you're a horror fan, it's already been a strong year for horror. Go watch Evil Dead Burn, the latest in the Evil Dead franchise. Now, I will say one of the things that's come up a lot about this movie is that it is unrelenting in its violence and gore to a point where some are like, they
had the check out.
Like they're checking out to a certain extent because some are fans that did finish it, but were also like, oh my gosh, that's a lot. So, be aware of that going in if you do want to watch Evil Dead Burn this weekend. 72% with critics right now. And you don't have to have seen, it's unnecessary to do homework viewing beforehand. You can appreciate it as a standalone.
Yeah. People are going to get skinned alive or whatever.
Yeah.
No matter what. You don't need to watch
Yeah,
the
you
other
don't need to
movie.
watch it. But this is the 6th movie in the Evil Dead franchise. But and there is lore to it, but you don't have to know it to appreciate it. Probably the strongest release this weekend is The Invite with Olivia Wilde, Seth Rogen, Edward Norton, Penelope Cruz. It's just the 4 of them for the entire duration of the movie. And it's set only in one apartment. Outside of the opening scene, the entirety of the movie is told in this one apartment. This one is, I would say, is more specific to cinephiles and probably couples and just folks that are looking for something a little different in terms of their entertainment. I watched it last week and it's good, but it's one of those that I was like, I'm good at having watched it once. I don't need to see it again. I didn't love the ending either of where things landed on it, but it's well written and it'll work for some people out there. So that's out there for folks. It's getting 96% with critics, 95% with audiences. So folks who want to check that out this weekend, you probably want to see that one. Since we're running close on time, I'll just jump to streaming. The Little House on the Prairie, season 1 is out. I know y'all are very excited. Very
Big
excited.
fan of the original.
Big fan of the originals. Well, if you're like the audience right now, who are kind of review bombing it because it's not the original. It's not 1974's Little House on the Prairie. But it's getting solid reviews so far, 75% with critics, who describe it as a better adaptation and understanding the history of the time period as well. So it's a little bit more nuanced than what you would expect. Because I thought when Netflix got the IP, they were just like, just slap the IP on it and just do whatever. But there's a little bit more to it than that. So you have that this weekend. The rest of these are not really what I would necessarily go out and watch. The 5-Star Weekend on Peacock, all 8 episodes of that are available right now with Jennifer Garner, Gemma Chan, Regina Hall, Chloe Sevigny, and D'Arcy Corden. It's a girls trip, like basically.
Wow.
It's a girls trip.
Wow.
I don't know. It's just not my
They're
movie.
all the same, huh?
Nope.
All these movies are
No,
I wouldn't necessarily watch it.
I'm just saying it's like that. That's all.
So far we've gotten a Moana shot for shot remake.
Oh no, yeah.
We got Little House of the Prairie remake.
Yeah.
And we got basically Girls Trip,
but
from Michael Caron
in series form.
Yeah.
In series form. I've always
8
wanted
hours.
to spend more time on this Girls Trip.
Trying season 5 is out there for folks. Honestly, had no idea this series existed until
I've
this week.
seen a couple episodes. It's about a couple trying to have a child. She's had some fertility issues. I think it winds up, they wind up choosing the adoption route, and the process of doing that, hijinks and hilarity ensues. They have English accents that might either help or hurt your thoughts on it. But yeah, the first couple episodes were fun.
Yeah.
But it's been out for a while now, so I didn't really get back to it.
Yeah, I mean, season 5 premiered this past Wednesday. 100% right now with critics. Might be something worth a watch. MGM Plus, for folks that have that, I don't. I know you do, Del.
I do, yeah.
There's The Westies premiering on Sunday night at 8 Central, starring J.K. Simmons, Titus Welliver, and possibly the new Batman, Tom Brittney.
So if you got Bosch, Who else is in it?
J.K. Simmons.
So we've got Bosch, J. Jonah Jameson, and possibly the new Batman.
1980s Hell's Kitchen.
That's how I work my mind around trying to watch this show. Yeah.
It's mob story crime drama. So you got that this weekend. First 2 episodes premiere Sunday at 8 Central.
Thank you, Michael Carroll.
Thank you.
Is he. He's the host of Comicast. Listen to that podcast he does with John Lee. Listen to it wherever you get your podcasts. We're done for the week. Sean's got 1 day next week, and then it's vacation time for Sean. So don't miss.
The Rock mailed in his performance.
Yeah, well,
get a load of meat on Monday.
Don't miss out on Sean's worst performance ever before he goes on vacation. So join us on Monday. But before that, enjoy your weekend. Since we're done for the day, Sean, what does that mean?
Hey, give me some of that salchicha.
He would eat a salchicha while talking into a microphone. That's just who he is. That is one Lance Zierlein. We will talk to you on Monday.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
We're taking a break.
Okay. That's cool. This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
In today's trend watching, while we've seen extraordinary volatility in the price of oil, in interest rates, and in a host of other areas like gold and silver, the stock market volatility readings have been extraordinarily low given some of the choppy trading we've seen lately. Still, the Dow, the S&P, and the Nasdaq are closer to their highs than they are to any meaningful pullback, so the so-called volatility index, or VIX, is below 17. It's also known as the fear index. Typically, when you see a big sell-off in stocks, which we have not yet seen, the volatility index could spike as high as 20, 25, 30, 35, somewhere around there before the market becomes so fearful it's time for a counter-trend move. Right now, volatility in the stock market is subdued, though in individual stocks it is rather high. That kind of divergence could be a warning about the overall market. When the volatility of individual stocks is greater than that of the overall market, it could suggest some underlying divergences that could lead to a sell-off down the road. Hasn't happened yet, but it's something to keep a close eye on.
DraftKings is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, Texas. Win or go home. That's it. That's the World Cup knockout round. And DraftKings has you covered for every single match. The DraftKings app is now live in Texas. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in Texas, the world's biggest stage, in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code HOUSTON975. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards over 21 days. That's code HOUSTON975 in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends July 19. Terms at dkng.co/predictions promo.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Buyers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Buyers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at buyersbarricades.com.
When seconds count, the police are only minutes away. Hi, I'm Danny Clark from Collectors Firearms. America is full of wonderful people who have no interest in ever owning a gun. I understand that. I really do. But when something terrible happens and the police are minutes away, a lot of people suddenly find themselves wishing they had a gun. My highest hope is that I never, ever need to reach for a gun to protect another human being. I want to live in a world where everyone gets along and no one ever does anything terrible to another person. But if you're thinking you might ought to have one, just in case, then you're going to be very comfortable at Collector's Firearms. I genuinely believe you'll be happy you came.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collector's Firearms. Right on the corner at With Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. One block east of the tollway. Collector's Firearms.
Can you dig it? The Hall of Fame with Booker T and Brad Gilmore is on ESPN 97.5. The best in Houston sports talk is ESPN 97.5.
Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers. There are jewelry stores, and then there's Zadok's.
KFNZ Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Oh my God, you guys are my favorites. This is The Rich Eisen Show. The one and only Rich Eisen.
I know what I'm talking about. That's the headline.
The Rich Eisen Show with guest host Brian Weber.
I mean, honestly, he's brilliant.
Brian Weber.
I've got a long resume. Google me. It saves time.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. And now, sitting in for Rich, it's Brian Weber.
Welcome to the program. Always an honor to sit in for Rich and the guys. They're back from vacation on Monday, so you only have to put up with me for 3 more hours. We're going to jump right in, talking NBA. What is more tedious than LeBron? Watch. Kawhi-gate rolls on. We've got the details, and we'll frame it in an entertaining way. AJ DeBonsa, Darren Peterson on display last night as Summer League in Vegas got rolling. We're not going to break down a meaningless exhibition game, but we'll present it this way. The future of the NBA is bright despite issues like Kawhi. That is coming up. If the United States had not gotten dismantled by Belgium on the pitch on Monday in Seattle, they would be playing Spain today in the quarterfinals here in Southern California. So, coming up in the next hour of the program, we'll address the current state of American soccer. And baseball has never been bigger, according to the metrics, like revenue, ratings, attendance. And because I'm a bit older than my enthusiastic delivery would suggest, I am still a baseball guy. So, coming up in 20 minutes, we'll focus on the Dodgers. They remain red hot and rolling. What does that mean for the rest of the league and the impending lockout coming up at the end of the season? Just to guest along the way, if you want to pick up the phone, it's 844-204-RICH, 844-204-7424. To be totally transparent, your best way to interact is to hit me up on the X platform. That is BW Weber, Weber with 2 B's, Hour 2. We talk MLB. Heading into the All-Star break, a reminder, full coverage of Home Run Derby on Monday and then the Midsummer Classic itself on Tuesday here on ESPN Radio. We'll check in with Andy McCullough of The Athletic. And undeniably, this is the football show of record. Mr. Eisen remains the face of NFL Network. So, final hour with NFL training camps now less than 11 days away. We will get analysis from Josh Alper of Pro Football Talk. I have a sense of when the audience is full. Perhaps that's why I've never been on the simulcast on Disney Plus, because maybe I've had a hot dog or two along the way. I realize we're all going through LeBron fatigue. So when I was getting ready for the show yesterday and came across another major development in the NBA that had nothing to do with LeBron, momentarily, I did a victory lap in my mind. We can all breathe and find something else to discuss. And then I realized, oh, my goodness. Does this mean I have to slow down and try to get the word circumvention out, which is always challenging for me? Talking Kawhi, we're talking salary cap. Now, I mentioned in passing I'm based here in Southern California. That's not important to you other than I watch the Clippers all the time. If you've dealt with my approach over the years of filling in for Mr. Eisen, You probably know by now, and that is a big assumption, so let me just flat out say it. I love basketball more than football. Now, the dichotomy is the only reason I have a semblance of a career is I worked with Rich at NFL Network a million years ago. So my passion for hoops coupled with my location here in L.A. means I watch a lot of Clipper basketball. And I have followed this Kawhi story with interest because, in retrospect, I probably should have gone to law school 35 years ago. But if you find this thing way too filled with legalese and details, I'm with you. So here's the quick overview, and then we'll check in with somebody who really knows his basketball minutia on a Big Word Friday. That's Bobby Marks. We're now 10 months into allegations of essentially a no-show job connected to an endorsement deal. It was a way, allegedly, for the Clippers to pay Kawhi more without having to absorb any salary cap hit. You know that by now. We're now 9 days away from the deal that was agreed to between the Raptors and the Clippers to send Kawhi back to Toronto. He's been there physically. He went to a Blue Jays game. He's been all over the scene in Canada. So what changed yesterday? And that change was the league put the trade on hold. They paused it with this important development. The Raptors would have to agree to the risk of accepting Kawhi on their team should he be penalized for any involvement in this alleged no-show job endorsement deal. I think I did that in 30 seconds. As mentioned, nobody's more plugged in to how the business of basketball works better than ESPN NBA insider Bobby Marks. So let's get his perspective, which he shared on NBA Today, giving the league some credit for keeping the Raptors fully in the loop about all of Kawhi's potential scenarios.
I give the league credit, at least as far as giving the Raptors a heads up, because remember, we went through this with Terry Rozier. Miami and Charlotte make a trade for Terry Rozier. He had been investigated. There was no wrongdoing. The Heat trade for him, and then he is basically suspended for the year, and they had given up a draft pick here. It's a story that's going to continually develop here. Hopefully, as Sham said, this is 10 months in. Right. Hopefully, we're going to get some closure pretty soon on this investigation.
We can only hope. Now, the cynic in me, if I was a little bit more of a hack or did a show poll, I'd throw it out there. What's going to happen first? LeBron makes his decision or the NBA finally wraps up this investigation? And I'm Brian Weber in for Rich, a Friday edition of The Rich Eisen Show here on ESPN Radio. Hope you're enjoying the program on your local affiliate, the ESPN Radio app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and TuneIn. The NBA, I think, has been slow playing all of this in the hopes that we would simply either just get burned out of trying to come up with any human connection to bookkeeping and accounting and net present value. This stuff is boring for my CPA. So 10 months later, I think they figured, all right, we've now gotten to a period where we can have this news dump. We can come up with the final result of this investigation. But I don't think they want to do it so long as NBA people are around to have to talk about it. And that means, looking ahead, Summer League wraps up July 19th. If I was more in the gambling space, I'd give you the under-over. I would take the over. The NBA will not come up with their final conclusion of this investigation that they farmed out to a law firm until after play in Vegas wraps up. So keep it where it is, ESPN Radio and across all the platforms. Of course, we'll keep you fully updated. But what does this mean? Couple things. It does suggest that maybe Kawhi is going to be disciplined because, as I said, I do find some of this fascinating on a intellectual level. The problem with penalizing Kawhi, in addition to whatever happened to the Clippers, and I think the Clippers' sanctions are going to be severe, including a fine to Steve Ballmer, but that's like coming to me and you and saying, hey, do you have a nickel? Guy's the richest owner in all of sports, so that's not going to do anything. But we know he loves basketball. That guy is absolutely out of his mind on the sidelines, and he loves all the new bathrooms at the Intuit Dome, glistening here in Los Angeles. I think he's going to have to take a long time out, a suspension, and can't have any day-to-day involvement with the team. The Joe Smith situation, avoiding cap implications when he took a side deal with the Timberwolves, tells us the team is going to be docked multiple draft picks. And then for Kawhi, I think the problem is there's not going to be a smoking gun. First of all, what is the sound of Kawhi's voice? Other than the laugh that always goes viral. The guy never talks. He's the Marceau of the NBA, taking nothing away from what he does on the floor. That's where he does his talking, and clearly he was a top 10 player last year. But unless there is an audio recording or an email from Kawhi's personal account saying, yeah, can you believe I'm getting over? And we're ripping off the NBA in terms of not having the salary cap consequences. I don't think any of that exists. As much as the league would like to penalize them, I don't think anything's going to happen. So the deal goes through. What does it mean? Well, if you're listening in New England, you're still bent, even after Brad Stevens tried his best with the verbal gymnastics to explain why he traded Jaylen Brown for 40 cents on the dollar. The Clippers got more in return for Kawhi Leonard, who's older than Jaylen Brown, who's facing this potential disciplinary action, than Brad Stevens, who I think is one of the best GMs in all of sports, got for Jaylen Brown, who carried his team to the playoffs and is a former finals MVP like Kawhi and came in sixth in the MVP balloting this year. So the Clippers did well in their deal, getting multiple draft picks and Brandon Ingram and another player, whereas Celtics got similar draft capital and Paul George, who's 119 years old. You put Kawhi on the Raptors along with Scotty Barnes. Suddenly, the top of the East gets much more interesting. We're not going to talk about LeBron here going to Philadelphia or going to Cleveland. I think if he goes to the Sixers are on the same tier as the Knicks looking to defend their title at the top of the pyramid in the Eastern Conference. But it just strikes me as very odd that the league did not step in at the time of this deal, or they are in conversation constantly with the franchises. In fact, if you care, the owner of the Raptors runs the board of governors that runs the league with Adam Silver. Why did they let this deal get agreed upon? Why didn't, at the time, they say, whoa, you guys can have these conversations, but nothing can happen. You can't have Kawhi show up in Toronto because we haven't finished the investigation. Very sloppy, very on David Stern-like. The league used to be pretty buttoned up, but this one just feels like something they have not been able to get their hands fully around, and it's not going away. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich. This is The Rich Eisen Show. I promised some thoughts on Summer League, and, of course, that would be like breaking down a meaningless preseason game in the NFL or Cactus League action in Major League Baseball. But I did watch the entirety of the game last night in Vegas, and it wasn't one-on-one basketball. It wasn't arm wrestling. It wasn't A.J. DeBonsa matching up head-to-head all the time with Darren Peterson. But here is the takeaway. The NBA's future has never been brighter. And, again, this is me overreacting to a small sample size, but I love college hoops as much as I love pro ball. This is not breaking news. A.J. DeBonsa is an absolute physical freak, and we saw it last night with a couple of amazing moves around the bucket. For Darren Peterson, it's all about availability. You know, all the DNP Peterson and the street clothes jokes that were thrown out because he missed all those games in Kansas. Now, his defenders will tell you that was a severe cramping issue that got misdiagnosed, and it took him a long time to come back. Other people will say he made some business decisions in college and decided not to play full games for Kansas. I can't slam him for that because the whole goal is to get to the NBA. But going back to the NBA draft coverage you heard on ESPN radio a couple weeks ago, the separation between DeBonsa and Peterson in terms of who should go number one overall to Washington was very small, and you saw that on the court last night. AJ, 27 points in 26 minutes. Now, the flaw and the thing he's got to work on, especially in the modern NBA, his long-range touch. He was 0 for 5 from three-point range. As for Peterson, 24 points. His negative was 8 turnovers. I don't expect him to be handling that much when we get to the regular season. But without cranking up the hype machine too much, I'm not in any way saying this is Bird and Magic coming into the league at the same time. But it does tell you the NBA has never been healthier. When you think about how stars...
John Renato here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Man, oh man, you guys are bigger and better than ever. You guys are doing something with AI now.
Oh my goodness. Love it or hate it, AI is here, and we are fully embracing it. So we have all of these massive data centers coming into Texas, and Houston Powder Coaters is doing all of the framework. So you come out, you will see these massive frames, and they're all for these AI centers, these data centers.
They have to be perfect, and they picked you guys.
They picked us, so the welding has to be right, the prep work has to be right, the coating has to be right, and they know we're number one.
And if you buy new stuff, get it powder coated before you put it out, because you can't say it'll last forever, but it'll last almost forever.
It's going to give it a good 1 or 2 decades to go.
And it doesn't matter what it is. Whatever you have that's metal, powder coated first.
Antiques, patio furniture, trailers, we got you.
ESPN listeners are saying it all the time. They're loving Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Ask for Robin.
I got you.
Make memories this summer at the Kima Boardwalk. Bring the whole family for waterfront dining at favorites like Saltgrass Steakhouse, Bubblegum Shrimp Company, The Aquarium, and Landry's Seafood House. Experience 13 exciting rides and free Rock the Dock concerts every Thursday. Don't miss Fireworks Friday, Tejano Music Nights on Sundays, and soccer-themed fun all summer long. Great food, thrills, live music, and family fun, all in one place, only at the Kima Boardwalk.
Life has a way of shifting priorities, changing needs, and pivoting plans. Home Bank is there for all of them. Their bankers partner with you every step along the way, from understanding your needs, meeting your goals, and celebrating your successes. Home Bank is invested in the vibrant spirit of our community and in you. So partner with them. Stop by any banking center across Greater Houston or visit home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Chances are, if you've been to a few weddings, corporate events, rodeo committee gatherings, or charity dinners over the years, you've enjoyed Damaris Catering.
Yanni Damaris here. Most people know Damaris Barbecue. Our family's been at it since 1964. Well, Damaris Catering has been around since the early 70s. We do events from 20 people to 5,000, serving a variety of cuisines to cater at any event.
From no tie to bow tie, it's taken care of. Damaris Catering. Find them at Damaris.com.
Are you looking for the cheapest prices on car insurance? Then call the Cheap Car Insurance Hotline right now. Hey, you're guaranteed to save money on your car insurance. Most car insurances can be canceled at any time. That means if you find a better deal, you can switch right away. We're not just one company. We offer most of the major brands of car insurance. We're like a discount supermarket for car insurance. And it doesn't matter if you have a good record or a bad driving record. Our agents are experts at finding you the right car insurance for your needs. Our average customer saves hundreds of dollars a year when they call us to switch. So why don't you make this 100% free call right now and see how much you can save on your car insurance?
800-871-9417. 800-871-9417.
800-871-9417. That's 800-871-9417.
Mike Holly, class of 1990, has been protecting the interest of Cougars for over 30 years. First as a Cougar offensive lineman and now as president of HR&P. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Don't struggle with the demands of human resources. Let HR&P eliminate these burdens and customize a plan that fits your business needs so you can get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H. That's hrp.net/U of H.
Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. The hard iced tea taste you know and love, but with an 8% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and brings your daytime drinking to the next level. Just look for the bright yellow cans in the cooler and get ready to dial up the fun. Big flavor, extreme kick. Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
It's the Rich Eisen Show on ESPN Radio. I'm Brian Weber. Looking for your thoughts on social media. BW Weber, Weber with 2 B's on the X platform. Rich is the face that runs the place when it comes to NFL Network, meaning we never get too far away from the shield. Coming up in 30 minutes, we'll cap this first hour of the program. Continuing, let me reach over. There's a button right there. The countdown to the start of NFL training camps. 11 days from now, the rookies for the Cardinals and the Panthers report, getting ready for the Hall of Fame game. That means it's all football all the time, meaning I'm going to carve out some room right here for the grand old game of baseball. Now, before I make any predictions, and it occurs to me, having laid out my thoughts about Kawhi Gate before this show is over, based on my track record, Kawhi will probably be suspended for 25 games in the upcoming season. The Raptors then will back out of the trade, but it's a good thing I have the A-team back in Bristol, Connecticut, Ryan, Mikey C, and the crew keeping me updated as to what's going on. And sidebar, as Rich is doing phenomenal work on This Was Sports Center, I've enjoyed each and every episode with icons like the great Linda Cohn, who just wrapped up a remarkable run here at ESPN, and a tremendous conversation with the killer, Craig Kilborn, as somebody who was a production assistant during the summer after my junior year in college. I won't say the year because I'm too stuck in the past. It is unbelievably meaningful to open this microphone every time I get to say I'm in for Rich on ESPN Radio. Now, that suggests I'm not hanging out on Instagram too much. I probably shouldn't be, given my age. Suggests that I don't know what Riz is. But I do know that baseball is undeniably more popular than it's ever been. The problem of talking baseball on a show like this comes down to this. What is the topic? Do you want me to break down the wild card race in the American League, which is just nuts, because everybody in the American League is terrible, except for the incredible feel-good story. And it feels like the White Sox could only score the equivalent of a field goal. I tried to clean that up 2 years ago. You'll remember they lost 121 games. The worst record in the history of Major League Baseball. Within the span of a season and a half, they've come all the way back, and they've had the lead in the AL Central for a good portion of the year. So baseball is filled with interesting components, but it's just tough to frame it in a way that works on a platform like this. So, as I'm based in Southern California, but you could live in Saskatoon to be aware, somehow the Dodgers are even better than they've been the last 2 years, at least in the regular season, despite getting decimated by injuries. I'm going to go through all the key contributors that they're missing, but I can tell you this. They have the best record in all of baseball with 61 wins. First team to get to 60. I realize we have great affiliates and a lot of loyal listeners in Wisconsin. I am aware of the Brewers right behind them at 59 wins. I would say, though, I think we all recall what happened. Even though the Brewers dominated the season series from the Dodgers last year, what happened when we got to the NLCS, still, we're only in July. The Dodgers are trying to become, and it took me a lot of research to make sure I wasn't mishearing this. I thought it was factually wrong. It's true. The Dodgers are trying to become the first National League team ever to three-peat. In fact, the only franchises ever to win 3 in a row, the Yankees and the Athletics now, who have been exiled to West Sacramento on their way to Vegas. So, ESPN MLB analyst, former player, Doug Glanville, who always has astute analysis, was asked on game night here on ESPN Radio if the Dodgers were clearly the best team he's seen this season.
They are. I mean, and the thing is, what sometimes gets forgotten is they are just as injured as every other team. You know, a lot of teams say, well, we're missing this guy. They're missing Will Smith, Blake Snell, Tyler Glasnow. I mean, they're missing all kinds of people, Edwin Diaz. And they're just still going as if nothing's, happened. They're still the best team in baseball. And those guys will eventually come back. And then what? You're just going to deal with a real juggernaut. So they just win through their depth, and they're not necessarily all star players that are doing the job, but they find ways, and that's what makes them so dangerous. So they're going to be tough to stop. But the fact is, as good as they were last year, they were still 1 out away and 1 second away from losing that World Series. So that's how tough the game is.
And Doug could have mentioned, as he offered terrific context there, remember when Kyle Tucker signed with the Dodgers and people lost their minds? Like somehow this was the tipping point. Not all of the deferred money they were able to get Shohei Ohtani and other stars to accept. Not the fact that they have a murderer's row, to use another contemporary reference. Tucker going to the Dodgers felt like just the trigger for this explosion of outrage. Well, Kyle Tucker's done nothing at the plate. I just looked it up during the break. He's hitting less than 250, 249. He is a bit of an upgrade in the outfield. But to do this without Edwin Diaz, who they got to try to overcome and address their glaring weakness last year in the bullpen, well, he hasn't done anything with the elbow injury, and we still don't know what's going to go on with the cockfighting story in Puerto Rico. If you go back to last year, without question, the Dodgers don't win that World Series without the heroics of Roki Sasaki out of the pen. Well, he's back in the rotation. He has been average at best, better the other night when he picked up some quality innings in 6 innings of work, just 3 earned runs. But before that, he had been scuffling, and a lot of talk here in Southern California about if the Dodgers didn't want to treat him with a little bit more respect because of what he meant to the playoff run last year. Other franchises would have sent him down by now. Mention Snell. Mention Glasnow. No idea when he's going to come back. And Mookie Betts finally has woken up after he looked like he was ready for retirement. And I'm not being over the top here. He was abysmal to start the year. So you put it all together, the Dodgers should be even better. And now, if I really want things to go thermonuclear, what happens if they get Tarek Skubal? Now, one step at a time. Ohtani is pitching tonight. That's always must-see TV. Unfortunately, because things work out this way, and I'm not going to bury baseball for the lazy perspective that they don't market their stars, they don't know how to connect with young people. It's not Rob Manfred's fault that Ohtani's pitching tonight, meaning he can't pitch on Tuesday in the All-Star game in Philadelphia that you can hear here on ESPN Radio. Same thing with The Miz, who is an absolute freak. I don't have a better description of what that tall dude is doing, hitting over 100 consistently. We can talk about the accuracy of today's tech, but he's certainly not rolling it up there. No change-up in his arsenal. He's a modern Randy Johnson, not as tall, but throwing even harder with more velocity. Think about what the Phillies have done, and I'll check to see just to confirm, but it looks like Zach Wheeler is on track in terms of the alignment of the rotation to pick up the ball, and that's going to be a great scene in Philadelphia in front of those rabid Philly fans. And then throw in another Philly. I know we got roughed up this week by the Royals, but baseball is bizarre. You can't use one game as a reflection of an entire season's worth of work. Christopher Sanchez has been lights out. Unfortunately, no Miz, no Ohtani, and no Scanes, who has been more mortal this year, although he bounced back earlier in the week. The Midsummer Classic is supposed to be a showcase of the biggest names in the sport. However, because we all have supercomputers and HD TVs in the palm of our hands, this is not like the old days when it was the only time we would see certain stars or the only matchup of the National League and the American League, because interleague play has been a smashing success. So I'm not going to sit here and crush baseball just for the bad fortune that it did not set up properly for Ohtani, nor the Miz, nor Skeens to get the ball. But if we're talking about the problem of coming up with firm conclusions about teams, because baseball is flipping a coin 162 times, what do we do with the Yankees? What a weird week. I feel like I'm Mel Allen doing This Week in Baseball. How about that? I'm Brian Weber, in for Rich, 844-204-7424, and the conversation never stops on the X platform. That is BW Weber, Weber with two Bs. Coming up in 15 minutes, we will get to the football. Just about every year, some team goes from worst to first, primarily because they capitalize on their easy schedule. We saw the Patriots do it. The 49ers do it last year. Who's on that short list of contenders to achieve that goal this year? And then coming up to kick off hour number 2, we will use the quarterfinal matchup here in Los Angeles. Could have been the United States, but they got worked by Belgium, as they should have been, because, quite simply, Belgium is a better team. Instead, Belgium versus Spain, but we'll focus on the Stars and Stripes. What has the World Cup experience meant so far on the field, on the pitch, if you will, and more importantly, the spectacle off the field meant for American soccer moving forward? As for the Yankees, back-to-back games with 17 strikeouts. Then they explode yesterday for a 12 spot against the Rays, so they salvaged a split in that series. And Ben Rice goes deep twice. And without him, this team would look like a Triple-A team at the plate. I don't want to overstate that it's Aaron Judge and Aaron Judge only, but if you just look up the record, with and without him, tells the entire story. So the Yankees should be active at the deadline, and I think everybody, barring a handful of just hideous teams like the Angels, and that's not just my L.A. lean, Artie Moreno needs to sell that team. Although it'll be a good scene coming up on Tuesday as Mike Trout is healthy. He's made his return from the IL, and he'll get a hero's welcome returning back to Philadelphia. Other than that, if you took a moment, not while you're driving, but during the weekend, take a look at the wild card standings in the American League. It is absolute chaos. So there's two ways that that's going to impact the activity as we get closer to the trade deadline first week of August. Bunch of teams, I think, are going to say, why not take a shot? Let's be buyers because mathematically we're still in the hunt. Flip side is, what do the Tigers do with Skubal? Now, the real solution is pay the man. I'm getting so tired of the conversation about the haves and have-nots, and this is linked to the Dodgers, because let's say the Dodgers only maintain their momentum. Forget about winning 115 games or something absurd. Let's say they win 103, 104, and let's say, for the sake of argument, they win another World Series. All that does, especially a historic three-peat, as I mentioned, has never happened before in the history of the National League, and that's a pretty big sample size. If that happens, all that does is hand owners across the league who are dead set on trying to impose a salary cap in this sport more ammunition to claim the game is rigged, that you can't win unless you can match the spending power of the Dodgers, which I can understand the argument, but it's just factually wrong on a couple levels. You want to know who has the second highest payroll in all of baseball? New York Mets. I was a Met fan growing up, as you probably tell when I dropped the G's on words like running, or say Saturday instead of Saturday. When's the last time the Mets won anything? 1986. And Mookie's not walking through that door. The Yankees, third highest payroll in all of baseball. They just went through a stretch before they erupted with the dozen runs yesterday of having, this is astonishing to me, I'm just going to read this slowly, failed to score more than 5 runs in 20 straight games, tying a franchise record. How is that possible if you claim that all you have to do is throw tons and tons of money at a problem and you can, quote-unquote, buy a championship? It's absurd at face value. The Tigers should not operate as a franchise if they don't want to pay Skubal. Now, you can make the argument he's getting older. And now he's just coming off the injury, which he came back in 30 seconds. It was incredible. Still, I don't want to hear a team in Detroit, which is a major market, crying poor. That is an ownership problem. If you're not willing to spend, you shouldn't own a team. Period. Full stop. And that's why, and maybe I'm being Dr. Doom as a fill-in guy, and I'm not looking for cheap heat. As they say in the WWE, I'm Brian Weber in for Rich Eisen. Hit me up on the X platform, BW Weber, Weber with 2 B's. That's why maybe I'm even more nostalgic about this season because we know what's coming. The lockout hopefully is going to happen as soon as possible, probably the day after the end of the World Series. And I say that hopefully because it gives both sides more time to come to the table and come up with a compromise. And I'm not going to throw out hypothetical scenarios because that's not my job. But I will say this, baseball is still stubborn in so many ways, which is a weird dichotomy because embracing change has made the sport more popular than ever. What's the biggest change? The pitch clock. The game is watchable. In fact, in some ways, I went to a Dodger game a couple weeks ago. It moves too quickly because if you're going to shell out the major cash, especially for the Dodgers who are good, if you want to go skimpy, go to an Angel game or go pick another team that is far more mid than the reigning champs. If you're spending the money, plus the parking, plus a hot dog or 7 and a couple adult beverages, you want to maximize your investment. But now the game is cruising by. Major League Baseball has made all of these strides forward. Shohei Ohtani is the greatest player in the history of the sport. And what are we talking about? The Dodgers somehow are the poster boy for all that's wrong with baseball. We never said that about the Yankees when they were dominant. I don't know what the difference is. And I think it's a lot of rhetoric from owners who don't want to spend. There's no need for a bake sale or a GoFundMe. They wouldn't be in position to own these teams unless they had the money or they inherited it. If you were born on third base because your grandfather was rich, then sell the team and cash out and go on permanent vacation. But if you own these teams, there's a civic duty to spend enough to be competitive. And the Skubal situation is going to be fascinating because the Tigers can justify hanging on to him. Remember, they have been largely irrelevant for most of the season. Still 7 games under 500, but just 4.5 back in their division and right in the hunt of the wild card race in the American League. I'm Brian Weber. Jumped in the hot tub time machine, took you back to 1998. I get passionate when I talk about baseball because I still care about the sport of my childhood. But I know nothing pays the bills better than the NFL. So coming up, we will shift to the Shield. Training camp's now less than 2 weeks away. Who are the true contenders to be among the most approved teams in all of football? And I can't believe the words that might come out of my mouth. Should we be buying the Cowboys? Yeah, I said it. I'm Brian Weber. It's always a blast to sit in for Rich and the guys as we continue here on The Rich Eisen Show.
In my world, you're always sorting through information, trying to find what matters most fast. Well, if you're hiring, you can now review all these resumes and applications faster thanks to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter has a new feature that instantly shows you the most interested, qualified candidates first. ZipRecruiter's matching technology finds qualified candidates quickly. And with ZipRecruiter's new feature, qualified candidates show up at the top of your list. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
ambition just met its match with Robinhood. You push yourself in everything you do, scanning headlines for insights, keeping an eye on the market. Robinhood puts you in control of your money, all on one platform. You expect more from yourself. Expect more from your money. Get started today at Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Again, that's Robinhood.com/yourmoney. Your money, your move.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Buyers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Buyers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at buyersbarricades.com.
Houston, it's football season, and there's no better place to catch the action than Taqueria Sarandas. The match is on, the crowd is cheering, and your table is loaded with sizzling fajitas, authentic tacos, enchiladas, plus ice-cold beer and cocktails. Every great play deserves a great meal. Every goal deserves a celebration. You eat, you score, go! Bring your family, bring your friends, and enjoy all the soccer action at Taqueria Sarandas. Taqueria Sarandas, where Houston watches soccer with locations across Greater Houston. Get to your local Taqueria Sarandas.
How long is this list?
Don't let that honey-do list overwhelm you. Stokes Hardware to the rescue. This is Kirsten Stokes with Stokes Hardware, where old school service isn't gone. It's our specialty. The kids are out of school, which means it's a great time to do your DIY projects, like your patio, painting, or garden project you've been putting off. Skip the big box runaround. Shop local, shop smart, shop Stokes Hardware. Find us on Instagram, Facebook, and online at stokeshardware.com. Stokes Hardware, real help, real expertise.
In a city as big and diverse as Houston, it's nice to know your bank still knows you. At Home Bank, their bankers aren't just here to help. They'll recognize you, know you, and earn your trust. They live here, work here, and care about community like you do. And because everyone's financial journey is different, the bankers take the time to understand what matters most to you. Right now, they're offering several banking specials designed with Houston in mind. Whether you're saving for tomorrow, growing your business, or planning your next big step. The best part? You don't have to figure it out alone. Stop by any of Home Bank's locations across Greater Houston, River Oaks, Pasadena, Sugar Land, Baybrook, Friendswood, and the newly opened banking center in Tomball. To speak with a banker who's ready to listen, answer questions, and help you find options that fit your goals. Home Bank, just real conversations with real solutions and opportunities. Go to home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
From the FIFA World Cup to competitive business environments, grand ambitions lead to game-changing achievements. At Bank of America, we're there to support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge.
He shoots, he scores!
What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers. Bank of America, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Thousands of dealerships compete for customer satisfaction every year. For the 11th year in a row, D&M Leasing was named America's Leasing Company of the Year by Cars.com. Ranked number 1 in the Southwest for service and customer experience. D&M makes getting a vehicle easy. No dealership visits, no pressure, just leasing experts who handle it all. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today. D&M Leasing, America's Leasing Company of the Year.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
My name is Brian Weber. I'm in for Rich. This is the Rich Eisen Show on ESPN Radio as we close in on the second hour of the program in less than 15 minutes. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Should have been the United States playing Spain today in Inglewood, California in the quarterfinals. Instead, it's Belgium. Why? Belgium is a much better team than Team USA. So coming up as we kick off the second hour of the program, we'll try to get a handle on the state of American soccer. And it's a time to stop ripping Christian Pulisic for reasons that don't seem appropriate. If you want to get involved on social media, it is BW Weber, Weber with 2 B's, with NFL Conversation on the docket coming up. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors are the experts of taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs, and the experts install them. That means working with a company that builds and installs a quality product with real pricing, real simple, really beautiful. And when a trusted name like Pella chooses to partner with the Rich Eisen Show, that says a lot. 0% financing options are available. Certain restrictions apply. Find your local Pella Windows and Doors showroom today at Pella.com/Eisen for details. That's Pella.com/Eisen. Make life brighter with Pella Windows and Doors. NFL rarely is not at the forefront of our collective consciousness, but in the summer of soccer, and you don't have to be a soccer fan. I know just enough soccer to be dangerous. Now, the entire team in Bristol is going to say, oh, wait a minute, he's going to talk about Pele in 1977 again. I wasn't going to go there, but by popular demand, there is your obligatory reference. Still, as the tournament now reaches the business end, and especially because the U.S. did not show up and got outclassed, and that really was the issue, as we'll discuss in the next hour, I can understand losing to Belgium. Belgium had a better ranking. Belgium destroyed the U.S. in a friendly in March in Atlanta. But the mental miscues, especially early in the game, and just the lack of energy was inexplicable. Still, with all of that, and the NBA being held hostage by LeBron, and baseball heading into the Midsummer Classic, the NFL is still king. So, once we get to the start of training camps, because it's been a relatively quiet time in the league, unless you count the latest wedding of the century, Travis Kelce and Travis's new wife. I'm just laughing because I'm thinking of Rich and Susie Schuster being in attendance as I was sitting in this hot studio by myself. That is sliding doors. Rich is at the top of the profession, and I am so lucky to be filling in for him. But other than the football world gathering at the world's most famous arena, as Swift and Kelce became a official couple, not much has been going on. Once we get to training camps, in 11 days, everything changes, and we know the entire business model of the National Football League is built on hope and competitive balance, parity, which all the other leagues are trying to rip off. It's not in any way a coincidence that the NBA killed free agency with that dreaded second apron because they wanted player movement to be harder. And what has happened? We've had 8 different champions over the span of 8 years, dynasties effectively killed in the NBA. And in the NFL, it's the, I think, most overlooked aspect of any reasonable conversation about the outlook of any team. I'm not saying you have to do bad local radio and do the schedule game. That's a win, that's a win, that's a loss. But you got to look at overall strength of schedule. The Patriots, clearly, by their own admission, if they were being truthful, benefited from one of the most straightforward, I'll be kind, let's just tell it like it is, easiest schedules we've seen in a quarter century in this league. Now, they also got it done in the postseason until they got to the Super Bowl and got exposed to a degree. But you have to throw a little bit of context there because Drake May was clearly less than 100%. Same story for the 49ers. As remarkable as last season was, as they got crushed by injuries, they were coming off a last-place finish, had such an easy schedule that they capitalized on. So who would be in the conversation to have that kind of mojo this year? Well, I'll go with low-hanging fruit. This is not in any way a sizzling hot take, but technically the Lions did finish in last place in the rugged last year NFC North. So that translates into a much more favorable schedule. Think about that division. Vikings quarterback situation remains a mess. How much you buying Kyler Murray truly changing his ways from all the reports about a lack of focus on football being the most important thing in his life. And it's pretty clear J.J. McCarthy is going to prove to be a wasted first-round pick. Packers, I'm not slighting this team as a perennial playoff club, but they didn't do much in the offseason. So Lions, yes, they won 9 games last year, but if you're asking me a team towards the bottom of the standings overall in the league or just from the perspective of the outside looking in that will make the playoffs, I'll go Detroit. I'll go New Orleans. Context matters, not only with the strength of a straightforward schedule. Think about that division. 8-9 got the Panthers the win, and they were in a tie with Tampa Bay and Atlanta. So Saints get the benefit of a last-place schedule, and very quietly, unless you're playing fantasy football or putting down a buck or two on a Sunday or Thursday night, you might have overlooked the fact the Saints got hot down the stretch thanks to Tyler Shuck, who's, 96 years old after his rookie season, wrapped it up with 4 wins out of their last 5 games. And my goal is to be objective. I stopped rooting for anything but something to talk about in the paycheck a long time ago. But growing up detesting the Cowboys and just paying attention to the last 3 decades of their inept play, it is hard for me to ever fully endorse them. But since I've been watching Get Up and all the other shows across ESPN, I'll defer to guys who know what they're talking about. I just over-enunciate for a living. But if Bart Scott tells me, based on his defensive expertise, that the Dallas defense should be much better, and remember, they were hideous last year. If they had just tackled somebody from time to time, that's probably a playoff team. Statistically, they cannot get any worse because they got gashed for too many points and too many yards. You bring in a new defensive coordinator and Christian Parker coming over from the Vic Fangio tree in Philadelphia. The Flus is loose. They can Matt Eberflus. And they invested hugely on the defensive side of the football using a pair of first-round picks to address that glaring need. The folks who know tell us that Caleb Downs, even though the safety position has been devalued, could be a generational talent in the secondary. You throw in what Jarrah did after the Micah Parsons trade, which at the time seemed reckless and foolish. He did pretty well, though, with the assets, in addition to getting Quentin Williams. And they picked up edge rusher Rashawn Gary in a trade in the offseason. So, understanding that George Pickens has no choice other than to be a good citizen because he's in the contract year after taking the franchise tag. That offense was clicking last year. No reason to believe they'll slow down. If that defense is even marginally improved, Cowboy team that won 7 games last year should be at a minimum a playoff team, but we know what happens when they get to the postseason, right? We've seen that movie before, but I don't want to troll Cowboy Nation, especially as a fill-in host. My name is Brian Weber. You can pick up the phone, 844-204-RICH. That's 844-204-7424. Or the conversation I see is heating up on the X platform. BW Weber, Weber with 2 B's. Coming up as we motor our way into the second hour of the program. Is Christian Pulisic taking too much heat for reasons that are not valid? We talk soccer entertainingly. That's the goal. Get it? I'm Brian Weber in for Rich. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
When you tell someone what team you cheer for, do they apologize? Does your first childhood memory involve crying on a Jumbotron? Then you may be a fan of a BST or bad sports team. Luckily, when you bundle your home and auto insurance with Progressive, you're protected from things like fire damage caused by violently unplugging the TV or an accidental overhand left to the drywall. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Covered subject to policy terms. Not available in all states or situations.
Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. You guys have been so busy. You guys are just swamped, huh?
Houston came through. They listened to get everything done prior to the soccer parties, but now we're still doing stuff for the pool season.
Let's talk about pool season. What do we need to get done?
We still have 4th of July coming up. We have Labor Day and all those 100-degree days. We need to get your patio furniture in, get those slings, get those straps, make it look new again.
What about those grills and smokers?
Before you know it, it's going to be football season. Let's go ahead and get ahead of the game. Let's get those barbecue smokers. Let's go ahead and get those trailers in. Be ready for all those big football games in the fall.
And how cool is it when you got your tailgate chairs looking like your football team?
You're going to be the envy of everyone's hearts.
And it doesn't matter what it is. Whatever you have that's metal, powder coated first.
Antiques, patio furniture, trailers. We got you.
ESPN listeners are saying it all the time. They're calling. They're loving Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Ask for Robin, even though she might be busy.
I got you.
Spring is calling at Two Creeks Crossing Resort, just 90 minutes north of Houston. Spend the day relaxing by the water, then stick around for live music, great food, and can't-miss events happening all season long. From cook-offs and holiday celebrations to outdoor adventures and family-friendly fun. Whether you're rolling in with the RV, booking a waterfront cabin, or planning a glamping getaway, there's a perfect spot waiting for you. See everything coming up and reserve your stay now at TwoCreeksCrossingResort.com.
Looking for a career that offers real opportunity? IBEW Local 66 is opening the door. With more than 4,800 members, their apprenticeship programs combine classroom instruction with paid, hands-on training so you can earn while you learn and build a nationally recognized career in electrical, construction, or line work. Whether you're just starting out or ready for a new direction, they're ready to help. Visit IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future, IBEW66.com.
DraftKings is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, Texas, win or go home. That's it. That's the World Cup knockout round. And DraftKings has you covered for every single match. The DraftKings app is now live in Texas. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in Texas, the world's biggest stage, in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code HOUSTON975. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards over 21 days. That's code HOUSTON975 in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends July 19. Terms at dkng.co/predictions promo.
John Granado here. You know what the bosses here did? They bought an unlimited corporate membership at East River 9. You know what that means? More golf for me. East River 9 is offering annual memberships for individuals, families, and your business. Unlimited golf, exclusive promos, and much more. Spots are filling up fast. Reach out today to secure your spot. Sign up online at eastriver9.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-913-7033. I'll see you on the links, baby, at East River 9 with our unlimited membership.
Houston, the world is here, and we have the perfect place to watch all the soccer action. Spanish Flowers Restaurant, where every match is on, every goal is celebrated, and every fan is welcome. Grab sizzling fajitas, legendary Tex-Mex favorites, and ice-cold margaritas while you cheer on your favorite teams. Heading to a match? Stop by our iconic North Main Street location just minutes from downtown. Open late and open 24 hours on weekends. Your home for epic soccer celebrations is Spanish Flowers. For locations and specials, visit SpanishFlowersRestaurant.com.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers. There are jewelry stores, then there's Zadok's. KFNC, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show. Oh my God, you guys are my favorites. This is the Rich Eisen Show.
The one and only
Rich Eisen.
I know what I'm talking about. That's the headline.
The Rich Eisen Show with guest host Brian Weber.
I mean, honestly, he's brilliant.
Brian Weber.
I've got a long resume. Google me. It saves time.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. And now, sitting in for Rich, it's Brian Weber.
It is another hour of the program, and it's great to have you with us coast to coast. However, you may be enjoying this audio experience, whether it be our great affiliates across the nation, the ESPN radio app, Sirius XM Channel 80, or my former employers at TuneIn. Let's keep the conversation going on social media. BW Weber, Weber with 2 B's on the X platform. We address baseball heading into the All-Star break in the first hour of the show. If you missed that, no worries. You can listen to any portion of any program anytime by checking out the Rich Eisen Show podcast. That'll drop shortly after the conclusion of the show. And we will circle the bases again in 20 minutes, getting you set for what are the important topics to know heading into the All-Star game, and then it's on to the trade deadline. With a reminder, you can catch full coverage of Home Run Derby on Monday, and then the All-Star game itself right here on ESPN Radio. We'll get analysis from Andy McCullough of The Athletic. And I'm pausing NBA conversation. I would clap for myself, but I'm afraid I'll knock the microphone over. More NFL coming up in the last hour of the show. We will take you across the league with Josh Alper of ProFootballTalk.com, part of good friend of the program, Mike Florio's Media Empire. I follow the stars. I think people forget why this is called broadcasting, and I'll destroy the momentum I thought I had established. Let me do it in 15 seconds. It was an agricultural term, a farming term. So when a farmer was tossing his seeds out there, you don't want to throw it in one spot in case that is not receptive to growth, because you can tell I have a green thumb. You broadly cast it out there. I went a long way to point out that if you talk about notable names, and Conor McGregor is still a notable name, whether it's making terrible movies like the reboot of Roadhouse or for other reasons, and he can steal a press conference, as we saw again yesterday, he returns to the octagon tomorrow for the first time in 6 years. Does Conor need the UFC anymore, or do they need him? It's a really interesting dynamic. That is coming up in 45 minutes. But no, I will not be breaking down what it takes to pull off a rear naked choke. In 2 hours, and this is another reason why, even if you're not a soccer fan, I get it. I'm not trying to convert anybody, and I don't have any professional connection to soccer anymore. I faked my way through doing high-level college soccer here on the West Coast for national champion programs like Stanford and UCLA. Learned a ton from hanging around with those coaching staffs. But when I'm not on the air, I'm not watching La Liga. I'm not watching the EPL. Occasionally, I'll watch Champions League. But I appreciate the beautiful game because I'm open-minded. And I've been to Europe a couple times, and there's a reason why everybody else in the world loves it so much. Here's one reason, just as a sports consumer, you might want to appreciate soccer. They start the game on time. When I say 2 hours from now, less than that. When we get to 3 p.m. Eastern, that game between Spain and Belgium, that could have been the United States, will get underway promptly. Now, we could talk about the corruption of FIFA and everything else wrong with soccer and bogus red cards, but we're not going to do that because we're trying to stay upbeat in my final fill-in shift for Mr. Eisen and the crew. So I mentioned, and by now, I'm not telling you anything you don't know. The ratings for what happened on Monday night, unfortunately, a one-sided victory put together by Team Belgium, were unbelievably big. I'm talking historic, the biggest non-NFL sporting event since 1994, Tanya and Nancy back in the day. Such a big controversy, they made movies out of that debacle. So, had the United States actually performed to the best of their abilities, maybe that would not have been a 4-1 beatdown. Either way, it was a lost opportunity because of all of the momentum and because of all the casual fan interest. And you know how it works in sports. Somebody's got to be the fall guy, as Chris Carter once said. Somebody's got to take the heat, and that somebody a week ago was largely regarded as the most skilled player in the history of American soccer. I'm talking about Christian Pulisic. So let us hear from Craig Burley, who, like Christian, played for Chelsea at the top of the sport in the English Premier League. He said on a great soccer show, you should check it out for the rest of the World Cup and beyond, ESPN FC, that those who are now piling on, quote-unquote, Captain America may be going too far.
And I get it. He's had a tough tournament because he started well, got injured, hasn't really found his flow again, ends the tournament the way he pretty much started, is injured. But the pile-on to an individual is way over the top. It's like if Christian Pulisic had a great tournament, the US would have gone all the way. That's kind of how the talk is. And I get it. He has a responsibility, and he didn't come into this tournament to try and be under par or play badly. But to me, if I was Christian Pulisic, I would be big time annoyed, because it seems to me it's almost a personal attack on an individual rather than an analysis of the football that's gone before. Because if it's an analysis of the football, you could go through pretty much the whole team and say, well, he had a bad game, he had a bad game, the goalkeeper made a mistake, Serginho Dest had a terrible game, letting balls bounce in the box, all that sort of stuff. But it seems that he has been painted up there as the poster boy.
That is well said. And since I like to dwell in the afterglow of when I had a thriving career, I spent a lot of time in the tennis world, 19 years of tennis channel, because I like to work. And if you think about it, they play tennis every day. My issue with that sport, and I love tennis. And by the way, if we're going to wonder why the United States is not better in soccer after 49 years since Pele wrapped it up in 1977 at Giant Stadium, do you realize an American men's tennis player hasn't won a Grand Slam tournament since 2003? That was Andy Roddick, who's killing it, as he always does, in media work on ESPN. My problem with tennis, other than having to work at 2 o'clock in the morning for international matches, is it's too insular. If you're, quote-unquote, not one of us, they don't want the casuals, and soccer has that same kind of vibe. And there's so many connections within the sport, and so many generations now think Greg Berhalter, who I give him credit, is defending Christian, and his son Sebastian, who played well amongst the few bright spots for Team USA that came crashing down against a much better Belgium team. But as much as I appreciate the strong analysis from Carly Lloyd, in fact, I think she's been the best analyst across all of Fox's coverage, felt like she was being a little bit over the top. And I know she was in the moment reacting to Christian, saying when he came off the field and asked for his post-game reaction on Monday that he felt like, well, the good news is I'm going to be okay. And she effectively said, well, he's got plenty of time at the end of his career to rest. Landon Donovan, I think, is just auditioning to be the next Alexi Lalas. Now, if you know anything about the backstory and the personal dynamics between Landon Donovan and the Pulisic family, evidently, Landon, who used to be the face of American soccer, and he'll always have, especially now with the United States failing to meet expectations that were out there of at least reaching the quarterfinals. And I'm Brian Weber, flexing soccer knowledge for the last time. I don't know if I'll be here in 4 years when we roll around to the next World Cup. In for Rich. Hit me up on the X platform, BW Weber, Weber with 2 Bs, in less than 15 minutes. We get you set for baseball heading into the All-Star break when we're joined by Andy McCullough of The Athletic. Donovan was the star in 2002 when the United States made the quarterfinals, coached by Bruce Arena, and then became the elder statesman of American soccer. We've known about Pulisic since he was very young, a phenom, and with that comes the burden of expectations. According to all these reports, Landon tried to be supportive and a mentor to a young Christian Pulisic, and Pulisic's father essentially blew him off, said, no, we're good. Now, if you just want to tell it like it is, as much as Pulisic is getting buried, should we mention that now it's been confirmed? I don't think anybody thought he was faking the injury or exaggerating it. He's got a microfracture in his leg. He's going to miss several weeks for his high-paying gig at AC Milan in Italy. That's notable because everybody who was burying him for not cutting his leg off to get back on the field now looks pretty foolish. But Donovan, I think, has a degree, and this is just me being amateur psychologist, of envy that this is just a fair assessment, I think, if you just look at their international body of work. Pulisic has had much more success playing at the top of the sport. I mentioned he won a Champions League title for Chelsea. He is part of a very prestigious AC Milan team. Now, there, he's the third option, and here's where things got askew. Back to my notion of I'm always going to look for stars because I want people who don't love sports as much as you and I as hardcores do. And we're going to talk Conor McGregor coming up in 40 minutes with his return to the Octagon tomorrow. We were so desperate to have a new face of American soccer, and here came this unbelievably talented kid, and we said, you're the man. And all the comparisons to Tiger Woods and LeBron James. Now, Christian never went out and said any of that. He didn't print T-shirts that said Captain America, but you don't get to choose when you're anointed. We, as a sporting society, do that. And with all of that adulation and the money comes massive expectations. And when you are the face of American soccer, you got to do better than 1 assist and no goals in this tournament. Now, some of that comes down to injury. Unfortunately, that's been a consistent issue beyond his control. So it feels like scapegoating is going on. I think the real shift that has occurred, even if you paid little attention to the tournament, you couldn't misname Balogun because it was all over the news shows over the weekend. When FIFA got to the right conclusion by pausing that red card that should never have been doled out, just you can go back and watch the replay. It was incidental contact, but they did it in such a FIFA way with no transparency. They foisted it on Belgium at the last minute after the Belgians spent the better part of a week preparing for the American side without Balogun. And you got to believe that that was extra motivation for Belgium. Why do you think, in my estimation, they came out with so much attacking intensity, peppering the United States with shot after shot in the first 10 minutes? This is now Balogun's team. You could just use the eyeball test. You can see the difference in speed, athletic ability between Balogun and Pulisic. So, as Pulisic now, if he accepts a contributing role, I'm not saying it's Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen. I'm not coming up with other analogies from other sports. I'm saying it's 1 and 1A. Balogun just has a different gear and I think a mindset. He wants the pressure of the moment. And Pulisic, I think, is more comfortable being a complementary talent. So they got 4 years to figure this out. But the only issue comes down to this. Expectations got completely distorted when the United States blew out Paraguay, and suddenly it was World Cup title or bust. Look, I'll mention again, if you saw Pele like I did, now I was 6 years old, but if you saw him in 1977, you figured sometime in the next 25 years we'd actually be a contender in the World Cup. It's been 49 years, nothing has changed. So we should recalibrate our expectations. The negativity surrounding Pulisic, I think, really is just a replacement for overall disappointment of how poorly the United States played, the mental miscues, and just the glaring display of the wide gap between, quote-unquote, us and the premier teams, which include victorious Belgium, taking on Spain coming up at 3 Eastern here in Southern California. If you don't love soccer, my gift to you on the pitches, we're not talking about it again in our remaining hour and 45 minutes. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich. Hit me up on Twitter. I don't work for Elon. Don't have to call it X. My handle is BW Weber, Weber with 2 B's. Coming up, because baseball still commands our attention, especially heading into the All-Star break, is this year of excellence on the mound reflecting an absolute resurgence of young arms? Is it a one-off? And who is the best pitcher in all of baseball? We'll find out when we bring in Andy McCullough, senior baseball writer for The Athletic. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich. A reminder, when you run a small business, you don't just do the job. You're also the hiring manager, the payroll department, and the benefits team, usually all before lunch. Gusto takes a few of those roles off your plate quickly and seamlessly, which has helped me with my LLC tremendously as a small business owner. Gusto is online payroll and benefits software built for small businesses like mine. It's all in one, remote friendly, and incredibly easy to use so you can pay, hire, onboard, and support your team from anywhere, unlimited payroll runs for one monthly price. No hidden fees, no surprises. Save time with built-in automated tools, offer letters, onboarding docs, direct deposit, and more. It's quick and simple to switch to Gusto. Just transfer your existing data to get up and running fast. Plus, you don't pay a cent until you run your first payroll. So try Gusto today at gusto.com/rich and get 3 months free when you run your first payroll. That's 3 months of free payroll at gusto.com/rich. What's more, gusto.com/rich. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
In this business, time matters. You're always looking for ways to be more efficient and stay ahead. We all have our own time-saving hacks. But if you're a business owner, how can you save time hiring? The answer? ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter has a new feature that shows you the most interested, qualified candidates first. Save time and meet great candidates sooner with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
Life has a way of shifting priorities, changing needs, and pivoting plans. Home Bank is there for all of them. Their bankers partner with you every step along the way, from understanding your needs, meeting your goals, and celebrating your successes. Home Bank is invested in the vibrant spirit of our community and in you. So partner with them. Stop by any banking center across Greater Houston or visit home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Buyers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Buyers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at buyersbarricades.com.
Progressive provides protection for your boat and other outdoor vehicles so you can explore new things.
Oh, I can finally try pesto.
We meant like water skiing.
I've just never had pesto.
Or maybe take the boat somewhere new.
I mean, is pesto spicy or sweet? Oh, guess we'll find out, right?
Right. Bundle home or auto insurance with your boat, RV, or motorcycle and stay protected with Progressive while you explore.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready for pesto.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Houston, let's celebrate the summer of soccer. From BotRoss AI Drawbot and custom trading cards to immersive fan experiences and on-site laser engraving, we create the activations guests remember long after the event ends. Visit nextlevelevent.com. That's NXTLVL event.com and use code ESPN975 for up to 20% off. Next Level Event, where brands become experiences.
I didn't need a plumber for years and years and years, but when I did, I called Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They have been helping 97.5 listeners for years. I can recommend them with confidence for emergency service calls and all jobs like a repipe, a water heater, tankless water heater, you name it, and without charging exorbitant prices. That's AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. You need a plumber? Call Billy Brown and his guys. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com. John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Whatever you have that's metal, powder coated first.
Antiques, patio furniture, trailers, we got you.
Any car parts as well.
Any car parts except brake calipers and engines.
It's very specific. Okay. Why? Because people have wanted that done.
People want it done, but they get too hot, so we always say get those ceramic coated, which we don't do that.
Okay. All right. And free pickup and free delivery.
If you are between Houston, Galveston, and the Woodlands, we got you.
I mean, if you want proof that Houston Powder Coaters is the biggest and the best, what about being the world's best?
The cat's out of the bag. We did get highlighted for being the world's best on a TV show, but that will be coming out soon.
That's great. That is unbelievable. The city says it, AI says it, corporations say it, and now a TV show is going to call you the world's best. That's great.
Get in when you can because we are about to take over.
Anything you need done, Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. That's HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
I'm in my late 60s. My husband died a few years ago. He did all of our taxes. I sold a piece of property last year, and I forgot to claim the proceeds of the sale. Next thing I know, I got a letter from the IRS telling me that I owe over $50,000. Now I have a huge tax problem. I don't have that kind of money. I wish I knew who to call.
If you sold property in the last calendar year or didn't claim all of your part-time or even retirement income, you could be in big trouble with the IRS. Call first before they send you a letter. If you've already got a letter, call. We'll help you file years of past tax returns and save you time and money. So call the tax doctor. The call is confidential and free.
800-240-4587. 800-240-4587. 800-240-4587. That's 800-240-4587.
It's the Rich Eisen Show here on ESPN Radio. Brian Weber with you. Coming up in 30 minutes, we will spotlight the world of the Octagon and the return of Conor McGregor to UFC tomorrow. Wasn't mean for Conor, wasn't mean for the sport. That is on the docket, but this is a absolutely outstanding time of the year to be a baseball fan heading into the All-Star break with Home Run Derby on Monday. The All-Star Game itself in Philadelphia on Tuesday. Full coverage, of course, here on ESPN Radio. Always great to focus on MLB with Andy McCullough, senior baseball writer for The Athletic and author of the terrific book, The Last of His Kind, focusing on Clayton Kershaw. Andy, thanks for taking the time. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm well, and it's our first conversation in a year. Not only are our interactions so memorable, but I keep notes of my time filling in for Rich. A year ago, we were talking about the book. 12 months later, did you get any feedback from Clayton or his team about it?
No, I mean, he still hasn't read the thing. It came out 2 years ago. You know, he told me when I wrote it, I'm not going to read this. And to my knowledge, you know, he's held firm on that. He's a man of his word.
Okay.
No, I mean, look, Clayton and his family were exceedingly generous with their time, you know, during the process of doing the book over a couple years. And so, you know, he's been very gracious about the whole thing. I imagine it's a very strange thing to have someone write a book about you. So, yeah, I couldn't really ask for more in terms of the subject.
Okay, I did not mean to bring up a tough topic. Now, I'm a narcissist. Unfortunately, there's nothing you can write about me, but, you know, maybe we'll do a side deal, and I have a couple bucks. It'll be more of a pamphlet, Andy. It'd be more like Common Sense. Thomas Paine as we're coming up Independence Day. Well, you know the Dodgers very well beyond the terrific book on Clayton Kershaw. I used to work for the LA Times. Are you surprised at all this team has been this dominant despite all of the injuries?
I mean, honestly, a little bit. You know, the last couple years as they've won the World Series, they've, you know, really sort of downshifted in the regular season. And it's like it's just not a priority for them organizationally. But, you know, it's just a testament. Like, everyone knew coming into the year that they were the best team, right? They have the best players. They have Shohei Ohtani. You know, or they, you know, add Kyle Tucker for an insane amount of money. They add Edwin Diaz, and they're getting sort of minimal contributions from Diaz. Tucker's been, you know, a little bit better as of late, but it's basically like a league average hitter. And they're just storming along, you know. It'll be interesting to see, you know, the question for them is just like, can they get to October 1st still healthy? You know, that's really the thing. It's like if they won 110 games, 115 games, you know, whatever, it doesn't really matter in LA. What matters is if they can three-peat, you know. And so it's like, can Mookie Betts, you know, who's 33, and Max Muncy 35, Freddie Freeman's 36. Like, can you get them all to October 1st healthy? Can Will Smith get his neck right then? Will Shohei Ohtani, who's dealing with a bunch of sort of nagging small things, will he still be at his top level when the postseason starts? And so I do expect that they maybe will kind of take the throttle down a little bit in the second half, but also, like, they're not really pushing guys to the max right now. They're just a really good baseball team.
Which is really scary for the rest of the National League and all of MLB. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich. We're spotlighting the Diamond with Andy McCullough of The Athletic. Andy, there's lazy analysis out there that, the Dodgers just buy a championship, or they have some sort of supercomputer in addition to the big brain of Andrew Friedman spitting out different combinations so they have that advantage. You're around the team. You know the human element. How would you sum up what Dave Roberts means to this team in terms of their success becoming this season the fastest manager to get to 1,000 career wins?
Yeah, I mean, he's been a big part of it. He's been there for, at least I believe it's a decade now. As you said, the fastest to 1,000 wins, 3 World Series championships. They've never missed the postseason. I think that he's really, been essential for keeping the clubhouse together in times of, in tough times dealing with injuries. There's been, there's lots of things that come with his job that other managers don't have to deal with. Like, it's a privilege, right, to get to write Shohei Ohtani's name into the lineup every day. But at the same time, there's also, like, lots of media responsibilities. He has to answer questions about him all the time. He has to sort of, just be the public face of this organization. And it is a very involved, very intense job. And he's, really been great at all of it. He's always been a great sort of spokesman for the Dodgers. His in-game decisions, while at times have been criticized, tend to be really, really good. And you hear very little about sort of strife within the room, among players, and that's in part because of the culture that Roberts has helped create.
Andy McCullough of The Athletic is our guest on the Rich Eisen Show. Since we're talking about the role and importance of a manager even in the analytics era, what do you make of the turnaround in Philadelphia after they parted ways with Rob Thompson in April, coming off that sluggish start? How much of an impact do you think Don Mattingly, who used to manage the Dodgers, has had, or is this much more about the return of Zach Wheeler?
Well, I think it's a lot of things. I mean, I think obviously, and the Phillies players have talked about this, Rob Thompson getting fired was a bit of a wake-up call to them, and Don Mattingly, to put it to them plainly, I'm just like, this should not have happened. Like, this is, and I think the players understood that it was their fault, that Rob Thompson, a guy who they, had a great reputation and seemed to work really well within that room, lost his job essentially because the players underperformed. I think they've gotten a lot of guys, sort of back in line to where they'd be expected. Mattingly is a good manager. He was a good manager with the Dodgers. He had, he acquitted himself well when he was managing the Marlins at a difficult time, in their franchise history. He earned a lot of, respect during his time in Toronto last year. And yes, as you said, like, Zach Wheeler's back and looks like a number one, looks like the sort of guy who, could be the best pitcher in baseball if it were not for, Christopher Sanchez, who is, currently his teammate who's currently seems on track to be, a Cy Young favorite. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's just, the baseball season's so long, man. Like, it feels like so long ago that the Phillies were, falling apart and Rob Thompson was getting fired, because they've been a good team now for, several months. And so from their perspective, they feel like it was a shame that Thompson lost his job, but it was a necessary change, and the results have been there.
Andy, to follow up on your allusion to the Cy Young race in the National League, with what's going on in Philadelphia and the phenom that is the Miz in Milwaukee, how do you see that race?
I think it's going to be fascinating. I think it's going to be really, really fascinating. Jacob Mizorowski has just been he's dynamic. He's so much fun to watch. He throws so hard. I think he's the sort of player who, when you watch him, you're just sort of like, well, this will end. Like this, we've seen so many arm injuries over the years. It's like, well, there's no way this will keep going. But he's a large man. He takes care of himself. Like, the Brewers are trying their best to protect him essentially, and so I think he obviously is making a case. Christopher Sanchez, as I said, was probably those are the two favorites right now. But I also do think that, Shohei Ohtani, if he remains healthy and keeps his ERA as low as it's been, will stay in the conversation. But right now, like, Mizrahi's got a 1.62 ERA and more innings than Ohtani. It's going to be hard to make that, the sort of the per batter argument for Ohtani with the way the Miz has been pitching. So it should be a fun race to follow as the second half goes along.
Do you have a comp for the Miz other than Randy Johnson because they're both giant and they both turn it up there over 100 miles an hour consistently?
Oh, jeez. No. I mean, Randy Johnson was like, the thing with Randy Johnson is apparently he tipped with every pitch. Like, you knew whether it was going to be a fastball or slider based on his delivery, and it just didn't matter. Like, I actually think Randy Johnson's seems pretty clearly to be the best pitcher ever. But so I don't know. That's a pretty with Mizrahi, it's just with all pitchers, right? You just you need to see it year after year before you can really feel confident in what it's going to be, just because guys get hurt. Their fastball velo goes down. You've kind of seen what's happened to Paul Skeens over the last couple months. It's just a really hard thing to maintain, especially when you're just pushing the limits of what humans are capable of doing in the way that Mizrahi is.
I'm Brian Weber in for Rich Eisen here on ESPN Radio, getting you set for the All-Star break in baseball with Andy McCullough of The Athletic. Andy, as you have conversations with people across the bigs, what's your sense of how the Tigers are weighing the pros and cons of what to do with Tarik Skubal as we get closer to the trade deadline?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be one of those that, obviously gets pushed up to the deadline, which is 4 or 5 weeks from now. They seem to be completely dead in the water, but they've, won 5 in a row. I think 8 of their last 10, 8 of their last 11, something like that. They know their division is not particularly strong. And, there might be a case to be made that you want to try and maximize Tarik Skubal while you still have him, knowing that he's probably going to leave, as a free agent after this season. So, you've got Tarik Skubal, might as well try and win the division and try and win the World Series with him. But at the same time, I think there's going to be so many teams lined up trying to make offers that it may be tough for, the Tigers to turn this down. They, a couple years ago, they were in, not to this magnitude, but they were a team that was kind of out of it, and they moved Jack Flaherty at the deadline and ended up making the playoffs. I believe that was 2024 when Flaherty went to the Dodgers. So, it's not without precedent. Obviously, it is a more seismic move for the franchise to part ways with a homegrown 2-time Cy Young Award winner. But I think, between the Dodgers, the Braves, the Yankees, the Brewers, all the teams who are going to be lining up, making offers theoretically for Skubal, it will probably make sense.
What do you think the reaction would be if Skubal winds up with the Dodgers? The world would come unglued?
Yeah. I mean, it's just, it would be quite amusing. It would be quite amusing. It was when the Dodgers signed Kyle Tucker, it was all right, this is just, that's funny.
But Andy, he hasn't done anything at the plate. I know the outcry was reasonable at the time. Right?
Well, yeah, but sorry, what's the question?
No, I'm just reacting that. No, I fill in a lot during hot stove season. People went nuts with Kyle Tucker, and here we are. He's been a non-factor offensively.
Yeah, I mean, baseball's a hard game, man. It's a hard game. I think the reaction would be, apoplexy. People would lose their minds if Skubal ends up with the Dodgers, which, I guess from a plurality standpoint, the Dodgers are the favorites to land him. But that's, whatever, a 20% or 15%, and the field is more of a favorite. And it would be quite amusing because it would really upset people. But they are a team that is taking advantage of their resources, both financially and the talent they have in their farm system. They are doing the things that the fans of 29 other teams want their team to do.
Well said, and we will leave it there. Andy, as always, we appreciate the information and the insights. Thanks for taking the time to join us again today on The Rich Eisen Show.
No problem. Thanks for having me.
Andy McCullough, check out his great work at The Athletic, and the book's still available wherever you get books. The Last of His Kind, focusing on Clayton Kershaw. I don't think that Clayton wrote the foreword, but he didn't have to. It's all about what Andy did between the covers. And the Tucker exchange was this. I don't know why it was Kyle Tucker, of all people, that sparked so much outrage in the offseason. I guess it was just the level of excess. Really? They're going to do this? Like your neighbor who has 3 Corvettes and he comes over with a 4th one that's just nudged a little bit past your driveway. I get it. The optics were terrible. From a standpoint of perception being reality, it's like, okay, fine. Dodgers now just going to write another check for another title. May I remind you, as Andy did in passing, last year the Dodgers required one of the most amazing comebacks we've ever seen in Game 7 history. And when that series shifted back to Toronto, they trailed 3-2. The World Series should have been won. If we're going to talk baseball, right? We're going to go Kenny Atkinson. Analytically, the Blue Jays won that World Series. I still don't understand Miguel Rojas and everything else that had to happen for the Dodgers to win. So coming off that miraculous, epic World Series, for the Dodgers just to throw more money at Kyle Tucker, maybe I'm numb to it because I'm here in Southern California and I grew up in New York where the Yankees always spent hundreds of millions of dollars, whatever it took back then. But the Tucker thing just remains humorous to me, especially because he's been a non-factor. But as Andy pointed out, that's what makes what the Dodgers have been doing all the more impressive. Because if we play the what-if game, what if they get fully healthy? And it feels like just a matter of time for everybody but Glasnow. That is more of a long-term injury. But at some point, Diaz is coming back to give them that lockdown closer they're looking for. You know about the Cy Young history of Blake Snell. Ohtani hasn't been fully healthy. And I think the other thing going on, the National League West has been such a dumpster fire. I'm talking outrageously bad. Diamondbacks and Padres are 14.5 out, and it's still early in July. So because that is a boat race, it feels like this is the 1928 Yankees. It feels like this is an unstoppable juggernaut. Well, we're not even at the All-Star break, and we're not even in the postseason. And I mentioned that analogy of baseball is flipping a coin 162 times, a random walk throughout a 6-month sample size. Then everything shifts because the playoffs are so accelerated, and every small error or pitch that's 5 inches just a little bit out of a guy's grasp in the outfield, the whole postseason can hinge on that kind of level of detail. And that's why baseball still is fascinating. I'm not trying to convert you. I am an independent contractor. Heard me talking about my small business. I am not in the baseball business. I'm not in anything but the content business and trying to keep the lights on in my studio apartment. I just look for a variety of things to talk about, especially this time of the year, because we know what's coming up. And I'm going to give you more football. I'm not trying to zig when the world zags. I am not trying to be a contrarian because it's just too tedious as a fill-in host. If I'm only on every few months, am I going to remember, other than I remembered Andy's conversation because it was so notable a year ago? All right, what was my perspective 4 months ago? If you say what you mean and you mean what you say, it's a lot easier way to handle our business and live your life. Put it all together. It's a good time just to check out what's going on around the bigs. And if you're just looking for NFL-style parity, look at the American League. Now, you could argue, the old flip of the coin, it's mediocrity. If you wanted to be Hot Take Johnny, you could just say, the American League is terrible. Back to you. There's also a lot of baseball coming up, and clearly the Yankees are going to look different when Aaron Judge comes back. But the question is, still no timetable for that lingering rib injury. Going to be fascinating to see what Brian Cashman does heading into the trade deadline. Does he have a lifetime appointment like the Pope? Is he in the College of Cardinals as I tap into my high school Catholic education? Does he have more job security than anybody on the planet? Because all my Yankee fans who are friends back in the New York tri-state area, all they do is lament, is Cashman going to finally make a move? And that move they all want is to whack Aaron Boone, but that feels like that's not happening anytime soon. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich. As we continue to work our way towards the top of the hour, let us turn up the tempo on social media. It's BW Weber, Weber with 2 Bs. In 20 minutes, back to the NBA. I have another perspective on what's going on with Kawhi Leonard, and because This is my last show in for Rich. I'll take one more pass at LeBron James. Is this whole ordeal even more unseemly than the decision back in the day? We'll get there coming up. Straight ahead, because I gravitate towards star power, Conor McGregor is back. He'll climb into the octagon tomorrow for the first time in 6 years. At this stage of his career, does the UFC now need him much more than Conor needs the company? We will tackle that straight ahead. Always a blast to keep the chair warm for Mr. Eisen. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich as we continue on The Rich Eisen Show.
Rich Eisen here. We talk a lot about battles in sports. Teams battling through adversity, athletes fighting for every yard. The toughest warriors I've ever seen, though, aren't on the field. They're kids fighting cancer. Their families standing beside them. Doctors, nurses, caregivers. That's why I'm proud to support Hyundai Hope on Wheels. For over 28 years, they've helped fund pediatric cancer research, raising more than $303 million and supporting over 40,000 children. Learn more and donate at HyundaiUSA.com/Hope on Wheels.
When's the last time payroll was the easy part of your week? With Gusto, it can be. Gusto is the all-in-one platform designed to take the hassle out of managing your team, from payroll and compliance to hiring, onboarding, and more. With Gusto, you can get back 2 full days each month with all the time you have saved. Go to gusto.com today and learn why over 500,000 small businesses choose Gusto. That's Gusto.com. Gusto.com.
Not a fan of crowds? Then bring the soccer parties home with Spanish Flowers Restaurant. Whether you're hosting family, friends, or the whole neighborhood, Spanish Flowers has family packs loaded with Houston's favorite Tex-Mex flavors. Add margaritas to go, and you've got everything you need for the ultimate soccer watch party. Getting game day food has never been easier, so let Spanish Flowers do the cooking while you enjoy the matches. Order online today at SpanishFlowersRestaurant.com and celebrate every goal with Houston's favorite Tex-Mex tradition.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low price, fixed rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Spring is calling at Two Creeks Crossing Resort, just 90 minutes north of Houston. Spend the day relaxing by the water, then stick around for live music, great food, and can't-miss events happening all season long. From cook-offs and holiday celebrations to outdoor adventures and family-friendly fun. Whether you're rolling in with the RV, booking a waterfront cabin, or planning a glamping getaway, there's a perfect spot waiting for you. See everything coming up and reserve your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Most car buyers don't know this. The longer you loan, the more likely you are to owe more on your car than it's worth. Millions of drivers are stuck in 6- and 7-year loans facing negative equity. Leasing with D&M avoids that trap, letting you drive the car you want without years of depreciation. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M to keep payments under control and drive smarter. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com today. D&M Leasing, the smarter way Texans drive.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
DraftKings is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, Texas. Win or go home. That's it. That's the World Cup knockout round. And DraftKings has you covered for every single match. The DraftKings app is now live in Texas. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in Texas, the world's biggest stage, in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers, sign up with code HOUSTON975. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards over 21 days. That's code HOUSTON975 in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click-to-claim issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends July 19. Terms at dkng.co/predictions promo.
Can your IRA stand up to the next financial crisis that our top economists are saying is at our doorsteps? By allocating a percentage of your IRA into physical gold and silver with a tax-free rollover, you can diversify and safeguard your holdings from turbulent markets and economic downturns by putting your IRA back on the gold standard. Find out how to safeguard your assets with a tax-free rollover with a Genesis Gold IRA, the only IRA that can hold physical precious metals. Call now for your free gold and silver report. Protect your IRA today. Don't let your retirement accounts get caught off guard by trade and tariff wars. Learn why a Genesis Gold IRA is the #1 choice for thousands of Americans across the nation. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. That's 800-644-8611.
Ian Weber back with you. Friday installment of The Rich Eisen Show. Getting closer to the business end of the program, but still plenty of time for you to express an opinion on social media. My X platform handle is BW Weber. Weber with 2 B's. Not only to be annoying do I bring up the 2 B's. If I had 1 B, I'd have Weber grill money. Clearly, that is not the case. In less than 15 minutes, we will power our way into the final hour of the program. I have made a business decision not to talk LeBron, just to give all of us a break from that fatigue. But since this is my last opportunity to weigh in, I'll frame it this way. Because we had the original decision back in the day, 16 years ago this week, is this latest round of LeBron making up his mind very slowly, even more unseemly than that situation was. That is coming up with a reminder. A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible, overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding, that's right, pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. That is SoFi.com/trick. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Million years ago, and I feel justified in bringing this up, because amongst the roster of guest hosts for the greatness of the Rich Eisen Show, I am now a colleague of Seth Rollins. By extension, not like we hang out in the green room, but theoretically I could track down his contact info if that restraining order was not still in effect. And I bring up Seth because when I was interested in sports as a kid, there was not as much of the all sports availability all the time. We didn't have cell phones. We didn't have the internet. Games were only available nationally on the weekend. You know what was on all the time? Wrestling. So the biggest influences on how I wanted to approach this medium were Mean Gene Okerlund, the voice of the old WWF, and Bob Costas. Now, I don't think I have blended them. If I have to come up with a graduating scale, am I closer to Mean Gene or Bob? There's a lot of Okerlund in my delivery. And I say that because I was able to use that enthusiasm and going over the top, oh, what a bombshell, to call mixed martial arts during my time in the San Francisco Bay Area. Hope you're enjoying the program on KMBR 1050 as a local television, sports, radio, and TV guy. So I know MMA, and I appreciate MMA. Maybe I'm auditioning to get back in the octagon, but UFC will never touch me. So, like everybody, I am fascinated by the return of Conor McGregor. Now, if you haven't thought about him for a while, I get it. Guy's 37. In fact, he turns 38 next week, and he has not fought in the UFC in 6 years. And remember, the last time we saw him, he got his legs broken by Dustin Poirier completing their trilogy, and then you had all of the developments outside of the cage, rehabbing, lingering injuries. the detailed New York Times investigative report saying that the team doctor of the Rams and some other prominent franchises gave him authorization to use PEDs as part of that rehab. And that is okay because he was not in the testing protocol. Put it all together, the man with a personality at this stage of his life that's even bigger than his skill set. Although if you saw him yesterday at the press conference, he has notably bulked up. Now, some of that is getting older, and we all put a pound or two on, except for yours truly. Some of it, I think, also by design, because he's looking, if he's going to fight a few more times, to up his striking game. But the UFC, if you're just looking at in terms of popularity, rankings and national Gallup polls, or even just eyeballs, and this is a tough comparison, more people watch tennis than the UFC, more people watch golf than the UFC. Clearly, more people watch hockey with the great coverage here on ESPN. It's still a niche sport to a degree, and because they got that blockbuster media deal with Paramount, they have eliminated effectively the pay-per-view model, meaning they don't have the same incentive to put star versus star on the marquee to get us all to pick up the phone and pay whatever pay-per-view is now or used to be. I think I checked out at $79.95, but I was that guy who would do it once a month because not only is mixed martial arts, in my mind, the purest form of competition, it's me versus you. That is it. Everybody loses. Nobody goes through that sport undefeated. So that's what got me hooked. But now I find myself, even though I have the streaming platform, not caring as much because the sport doesn't have the same kind of stars. Why do you think people were so attracted to that absolute farce here in Southern California between Gina Carano, I called her fights earlier in her career for Strikeforce, versus Ronda Rousey? The hug in that fight lasted longer than the armbar, but it did a massive number, and there was a ton of buzz because even casual fans know who they are, in part because of Gina's acting career. UFC, if I asked you right now, who's your favorite UFC fighter? And I'm not taking any shots at any of these names. I could go through the top 5 of the pound-for-pound rankings. What's your favorite Islam Makhachev fight? Or your favorite press conference interaction? And the guy is a unicorn. Tom Aspinall has a huge upside, and he's already the reigning heavyweight champ, but unfortunately we haven't seen him because he got poked in the eye by Cyril Gane. So at this stage of sports relevancy, I think the UFC needs Conor far more than he needs them. Now, if we're talking about a fighter, it would be ridiculous to presume that a fighter has saved his money. I know that's a cliche, but let's just say it's probably good for Conor if he's not getting financial advice from Floyd Mayweather or Joe Louis or Sonny Liston. For whatever reason, if you beat people up for a living, you don't usually take good care of your money. Now, Conor, according to reports, has made over $100 million. But we know all the NBA stories of guys who have blown through that sum of money. I don't think he's back because he needs the dough. I think he's back because he misses the spotlight, because it's like oxygen for him, and the UFC needs him. Dana White has been brilliant in making the top tier of his fighters largely interchangeable. You're not tuning in anymore for one specific matchup or fighter. You're tuning in, much like the NFL, because it's the UFC and it's an event, and having that historic, however you want to frame it, let's just say spectacle at the White House only solidified that. Now Conor is back, trying, I think, to squeeze every last moment of the spotlight that he can, because even as all athletes compete much longer than they used to, guy's been on the show for a long time. I mentioned he's going to be 38, but I'll be watching when he takes on Holloway, and maybe if he focuses more on fighting, we don't have to deal with him in terrible movies like ripping off the original Roadhouse. Remember, pain don't hurt. Dalton's not walking through that door. My name is Brian Weber. I'm in for Rich. When's LeBron going to make his decision, and what will it be? We will tackle that coming up as we move into the final hour of The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen. Rich Eisen here. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money, but the right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Man, oh man, oh man, you guys are bigger and better than ever. You guys are doing something with AI now.
Oh my goodness. Love it or hate it, AI is here, and we are fully embracing it. So we have all of these massive data centers coming into Texas, and Houston Powder Coaters is doing all of the framework. So you come out, you will see these massive frames, and they're all for these AI centers, these data centers.
They have to be perfect, and they picked you guys.
They picked us, so the welding has to be right, the prep work has to be right, the coating has to be right, and they know we're number one.
And if you buy new stuff, get it powder coated before you put it out, because you can't say it'll last forever, but it'll last almost forever.
It's going to give it a good 1 or 2 decades to go.
And it doesn't matter what it is. Whatever you have that's metal, powder coated first.
Antiques, patio furniture, trailers, we got you.
ESPN listeners are saying it all the time. They're loving Houston Powder Coaters. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Ask for Robin.
I got you.
When seconds count, the police are only minutes away. Hi, I'm Danny Clark from Collectors Firearms. America is full of wonderful people who have no interest in ever owning a gun. I understand that. I really do. But when something terrible happens and the police are minutes away, a lot of people suddenly find themselves wishing they had a gun. My highest hope is that I never, ever need to reach for a gun to protect another human being. I want to live in a world where everyone gets along and no one ever does anything terrible to another person. But if you're thinking you might ought to have one, just in case, then you're going to be very comfortable at Collectors Firearms. I genuinely believe you'll be happy you came.
The best gun shops in America are in Texas, of course. Collectors Firearms. Right on the corner at With Timer in Voss and Houston on Alpha Road in Dallas. 1 block east of the tollway.
That'll be $84.52.
Perfect. Grab the bags, honey.
Mom, why do you always check your phone before we pay?
I'm just claiming my cash back on the Upside app. Since we're getting the groceries here and we filled up the car on the way, I've already earned enough this morning to pay for that pizza night we're having Friday.
Wait, so the app pays for pizza?
Not exactly, but the cash I earn on stuff we need helps us pay for the stuff we want. It's just a little win for our family every week.
Get more out of your everyday. Upside is the free app that gets you cash back on routine purchases like gas, groceries, and dining out at more than 100,000 locations nationwide. No points, no rebates, just cash back straight to your wallet. Download the free Upside app and use promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus on your first purchase. That's promo code ACT5 to get a $5 bonus. Remember, use promo code ACT5.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
In a city as big and diverse as Houston, it's nice to know your bank still knows you. At Home Bank, their bankers aren't just here to help. They'll recognize you, know you, and earn your trust. They live here, work here, and care about community like you do. And because everyone's financial journey is different, the bankers take the time to understand what matters most to you. Right now, they're offering several banking specials designed with Houston in mind. Whether you're saving for tomorrow, growing your business, or planning your next big step. The best part? You don't have to figure it out alone. Stop by any of Home Bank's locations across Greater Houston, River Oaks, Pasadena, Sugar Land, Baybrook, Friendswood, and the newly opened banking center in Tomball. To speak with a banker who's ready to listen, answer questions, and help you find options that fit your goals. Home Bank, just real conversations with real solutions and opportunities. Go to home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
state your correct name for the record.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers. KFNC Mont Bellevue, Houston.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
Oh my God, you guys are my favorite.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
The one and only
Rich Eisen.
I know what I'm talking about. That's the headline.
The Rich Eisen Show with guest host Brian Weber.
I mean, honestly, he's brilliant.
Brian Weber.
I've got a long resume. Google me. It saves time.
From the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles. And now, sitting in for Rich, it's Brian Weber.
We have arrived at the final hour of the program and the last 60 minutes of content before Rich is back. I am a fan of Lo, as Barry once said. Looked like we made it. Rich and the team return on Monday. I'll do my best not to destroy his impeccable brand in our last hour together. Coming up in 20 minutes, because this is the football show of record. Mr. Eisen, employee number 1 and still the face of NFL Network. We'll get you set for the start of NFL training camps. Now just 11 days away. We'll move across the league when we're joined by Josh Alper of Pro Football Talk. We're going to jump right in talking NBA. I've done my best to be comprehensive, as we're now just 60 minutes away, 59 precisely, because as I mentioned, soccer always starts on time. The second quarterfinal in Inglewood, California, between the Spanish powerhouse and Belgium, who exposed the United States on Monday, coming off the greatness of Mbappe and France's victory yesterday 2-0, as we say on the pitch in Morocco. We've talked some UFC. We've talked a lot of baseball. If you missed any of that, you're covered. Just stick and stay and look for the podcast. It'll drop just over an hour and change from now. And it's something you subscribe to, I hope, by now. If not, just throw the subscribe button down, and you will be fully covered every day moving forward. Let's get back to the NBA. I don't want to spend much more time on Kawhi Leonard, and I am not myopic enough to presume that you'd give me 3 hours of your time, especially as a fill-in host, given all the options that are out there now, and especially because I hope most of you are still enjoying summer vacation. And if you are, I appreciate you hanging with me for a bit. The quick summation of the Kawhi story really comes down to this. 10 months into the allegations of what you can really boil down to a no-show endorsement deal that allegedly gave Kawhi money that wouldn't obviously count against the salary cap because it came from a third-party company that Clipper owner Steve Ballmer invested in, so it was a way to funnel money to Kawhi without having any cap consequences. We're now 10 months into this, and a quick moment to pause and celebrate the journalism of Pablo Torre, who, of course, is a valued member here at ESPN. In fact, I caught him on Pardon the Interruption again yesterday. I love the dynamic between Pablo and Tony Kornheiser. As I get older, I feel like I'm getting much more Tony and a lot less Pablo. But Pablo is doing real journalism. Sports journalism doesn't have to be a paradox and oxymoron. Doesn't have to be jumbo shrimp or military intelligence. It requires legwork, determination, and being aware you might offend some people that are your media partners. And Pablo is doing such great work, he won a Pulitzer Prize. So he's been all over this, and I'm here in Southern California, so I've tracked it fairly closely because I was wondering all year long, when is the league going to do anything? They're going to drop a hammer on the Clippers? Well, I knew they weren't going to do it in and around the All-Star game because the Clippers hosted it at Intuit Dome. Then I figured they're not going to do it during the playoffs because they don't want to distract from that. Then I figured I was with you on the 3rd of July. Wouldn't have that been the greatest news dump of them all? But too obvious, I guess. So I'm thinking we'll finally get clarity once Summer League is done. That is July 19th, as it got underway last night in Vegas after the minor tune-up events in San Francisco and Salt Lake City. And we saw the future of the NBA on display last night in Nevada with a lot of current stars courtside. After all, Summer League really is just a giant NBA convention, much like the NFL Scouting Combine brings the football world together. If you didn't catch the highlights, you'll have plenty of opportunities to see number 1 pick A.J. DeBonsa, number 2 pick Darren Peterson moving forward. The biggest takeaway was you got a sense of how bright the futures of both of these players are. I know it's Summer League. I am not trying to sell you a bill of goods that's not grounded in reality. They're playing against guys who'll be lucky to be the 12th man, or they're going to the G League. And we saw what they did at a high level against better competition many nights in college. But it does speak to the fact that the NBA has never had more depth and a better distribution of talent than they do currently. And maybe, just maybe, one of these years, the Wizards will be watchable. I'll be watching just because I love the athleticism of DeBonsa. Got to work on his outside game. That was glaring again last night, going 0 of 5 from three-point land. But we know Wes Unseld ain't walking through that door in our nation's capital. Finally, some hope for the Wizards. As for the Clippers, they got through this entire year, finally decided to part ways with Kawhi, got a lot in return for him, Brandon Ingram, plus another player, 2 firsts and 2 seconds. That is objectively more than Brad Stevens got for Jaylen Brown, who we had to trade, he says, let me say this word slowly, due to optionality. In English, he wanted more roster flexibility that he couldn't have with 2 Supermax players, namely Brown and Tatum. So the Clippers do a good deal. That's breaking news. Kawhi is gone, we think. He's been to Toronto, back to where he's a hero after winning the title there. Really interesting, it's the Raptors who made this trade because, remember, they were in the hunt for Kawhi originally when he made his LeBron-esque decision. And Pablo Torre has reported that Uncle Dennis, who runs the show, at least financially for Team Kawhi, had reportedly approached the Raptors asking for a similar arrangement that allegedly the Clippers gave to him. Namely, he wanted to get paid through corporations as a side hustle to make more money. Nothing wrong with that, except it's against the NBA rules. So what does it all mean? The league stepped in yesterday and just said, we're going to pause things until there is the final release of the findings. And along the way, the Raptors have to decide, say, and I don't think this is going to happen, if Kawhi has to sit 20 games. Pick a number. If there's any kind of suspension, do they still want to pull the trigger on the deal, or do they want to go back to the Clippers and say, okay, guy's not going to play for a quarter of the year, give us back one of the picks? That's all this means, and I probably could have done it in 2 minutes less time, but I try to be exhaustive and make sure that we're covering all the bases. So we'll find out once the hammer comes down. My thoughts would be there's no smoking gun to connect Kawhi to any of this. I don't think anything happens to him in terms of an on-the-court suspension. Bomber's going to have to go for a while, write a big check, but that's not a big deal, and the Clippers are going to be docked massively in terms of their trade abilities in the future and draft capital. There's going to be onerous, on a big word Friday, restrictions because the NBA cannot allow this kind of Joe Smith situation to happen again after that precedent years ago. I'm Brian Weber in for Rich. Hit me up on the X platform, BW Weber, Weber with 2 B's. In 15 minutes, we make the move to the NFL when we're joined by Josh Alper of Pro Football Talk. In terms of LeBron, and I think we have all gotten to a point of wake me when it's over, and I think it's clearly by design. The man loves attention, and you can't blame him. If you have more money than 6, 7, 8, 9 future generations of your relatives can spend, if you're statistically the greatest player of all time as the NBA's leading scorer, what else can you get? How about adulation and attention? So he is slow playing this, I think, completely from a standpoint of generating more content for his documentary, and he just loves that we're talking about him. Among the people talking about the King, ESPN senior NBA insider Shams Charania detailing this great item on NBA Today, how teams are having to use technology to communicate with LeBron.
Some of the leading suitors for LeBron James, whether that's a Golden State, Cleveland, Miami, Minnesota, Philadelphia, some of them have been able to send a voice note to LeBron James via Rich Paul. So whether it's an owner, a president, or a general manager being able to record a voice note, I'm told, send it to Rich Paul, and that makes its way to LeBron James. This is just a part of LeBron James's process of studying as he makes a decision. And it's unclear whether Cleveland or Miami have been among the teams that have sent a voice note to LeBron via Rich Paul. Again, they kind of don't need to. They already had him in their buildings in the recent past.
Is this like leaving messages back in the day? Is LeBron walking around with a handful of quarters, pumping them into payphones, trying to update what's going on? Hey, this is LeBron at the tone. Leave your name and number. I keep going back to the word unseemly. It just feels too complicated, too layered, too cute by half. But when LeBron has total control, as he does, and I know the CBA talk is boring, but it is important because it's the rules of the road. Because now free agency has effectively been killed, other than LeBron, thank goodness the content gods smiled upon us with the king making this long, tedious, drawn-out free agent decision. These teams don't have any urgency to lean on him to fill out their rosters because they're primarily set. The moves have been made. And, in fact, right now, all we're waiting for are marginal developments like, say, Jonathan Kuminga, who clearly Steve Kerr and the Hawks both agree is not nearly as good as I have thought. Now, Kuminga truly is a unicorn. On some nights, he looks like the best player in the league with all of that raw athletic ability. Other nights, he looks like he's never played basketball before. And Steve Kerr obviously did not want to deal with that inconsistency. Plus, he prefers veterans that he can count on. But there are reports out there, and especially it's percolating because all the basketball journalists and executives and agents are gathering in Vegas, that the Lakers could be trying to work out a sign and trade to get Atlanta to send them Kuminga. That's what we've been reduced to. So it's all LeBron all the time for a reason. But let's say you're Bob Myers with all of those rings, one of the brightest guys in all of sports, the architect of the Warriors dynasty to a degree, now consulting with the Sixers. Wasn't it beneath him to have to go on the Rich Paul show and make his sales pitch for LeBron like it's a bad ripoff of Shark Tank? And I understand, especially because LeBron is the producer, everything is content now. It just feels too wonky. And at some point, just make up your mind, but he's doing it because he can. And he's doing it because he has sucked all of the oxygen out of the league, and he is front and center for the final time other than when his farewell tour winds down. So, from a basketball standpoint and a hoops perspective only, sounds like the Nuggets are out. As much as I would have really liked to seen, just talking about fit and situation, LeBron, Joker, and then Murray becoming the third option for a team that was the 3 seed in the West this season. Golden State's, it's feeling like Sham's reporting indicates that the Warriors feel like they are more of a long shot than was originally thought to be the case. You get the motivation for LeBron there. Remember, he keeps talking about maximizing happiness. He would be happy with Steph because they're tight, and we saw their chemistry on the floor in the Olympics. I'm not going to waste time in Minnesota because I don't think he wants to babysit Lonzo Ball and the Ant-Man. Miami, if he's truly a storyteller, this isn't a great story. We have seen this saga before. I guess maybe there'd be plenty of room for Bronny because they need a lot of help after everything they gave up to get Giannis. And I think it's important for LeBron to be the second option. He was not at all pleased, it was obvious, with being the third wheel here in L.A. behind Luka and Reeves, and the third wheel financially in the offseason when they made Austin Reeves the first player ever to be undrafted to get a max deal. Cleveland is the obvious homecoming and maximize what's available on the floor. Lost in the shuffle of them getting embarrassed by the Knicks and swept away in the conference finals. Cleveland finally got back to the conference finals. And James Harden disappears in the postseason, but he's a facilitator and would defer to LeBron, with Spider Mitchell being the lead alpha on that team. And then finally, Sixers make the most basketball sense. And if you want to tell a story, the Sixers haven't won a title since 1983. Back to the if proposition. If Joel Embiid can finally stay healthy, and if my aunt, she'd be my uncle. But let's just take Embiid off the floor because he's always off the floor. LeBron plus Jaylen Brown plus a all-NBA talent now in Maxey and Edgecombe coming off a solid rookie year. They are right there with the Knicks in terms of the top teams in the East. But it's up to LeBron to make his decision whenever he wants because he has total control whether you, I, or anybody else likes it. I'm Brian Weber, in for Rich Eisen. Enough NBA. This show is all about football with Mr. Eisen as the face that runs the place at NFL Network. Coming up, we're less than 11 days away from the starting training camp. How much separation is there now between the Rams with the addition of Myles Garrett and potentially Aaron Donald coming back and everybody else? We'll find out when we're joined by Josh Alper of Pro Football Talk. Get into the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event and get away with a deal so right it almost feels wrong. Right now, you can get great deals on our most popular models, including our adventure-ready SUVs like the Hyundai Santa Fe or Santa Fe Hybrid and the Tucson or Tucson Hybrid. Plus, there's our bold and stylish Elantra loaded with the latest tech, or go all-electric with the Ioniq 5 or Ioniq 9. So get down to your local Hyundai dealer and get away with a deal you'll love during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Visit HyundaiUSA.com for details. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
A small business affirmation from Progressive. Plumbers, today will be a good day. You will be profitable. Your clients will be nice. No one will stand over you and tell you how to fix the thing they actually hired you to fix. You will also feel at peace after switching to Progressive, America's #1 commercial auto insurer. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at progressivecommercial.com.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, #1 commercial auto insurer from the NAIC's 2024 National Premium Data.
Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an Audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an Audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
1976, gas was 59 cents a gallon, disco ruled the radio, and D&M Leasing opened its doors in Texas. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M because they make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and often less expensive than traditional dealership experience. No negotiating, no pressure, just experts designing the right lease for your life. Call 713-290-1000 or visit dmautoleasing.com.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
When your project impacts traffic, safety isn't optional. It has to be done right. That's why contractors and municipalities across Greater Houston trust Buyers Barricades. From traffic control plans and custom signage to equipment rental, setup, maintenance, and final pickup, Buyers Barricades manages every step of the job so your crew can stay focused on the work. They're service-driven, safety-inspired, and available 24/7. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. Learn more at buyersbarricades.com.
Houston, the world is here, and we have the perfect place to watch all the soccer action. Spanish Flowers Restaurant, where every match is on, every goal is celebrated, and every fan is welcome. Grab sizzling fajitas, legendary Tex-Mex favorites, and ice-cold margaritas while you cheer on your favorite teams. Heading to a match? Stop by our iconic North Main Street location just minutes from downtown. Open late and open 24 hours on weekends. Your home for epic soccer celebrations is Spanish Flowers. For locations and specials, visit SpanishFlowersRestaurant.com.
Pro-Dunk basketball goals have been the best on the planet for years, and they keep getting better. John Renato here. Now with your Pro-Dunk goal, you can get their drill-powered lightning adjust system that raises and lowers your goal in seconds, 10 times faster with zero effort. And now ESPN listeners get the patent-pending lightning adjust system free. That's a $249 value, but you have to call. This offer is not on the website. Call Pro-Dunk at 281-351-9822. You got to mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822. That's Pro-Dunk.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets.
Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
If you want a career with stability, purpose, and room to grow, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 66 in Houston, is ready to meet you. For over 125 years, they've trained the professionals who keep our electrical grid running strong. High wages, full family health insurance, and retirement planning are just the beginning. Send your son, daughter, grandchild, or come yourself. Visit 4345 Alan Genoa Road in Pasadena or go to IBEW66.com. Powering careers, powering the future, IBEW66.com.
Hey guys, Lance here. Aqueduct Plumbing Company, they've been helping our 97.5 listeners for years, but why Aqueduct Plumbing Company, you ask? Well, many of the other well-known companies charge exorbitant prices, even for routine leaks and stoppages. Not Aqueduct Plumbing Company, and they give free estimates for repipes, tankless water heaters. They're the ones to call if you need a gas line installed or moved. They can do it all so that your gas never runs out. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com, aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
Are you trapped in a solar contract that you regret? Millions of homeowners were misled by solar companies, promising energy savings that never materialized. If your solar contract feels like a heavy burden, we're going to help you break free, legally and permanently. Our licensed attorneys understand the complex fine print of these agreements, and we provide a simple and affordable process with a one-time fixed fee and an A+ BBB rated company. You can trust us to handle your solar cancellation case with integrity and potentially even recover some of your costs. Take back control of your home and your financial future right now. This is a free call, so why not call and see if we can help you cancel your solar system?
800-948-4155. 800-948-4155. 800-948-4155. That's 800-948-4155.
Home stretch on a Friday. Brian Weber back with you. We are winding down. That means Mr. Eisen is warming up, getting ready for his triumphant return on Monday. We still have a lot to get to. We are efforting, my favorite media word. Words we only use in our business, like ensuing, right? On the ensuing kickoff. I got another one that comes to mind. Do you stave off elimination or do you prevent elimination? I don't know why we do these old-timey things anymore, but I got it in the broadcasting handbook. We are attempting to overcome some cell phone issues with my pal Josh Alper of Pro Football Talk, and I spoke it into existence. My voice is so loud, I just shook the tech. Josh, I appreciate you taking the time with your great work at Pro Football Talk. How are you?
I'm doing great, Brian.
Do you have soccer fever? Are you just running wild on the pitch?
I have a fair amount of it. I am nothing that's ICU necessary at this point. But yeah, I have a 12-year-old daughter who's played soccer for about 5 years. So it has been fun to watch, and I think especially because the best players have all shown up in such a big way, and it's to see that happen, it's like, it's the Olympics, the World Cup, these things that happen so rarely. You don't want someone to have a disappointing one.
Right, unless you're in the United States. But you said it well, because I keep going back to the term of star power with Conor McGregor getting back into the octagon tomorrow, to see the great Messi, to see Mbappe score again. Holland, that man is just Thor. I hate to be that obvious, but that dude would just knock you over in any sport. The Stars have been trying. Hey, quick thoughts since you're a soccer dad. What do you make of now the debate about soccer being too expensive for kids? And then Alexi Lalas trying to clap back saying, well, anybody with a ball and sneakers could play it. What is your personal experience, Ben?
I would love for it to be less expensive. I think that there are people that are closed out to it. My daughter plays for a club that, we do some scholarship stuff and try and get as many people in the New York City area. So there's a lot of people that don't have the means to play and would want to and would be, and are increasingly from cultures that are, very entwined with soccer. So I think it's a natural thing for the United States to develop those ties to try and find ways, I would think, through the MLS and U.S. soccer to get more of those people involved in the game so that this next generation of Americans are going to be ready to go. I feel like we always keep waiting for the U.S. soccer breakthrough, but even if that doesn't happen, that the MLS would be a league that can make a lot of money selling players to other bigger teams. And there are leagues all around the world that do that. And Norway's a perfect example that they don't have a top flight league, but it hasn't stopped them, even though they have a fraction of the people in the United States.
Well said. Josh showing his versatility. I figured you would be up to speed for a couple reasons. You're bright, and anybody who's been going to, friend of the program, Mike Florio's ProFootballTalk.com, knows that Mike has been posting a lot about the beautiful game. Hey, Josh, I saw Pele play in 1977, so we've been waiting for the United States to be good in the World Cup for a minute. But let us get to the NFL because training camps officially open in 11 days when the rookies for the Panthers and the Cardinals show up. Let's start with the reigning champs. Chiefs won back-to-back titles a few years ago, but before that, it had been 2 decades since the Patriots won consecutive Super Bowls. How do you see the positives and negatives of an argument that the Seahawks have a real chance to run it back and win another Super Bowl?
Well, I mean, the negatives are the same ones they are for every team. It's injury luck. It's the amount of time they had to spend playing and the shorter off season. The kinds of bounces, they squeaked by the Rams in the NFC Championship game in a game that could have flipped on any number of plays over the course of the afternoon. The negatives are there. The positives are, Sam Darnold's confidence and belief in himself and his team's belief in him should be absolutely, enormous at this point. The belief in Mike McDonald as a leader 2 years into his head coaching career to be doing this is tremendous. And, you lost Kenneth Walker. You lost a few other guys here and there, Reek Woolen, obviously. But the core, the guys that you would say were the main reasons that for the entire season, forget about the Super Bowl itself or the playoffs. And I think you have all those pieces still in place, but they're playing in the toughest division in football, in my opinion. And I think that and the injury stuff makes it very hard to do anything other than take the field.
And I agree with that assessment beyond whatever the metrics would say. Clearly, I think the NFC West is the toughest division heading into this year. With the addition of Myles Garrett to the Rams and all of football, I'm Brian Weber filling in for Rich. It's the Rich Eisen Show here on ESPN Radio, taking across the NFL with Josh Alper of Pro Football Talk. Josh, since I alluded to the Chiefs, what's your outlook for KC with Patrick Mahomes coming back from the knee injury after they missed the playoffs for the first time since 2014?
I think it's going to look similar to most of the last few seasons. The 23 and 24 of regular seasons felt like, how exactly are they going to get this done with this mishmash of players on offense? And I feel the same way about that. And you have confidence in Reed and Mahomes, but, it really feels like increasingly they're doing it with, tricks and manipulation. And I don't know how much that flies. My big question and the thing that I would hang my hat on if I wanted to believe in the Chiefs is that Steve Spagnuolo has rebuilt this defense 2 or 3 times in this run. And you bring in new blood on that side of the ball, and they lost a couple of corners. They've really changed the look of that defense a great deal. That there could be growth there that can allow the offense time to find itself. And I think that's kind of the same place they've been in for the last few years. It didn't go well last year, but again, to go back to the luck idea, they were so good in one-score games before that flipped last year. If that flips back, I think you're looking at a team that could make the playoffs. I wouldn't put them ahead of Denver or the Chargers in the West at this point, though.
Okay, and I can understand that reasoning. My thought about the Chargers would be this, and this is all a buildup for them getting back to the playoffs. At what point, Josh, do we start to scrutinize Justin Herbert, now 0-3, if you believe in quarterbacks' wins and losses as an individual stat, but he is yet to win a playoff game now in his career. Put him in the same context of all the heat that Lamar Jackson gets for subpar performance in the postseason.
I think we're there. I think it's now. I think if it were to happen again, and more importantly, for him to play as low to such a low standard compared to what he does in the regular season again, and that that's also been the case for Lamar, right? That it's not like a Josh Allen thing where you feel like the defense is blowing it late, or a coaching decision, or a special teams blunder. It's on the offense in these games. And if Herbert were to have that again, I think we heard it already after this last one. There was a lot of that and some very strong words from Jim Harbaugh and the rest of the team about how much they believe in Herbert. But at some point it becomes harder to believe. And I don't want to malign the Chargers fans that are out there, but there are places like Baltimore, Buffalo, New York, other places where this kind of stuff would have created already this firestorm. I think playing for the Chargers works to his favor a little bit because he has more. I think he's going to have more time and less spotlight on those particular issues.
Josh, I can say this as a Southern California resident for 23 years. You don't have to worry about maligning anybody. There are very few Charger fans, and the ones that existed are still bent in San Diego because that team got ripped from America's finest city. I said it, Josh did not, and Rich did not. I'm Brian Weber. We'll timestamp it. And for Rich Eisen here on ESPN Radio. Josh, you alluded to Buffalo. Going to be great to see that glittering new stadium in Western New York. What's your outlook for Josh Allen and the Bills with the coaching change? No more Sean McDermott, and he got the coach he wanted with Joe Brady being promoted to head coach.
I'm, as I said earlier in this, I'm a New Yorker, and I still haven't quite come off my hangover from the Knicks yet. And I will look at it this way, that Tom Thibodeau did a lot of really good things with the Knicks and couldn't get them over the hump. Mike Brown came in and did it. I think that that's the best case scenario for the Bills right here, was that whatever that thing that they couldn't figure out when Sean McDermott was there, if they can tweak a little this and tweak a little that and still have Josh Allen doing Jalen Brunson superhuman stuff at the end of games, that's the formula. And it's there for them. I don't know exactly which player it is that's going to step up, and you can scrutinize all the different position groups, but they're a team that's been knocking on the door, that you can pick them apart as any other contender, but they're right there. And that's got to be the hope, that just a slightly different look at the top and a different view of how the team should operate leads to the thing that unlocks the finals, the final level.
Let's stay in that division with the changing of the guard in the AFC East as the Patriots went from worst to first and unseated Buffalo as division champs. So you have the change now at wide receiver with the addition of A.J. Brown coming in to replace Stephon Diggs. I mentioned the schedule. It's going to be much more challenging now for New England. Josh, what's your level of confidence that the Patriots can be more than a positive one-year story?
I think that they have a quarterback and a head coach that you would believe in. So I think those are the things that make you believe this is the start of something rather than an aberration. I think the schedule is a big reason to think that there could be a setback. I think the fact that so much of the jump was fueled by they came from such a low place coaching wise. So solving that was worth such a big deal on its own. But that has he gotten the toothpaste out of the tube with the players that they already have? And do they now need another round or two of personnel additions to go from being a good team that overachieved a bit last year and arrived ahead of schedule? I think we all agree with that, to being one that's able to sustain it for the long term. I think they did a lot of short-term moves that really helped and really boosted them, and in a division that was weak outside of Buffalo. The division remains weak outside of Buffalo. That works in their favor. But I think they have to find a more sustainable group of players rather than continually shuffling in and out veteran free agents like they've done, that they kind of needed to do because the roster was in such terrible shape.
Because I mentioned the transformation of the Patriots, we saw the 49ers as well last year, just pointing out that just about every year some team goes from worst to first. I won't confine you to that setup. Let's just talk about teams that didn't make the playoffs last year. Who would be on your short list of the candidates to be the most improved teams in the NFL?
I think from the way they finished last season and the state of their division, I think New Orleans is a team that I got an eye on I think they would probably have to make it as NFC South champions, but I think are capable of doing that. I think that division still feels very, very hard to read because every team, nobody had a winning record last year. Nobody, draped themselves in glory from start to finish. That would be the team in the NFC that comes directly to mind. And in the AFC, it's not, it's not such an off-the-wall pick, but I think the Bengals, this is it for them. And this kind of Zach Taylor era of the team, if they can't do it after all the defensive moves and trading the pick for Dexter Lawrence, this group is never going to get it done.
To validate what I laid out earlier in the show, can I talk you into the Cowboys with their upgrade on defense? They can't be worse than last year. Can I talk you into the Cowboys going to the playoffs?
Absolutely, you could. Absolutely. I just think the NFC South is always the easiest route to get to the playoffs in the NFL. So I'll take that one whenever it's available.
And the best word you said was available, because you point out, as I do as a fill-in host, our best ability is availability. Josh, I greatly appreciate the time and the information as we say goodbye, because you mentioned your New York state of mind, and that's where I grew up. Were you old enough to remember when major indoor soccer was a thing and the New York Arrows had a huge contingent of fans at MSG?
I went to a Cosmos game. That's as much as I got. I got at the very end. Giorgio Chinaglia.
Nice. Franz Beckenbauer on that team as well, yes.
That was the Giant at Old Giant Stadium.
Yep.
That's I don't remember the indoor league, but I did go to a Cosmos game as a very, very young tot.
I love that. And now the staff, I'm sure, is collectively rolling their eyes. Here's what I say, Josh. If you're old enough to have attended a game in the old NASL, and I actually saw Pele in 77, it's like the line from Ocean's 11, the crew that was old enough to shake Frank Sinatra's hand. We are soccer purists. We know this sport. Yeah. We don't have to reveal our credentials to anybody.
No, not at all. It's a very long ride from there to here. I think we're in a better place, but a little more work to do.
Thank you, Josh. We'll be in touch. Appreciate it.
Bye.
Josh Alper, Pro Football Talk. I cannot believe I blew that line. I have used it a myriad times. Well, maybe I'm winding down, because if Rich is coming back, that means I disappear. I am probably better suited to, hey, come in every 4 months or so. Look, there's a reason why. I'll do the LeBron ripoff. Not one, not two, not three. I'll leave it at 3 versions of the Brian Weber Show are no longer on the air, since I go with nothing but contemporary references like the Magic Hour with Magic Johnson or the Chevy Chase Show. You wind up in life where you're supposed to be, and I'm right where I want to be filling in for Rich. I can't believe I blew that Sinatra line. Well, when you're a solo host, you got to be Conan and Andy Richter, Johnny and Ed McMahon. You got to laugh at your own attempts at humor, and I appreciate your indulgence. And we gave you hard-hitting NFL information with the reminder, when it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors are the experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs, and their experts install them. That means working with a company that builds and installs a quality product with real pricing. Real simple, really beautiful, and when a trusted name like Pella chooses to partner with Rich and the Rich Eisen Show, that says a lot. So be mindful of 0% financing options that are available. Certain restrictions apply. Find your local Pella Windows and Doors showroom today at Pella.com/Eisen for details. Make life brighter with Pella Windows and Doors. I'm Brian Weber. I'm getting nostalgic, and the program hasn't even ended. In fact, we have a lot more to get to. I do my best to be comprehensive, but occasionally I overlook something like butchering that Sinatra joke. So coming up, we'll wrap it up with authority, and we'll also put the finishing touches on what has been another really fun week. We'll empty the content bucket by logging on to the World Wide Weber. That's next on The Rich Eisen Show.
This is a special notice to U.S. taxpayers owing $10,000 or more to the IRS. Tax Relief Advocates is urgently notifying taxpayers that tax relief initiatives are now available that may significantly reduce or eliminate what you owe. If you're afraid of an IRS lien, levy, or wage garnishment, don't lose hope. You can now take advantage of these current relief programs to end all collections, reduce the amount you owe, and resolve your tax problem. Even if you have years of unfiled tax returns or are already in a payment plan, you may still qualify for significant relief. Struggling taxpayers can now get relief they need during these hard economic times. A hotline has been established by Tax Relief Advocates for you to call and see what you qualify for. They are A+ rated with the BBB and have over 1,000 5-star reviews. Don't wait. Call 800-575-9087. 800-575-9087. That's 800-575-9087 or simply visit TRA.com.
Real Texas, Real Craft Republic Boot Company, where every pair is built by a master just for you.
Hey guys, this is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers with a hot tip on how to keep your lady happy. Visit the Zadok Bridal Shop, a modern bride's dream. We work with our global network to source GIA-certified ethical diamonds for you at a fair price. Not only do we carry a selection of the finest diamond settings, we also have a full custom design team ready to turn any ring dream into a ring reality. Zadok Jewelers, where Houston gets engaged.
In a city as big and diverse as Houston, it's nice to know your bank still knows you. At Home Bank, their bankers aren't just here to help. They'll recognize you, know you, and earn your trust. They live here, work here, and care about community like you do. And because everyone's financial journey is different, the bankers take the time to understand what matters most to you. Right now, they're offering several banking specials designed with Houston in mind. Whether you're saving for tomorrow, growing your business, or planning your next big step. The best part? You don't have to figure it out alone. Stop by any of Home Bank's locations across Greater Houston, River Oaks, Pasadena, Sugar Land, Baybrook, Friendswood, and the newly opened banking center in Tomball. To speak with a banker who's ready to listen, answer questions, and help you find options that fit your goals. Home Bank, just real conversations with real solutions and opportunities. Go to home24bank.com to get started today. Good for business, good for life. Home Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Looking for the perfect place to unwind, host, or celebrate? Head to Federal American Grill with 6 Houston area locations serving up elevated American favorites, handcrafted cocktails, and one of the best social hours in town. Whether you're meeting friends after work, planning a private event, or catering your next office lunch, Federal American Grill delivers exceptional food with Southern hospitality. Visit today and find your nearest location at thefederalgrill.com. Spring is calling at Two Creeks Crossing Resort, just 90 minutes north of Houston. Spend the day relaxing by the water, then stick around for live music, great food, and can't-miss events happening all season long. From cook-offs and holiday celebrations to outdoor adventures and family-friendly fun. Whether you're rolling in with the RV, booking a waterfront cabin, or planning a glamping getaway, there's a perfect spot waiting for you. See everything coming up and reserve your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Make memories this summer at the Kima Boardwalk. Bring the whole family for waterfront dining at favorites like Saltgrass Steakhouse, Bubblegum Shrimp Company, The Aquarium, and Landry's Seafood House. Experience 13 exciting rides and free Rock the Dock concerts every Thursday. Don't miss Fireworks Friday, Tejano Music Nights on Sundays, and soccer-themed fun all summer long. Great food, thrills, live music, and family fun, all in one place, only at the Kima Boardwalk.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston today on YouTube and make sure to slap that bell to get notifications on new videos as soon as they release. Looking for a great way to listen to ESPN 97.5 whenever and wherever you are? Then download the ESPN Houston app. Just search ESPN Houston in your app store and download today. The ESPN Houston app is brought to you by Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
Getting closer to the top of the hour. If you're a soccer fan, I don't need to tell you what is coming up as World Cup fever continues, and I'm here in Southern California. A traffic nightmare has been created in advance of Spain and Belgium getting together in Inglewood. We have focused on the beautiful game. We've talked NBA, baseball heading into the All-Star break with full coverage of Home Run Derby and the All-Star game itself Monday and Tuesday here on ESPN Radio. Even some UFC, but potentially I missed something. We'll find out when we reboot the mainframe and surf the World Wide Webber. Running a small business means every hire matters. A bad hire costs time and money. The right one helps your business grow. The challenge? Finding that person without sorting through resumes. That's where LinkedIn Hiring Pro comes in. It screens candidates so you can focus on conversations with qualified talent. With Hiring Pro, you can hire with confidence and build the team you need. Join the 2.7 million small businesses using LinkedIn to hire. Get started by posting your job for free at linkedin.com/Eisen. Terms and conditions apply.
Who needs artificial intelligence when we've got a host with more bandwidth than a data center? It's time to log on to WWB, the World Wide Webber.
And for that, I'm pleased to be joined by our outstanding producer, Ryan, who must be thinking, man, does this guy ever stop droning on and on and on? Ryan, where do you want to start?
All right, Brian. Well, this is a question that's not only on NBA fans, but many of our producers who are trying to plan out their shows this weekend. Will LeBron James make his free agent decision this weekend before Rich Eisen returns from vacation on Monday?
Ooh, okay. Let's go timing first, because I know you also want to know my thought about his destination. I think LeBron at this point, because he's been monopolizing all the attention and conversation in the NBA, wants to own an entire day, and that tells me, as a veteran of barking into a microphone, Monday is the day. Might happen while Rich is on the air, because outside of the greatness of Home Run Derby here on ESPN Radio, pretty slow day throughout the afternoon into the evening. He can't go on Tuesday because you got a World Cup semifinal and the All-Star game. So unless he just wants to slow play this out into something that makes absolutely no sense, I'm going to go Monday, and I will go with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Ryan, where do you think he goes?
I'd like to see Philly. I don't really have a great idea. Cleveland would be cool. I mean, a third time is wild to think about if you go back to his initial decision to leave. But I'd like to see Philly. I think it'd be really interesting, especially based off that trade with the Celtics and him being able to pair with Jaylen Brown, what that whole dynamic would be like.
I'm with you. As I said earlier, I think if LeBron is on that roster, they are just slightly behind the Knicks at the top of the Eastern Conference. What's next?
You talked about Conor McGregor earlier in the show. He was once the king of the UFC. Who do you think is currently the baddest man on the planet, as we used to describe Mike Tyson years ago?
Okay, well, because all my references are decades old, I know you'll be shocked that I still like boxing. Yes, I am. Clint Eastwood, get off my lawn. So if I was going to focus on boxing, I'd go with Terrence Bud Crawford. After all, he beat Canelo Alvarez in that super fight in Vegas in the fall, but he doesn't want to fight anymore. I can't blame him. because hopefully, unlike Floyd Mayweather, he's held on to his money. I laid out my thoughts about the UFC largely becoming interchangeable because they don't want to pay their fighters to become a new Conor McGregor. I have to get one more WWE reference in. After all, we have a great partnership here at ESPN with the premier leader in sports entertainment. I will go Brock Lesnar. I would not mess with him even in a choreographed, scripted kind of way. What do you think? Did I miss somebody?
No, you nailed it, and I think that a lot of fans miss out on the way boxing used to be. There are so many different fighters that people of a generation that has basically come up with the UFC missed out on.
All available on YouTube, right? Don't cost nothing like this show. Sometimes you get what you pay for, but I'm glad, and I'm not surprised with your comprehensive knowledge. You're aware of what went down back in the day. What's next?
The Tour de France is underway. If you could only pick one international sports event to attend, what would it be?
Okay, attend. I just want to make sure I am parsing the words correctly because, since I mentioned my 20 years in tennis, I once got busted. I never said, when I was calling international tennis events off a monitor, I never said directly I was there. But I'd say, as we come back from commercial on TV, here in Paris, that's factually right. The match is in Paris, but one day early on, 2005 at Tennis Channel, I did a match in Sydney at noon, and because we were short-staffed, I hung around and I did another match in Buenos Aires, and someone with no life figured out there was no way, even if I had a private jet, I could make that sojourn. In person, I'm going to go with the running of the bulls. Take me to Pamplona. Now, I'm not going to compete. Look, I am clutching this microphone because I have no athletic ability whatsoever. Shocking, I went into sports media. But just hanging out with a couple cocktails, watching the Bulls run wild strikes me as a spectacle. You got anything on your bucket list, Ryan?
Olympic hockey. I would love to go to an Olympic hockey game based off of the experience that so many were able to take in this past year in Italy. It seems like quite an event to take in, and I guess I would probably just open it up to any Olympic sport, but specifically hockey. I think that would be really cool to take in. Okay. Any game. Doesn't have to be a gold medal game or anything.
Well, we've bonded remotely. Uncle Brian has some room in my studio apartment. Come out in 2028 for the LA Olympic Games if I am still employed. We got time for one more.
All right, you're a big fan of movies, as am I. Rich Eisen talks a lot of entertainment on this show. With the latest Minions movie cleaning up at the box office, what's the greatest film franchise in movie history?
Wow. Now, I have to be mindful of the clock. I can't be like Nick Sirianni and just butcher this because we only have limited time. Greatest franchise. Now, I'll self-report. I have not seen any sequels to the original Fast and Furious because I know what it is. I think the name gives it away. They're fast and they're furious, so can't include that. You think just because I'm a middle-aged suburban guy, I'm going to go Godfather, but Godfather 3 ruins that trilogy. I like the original Star Wars, and I know out of sequence, whatever, episode 4, 5, and 6. I like the Star Wars I grew up with, but miss me on the rest of that nonsense. Look, I am a nerd. I come up with obscure analogies, but I am not even the type of guy who would waste my time. Plus, it's not age appropriate on Harry Potter. So I will go James Bond because it spans the decades because of the mix of technology and the back in the day unifying force between the UK and the United States. Give me James Bond. Now, don't give me George Lazenby. Don't give me Roger Moore. Give me Sean Connery. Shaken, not stirred. Ryan, you got a thought there?
Love the James Bond selection. I love that you started with Fast and Furious. I'm a fan. Mikey C in here in studio just mentioned the John Wick trilogy, which is very good, although I think it's gone to 4 at this point. And then one of my favorites is the Indiana Jones. I know I sound like a company man, but Indiana Jones for sure. Those first 3 were fantastic.
Now I have to bury you. Hang on. Do you realize that Indiana Jones is superfluous, big word? He does nothing in that movie. In fact, if he's not there, the Ark of the Covenant goes back to Nazi Germany and potentially ends World War II on its own. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware, but I saw a great post on social media earlier this year that someone was watching it for the first time and said, do archaeologists usually kill this many people?
And he didn't do anything except outrun that great ball. Speaking of great job, Ryan. Great job, Mikey C. We appreciate the guest, Andy McCullough of The Athletic, Josh Alper of Pro Football Talk, and especially want to thank Rich Eisen for allowing me once more to have an entertaining week with you. Have a great weekend. Rich is back on Monday, and I'll talk to you down the road on ESPN Radio.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen for Pella Windows and Doors. Sometimes teams take a timeout to regroup and call the right play. When it comes to your home, Pella Windows and Doors always has the winning game plan. They're not just window and door experts. They're experts at taking care of you and your home. At Pella, they find the products that meet your needs, and their experts install them. They do it every day, and that's why your neighbors trust them. Discover why Pella is a trusted choice for homeowners everywhere. Visit Pella.com/Eisen today. That's Pella.com/Eisen.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. You guys have been so busy. You guys are just swamped, huh?
Houston came through. They listened to get everything done prior to the soccer parties, but now we're still doing stuff for the pool season.
Let's talk about pool season. What do we need to get done?
We still have 4th of July coming up. We have Labor Day and all those 100-degree days. We need to get your patio furniture in, get those slings, get those straps, make it look new again.
What about those grills and smokers?
Before you know it, it's going to be football season. Let's go ahead and get ahead of the game. Let's get those barbecue smokers. Let's go ahead and get those trailers in. Be ready for all those big football games in the fall.
And how cool is it when you got your tailgate chairs looking like your football team?
You're going to be the envy of everyone's hearts.
And it doesn't matter what it is. Whatever you have that's metal, powder coated first.
Antiques, patio furniture, trailers. We got you.
ESPN listen.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. It's Jeremy and Joe. Brian's here today. He's out with us. AJ behind the glass over at Gal. We are, indeed, at the Kemah Boardwalk. I got here a little bit early. I went and grabbed a burger at Tukey's.
Good call.
Which must call anytime you're in Kemah. It's must have anytime you're in Kemah. And then I drove around this little neighborhood a little bit. Pretty nice. Nice little area. It's always nice out here at Kemah Boardwalk. You know what I love about Kemah Boardwalk?
What's that?
It's a great day trip for everybody in Houston.
It is.
I mean, you can get it's an hour away tops. Tops. Maybe an hour and a half if you live on the north side of town. And then you drive here, you hang out here all day, you go home, and you sleep in your own bed. You're in bed by 10.
And if you really want to, there's a hotel here.
There is a hotel here.
Like, if you really wanted to. There's concerts happening all summer long, it looks like.
If you're going to get a little tipsy like Brian's been prone to do.
Yeah, Brian's getting that little daiquiri going already.
Yeah, you could stay.
I've gone way harder than this.
The roller coasters are here. That's always a lot of fun. Great food. We're in the arcade, which this is y'all's wheelhouse.
I did walk around. It's a survey.
We're going to get some arcade time in today.
No, we're not.
I am.
Okay.
I hope maybe do a little combo break, Joe and I walk around.
Well, I hope you have fun.
Well, the little guy's going to be here at like 4 o'clock. So.
Oh.
So
you're done at 4?
No, I'm just going to be giving my debit card to Lexi and saying, go to the arcade.
That's scary.
I trust her.
Well. Yeah, but it's a cool spot. Always a good spot here at Kemah. But lots to get to today. Astros begin a series against the Rangers. Critical series. We'll get to that a little bit later. We'll talk to Todd Callis at 4 o'clock. Bad Take Boulevard, Mailbag Monday, all the cool Fridays. It is also, Joe, National French Fry Day.
It is.
So we like to have fun with food. We like to eat food, too. But perhaps, by the way, sweat of the day we have for all of you guys. We're on Spain -1, which started good. Started good. Belgium, though, has since equalized the match. So they're at the half. They're all square. We're on Spain -1 at plus 102. Story coming out today. Reports coming out today that, it's kind of interesting. Via Dave Burkett, Agent Nicole Lynn, who is the agent of Will Anderson Jr., testified on Friday. That's interesting, the testified part of it.
Verbiage,
I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I think the testify was so he wouldn't have to wear the GPS device.
Yes.
But anyways, Nicole Lynn testified on Friday that the Colts, Jets, Seahawks, and Texans have inquired about Terrion Arnold and that he visited and worked out for the Texans this week. The judge denied the motion to require a GPS device, which allows him to travel, all of that. So Terrion Arnold, who was released by the Detroit Lions, who is facing kidnapping and armed robbery charges, was in Houston this week working out for the Houston Texans.
I was surprised. And, I know the Texans' motto of that has changed, right? It used to be,
clearly.
A very good boy club.
Oh, yeah.
With the Houston Texans.
This would never happen with Bob McNair or Rick Smith.
Well, hell, they had a meth head last year.
Exactly.
That's not Bob McNair and Rick Smith.
No.
No, but, it's changed since this new regime. I think even recently, Stephon Diggs, Joe Mixon.
Yeah.
Damian, what's his name?
Arnett.
Yeah, the meth head.
They do have, it seems to be more open to guys with sketchy past. The difference is this isn't a past. This is a present.
Yeah, he's facing charges.
Yes, he could go to jail any day as this court system plays out. It feels very different than those. So, yeah, I'm surprised. I didn't think any NFL team would actually be interested because in this case you've got people who are allegedly involved. Well, they are involved because they've already admitted to their crime.
Yes.
They've already taken plea deals. So it's they were saying he's also involved. And I'm this is one I probably would have stayed away from.
And there's video recordings, too.
Yeah. I was shocked to see that the Texans were on this list.
What did the video recording show?
Well, apparently they were in a group chat during the goings on. And so that the allegation is Terrion Arnold was driving to the location where the armed robbery took place on a group chat with the people there.
Yeah, I read up. So I hadn't read up on the story until today. I really didn't care. Whenever I saw people saying that Terrion Arnold's probably going to be on an NFL team by August, I kind of laughed it off. In fact, I bookmarked it for Bad Take Boulevard.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, there's multiple teams interested, including the local 11. Reading up on the story, look, I do believe in due process. I think everybody deserves their day in court. I think there's been terrible, heinous allegations on people that came out to be so far from the truth. So I do respect the court process, and I do respect due process, and I think all of that should play out. So that's kind of my stance on that. My stance on, should a team be in business for that player? I lean yes. I lean that the team should be in business for the player, depending on what their motive is. I think back in the day with Bob McNair, it was more about, look, we're all faces of the city. We want to represent the city incredibly well, represent the organization. We're not, we're going to have a bunch of choir boys, and we're going to be, great humans in society. I do think that has taken a back seat under Caserio, maybe even Cal a little bit. I think that D'Amico believes in people getting second chances, as do I. So I think they become a little bit more lax on that philosophy that the Houston Texans once had, and you guys mentioned some of the figures that has really exemplified that. I really don't have an issue with them kicking the tires on Terrion Arnold. And I don't think I have an issue if they ultimately sign Terrion Arnold. Now, something that you would have to have in the contract and clauses and all of this, of course, would absolutely happen, was that if at any point he gets charged, obviously he's going to get cut. But also if, more details come out, hey, let's be as transparent as we can be with one each other right now. Let's talk about it. Then let's decide, we, the Texans, if we want to go down this road. And if anything is magnified based on what he said, if anything comes out later that is not truthful to what he said, goodbye, see you.
Yep.
And I do think that would be language in the contract. And Nick Caserio and Nicole Lynn obviously have a good working relationship. They agreed to Will Anderson's contract, paying him more money than any non-quarterback in Houston Texans history. Reading the Athletic article, and I understand that the Athletic article is not everything that we're going to find out whenever this goes to court, I'm not sure they have anything on Terrion Arnold. Because, if y'all don't know the story, and not you specifically, I'm talking about the audience here, I quite frankly, I knew just fuzzy details of the story before I saw this news today and went down the deep dive. So Terrion Arnold rented out an Airbnb in Ybor City, whatever, which is 30 minutes away from Tampa. They were partying. They were having a great time, great week. They were just bringing everybody in the house, blah, 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 blah. And Terrion Arnold alleges that he was robbed of $250,000 worth of stuff, $100,000 in cash, chains, guns, Jordans, a bunch of stuff, luxury items, right? Sometimes cash. $250K. He reported this to the police. Apparently, the allegations against Terrion Arnold is that he then organized a group of his friends to lure the people that he thought robbed him into an apartment. In that apartment were awaiting, I think it was 3 of his friends that had weapons. They had guns, and they basically held these 2 kids at gunpoint.
Yeah.
I say kids. They're 18, 19 years old. They were holding them at gunpoint saying, give us our stuff back. If you don't give us our stuff back, we're going to kill you, blah, 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 blah. Apparently they didn't steal the stuff, according to them. According to detectives say they don't believe it was them. Terrion Arnold's attorney says, well, it still could have been them. So it's still some he said, she said on if they're actually going to be suspects for robbing Terrion Arnold and his friends of $250,000. But where Arnold comes into play in this is that they are alleging that he is the ringleader in this, is that he orchestrated this, that he was the maestro of all of this, and that's why he's being charged with the kidnapping and the armed robbery. Arnold's defense argued that there is no credible evidence linking him to the allegations and that he's been targeted by the police because of who he is, a big-name suspect, right? Apparently, according to their argument, none of the text messages introduced into evidence June 29th were from Arnold, and only a handful mentioned him directly. I think he was in the parking lot of the apartment in the car, never entered the apartment. So that's all the stuff that I read up on it, which I don't know how you – there's a difference between signing the guy and then being convicted in the court of law, right?
Yeah,
sure.
I don't know how they're going to actually convict him here. It doesn't feel to me, and maybe I'm not privy to all the details yet, and more will come out in court, I'm sure. This feels like a hard conviction to me.
Yeah, well, I think for me, it's for the Texans' point of view, I would rather let that play out first. Now, the reality is that if this is someone you wanted to sign, you're probably going to miss out then. One of these 4 teams will probably sign him before this whole process plays out. So, if you wanted to sign him, you'd probably take the risk. And what's the risk? Well, there's nothing.
Well, the risk is that it's staying on your organization and that you're willing to sign anybody.
Yeah, but, does that really matter? Honestly,
Depends.
It matters to, maybe, the people at the very top, but, we don't talk about the Baltimore Ravens. Every time we talk about the Baltimore Ravens, Ray Rice doesn't come up.
See,
and, they knew more, it seemed like. They didn't have the video. But, like, they knew more, it felt like, at the time, and they kept him on the roster. Where, like, the Lions went out and cut this guy immediately. Like, it's just perception. Like, it doesn't – like, I wouldn't sign the guy, but I'm not the owner of the Texans. So, like, all it's going to happen is people are going to give you a hard time on social media and on the radio.
Well, I disagree. I think that will happen, but I think it is grander than that. Because I have been seeing a lot of it's low risk, high reward. Look, I said that, hey, I think I would sign the guy based on what I know, and maybe they know more. And like, because if you don't, maybe your division rival is.
Yeah.
And now are they gaining an advantage over you because they have him and you don't? So, like, I would, under the kind of the provisions that I had. Now, where I push back on it's low risk, and then, like what you said, it's like just people bad-mouthing you, I do think that it's bigger than that. I think that you start to enter the territory of, like, okay, is a corporate sponsor going to be incredibly irritated? I'm going to lose a multi-million-dollar deal.
Sure.
And for the Texans, maybe it's like, well, so what? We'll just get the next huge sponsor that will give us another multi-million-dollar deal. I'm not sure organizations want to lose multi-million-dollar deals, though. So that's one area that you have to look at. Maybe like a smaller-ish item, and then you can just go down every single sponsor. Maybe you lose a big-time sponsor, a mid-major sponsor, a low-major, whatever. Maybe you don't lose any, and what I'm saying is completely fabricated and false. Then you start to have the trickle-down, too, though. Like, maybe some of your fans are embarrassed by your actions.
Sure.
Which, how big is that in the big picture? Probably very little. But maybe you lose 100 families in Houston because they've had a relative held at gunpoint, and they're ashamed that the Houston Texans would be in business with somebody who was alleged with these crimes, orchestrating these crimes. So I think that there's a greater risk than people are letting on. I don't think it's like no risk, all reward. I do think that there's risky, sides of this on the business side that absolutely come into play.
No, there definitely is, and like we're not going to be privy to that stuff.
No,
and those are the decisions that you have to make. Like they had to think about that because there was major blowback with Joe Mixon, but by female fans, by people that have family that have been connected to domestic violence.
Oh yeah,
probably by sponsors that we're not aware of. Like they could have lost sponsors and we're totally unaware. You could see it's a simple food switch at NRG that we're not really aware of why it happened.
We'll never know,
but that could have been the reason. So, like, that's the evaluation that they have to make. And if it's worth potentially losing season ticket holders, any level of fans, and is it valuable enough to your football team versus the hit that you're going to take?
Yeah.
And that's only a question that only, honestly, Cal and Hannah McNair can answer. Like,
yeah, maybe they recoup that immediately. If they lose it, which there's no guarantee of that, maybe they recoup it like that and they don't care. I just think that that's some of the stuff that does come into play and that organizations 100% talk about.
Yeah, they don't want to
that
see a
doesn't
headline,
really get talked
Texans
about by fans.
corner Terry and Arnold arrested on or convicted on 3, whatever
right.
the sentence is. They don't want the graphic up of Terry and Arnold in court being led away and a Texans graphic right next to him.
And I think what's even worse than that, which that absolutely is a black cloud over the organization and a stain on the organization, and I think would influence corporate dollar, is what if something else happens again in a year?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, that's where doing your due diligence and vetting the player. And, I don't know Terry Arnold. Maybe he's a great guy, and this is just some really random event that's like a fluke. Nick Saban did write a letter to the judge saying, like, hey, this guy's a great guy, blah, 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 blah. We know that Will Anderson was a teammate of Terry and Arnold. We do know that they have the same agent in Nicole Lynn. So I do think there's a lot of avenues where they could vet Terry and Arnold. And I would like to believe, and I trust that they did, quite frankly, that they already vetted him.
I would hope there was a call to Will Anderson.
Yeah,
what sort of guy is?
And more than that,
yeah,
like
for
Will,
sure.
Nick Saban, everybody. If you haven't already vetted him, I think it's a major mistake.
Yeah.
But I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt because that would just be such a stupid thing to do, to not vet him and bring him in for a workout knowing it's going to get out. That would be really stupid. Because look, like the Texans haven't even signed the guy. If more is found out about this case or Terry and Arnold does something else in the future, then the Houston Texans are going to take a hit, even if they didn't sign him because they worked him out. They brought him in for a visit. They brought him into their headquarters. So I would like to believe, I trust that they did already vet him because not doing that would have been really, really dumb.
Yeah, it's not intelligent because you're going to take a ding on your reputation.
Yeah.
If anything else happens, I mean, the Nick Saban part of it is interesting because like they clearly do trust his opinion. Like, they've brought in plenty of Alabama guys. Like, we know there's obviously the connection there, at least to some extent, with D'Amico and Nick Saban. Like you said, Will Anderson was his teammate. I'm not sure how much like Nick Saban's opinion should matter in any of this. Because he hasn't been on his team in how many years?
I guess if you believe Nick Saban would lie.
No,
about
I think his opinion matters to the Texans. I don't know if it should matter to the court of law.
Yeah, I think it is different. Where it's like, but even then, it's when was Terran Arnold on Saban's roster? 3 years ago.
Yeah, a lot can change.
People change a lot,
especially with money.
Yeah, you get money, you leave a college campus, you're on your own for the first time, you're making friends that you're not used to. Maybe these are friends from back home that you're kind of away from most of the time. Like, I'm not sure how much it's valuable. You still have to get it.
Yeah.
And see. And you have to hope that Nick Saban is weirdly maybe more honest with you than he is the court system. But, of just hey, there was some moments where, we were unsure if that existed.
See, yeah, yes. And that's kind of that's the first thing.
Yeah.
I would trust the fact that they already brought him in, that those conversations have already been had.
I do think while they've brought in a lot of sketchy characters, probably the nicest way to put it, it seems like they do their due diligence throughout all of them so far.
And look, none of them have been an issue. Like the sketchy characters we discussed, has there been an issue with any of them? Like Joe Mixon was not. Stephon Diggs was not while he was here.
The only guy that's had an issue that I could think of was Jimmy Ward, but I don't remember a pre-existing thing that was on his record that would have pointed to trouble.
And he hasn't played for them ever again.
Right.
Which I don't know if that was related. I don't think it was related. I think if he was healthy, he probably would have played.
Probably.
Yeah, because even I'll say the Stephon Diggs stuff that's coming out this week, he wasn't a Texan. It didn't happen while he was here.
No, he didn't. There was zero issues with Diggs while he was here.
So, it doesn't change my perception of the Texans because of what he allegedly has done afterwards. And Joe Mixon, we know it was well documented before. Same thing with, all the other guys, basically. It was before they did it. I don't know if they'll sign him, but I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt that they've done the work so far just in case they want to.
713-780-ESPN. We'll get to Bad Take Boulevard a little bit later. Todd Callis will join us. Some Astro names that are out there. Some trade rumor stuff we'll get to as well. Mailbag Monday on a Friday a little bit later in the show. The Junkies have some thoughts on this. The secondary question that I have, which 713-780-ESPN, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5, ESPN Houston, TikTok, you know the drill. Twitter, ESPN 975, Joe George Radio, Brian Sepp, B. Mac, I'm Jeremy Brown. The secondary question that I have for you, Joe, for you, Brian, maybe not so much Brian, and all the junkies, the dozens and dozens of them that exist, and everybody else in here inside the watching the football. Second half is underway. Also eating some pizza, enjoying the arcade, and that lady drinking the cold beer keeps staring at us. The secondary question that I have, is this all worth it? Is all of just this conversation, whether people are saying it's no risk, all reward, whether we throw in the wrinkle that there's medium risk or corporate dollars at risk, just the fact that the Texans are being mentioned in the same breath as Terry and Arnold today, is it worth it, considering what his role would be on the team? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe live from the Kima Boardwalk on ESPN 97.5. First, I want to tell you that, it is worth it, though. A trip down to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. It is so nice. Weekend getaway, couple of days away. Maybe you're just, Tuesday, Wednesday, or I don't really love what I'm doing next Tuesday, Wednesday. Maybe I'll just go to Two Creeks Crossing Resort instead. It's always a great time to get out at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You're going to love your time out there, whether it's the 92 acres that you're exploring, whether it's the kayaking on those two creeks. Hey, maybe you're going to do some fishing on those two creeks, huh? Good fishing on the creeks. Plus, they have a catch and release pond in the middle of the property. A great way to teach the kiddos how to fish. It is 92 acres worth of green spaces. Wildlife you don't see in the city. Joe likes a good squirrel. Beautiful, majestic trees, and like I said, some of the best fishing in Texas. Also, it's only 90 minutes from Houston. You're there in an hour and a half. You can get away from the city, the hustle and bustle, the skyscrapers, the traffic, people flipping you off because they're in the wrong lane at the red light. Get out there to Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston without traveling too far. Plus, you already have an RV. They have RV hookup spots. Waterfront cabins right there on their Two Creeks. Glamping, the tree house as well. Twitchers didn't know what a tree house was. I had to explain it to them the other day. You walk up the steps. You stay in a house that's perched right there in the tree. It's awesome. But they're always taking care of you. They believe in Southern hospitality. Like tonight, they got live music from Dalton Grice. Tomorrow, Benny and Jesse going to be out there. Food trucks out there as well. They're going to take care of their visitors because they believe in that. So book your stay now, twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the Kemah Boardwalk. Here is Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Yes, Kemah Boardwalk inside of Galaxy Arcade. They got rules, guys. Before you walk in, make sure you look at the rules. And then I want you to slap the rules because the rules are listed right above the little walkway, like a little doorway. There's a doorway. The rules are right above the doorway. I want y'all to read the rules and then slap it like Notre Dame does whenever it says play like a champion. Because I want you guys to hit the whack-a-mole like y'all are champions.
Why don't you hit that every day when we walk in the studio?
I'm not a Notre Dame guy.
Oh, okay.
I don't believe in stupid traditions.
It's a weird tradition.
I actually kind of like it. I mean, I'm trolling you. I actually like the tradition.
Yeah, well, I have one in my office now.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool.
You slap it every time you walk in?
I just go out and sit down and do a podcast. Podcast
like a champion.
Yeah, it's like I sit down, get ready for the Notre Dame podcast, bam, hit it.
Do you slap it before you play video games too?
Only if I'm playing with Notre Dame.
Oh, okay.
I'll walk into the room, give us a little smack, and then walk away.
That's funny. Texans have already created their culture and have strong leadership, can handle bringing in some questionable. I agree with that. Now, the thing is you don't want to have somebody in the locker room that is going to be a consistent problem. Not saying that Terry and Arnold is. That's just part of the vetting process, and if you trust your evaluation there. You mentioned Ray Rice with the Ravens. Junkie says another Ray for the Ravens comes up a lot, though. Hashtag murderer, hashtag allegedly. Reading the Terry and Arnold story, not that it's – I don't want to say it's an apple-to-apple comparison to the Ray Lewis trial because no one was dead here. Obviously, both are serious crimes, allegedly. They're very similar in the sense that, like, the Ray Lewis side of the story is that his friends did it.
Yeah.
Right? He was just, like, in the wrong spot, wrong time. His friends did it. He was in the limo, blah, 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 blah. It's kind of similar to Arnold. Arnold, like, it wasn't me. I'm not in the group chat. I'm not in the closet. I'm not in the apartment. I'm just over here in the parking lot, coincidentally. Whenever I was reading the Arnold stuff, it came across to me very much like Ray Lewis. Obviously, the crimes are different.
Yeah.
But in terms of like their alibi, that I'm a high character, conviction candidate here. I'm in the car. I'm not involved with the actual crime. It did read to me very similar.
Yeah. The first thing it made me think of was if you switch out memorabilia for like swag, it's OJ.
Yeah, I thought of that too.
It's almost like word for word OJ.
Well, except for OJ went into
in.
Yeah, he went into the room.
OJ went in guns
armed.
blazing.
Yeah.
So that's the difference here.
That's the big difference.
And he also went to jail for quite a while, but that might have been for other reasons.
Yeah.
Just like, hey, we're gonna punish this guy on the back end. But like as you were telling the story, I was like, it just sounds just like OJ.
It does. It does. Except he wasn't in the room.
Yes.
Like OJ.
Yeah.
Junkie, come on now. Oklahoma originated play like a champion. Notre Dame copied it. To be fair, Oklahoma has stolen a lot of things in their state history.
Land.
You ever heard of the land run? 713-780-3776. I didn't know that about Oklahoma, though. That's good insight. The more you know with Jeremy and Joe. So the other question that I have, aside from here's what we know about Terry and Arnold's court case. Okay, here's what we know about all this stuff. Somebody just bought pizza. Look at that. Okay, appreciate it. Pizza King.
Thank you.
Pizza King.
Very much. Thank you very much. Yeah.
So Del's. Oh, awesome! Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should have brought our mic. Appreciate it. What was your name? John. Thank you,
Cool.
John.
Thank you, man.
Appreciate
John.
it.
Yeah,
John with
appreciate you,
Pizza
man.
King,
Thank you.
bringing us some delicious food.
Awesome.
Thank you, John. Yeah. Yep. There you go. Very good. It's good finally meeting you. Good putting a face to the name. I like the beard. It's a good looking beard. Yeah. It's a lot of red. Appreciate it, brother.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Thank you. The secondary question about the Terry and Arnold is this worth it? Whether you think it's no risk, whether you think it's low risk, whether you think it's medium risk, whether you think it's high risk, is bringing in Terry and Arnold worth the trouble, worth the conversation, worth potential stain?
He's a good football player.
Is he?
I
know he's a first-round pick, but
he's not like an elite player, or Detroit probably would have stuck by him.
Do you believe in PFF?
Kind of.
Because he was 97th out of 114 last year.
It's pretty bad.
And he was equally as bad as rookie year. And he led the league in penalties that rookie year, too.
Like, where this team is at depth-wise at corner, I see the appeal. Because I wouldn't expect to see him play much this year, that's why I don't ultimately think it's worth it. Like, the only way he really sees the field is if Stingley or Lassiter go down.
Or Petrie.
I
think there's another chance that if Petrie were to get hurt, Lassiter bumps inside, and Arnold will become your second boundary corner. So, like, he would be your backup corner, really in all three spots, because if Petrie goes down, you bump in Lassiter, Arnold. That's best case scenario. Look, maybe that's not the case. Maybe Arnold will be the 4. Maybe maybe Jalen Smith's better than him at this point. Maybe Jalen Smith would be the nickel. Maybe he'd be Petrie's backup, but Arnold will be the outside corner's backups. So maybe he'd be cornerback 3, nickel corner 3 as well. I did see Texans cap throw out the possibility that maybe it's not a 2026 move. It's more of a beyond 2026 move, which kind of hints at like, okay, well, you're probably trading one of the two, which would probably mean Stingley. So that or you're not re-signing Lassiter. So that is an interesting wrinkle.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're making this move, though, thinking that far away. I think it's a depth piece. I think your best case scenario, he's your backup corner at all 3 corner positions. You would obviously bump Lassiter inside, keep Arnold outside. That's where I come in thinking I think it's barely worth the trouble. Everything better check out. The court stuff better check out. Every vetting person that you talk to better check out.
Yeah.
It better be, check. You're checking off all the boxes. If there's one out of 100 boxes that doesn't get checked, to me, we're all right. We'll rock with Jalen Smith as our third corner.
Yeah, I mean, and if he asks for $1 of guaranteed money, no. Like.
Oh well, yeah.
Like it's like just no. Like we're gonna give you no guaranteed money, vet minimum. Like that'd be the only way. But I don't think it's worth it because I don't expect him to play.
Especially considering like.
I mean, if he's your backup corner at all 3 positions, he'll play.
But not like significantly.
But to the point of, is it worth it? Like, what side of the ball doesn't really need anything? The defense.
Yeah.
I'm not worried about adding someone with this much risk, however much you perceive that risk to be, when the defense is already loaded at pretty much every position across the board.
I have to be honest, I hate that argument.
Why?
Because I think every player that hits the waiver wire is a case-by-case basis.
Well, sure.
Like, this isn't one of those situations like, okay, we're going to ignore Arnold because we're going to focus on the offense. It's not that instance. It's either yes or no on Arnold, and then everything else is secondary.
No,
everything else is sidebar.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, because He hasn't been that good as a pro because there's
Well, you brought up the offense.
Well, I'm just pointing out, like, the two sides of the ball. Like, I'd be more apt to take a risk on the offensive side than I would the defensive side. That's my point.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he was a wide receiver, I'd probably say it's worth the risk.
I think that's flawed logic too.
Probably.
To me, it's you make the off the field yes or no first.
Yes.
And then once you're past the off the field, it's okay, now does this make sense with our organization's at blah, 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 blah. So I think that you would have the same vetting process for a receiver that you should have as a corner at this point in time.
Yeah,
I think it should be the same every time.
No, it's the same vetting process, but your ultimate, like, where you land on it, I do think is different based on the impact that the player is going to make.
You might say the player no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
But, because if the player is going to be – it's just the reality of the NFL. Like, the player is going to be valuable to your roster. Teams are more inclined to take the risks of the public, reputation hit that they might get from it.
Yeah.
It's just the reality. Like, it doesn't make that right, honestly, but it's just the truth. Like, we see players in the NFL all the time that, like, they're still good football players, but because they're bad dudes, but they get to stay in the league.
Yeah. It's interesting, too, like the evaluation of him as a player, because the metrics don't like him. Like, the old, like, scouting eye still thinks he has a lot there because of his, like, skill set, his traits, all that stuff. Yeah. It's a weird deal. It's a weird deal. I'm shocked that they are working out Terry and Arnold today. Junkie, off-subject question. Do you think if Hernandez was found innocent, teams would have signed him? A team would have signed him.
No.
See, to me, it comes down to the secondary stuff. It's like the locker room stuff. And, like, we found out later that he was really weird in the locker room.
Yeah.
So I think because of his allegations and then all the other stuff, I don't think a team would have signed him. I think if he didn't have all the other stuff, like if he was a great teammate, people thought he was a great person, if there wasn't any other strange stories about Hernandez, if there weren't previous allegations and rumors, I think that's when it's probably yes. But the fact that there was so much other stuff, I have to say no.
Yeah, I mean, there's, like, video, like, I saw not that long ago on Twitter about there's, like, people calling him a psycho on the sidelines while they were mic'd up, like, at practice. Like, this guy is strange.
Yeah, he's a weird guy.
Yeah, I don't think he would have been – good player.
But what if everything else was great? Like, he was a great person outside of that one moment, and then he was found innocent in that one moment.
Probably not.
See, I think he would have. I think it would have been the same thing as Ray Lewis.
You think so?
Yeah. Why was Ray Lewis given another chance?
Because he was a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
You don't think Hernandez would have been?
He would have been.
You think – really?
I think so.
He was really good. I wouldn't see him as Hall of Famer, but – I mean, Pro Bowl. Like you said,
I mean, certainly on the same tier as Joe Mixon was relative to his position.
I don't think we view Joe Mixon as a Hall of Famer.
No. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying Mixon got second chance.
Yeah,
after a pretty
I agree with you that
thing.
I'm in agreement that he would have got another chance. But Ray Lewis was a much higher level player than.
No argument there.
But that's
not the argument I'm making.
Ray Lewis always alleged that he wasn't the one that did it.
Right. Well, I mean, if Aaron Hernandez is innocent.
Yeah, but he still was alleged to. Yeah, it's just hard because we know he did it. So it's just alleged.
It's hard to separate it.
Yeah, like someone being accused of murder. It's hard for me to be like, yeah,
it
that
just
guy
goes
can
up
play.
a tier.
Wasn't there
it just goes up a tier.
It's just there's another jump, man. It's like.
I think
there's
it
a lot
really
of
doesn't
bad
matter.
people in the NFL, but when you work that M word in there, murder,
even if in both cases the guy is guilty, it kind of matters what the crime is.
Yeah,
a little bit.
I think there has been. I can't remember if this was active.
An active murder in the NFL?
I remember there being an accused manslaughter that somebody got found innocent, but I think it might have been after their career.
There was the wide receiver, Stallworth, that fell asleep.
Yes.
And it hit somebody. Like, I think he went back and I think he came back and played, right?
I thought it was after his career.
It might have been. But Stallworth, obviously, Ruggs never played again.
No, he's still in jail.
Jalen Carter's in the NFL. He was not quite the same, but his acts led to a death.
Yeah, Dante Stallworth is the one I was thinking of.
Okay.
I just don't remember the timeline if he was done playing or not.
I thought he came back and played, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't. So it happened in March 14, 2000. Yeah, he was signed after that.
Okay.
He struck a man. I don't know if, fatal crash. Yeah, Dante Stallworth pleaded guilty to DUI manslaughter. DUI manslaughter after a fatal crash. It happened on March 14, 2009. He signed with the Ravens. 2010, he played in 8 games.
Shout out to the Ravens.
He played in 11 games with Washington in 2011, and then he appeared in one more game in the NFL with the Patriots in 2012.
Patriots.
Wow.
So, I think Aaron Hernandez would have been signed.
Yeah, maybe you're right.
Dante Stallworth was just a guy.
He was a jobber, yeah.
Like, he was an above-average receiver, starting caliber receiver. He wasn't one of the top, players at his position.
He never had a 1,000-yard
like
season
Aaron
in his career.
Hernandez
Yeah.
was. Like this guy, and he pleaded guilty to DUI manslaughter.
Hernandez would have played.
I think it's greater, right, to plead guilty to DUI manslaughter than it is to be innocent on murder charges.
Probably.
I mean, guilty to DUI manslaughter, I think, is a far bigger stain on the organization than found innocent for murder.
Yes.
And Aaron Hernandez is a far better player than Dante Stallworth was.
Yeah, because now the argument would be the OJ case was that you're not technically proven innocent. You're just not guilty.
Not guilty does not mean innocent, yeah.
Yeah. So that's where it's a little complicated.
Okay.
But
is guilty to DUI manslaughter greater than not guilty to murder?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's person to person. I don't know. I could see a lot of people saying
and
the
then
opposite.
when you factor in the caliber of the player, I think somebody would have signed him.
I do agree with that.
He might have
part.
still been a Patriot.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Patriots haven't had a problem with that. They brought in Antonio Brown.
Junkie says Stallworth was one of the fastest in the league. Is that a joke to the crime?
He was fast.
I know, but that's why I'm trying to wonder if it was like a sincere text or if it was a joke to the crime.
It could have been both.
Yeah.
Feels like it's 50-50.
I can't tell. Let us know. 713-780-3776. All right, that's enough about that. Bad Take Boulevard, what are the worst takes of the week? We'll get to them when we come back. Jeremy and Joe broadcasting live for the Kima Boardwalk on ESPN 97.5. Thank you to John from Pizza King bringing the talent pizza, and Brian took the first one.
Yeah, the same opportunity I did.
I really didn't because I'm stuck in the middle. Jokers
I
to the
got
left
up.
of me,
You could
clowns to the
easily
right.
you could easily walk Bill.
But appreciate it. No, in all sincerity,
Such a
appreciate John. I wasn't whining. I was just blasting you.
Whining.
But we are here, Keep It Boardwalk. Awesome spot. They're setting up the pole vaulting for tomorrow if you want to check out some elite pole vaulting. Joe might try it after the show.
Nope.
My dad used to do pole vaulting in
Really?
high school at old MacArthur High. He was a general. I don't know if he was any good, but, yeah, he did. You can catch me on one of those things. Anyways, Bad Take Boulevard, what are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-3776. First one comes from Doug the Dumb. He had an article on Fox Sports, and we know what he's doing here. We know the game. He's trying to get people to read his article and people to bash him and, hey, you suck, and get ratioed, but that all leads to people paying attention to him. Doug McIntyre had an article, and he tweeted this, landing Mauricio Pochettino to lead the U.S. men's national team was a triumph. Rehiring the coach who oversaw the most humiliating World Cup loss in program history would be indefensible. He has 1,400 comments.
What?
He does have 500 likes, but he's been ratioed. He's almost got 3-to-1 comments to likes, which is never an area you want to be. He also has 201 bookmarks to 560 likes, which is also not an area you want to be.
Nope.
But we know what Doug is doing here, but you make the list, bro. Come on. Pochettino's the greatest gaffer in U.S. men's national team history. He's my favorite. Got big calves, too.
You like the Cavs?
I like the management better.
Sure.
I mean, I know what the argument he's trying to make. Well, it was on domestic soil.
Yeah,
and
whatever.
Everybody was excited and so many eyeballs. Are they better with Pochettino than they were with Berhalter?
Yes.
Will they be better with Pochettino or whoever follows him?
Pochettino.
Then keep Pochettino.
Yeah.
Now it's unfortunately, it's not our decision. It's Pochettino's decision, and he's been mum. We'll see what happens there. Eric Wall with another bad soccer take. He said Balogun should decline to play. I think that's the best decision at this point. I'd be pleasantly surprised if that's what comes to pass, but hope springs eternal. Infantino, he's the FIFA president or whatever, must be removed, and our participating nations, this is my favorite part, participating nations should reject FIFA's authority and create a new world soccer governing body.
What, they think they are college football?
FIFA's pulling in $880 billion for them, and they should just go up and leave. What a dumb idiot.
Didn't they already try this in soccer once?
They tried it in golf.
No, I don't think so. I think that was the club teams.
Well, that's what I mean, though. Like they tried to create this big super league or whatever, and then it fell flat on its face.
Well, I think it fell flat because I think judges were like, no, y'all can't do that.
Oh, okay.
I think it was like, I can't remember what they called it, but they were scared of all the other teams, and I think there was going to be 4 or 5 teams from the Prem, 4 or 5 teams from the Liga, Bundesliga, blah, 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 blah. But they were, I think the judges, got together, the politicians got together, and, this is going to screw everybody else. We're not going to allow it.
Yeah. But, no, this is a dumb take.
Bad.
He shouldn't have played. Why?
This is what's annoying, though, is most of this is, all clickbait.
There are some people who are dumb enough to believe it, though.
I don't know. It's hard to tell.
I think the next guy is.
Taylor Tweedledum, man, the ESPN soccer guy. Wouldn't it be awesome if Poach doesn't play Balogun and sets the tone from the start that they can win without him? They couldn't win with him. See, if I was on Belgium or the manager of them, I'd be using this in a positive way for my group, not this. Blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, another dumb take from
You
Taylor
just made the list!
But what sucks is they didn't win anyways.
They did not. Maybe he was right.
No. He wasn't right.
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
Darren Ravel. You know who's the legend in the hot dog eating contest,
Yeah,
right?
Joey.
Chestnut.
Yeah. So Darren Ravel tweeted out on July 4th before the contest. With the real field temperature in Coney Island today of 106 degrees, I'm going to say the hot dog eating contest today will be won by a non-American for the first time in 20 years. I think Australian James Webb, the 4th-ranked eater in the world, takes home the belt.
He didn't win.
Did not win. Joey Chestnut, the
You
winner.
just made the list.
Darren Ravel, you make the list.
Very funny argument of why. It's
They
hot
do-
out.
Yeah, I know.
It's hot out.
Why would that favor a foreigner?
Well, not only that,
It's hot
but
in Australia.
Guess what's the case every July 4th?
It's hot.
It's hot.
Like, when has there been a 4th of July hot dogging contest? We're like, it's really cold out,
Yeah.
guys.
Never.
What a weird take it was. I thought he was going to go with the youth at first. Like, 106 degrees.
Hot
I'm going
dog
to
eating contest
with
is
a
a young
guy.
man's game.
Yeah, he's not going to get gassed as he eats the hot dog. Jeff Passan makes the list. He was on, I guess, his own podcast last week. He says the Yankees are the best team in the American League by far.
No.
By far. They trail the Rays by, 4 or 5 games in the American League East. Also, since Passan sent this, they posted this, the Yankees are 3-4 since.
Yikes.
How is the best team in the American League not leading their division in sub 500 since he said it?
Great question.
You just made the list.
Don't know ball.
Doesn't know ball. And then Pucky Kristen.
Who?
Pucky Kristen's one of my followers on the Twitter. I tweeted at Jeremy Branham. On June 7th. Timing matters here. June 7th. The Sugarland Spacers may want to get that Burroughs jersey in the team shop. I tweeted that on January 7th. 232 likes, 8,700 impressions, by the way. Pucky Kristen said that would be a massive admission of defeat from Dana. In a contract year, I think I'm more likely to pitch in Sugarland than Burroughs. Sorry to do it to you, Pucky Kristen.
You deserve that one.
But you just made the list.
list.
Real quick on the follow-up on Pucky Kristen. You know my move whenever people land on Bad Take Boulevard.
Yeah. Just like it.
Yeah.
I just like it.
Yeah.
And I'm always curious how people are going to respond to that. Some people don't say anything.
Yeah.
Some people like, oh, you tough guy. Some people are like, my bad, I was wrong. Pucky, to his credit, I was wrong. You were right. Appreciate you bringing it up. He didn't say that. But I like it when people admit their defeat because we're all wrong. We're all wrong. If you're not wrong today, you're going to be wrong tomorrow. Being wrong is inevitable. It's going to come. How you handle your wrongness defines the character of the man. So, Pucky, yeah, I was wrong. My bad. Tip my cap to you, sir. I'll be wrong sooner or later.
One I'll just throw in here. Bryce Harper had a suggestion about the home run derby.
Okay.
I don't know if you saw this or not.
I didn't.
He thinks that participants should be allowed to use metal bats during the bonus round. I'm going to put you on Bad Take Boulevard just for that take.
Yeah.
Yeah, kill someone.
You just made the list.
Like,
he might kill someone.
Put a metal bat in Kyle Schwarber's hand.
Any of these guys' hands.
I know. Like,
yeah, that's dumb.
That's just a stupid idea.
Yeah, I think it's dumb.
Yeah, like, why would you do that?
I mean, it would go a long way.
It would go a long way.
I mean, you might even hurt somebody in the stands.
Yeah. Yeah, like, you would hurt someone, like, trying to catch the ball.
Well, I wouldn't allow there to be shaggers.
Oh, no.
During the round of metal ballots, you can't have shaggers. But, like, it might be coming in so hot in the stands that you could hurt somebody.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, the exit velos on those things would be 130.
At least.
That's why they got rid of aluminum bats in college. They were scared somebody was going to get hurt.
Yeah. I couldn't believe that. I had to check like 6 times.
When did you ever think Bryce Harper was smart?
No, I thought it was a parody account, honestly. Like, I was like, there's no way this is real. And it was real.
He's very crunchy, by the way. I run across his TikToks every now and then. Very crunchy, Bryce Harper.
Why do you say that?
Just very crunchy.
Okay.
He has, like, the charcoal toothpaste, the non-lead deodorant.
He's under a lot of hot water right now.
Very organic type
because
of guy. Which is good, I guess. That's good.
Some better lost
I saw that.
Like $2 million on FanDuel. And, like, they had him, like, send, like, a personalized video.
Yeah, it didn't bother me.
It's just weird. Like, people are like, I'm not upset about it either. It's kind of strange to me.
To be in.
Like, I don't know. Like, also, like, if I lost it on the Phillies game, I wouldn't want the message from Bryce.
That's true.
Like, I wouldn't be like, I don't want to hear from you.
Yeah, he's like, oh, my bad.
Yeah, like sorry, man. Sorry, I only got one of the over 1.5 bases in the game today. My bad.
Yeah, that's a good point. The Astros have activated Jeremy Pena.
I saw that.
So Jeremy Pena is back. Lineup's also out for the Astros.
Is he in it?
What's wrong with the Spados lineup? Yeah, he's leading and leading off. So that whole conspiracy theory. Mickey Story's just trying to win games in AAA, I guess.
Hey, you know what? Jeremy Pena in the 2-hole. I think he was in the 2-hole.
He was.
He hit a walk-off double the other night.
Was it a walk-off?
I thought it's.
Was it a walk-off?
Yeah.
I mean, he's trying to win games in AAA for the Spacers.
He's getting his accomplishments.
Yeah, Pena, Jordan Paredes, Walker, Altuve, Wade, Smith, Yiner, Matthews. I actually like Yiner in the 8-hole. That's where he should be batting because he can do some damage. Like, he has the ability to like flip a game, because he has power, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But he's also in a low leverage spot in the batting order where he's not going to kill you. You don't want him batting behind Jordan. You want him batting low in the order. So that's the lineup. Hunter Brown on the mound tonight, Arlington. And we'll talk to TK at 4 o'clock. Not in Arlington, though. He's actually off. He's not there today. Coming up next, which guys from the big league roster would you be okay dealing? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe broadcasting live from the Kima Boardwalk.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the Kima Boardwalk. Here is Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Chatted with Hayden. Hayden came on by, said hello to us. Listener Hayden. Good to see him.
Appreciate that.
Yep. We are live inside the Galaxy Arcade on the Kima Boardwalk. Always a good spot. Good day trip. Yeah. Wake up a little early, come on out here, spend the whole day out here, have some great food, great amusement, and then you go home, stay at night. Or you can stay in the hotel like Joe mentioned as well. Trade deadline coming up. We'll talk to Todd Callis coming up in about 8 minutes here in a little bit too. Are there guys, because we're talking a lot trade rumor, Astros this, Astros that, prospects, blah, 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 blah. I think what has happened a lot recently, especially since the expansion of the playoff, and now that you have more teams that are in the race, I think you're starting to see a lot of in-the-race teams trade with in-the-race teams.
Sure.
They trade from, what is perceived as a surplus to another team that it's a weakness. They have a surplus that's one of your weaknesses. So you're kind of, scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. So are there guys on this big league roster that you'd be willing to trade?
Can I still have Jake Myers, or does that not count right now?
I mean, he's not on this roster.
Yeah, so I don't know if it counts.
And what kind of value does he have?
What are you getting back?
He did homer the other day.
I think there's only like one guy that I would have on my list that has maybe two guys that still have value.
See, I would have more than that, I think.
So I would say that'd be willing to trade. Bryce.
He'd go on to be an all-star because he's not hitting at the dike anymore.
Yeah, which like maybe just good for him. Take care of him. I don't know what Eric Getty's value is at this point, but he's got control.
Could have got him for Dylan Cease last year.
Yikes. Too bad they didn't get that done.
I don't know. Revisionist history, I'm still not sure I'd do it.
Because it was a rental?
Yeah.
That's fair. I would have still done it because I think you make the playoffs last year if you have Cease.
Yeah, I think you do too. I just don't know how far it takes you.
No, but like
probably ALCS.
Cease and Hunter Brown's pretty nasty though.
Yeah, and then Fromber, I guess.
And then you still have. I'm blanking on last year's team. But yeah, those would be your top three. It's not bad.
So I'd say Eric Getty, I'd be open to.
Interesting.
In terms of a surplus. I don't know what his value is because we haven't seen him pitch in so long. So you could probably talk me into Blanco for the right return.
Not on this roster.
But he will be maybe by Sunday.
Yeah, I don't think he would have any value.
Yeah, I don't think he would either.
Injury.
And his age, too.
And if he is, I mean, he would have some value, but it wouldn't be the value that you would be looking to trade him for.
Yeah, I mean, I like DeZenzo in his role, so like I would like to keep him.
I wouldn't.
You want to trade him?
It's not that I want to trade him. It's just I would not lose any sleep if he was traded.
He's a 4A.
Yeah,
he's a 4A guy. I don't even. Yeah,
I wouldn't be crushed, but like I like him as like the fourth outfield on the roster. I just think you're gonna like.
I would trade him for a leverage righty.
You think you can get a leverage righty for him?
I wouldn't trade him. Yeah, it's a reliever.
Okay,
like a leverage righty rental.
So like I just don't know.
Yeah. I don't know if you can.
Yeah, if you could, I just don't think his value's that.
I don't think it's crazy high. No.
That's kind of my list.
Okay, I would do more than that.
Yeah,
same.
I would do more than that. Eric Getty's interesting. I probably wouldn't do Eric Getty, but Eric Getty would be interesting.
Yeah.
I have no problem trading A.J. Blueball if they don't think he's a starter. If they don't think that A.J. Blueball is a starter and you can get starter return for him, now I hope they would be right, I have no problem trading a reliever. Like if a reliever that's not even one of your higher leverage relievers has a lot of value, okay. Like I would be okay listening on A.J. Blueball. I'm not sure about Eric Getty because I know his upside and because he still does have a lot of club control.
Mm-hmm.
I would have no issue trading Yainer Diaz. Now, Yainer Diaz is starting to hit better. He's hit much better coming off the injured list. Don't love him as a receiver. Not sure he hits well enough to be your future first baseman. Also, Christian Walker's still here next year. I would have no issue trading Yainer Diaz if I could get what I would deem worthy value for him. And then Bryce Matthews would be there too.
Yeah.
Mostly because if he can't hit at home, like he's unplayable. You know?
Yeah, no,
he's,
for sure.
He's a backup center fielder if he can't hit at home.
Yeah, I kind of want to see like if like they can try to figure out what's wrong, but like why he can't hit at home. Like if like something during the break they can figure it out.
I think it's the site.
Probably. I guess maybe it's impossible to figure that out mid-season. Whatever adjustments need to get made to get that corrected. Yainer's interesting, like because like clearly they were fine with Christian Vasquez. And I guess Salazar you put back on your 40-man? Or someone else?
I mean, well, Colin Price is on the 40 still. So you would just call him up.
Yeah.
Now, it does, I mean, that's probably the downside of, like, trading Yainer is that, you know, is Vasquez an everyday starter at this point of his career? And then you really don't have a suitable backup. Like, Colin Price, Cesar Salazar aren't MLB worthy.
Do you, and you got a guess on how far away we are from Walker? Yannick being ready?
I think he's been passed.
Okay.
I think this little Jason Schiavone guy, or however you say his name, I think he has passed him in terms of, like, who is the future catcher of the Astros.
Yeah. I don't know if he's even healthy.
Walker?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think he's back in the FCL. He was hurt for a while. I think he's making his way back. He's appearing in games, but I think it's still at the FCL.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because on his baseball record it says only 30 games this year.
Yeah, he's been. He did have an injury, but he's back from it. But I still think he's at the FCL.
Gotcha.
Which is kind of like, you know, the developmental or, you know, blah, blah, blah. I'm not even sure they keep stats on that, do they?
No, it has FCL stats.
Okay.
Hitting 423 there.
Yeah. People always crush the FCL.
Yeah.
I saw somebody the other day post somebody minor league stats. Oh, it was Jacob Melton. Somebody posted Jacob Melton stats. It's like, did Dana lose the trade? Because he's hitting like 360 in the minors. But then you go look at his numbers, and like half of the at-bats were in the FCL, and he hit like 600 in the FCL. It's like, it's a little skewed there, guys.
Yeah, that's very skewed.
Yeah. Did you have anybody you would add on, Brian?
Yeah, I don't know if it really fits the spirit of the conversations because we're talking about trading from a surplus to acquire a need. And he does provide really good defense, so we can't forget that part. But if someone made me a worthy trade for Cam Smith, I'd
wow.
listen. Whoa, Brian,
that's spicy.
We have to go to break.
I know. We'll hit it on the other side. We'll hit it on the other side of TK.
First question to TK.
Oh, the Astros DFA'd Braden Shoemake.
Hardly knew. Remember he had a 9-game hitting streak?
That doesn't surprise me, though.
Yeah, fun times.
Yeah. Like Tony Eusebio.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they had to. I think he was going to clear waivers. I think he'll be in Sugarland after the break.
Yeah, probably.
I don't think they're going to lose him. All right, 713-780-3776. TK, voice of the Astros. When we come back, it is Jeremy and Joe live from the Kima Boardwalk on ESPN 97.5. We are. Kima Boardwalk, Great time out here. Promo team. Giving away $500 gift card to Republic Boot Company, too. You don't have to be present to win. You just have to stop by, fill out some info, draw the name out of the bucket. Winner, $500 gift card to Republic Boot Company. Efforting Todd Callis. TK's on vacation.
Yeah.
So we're actually bothering him on vacation. He might be on the golf course right now. He might be smoking a cigar. He might be smoking a pack of Camels. Maybe. But we'll get TK on at some point, if it's not today and next week. He's on vacation.
He was probably listening. He was like, this idiot Brian just said Trey Cam Smith. I'm not going on the station.
Which it kind of works out that TK isn't answering right now because he's on vacation. He's not calling the series. Kevin Eschenfelder is calling the series this weekend. Him and Blummer.
Great
Morales isn't there either. Morales isn't going to be there either. I think it's the who's the blonde? What's her name?
I don't remember her name.
Yeah, she's on like nickname basis with all the guys, even though she's around like two times.
I don't remember her name at all.
Yeah, I'm blank. Chewy knows. I know Chewy knows her name. But anyways, it does actually work out because Brian just dropped a bomb whenever we were 2 minutes post getting to break. What would it take for you to trade Cam Smith?
It would take someone that's more than obviously just a rental. It would take someone that is a major upgrade in the outfield or a high-level starting pitcher. Obviously, that starting pitcher would have to be probably also rental because otherwise that team's not getting rid of him.
Yeah, I mean, my first name I thought it was Scooble.
Oh,
yeah. If that was
like
if the Tigers said Cam Smith and other prospects that are in the minors still, I wouldn't keep me from doing that.
Like it's not a long-term guy you have on your roster past this season, but it would get you Scooble. Maybe you could make the trade to where you can get one of their outfielders with it.
See, that's the concern I would have. Like I wouldn't be.
It's just you have so little in the outfield.
Depending on the return, I could totally like trading Cam Smith. I do think that there is a monster inside of Cam Smith that hopefully comes out eventually. Hopefully the Astros didn't ruin the development of said potential monster by bringing him up too early.
That's kind of where I'm at.
He still has a lot of the raw stuff. And here's the other fear of Cam Smith. Like, what if he does find that monster inside, but it comes 5 years from now after he's left you in free agency because you rushed him to the big leagues and got the worst 6 years out of him? So like that's a fear that I could have as well.
Yeah, I don't want to make another J.D. Martinez mistake, but I'm kind of at the point of.
Well, I mean, if you're getting a good player, it wouldn't be a J.D. Martinez mistake.
Yeah, true.
So my concern there is like the outfield is just so bad.
Yeah,
the outfield is just so bad. Like I would want to know what the outfield looks like if you were to do something like that. It would have to require a secondary move.
Yeah, they'd have to make two trades. They'd have to unload Cam,
a serviceable veteran in the outfield plus a star basically on a rental.
Yeah, because you're not trading for prospects.
No.
They're not going to trade for prospects.
Does having the best 1-2 punch
and Cam's more of a prospect in the whole like trade deadline, anyways.
Would having the best 8-9 in all of baseball do anything for you?
Best 8-9?
Yeah, 8th and 9th inning bullpen.
Oh,
for Cam, no.
Okay,
no,
so
it would be more than a reliever.
Who
Mason Miller. It's reported he's going to be on the block again.
Interesting.
Nah, that's a lot of resources to the bullpen.
I know.
Yeah, he does have team control. That's a lot of resources to the bullpen.
But
I don't know if I would for Cam.
Yeah,
it couldn't be only Mason Miller, I guess. But
I would need a starter.
Yeah, the Astros would have to throw even more in.
I would need a starting pitcher and preferably an outfielder some way somehow.
There's an outfielder on their roster.
Manny Machado?
That's not
what I meant. I meant Tatis.
There's been rumors he's been like that they might want to get out of that contract because they're eating money.
I wouldn't blame him. He hasn't been good.
If it was like Cam Smith for Tatis and Mason Miller.
Tatis has been terrible.
I know,
and he's owed a lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine Jim Crane even listens to that offer because of how much Tatis makes.
They'd have to eat most of the salary.
Yeah, I'm not interested in his contract. He's been really bad this year too.
Yeah, did it take him to almost June to hit a home run?
I think he has 2 home runs and they're fraudulent home runs.
He's on the books. His luxury tax figure is $24.3 million through the year 2034, through the age of 35.
Yikes.
And his money, which this is how much Jim Crane would be paying him, because the luxury tax payroll and the actual cash you're paying him are different, because the luxury tax is the average annual value of the contract. Mm-hmm. But you can still do the escalators. You just pay him. That's what you're paying him. He goes from 20 this year to 25 next year, 25 the year after, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 years of $36 million.
Wow.
He has negative
6.
value. That's an upside-down contract.
I did not realize it was for that long.
That is an upside-down contract.
Yeah.
They can't get out of that.
No, I think, like, the type of player that you'd want in return for Cam Smith, like, I think you almost would be better off just betting that he's going to figure it out here in Houston.
I think it's probably the best bet.
Yeah.
Because trading him for
even for Scooble,
I don't want. I think it'd take more.
Yeah.
I think it'd take Cam Smith plus.
Oh, sure.
And I just hate making those trades for Reynolds. I hate it. But if he's Randy Johnson, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Like, it'd be like two schools of thought for me. It'd be like one school of thought, it's like, man, I cannot stand what they just did to their future. Secondary, let's ball, mother. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so it would.
Damn Freddie Garcia and Carlos Guillen. We'll worry about that later.
Yeah. It'd be like, let's ride. But at the same time, it's like, Baseball Savant does like Fernando Tatis more than his numbers. So there is that. Maybe there's some bounce back there. But the Astros, to me, aren't the team to take on that salary. Tatis feels like a Yankee, like somebody, like they can get Tatis for free and just pay him the money.
Yeah.
Like that type of, maybe a Red Sox,
Or a
they
Met.
need a right-handed hitter. Or,
Well,
Mets are kind of selling right now, but like maybe an off-season trade.
Yeah. Well, it feels like they might make a big move.
He could be a Red Sox. That's my call. He's going to be a Red Sox.
Interesting.
Red Sox will just trade for him.
For Tatis?
Yeah. For nothing. I mean, they won't. They'll just be like, hey, here's a triple, like a single A arm.
Yeah.
And we'll just take the bad contract.
Yeah, Mets would be interesting if, like, they want to flip Lindor because of the reported issues with
another bad contract.
Juan Soto. Like, but I don't know if anyone would want Lindor right now. Like, unless it was just bad contract for whatever reason.
And those trades happen.
Yeah, just like, well, we think he's going to do better here in San Diego, and we think he's going to be better in New York, and for whatever reason, Lindor and Soto don't like each other, so we're going to flip them.
Yeah, I mean, those trades happen. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listed in our line. Junkie says vacation in the middle of the season, great work ethic. They're forced to take those.
They are.
And he hasn't taken one yet. In fact, he's the last one on the TV team that has taken one.
And it's the best time to take it. It's the All-Star break.
Yes and no. I would have preferred to miss the Washington series than the Texas series, but
like, I wouldn't want to go on vacation, come back, and then go on
I know.
be off again.
The days off is a good way to take the. Especially one, I don't know if he has a choice. I think they might make him take certain days.
That's very possible. I also wonder. I wonder if he's doing anything in Philly.
No clue. Maybe you can ask him when you talk to him.
Just because of his dad. Since the All-Star game's there, but
yeah, I don't know, Joe.
We can ask.
I don't know. I'm not tight with TK.
Yeah, but
like
he's on
that.
vacation.
Yeah, I wonder where he's vacationing.
We can ask.
Yeah, you can ask. But TK is going to join us next. 713-780-ESPN. Maybe you have questions for TK that we can pass along. Maybe not. It depends on how good the question is. But Jeremy and Joe broadcasting live from Kima Boardwalk on ESPN 97.5.
Straightaway center. Did he do it? Did he do it? Yes, he did! Start the fireworks!
Elite call from Todd Callis. Jeremy and Joe live from the Kima Boardwalk. Run it back. TK, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it, especially on vacation. That's whenever you know you're loyal to the show. You're on vacation and you're still hanging out with us. Great call, by the way. Nailed that. How cool was that moment? July 4th, Jordan walks it off. You say start the fireworks. I think you might have had the button for the fireworks. The fireworks pop as soon as you said that, which was awesome. That was a great moment.
It was a great moment. Jordan has given me so many cool moments, and that was right up there with the best. Because we set it up earlier. I'm like, he has a chance to start the fireworks show, and then he hits that ball. he kind of knew it was out. Like, I could judge based on the way he reacted that he thought it was out, but you never know. Because straightaway Central's not easy to get out in Daikin. So when that left, it was one of the coolest moments of the year for sure.
You know, we've talked a lot recently, Jeremy and I, about Bryce Matthews and these home road splits, and they're extreme. Like he's looks like a top 10 center fielder on the road when you look at his batting numbers, and it's a struggle in Houston. Do you still hear conversations about the batter's eye or anything of that, of like why certain guys seem to struggle at Daikin Park versus on the road?
To be honest, I haven't talked to Bryce about it. It's crazy to me. I've never seen the splits this extreme home road, and this is a kid who grew up in Houston and went to Astros Youth Academy, and he's been in that ballpark his whole life as a fan and even with the AYA. So, yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea why he struggles at home the way he does, but it's as extreme a splits as I've ever seen. The fact that he is, like you said, he's borderline like all-star type player on the road, and he is definitely a minor league send down at what he does at home. So, yeah, I need to probably talk to him at some point about it because it's a storyline that hasn't stopped in his 2 years.
It seems like Joe recognized it as well, too. Maybe it's a fluke, maybe it's a coincidence, but playing more on the road than he is at home, so it seems like maybe the manager is starting to notice it, too. Maybe I'm reading too much into that, but it is kind of odd. But a big series starting today in Arlington, not at home. Bryce Matthews is in the lineup. Astros in a good spot. You know, if they can win this series, TK, you have to feel pretty good from an Astros perspective entering the All-Star break.
No, I'm with you. I think this is a big series going into the break. You can gain some momentum right now, and obviously the Rangers are one of the teams they're chasing, so they play well in that stadium. They play well in the new stadium at Globe Life Park. It is. If you can take 2 out of 3, and you're right there at the All-Star break, when you really haven't had very good pitching now for 2 weeks straight. So that would be a huge series win if they could take this set against the Rangers.
Yeah, speaking of the pitching, Burrow's going down. We had discussed it at one point. It didn't feel like it was where we were going. I know a couple weeks ago we talked about it, and him going to the bullpen for missing one start. But now he's in Sugar Land. Surprised at all that was the decision that was made by the Astros, that Mike Burrows was going down and not going to keep trying to figure it out on the big league roster?
A little bit. Other than the fact that there was guys coming back off the IL that you have to make room for, Renel Blanco and Lance McCullers Jr., and beyond that, Hayden Wisniewski. So there were going to be decisions to be made. I guess they were just preemptive in this decision. And I don't know what their plan is for Sunday. I don't know if they announced that today. I'm not with the team on this series. But, yeah, I was a little bit surprised. But Burrows, what have you done for me lately, right? And he's had his opportunities, and he has not the improvements that they thought. I looked at him at his spring training and thought he was the number 2 pitcher on this rotation, and it has not worked out that way. He just needs to go down there and figure it out with less pressure, and hopefully he becomes the pitcher we thought he was out of spring training, because it's been a little bit of a disappointment for sure in 2026.
What do you think's the one area that he has to get good at, for a lack of putting that in a great way, in order to get back to the bigs and be successful?
I think he probably has to. It's crazy because his fastball's been getting hit hard. Yeah. He needs to figure out a way to spot his fastball better, whether it's the 2-seamer down or it's a fastball getting into pitcher's counts that he can get some chase on. But the fastball's been getting hit hard. He needs to figure out a way just to set up himself into leverage counts, and he's been in hitters' counts primarily, and the fastball gets torched. So. That's been the main problem. Obviously, the changeup's the lead. The breaking ball's been pretty good. It's the fastball where he's been getting hurt. So location on the fastball and getting leverage counts to me are the 2 biggest things.
Todd Callis, voice of the Astros, joining us on the HR&P guest line. I have not seen it reported who's pitching on Sunday either. I think it's still a TBA on that front. What do you think that Dana and Joe are discussing in terms of the options for Sunday?
I think you have multiple options because you have 4 days off after that game, right? So on Sunday you can go Christian Javier for a few innings. You can go whoever doesn't pitch between A.J. Blueball or Nate Pearson, and then you can go stack the rest of your guys behind them. It could be a bullpen day. You could see an Ethan Pecco come up from the minor leagues. You could see Ronel Blanco get activated. You could see Lance McCullers Jr. get activated. It's really a potpourri of options right now, and I'm not sure which way they're going to go, but I think you're probably going to see 5 or 6 pitchers pitch on Sunday at some point.
What's your impression of Hunter Brown since his return to the Astros?
Hot and cold. Like, I haven't seen the Hunter Brown of last year in any of his starts since he's returned. We saw it the first 2 starts of the year. We've seen flashes, but it's not been the Hunter Brown that we knew in 2025. So hopefully he is going to become that guy, whether it's this next start or whether it's the start after the All-Star break. He's going to be that guy. It's just a matter of time. I haven't seen him. He's been getting into bad leverage counts, too. He's working behind in counts. I feel like his curveball, he hasn't been able to land at all the last 2 starts. And when he doesn't have the curveball, he basically is a wounded pitcher at that point. So, yeah, I'm looking for Hunter to come back strong. If it's not in this start, hopefully right after the All-Star break.
So to talk about some of the good pitching on this team, it hasn't been from the starters, but we watch these back into the games, and Okert, King, Hader are just, it feels like lights out every single time when they go out there. If they're doing the 7th, 8th, and 9th, you just kind of sit back and relax when those guys start coming on the mound and feel like the Astros are going to get a W. Like, how confident are you in those final 3 guys in the bullpen right now?
Yeah, Hader's changed the whole game in the bullpen, right? Obviously, he's elite, one of the best closers in the game, and he has been and will be in the future. He changed the whole dynamic. Brian King is no longer going to have to close games. Daniel De Los Santos is no longer going to have to close games. Stephen Okert can pitch in the 5th and 6th instead of the 7th or 8th. It just changes the whole dynamic of the pen. So, yeah, that's been since May 22nd, this is a team with the best record in the American League. And it's not because of their starters. The offense has been good enough, but it's because the bullpen, whenever they get a lead, holds it. So that's been huge.
It seems like Brian Abreu's starting to figure some things out a little bit, too. The results are one thing, but the velo seems to be back up. I always look at the spin, too. The spin, to me, has been the bigger issue. His slider's getting hit more than his fastball is, actually. It seems like there's some positive signs on that front. Would you agree to that?
Yeah, I thought the last 2 outings were as good as we've seen Brian Abreu with his stuff. I know he gave up a home run a couple of outings ago, but I think he's been really solid. I think the fact that he is throwing his fastball 97, 98 now instead of 94, 95 makes a difference, and it helps his slider a lot.
Are you? I don't know if you saw the news since you're not with the team right now, but Jeremy Pena is back this weekend. A little strange, it feels like, just because most of the time I feel like a guy coming off an injury would not return immediately before the All-Star break, but he's going to be back for this weekend series. Are you surprised at all that he's back and active and ready to go tonight?
No, I was more surprised, actually, guys, that they put him on the IL. I thought they could have kind of waited it out and given him 4 or 5 days to get healthy, because they really didn't use Reynel Delgado while he was there, and then they switched out Delgado for Shoemake, and he barely played in that 4 or 5 day span. So I was a little surprised that they put him on the IL initially, because he really wasn't as bad as they thought initially. So I'm not surprised that he's playing here in this series. This is obviously a big series going into the break. I was a little more surprised that they actually had him on the IL, but they erred on the side of caution, but I'm sure he's fine to go today.
Awesome that you have 3 days off before the break, because, we live in the PTO world, whenever we can, take off a Friday and all of a sudden it's a 3-day weekend, or take off a Friday, Monday, 4-day weekend, which is always fun. So I think whoever was responsible for that in terms of your part of the schedule, I think played it masterfully, TK. But any plans for the extra few days off, and then, of course, the break next week?
Yeah, actually, I'm at the Philadelphia airport right now. I just spent a couple of days with my buddies that I went to high school with playing golf after I trained up from D.C., and now I'm heading back to Houston, and my wife and I are just going to enjoy H-Town for the next 4 or 5 days and not worry about anything. I'll watch the games, obviously, against the Rangers, but I won't be locked into every pitch like I normally would be. But, yeah, I've got – this is the best break I could possibly – and it was planned out. Blummer has – he had the first choice last year. I had the first choice this year, so we rotate every other year. and it's always going to be whoever gets the first choice takes that series before or after the All-Star break. So it works out well that I can have the next 6 days off.
You'll have like a day off draft. I love it. That's the way to do it. TK, are you a home run derby guy?
Yeah, I am, and I think I know who's going to win this year.
Who?
Junior Caminero.
Okay. Yeah, he's been on a tear.
I think so, because I was talking, and I have a lot of good friends with the Rays still, and I was talking to those guys, and they're like, he is so locked into this. Like, he wants to win this as bad as anything. And when you have guys that get in the Derby, their level of interest is anywhere from 0 to 70. There's rarely a guy who's into it 100%, and he's into it 100%, and he's obviously on a heater right now. So I think Junior Caminero is going to win.
Yeah, he has been on a tear. There's no doubt about that. Do you like the old structure or the new? I know they're going to a different model this year. What is the perfect way to have that?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, this year it's based on swings and not time, right?
Yeah. I like the outs, the old school outs.
So fill me in. I'm not exactly sure what the new rules are. It's based on 20 swings. Is that what it is?
I think it's also tiered by round, right, Joe? I think you get more swings in the first round, and they tier it down in the later rounds.
Yeah, and then there's at the end. It's like I think it's like on your final one. I think you get to keep going until you get your final out, basically. So it's
that's cool.
It's like the Golden Ball used to be, I think, a little bit, where it's very similar to that way. So Schwarber could be up there forever, coming up this week.
Yeah, the only problem with the old system was you're supposed to wait for the ball to land so you throw the next pitch, and that was never really enforced. So guys would be throwing pitches, and the home run from the previous pitch would just be landing, and it was never really enforced. So I think it was probably the more equitable and fair way to do it. But I'm looking forward. I'm a big Derby guy. I think the Derby and the All-Star game itself have equal interest for me, and if there was a Nashville in the Derby, I would definitely be more interested in the Derby than probably the game itself.
Well, speaking of Caminero, I am curious. Like, you get to watch Jordan Alvarez all the time. What did you think of Caminero and then James Wood? Like, those guys were just hitting tanks as well with Jordan Alvarez over these last two series. You saw probably three of the best home run hitters in baseball over the last week.
I know, right? Yeah, and Wood is just like he's not swinging the pitches out of his zone. He's taking his walks. He's got more runs than anybody in the majors by almost 20 runs. Those are really good young talents. Caminero just turned 23. James Wood is 23. Jordan's obviously a little bit older, but yeah, we just saw some of the best young talent there is in the major leagues. I think it bodes well for the future of this sport.
TK, sorry Brian made you work on your day off. That's pretty Bush League of him, so I'd like to apologize on his behalf. But I hope you enjoy the weekend, enjoy the break, and can't wait to hear you again on the broadcast.
Hey, I'm just waiting for my flight. I'm good. I appreciate it, guys. Thanks.
Have safe travels. Todd Callis, voice of the Astros, working on his day off. That's how you know he's a gamer. Cal Ripken of baseball broadcasters. Interesting what he said on the Pena thing. I wonder if this is kind of a new training staff, because this is something I've been critical of the Houston Astros, is I feel like whenever there's a player that's going to miss 5 to 7 games, to err on the side of caution, protect the player from the player, and just go ahead and IL them. Like if it costs you 5 to 3 games on the front end, it's better than losing them on the back end. So I actually kind of like that I heard that. Maybe he could have avoided the IL, but I actually like the error on the side of caution that they have not had in the past.
I think we had this conversation about Pena last year where they wasted a roster spot for 5 games.
Yep.
And then they put him on anyways. And, yeah, you can retroactive it, but it's just like they just waited and waited and waited. This kind of goes back to what we talked about at the start of the season of what we started hearing was they're doing more imaging. They're just adding imaging to, part of what they do. They're publicly telling us that. And then they do this?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And it's not even the fact that you're playing a man down for 5 games for me. It's more of, okay, if we're going to be wrong, we're going to be wrong on the side of caution. I like that better. I remember they didn't place Kyle Tucker on the injured list right away. They're like, well, we might get Kyle Tucker back on that 8th, 9th, 10th day, and he can play 3 games for us. And it's like, oh yeah, guys, he's got a broken leg. So yeah, I've argued this until I'm blue in the face. I am the moment they're walking off the field with a soft tissue injury, I'm ready to IL the guy. And people have roasted me about that in the past, but I don't care. I'd rather a guy miss 5 games because you IL'd him to be uber careful and just live with it. Because a lot of times you're going to get, the player's ready to come back, and he's not really ready to come back. It's the Dusty Baker, sit him another day or two after they tell you he's ready because you're protecting the player from the player.
Who do you like in the Derby?
Well, now I like Junior Caminero.
Yeah. I'm probably still going Schwarber, but they have to add one more still, and then I guess they're going to have to probably replace
Oh, yeah, he's the hometown kid, huh, Schwarber?
Yeah. But they have to replace Contreras because he got hurt.
Oh, really?
I think last night. Yeah.
Really?
I think so.
Interesting.
But Bryce Harper's doing it too, so they have two Phillies guys this year.
Junior Caminero seems like the kind of guy that wants to win it too. Likes the spotlight.
Yes.
Although Schwarber at home, Harper at home, those are interesting. But I never really pay attention to the Derby anymore because I hate the format. This year it's more intriguing though, because like what TK was saying, like whenever you had the timer, pitchers were throwing the baseball before the ball landed.
It was a bad viewing experience.
My favorite part of the home run derby, just in the history of me watching the home run derby, is watching the majestic blast, right? Like I remember Ken Griffey one-hopping the warehouse at Camden. Like I remember McGuire Sosa moonshots. Like I remember balls into the bay. You know what I mean? Like those are the memorable home run derby moments for me. And when they added the clock, that like it ceased to exist.
Yeah.
So hopefully this brings it back. But that's why I like the out format more, where you got 10 outs.
You can actually watch it.
You could, you could see it breathe, right?
Yeah.
You could let the home run derby breathe. Whereas now it feels like it's this 100-meter sprint. You don't have time to enjoy the majesty of these deep blasts.
Well, hopefully the swings will bring that back.
Yeah, I think it could.
And then you're also potentially limiting how many swings a guy has to take now compared to the old way.
I like the move. I still think I like the old way better.
Yeah.
I understand it comes with its disadvantages as well. But anyways. All right, 713-780-3776. What are the weirdest superstitions in sports? We saw Christian Walker the other day rubbing, like he used Jordan's bat like it was a loofah.
Yeah.
He's rubbing this all over his body, rubbing it all over his bald head. Jordan, I think, had a bad series in Washington. Did he take all the hits out of that bat? But what are the weirdest superstitions in sports? 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
1976, D&M Leasing opened their doors with one mission, making that vehicle easier, smarter, and more affordable than buying it the old-fashioned way. If you qualify, you can get payments for as low as $400 right now. They'll bring you that new vehicle right to you, to your house, your office, you're out at lunch. Hey, maybe you're hanging out here at the Kima Boardwalk. They'll bring you your car, they'll take your trading vehicle, and they make the process as easy, as simple as possible. Give them that call right now, 713-290-1000, or visit them at dmautololeasing.com. You can see their full list of inventory, Fords, Hondas, they got it all on their website. And you can get that brand new vehicle within 24 to 72 hours and never leave the comfort of your own home. Give them that call right now, 713-290-1000, or visit them at dmautololeasing.com.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the Kima Boardwalk. Here is Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Game of Boardwalk, awesome. Giving away a $500 gift card to Republic Boot Company a little bit later. Saw our boy Hayden, John from Pizza King. I think that was hot honey pepperoni. Half hot honey pepperoni, half cheese.
I think so, too.
Have you had a slice?
I'm going to get cheese here a little bit.
That pepperoni was fire.
It was fantastic.
Their little itty-bitty pepperonis fit my little Peter Piper hands.
I don't know where you go with this, but wrap it up.
Land the plane. They were very good. He also brought us a dessert. The little.
You need a moment?
He
drink?
I'm joking.
What's in that water bottle?
Water.
Everclear.
What's the old Everclear song?
Santa Monica, Father of Mine.
It was country. It was Texas country.
Oh, I don't know.
Everclear. I can't remember it. Whatever. I'll remember it later. What are the weirdest traditions in all of baseball? Superstitions in all of baseball. But thank you for the pizza, John. That was very good. What are the weirdest superstitions in sports? Christian Walker. We saw this the other day. He was rubbing. We'll need the Christian Walker audio here in a second. But he was rubbing the bat. He was rubbing the bat on himself like Abuelita was giving their little mijo the ojo test.
Yeah.
You know what the ojo test is?
No.
Why'd you say yeah?
I'm just doing it. Just saying it.
He said yeah. He gave me some affirmation. He's like, nope,
Posturing
no idea.
Joe.
Just posturing.
There's a Mexican tradition where if you're not feeling well, that they'll rub like an egg all over your body.
Okay.
And then, I don't know the science here. There's no science. It's all,
No science.
But I don't know the method. So they rub it on you, then they crack it open, and based on what the yolk says, like tells you your degree of sickness or if you're sick. I don't really know that process of it, but I remember
Is
as
it
a
your
young
forehead that they rub the
really
egg on?
all over.
Okay.
But yes, forehead. They run it all over your body, all that,
Okay.
and then they'll.
Your abuela ever do that for you?
Oh yeah, all the time as a kid. For sure, yeah. Whenever I was feeling sick, she would do that.
That
and crack
tradition
it.
hasn't continued in the
You know,
Branham
it might
household?
just be it might be one of those things where it just soothes the kid. You know,
That's very possible.
and they just tell you that's what it is, but really it's just to, like soothe you. You know, 'cause
Maybe.
it does feel really, really good. You like a cold egg, you're sick, whatever. But he was doing that. He was doing that with Jordan's bat all over his body. So, like, what are the weirdest superstitions in sports? Now, what's funny about Christian Walker doing this with Jordan is this came like a week after he told the people on Foul Territory that he, like, looks at Jordan's shower head to, like, see which shower he's getting into because he wants to do everything like Jordan, so he'll go into that shower whenever it's his turn to take the shower. So here was Walker on Foul Territory a week and a half ago about his superstitions and maybe his weirdest superstition.
Personally, I got nothing really in my history that's like crazy. I've worn other guys' batting gloves. I remember wearing Dave Peralta's batting gloves for a while. I think I clipped a homer with them. You'll wear other guys' pants. I'll pay attention to which shower head Jordan gets in because that guy can't do anything wrong right now. It's like working for him. I'm just gonna mirror everything that guy does as long as I can.
Yes. Have you put one of Jordan's bats in your bat bag to have them talk to your bats?
Yeah. I brought one of his bats up to the plate. I hate axe handles. I don't really particularly like the model. I'm like, I mean, there's got to be something in this thing. So took it up there, broke it on the first at bat. I was like, all right, that's a sign. This isn't for me.
All right, there you go. Weirdest traditions. So what are the weirdest superstitions that you've heard of, Joe?
I mean, I think, like, maybe it's not that weird because he mentions the glove thing, but I think back to last year with Jordan? With Mauricio Dubon?
Yeah, he used Dubon's bat. Was
where
that
it's like it goes well once and then you keep using it?
Yeah.
Basically until things go bad again?
I don't remember the story on him using Dubon's bat. Was he just like looking for a hit or did he break his or something?
No, I think he was in a funk and then he used it to get out of it.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's weird.
It's like it's not, but it is. Where it's just like, yeah, just someone else's bat is going to solve my problems. And then sometimes it does. Like it's just like it makes no sense, honestly.
Well, it's just coincidence.
It's mindset.
That's a lot of what that is. Yeah,
it's like,
coincidence and mindset.
Yeah, it's just like, well, it's not my bat anymore. So, like, it's just like things are going to go better.
The showerhead one's one of the weirdest ones I've heard.
That's one of the weirdest things I've ever heard.
I love that Christian Walker in that clip says, yeah, I don't really have any superstitions. Then proceeded to say he watched what showerhead Jordan used.
Yeah, that one's pretty weird. The rubbing the bat on you from a hot hitter is something that I've seen before. A lot of people will, like, because they all have like little bat bags, I guess, that they travel with. So a lot of times, and Walker even talked about this on Foul Territory. I don't think it was in that cut, but where he'll like throw his bat in with Jordan's bat. That way they're like together.
Yeah.
So like
I think
he said talking to it.
Yeah.
They talked to each
Whoever
other.
the host was, it was like they talked to each other. That's
a little insane.
Okay. Like,
yeah,
it's
but
like
it's baseball, so it's like it kind of like goes. It makes sense because it's it's baseball. Junkie says the Jason was it Jason Giambi or the other Giambi where he would wear the golden thong.
I think it was Jason.
I think that's Jason.
I can't remember which Giambi it was.
But it could be either. It could be both.
I thought it was Jason.
It feels like a who was that weird bro that played for the Yankees and he played for the Guardians for a bit. He was a corner outfielder. He was such a bro. I can't remember his name. He had like a beaver face. 713-780-37. Yo, Nick, was it Nick something?
Oh, yes. I know exactly who you're talking about.
He was a left-handed hitter?
Yeah, Nick, I think his last name. Here,
I can't remember his name.
I'll
he had
find
the beaver face. He was a bro.
Swisher.
He did
Swisher,
TV. Nick
yes.
Swisher.
Yeah.
Swisher.
Yeah.
He was very much a bro.
It feels like something Nick Swisher would do.
Yeah.
A lot of these are what Nick Swisher would do.
I couldn't stand Nick Swisher.
No, I thought he was worse on TV.
I did too. He's like, what's up, man?
Yeah.
He's just so annoying
But he's like
to
very,
me.
very bro.
I mean, not as bro as Eric Burns, but he's also very bro.
Turk Wendell brushing his teeth between innings. Wendell had an entire catalog of rituals. I remember Turk Wendell because I would watch the Cubs on WGN as a kid whenever they were playing day games. And Turk Wendell they had a sink in the dugout. So he would brush his teeth in the dugout at the sink. I don't know if they still have the sink. Do they still have the sink?
I don't think so anymore.
There was a sink in the dugout. He would brush his teeth in the sink in the dugout. He would hop over the foul line.
Between every inning?
Every inning. He was a reliever, though.
Oh, okay.
But he would hop over the foul line. Whenever he finished the inning, he'd hop over.
That was one of the things I was going to bring up, which you don't see very much, but growing up, you saw that a lot. There's a lot of pitchers that would jump over the foul line, but yeah, you don't see that as much anymore.
Oh, Junkie mentioned Wendell. Wendell brushing his teeth between innings. Wendell had an entire. I just read that. Brushing his teeth, chewing black licorice, hopping over foul lines, wearing a necklace made of animal teeth. I don't remember the animal teeth or the licorice, but I remember the hopping and the brushing the teeth because the brushing the teeth was so weird.
Remember when Bregman shaved his mustache?
Between
in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
And then that's a lot of the bat thing. Like Tucker was famous for that for Mother's Day, Father's Day. He'd wear these pink cleats or blue cleats and have the bat. He would go 0 for 2. And I think it was a Mother's Day, and then I think he had a home run as soon as he changed back into his normal cleats and his normal bat. But it's just they use different things. Nope, doesn't work for me. But the Bregman one, he had that terrible mustache.
Yeah.
It was a bad mustache. And he was just bad terribly. Comes back out for the 5th inning. It's just gone.
He's just gone, yeah.
It's great.
That was
you should do that during the show.
Moment.
If I'm having a bad show?
Yeah.
So just every day?
No, I didn't say that. Yeah,
maybe a major math blunder.
Shave
just get up, walk out,
yeah,
shave, and come
I'll
back.
I'll bring a razor. Yeah, just I do a really bad math problem. Just go out there and get rid of it.
That'd be awesome.
Don't even say a word. Just get up mid-segment, walk out.
I'm more likely to just shave my whole head mid-show.
What? Why would that be more
take
likely?
way longer.
Because I like the mustache.
Oh.
I don't like the hair.
Well, you can shave the beard.
That's true.
Like today, you go shave the beard and still have the mustache. Bagwell had stories about Biggio being a complete superstitious psycho. Hilarious stories. End of text. Great substance there, Saints Patrick.
An example.
I got a hilarious story. I don't remember it, though.
One that always stuck out to me, and obviously every batter has this to some degree, but the in-between pitch routine of Nomar Garcia Parra.
Oh, yeah.
He was the whole,
the
Titans.
Forever.
He would do the thing with his toes, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pitch clock would ruin him.
Fromber kind of had that pre-pitch clock, too.
Yep.
Where he'd take off his hat, he'd rub his
Walk to
hand.
the back of the mound.
Yeah.
I think that was his mental coach that taught him that. So
Yeah,
probably.
Reset.
Gosh. You're right. Nomar was there forever.
Nomar
would have had trouble with the pitch clock. He would have to, he'd just have to stop doing it. Junkie, the slump buster.
Mark Grace.
Shout out Mark Grace.
Yeah.
Is that a weird superstition?
It's kind of weird.
Anything for a hit.
Yeah.
It's weird
Anything for a knock.
It's weird the idea was that to help yourself, but whatever.
Yeah, anything for a knock, man. Anything for a base hit. 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. Chandler Rome had a really good story yesterday. I don't carry grudges. I don't hold biases. He had a really good story about Jordan. Let us know a little bit more about Jordan. Hey, he's an avid fisherman, avid hunter. He said he wanted to be in Houston forever, but they all say that. But there was one interesting quote in that article. Josh Hader said that Jordan Alvarez, quote, he's the best player I've ever seen in my life. Is he number one for you? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe live from the Kima Boardwalk on ESPN 97.5. You know what's number one for me? A goal from Pro Dunk. They make the highest quality basketball goals you're ever going to see. In fact, they've been doing it since 1984. Longer than I've been alive, they've been serving up the highest quality basketball goals you'll ever find. They have in-ground adjustable, portable goals, wall mount goals, roof mount. They can do it all. Plus their new goal, Thor, I guess it's not that new anymore, but Thor has the lightning adjust feature, which is changing the game. You can raise and lower that goal anywhere from 5 to 10 feet. It's always been that way, but now you can do it with the drill. It's easy to do, and it's fun to do. You can lower it down, throw down some shots, or throw down some jams, rather. Raise the goal, work on your shot. But they got the tempered glass backboard, gives you that authentic feel, right? Authentic feel off the glass, off the rim. It's got a stainless steel hardware, which is awesome. That makes it really quality, right? And it's rust-proof, which is must-have in Houston. Their accessories are next level, too. LED light kits, you're going to need that, especially with these Houston summers. Plus, you want the kids out of the house. You want them off the tablets. You want them outside playing, and you can do that with Pro Dunk. Backstop nets, pull pad lettering, you can customize it however you want. And also, they can install the goal for you, too. You know, you don't want a big box delivered to your driveway with a million pieces to assemble. You don't want to go to the big box store and pick up a box that's a goal and then put that together. It ain't going to be any good. So get a goal from Pro Dunk and then have the pros at Pro Dunk professionally install that goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You're going to love it. It's going to bring up the curb appeal of the house, too, and everybody in the house is going to get a good old time out of it. So order now at ProDunk.com. That's ProDunk.com.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the Kima Boardwalk. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Thanks to the Junkies for having my back. Roger Creager, the Everclear song. You don't remember this song? Tequila drives me out. Beer just makes me fat. Whiskey makes me nauseous. Tell me who the hell needs that? If you're thinking about drinking, then the answer is crystal clear. It's the invisible intoxicant. It's called Everclear. You don't remember that song?
Nope.
You guys are so not Texan.
Don't know it.
I give you a pass, Joe,
Thanks.
being from Illinois. You, though, Brian, you've lived in Texas your whole life, and you're not familiar with the Everclear song?
No,
the Invisible Intoxicant, it's called Everclear?
I don't know Roger Craig's discography that well.
I think I saw him in concert a couple of times. Once at the racetrack, and then I think once at that little Kingwood Teeny Bopper Club. It's no longer there.
I'm about to say, I don't know
I forget what it was called.
What
I brought it up on the show before, and a few people texted in and remembered the name of it. I think I can't remember the name of it. But, yeah, for some reason he was performing there. He wasn't singing that song to a bunch of teenagers, though. The answer's crystal clear. It's the Invisible Intoxicant. It's called Everclear. All right, 713-780-3776. So Josh Hader said about Jordan, he's the best player I've ever seen in my life. Is he number one for you, Joe?
And I think the rule for this should be in person. Because, like, we've all seen great players on TV, right?
Okay.
See, I was kind of thinking in person.
I wasn't thinking that, but that's fair.
Yeah, because, like, I mean, if it's not in person, like, for me, like, it's probably, like, Ohtani. If it's – I've never seen Ohtani play in person. But, like, overall. I think in person, for me, like, the best athlete, like, honestly, at any game I've ever been to is probably, like, KG.
Oh, you're talking all sports.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was thinking all sports.
To be fair to Hader, though, I think we'd have to keep it baseball.
If we keep it baseball, then it's Jordan. Like, I don't think there's anyone, like –
No, it wasn't Wild West texture. It was like I can't remember the name of that place.
Like, I put him above, for me, I put him above Sosa.
Yeah.
Like, not even close.
Well, Sosa was corking his batting on roids.
Yep.
Facts.
Jordan's not. So, I put him above him, for sure.
Yeah, mine's Barry Bonds.
I didn't see. Yeah, because I was thinking, like, in person.
Barry Bonds would be my answer in person or on TV. I think that Barry Bonds on steroids is the greatest hitter that has ever existed.
Yes.
I would throw another one, too, Griffey.
I wouldn't put Griffey ahead of Barry Bonds on roids.
No, I'm talking about above Jordan.
Oh, okay. See, I saw Griffey whenever he was with the Reds. I'm not sure Griffey with the Reds is better than Jordan today.
No.
That's fair.
That's the tough version of Griffey.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I saw Ichiro play once. So
I mean, Bagwell had some amazing years, too.
Yeah,
I saw Bagwell in the Hall of Fame year.
Yeah. Ichiro's a very different player than, like, Jordan Alvarez, but, like, he's just such a freak what he can do. Like, he's up there for me, too.
Yeah. I mean, for me, it's Bonds. Okay. Bonds will be. I mean, I don't think I'll ever see a greater hitter than Barry Bonds. I don't think again, Barry Bonds on roids has been it's the greatest ever. No one. I mean, Ruth's numbers aren't as good as Barry Bonds' numbers on roids.
No, like Barry Bonds is, like, he is almost like every players can have the greatest month or stretch of their career, and it still never matches close. It's like what Bonds would ever do in a single stretch, and sometimes it goes back to before he was even on steroids. Like, it's like you put him up with Pirates numbers, and, like, he's still, like, the best player people have ever seen.
I would say Jordan ahead of Pirates Bonds as a pure hitter.
Yeah.
It's interesting, too, seeing all these quotes from just baseball people now. They call Jordan a contact hitter that has great power.
Yeah.
Because, it's usually not that way. People with his power, it's like, oh, he's got excellent power. But not the case there.
No, he's – I mean, Jordan is he is a freak. Like, I don't think Josh Hader is wrong, especially with the guys he's played with. He's played with some great players. Like, Jordan Alvarez is such a generational hitter. Like, and I know Keeves going to be upset because we're not talking about Mike Trout, who has to be up there of, close. Like, especially like prime Mike Trout. Like, he's up there in terms of, best players we've ever seen.
Yeah, he's up there for sure. I was thinking specifically baseball. Football best players I've seen. I mean, probably Case Keenum.
You're the worst.
What did I say?
You're the worst. I knew that
you're more Homer than Joe.
He's statistically the greatest college quarterback of all time.
Like, give me, at least say J.J. Watt.
J.J. was pretty dang good.
Yeah, he was.
But he was no Case Keenum.
Vince for me.
Vince was awesome.
That's fair.
College Vince, to be specific.
I remember going to the I used to love Michael Vick.
Oh, yeah.
And he played the Texans one year when he was with the Falcons. I remember he came into the game, kind of banged up. I think, an ankle injury maybe. And he still just torched the Texans. I loved Vick. Loved Vick.
It's one of, the best highlights of all time is the touchdown run versus the Vikings.
Yes.
When he, squeezes through two guys and they collide with each other. Like, it's one of the most remarkable highlights.
I love that guy so much.
Yeah. Bad person. But I
mean, he could be a good person that made a terrible mistake.
Yeah. But pretty bad still.
Well, I mean,
it's not really a mistake if you do it for that long of a period of time.
Agreed.
It ceases to be a mistake.
Poor decision. He didn't do it over and over again.
He did it over and over again until he
Right,
got caught.
but I mean, well, yeah. But he's not like a repeat offender. I mean,
yeah.
Like I feel like he learned a lesson there.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Like he could be a good person now.
Yeah,
he
well,
wasn't then.
Yeah, he's pro dog. He's pro dogs now.
I mean, he could have been a good. I'm not saying he was, but he could have been a good person then that was doing one really bad thing.
I disagree. I think doing that thing makes you a bad person.
Brian, we shouldn't judge others.
I feel comfortable judging in this case.
Yeah, I feel pretty comfortable.
I will die on this house here.
I mean, he could have been donating tons of money to charity,
I don't
treating
care.
all of his people very, very
Doesn't
nicely, buying everybody new houses, and he had one major red flag in his life.
He would buy them.
I don't know if that makes him a bad person.
He would buy them houses so they could, fight dogs.
I mean, I don't think for his mom.
Not for his mom. Not that one.
Not that house he bought.
I don't think he was doing that for his mom. Attitudes. That's it. Thank you, Junkie. It was called Attitudes.
That sounds like a very teen club.
Yeah, but they had like Texas country people there that would go in there. And like a 12, 13-year-old. It was so weird.
That's very strange.
Junkie says Albert Pujols. That's a good call. Albert Pujols was very, very good.
Yeah.
One of the best hitters ever. Hader has also played with Soto, Machado, and Tatis. Well, I think Jordan's a better hitter than all those guys.
Yes. Like even and all players very special at their peak. Like, who would you put the guy after Jordan from that list?
Junkie says a judge literally judged him, but he didn't judge him as a good or bad person. He judged him for an illegal activity.
Yes.
What'd you say?
Machado, Tatis, and who?
Who was the other one you said?
Oh, Soto, Machado, and Tatis.
Who would you put after Jordan in that list?
Between those three guys?
Yeah,
probably Soto.
At their peak.
Soto, Machado,
I would say Soto.
Tatis.
I think Tatis is a better hitter than Machado. Machado was an elite
I know,
defender
but
too.
that's because like what he does. Like, I saw one the other day where it's like 4 feet out of play.
Yeah.
And he would rip those things from third. Like he was.
Why is he throwing them if they're out of play?
No, like when it would like.
Oh,
carry him out.
Oh, I see. Fair ball, and he would field
Yeah.
it and go into foul territory.
Yeah.
It kind of reminded me of watching peak Nolan Arenado. That name was up there.
Yep.
Junkie Ohtani. Ohtani's great. Does Bo Jackson count? If you saw him, I don't think Bo Jackson was the greatest at either one of his sports, though. He was just the greatest athlete ever.
Like electric highlight.
Yeah, like what he did. I mean, he would have an electric highlight. I feel like I don't think he was ever going to be a great baseball player, all-star player. I feel like his biggest upside was probably running back.
It seems like it.
Like if we're talking about his whole career, you could place him in one sport at one position. Where would he have the most accomplishment? I would probably say football running back.
Yeah, it looks like I just watch highlights. Like that to me looks like a football player.
Yeah.
Like that's the one I would tell him to choose if he had to choose one.
Yeah. I hate to admit it, but watching Pujols ruined my childhood. Bonds and Pujols. Key from L.A. says, I saw Quentin Richardson play with the Clippers, Lamar Odom. He says, Reed Detmers for the Angels. I don't know if any of those guys would qualify. Key from L.A. 713-780 ESPN. Yeah, but I would have Jordan on him. Like if I'm counting just players on my hand, he might be on the first hand. He might be one of the – I mean, especially if we're looking at it from only an offensive perspective.
Yeah.
He might be, of guys that I've seen in person, one of the 5 greatest hitters I've ever seen in person. I would say Bonds for sure, Pujols for sure. See, I don't know if I can give Griffey Cincy.
What about Trout?
Jordan, yeah. Trout would be up there. See, I feel like Trout has swing and miss, and the Astros had decent success against him, but probably. Are we like omitting Judge though?
Oh, that's fair.
The thing is like
he's got his postseason though.
I know because like that's all I think of like in person. That's all I've ever seen is him choking in Houston.
Soto's pretty dang good. I saw Gwynn, but Gwynn was a good contact hitter, not a great offensive threat. He was a good offensive threat.
Yeah, like, I mean, I didn't even think about Pujols, but he's definitely on that list.
Yeah.
He just terrorizes people. Trout would be on mine. Like I said, I put Ichiro on there for me of guys I've seen.
Yeah, Ichiro would be up there for sure.
Yeah.
Kiefer LA telling us that we're number 1. Thank you, Kiefer LA. I feel the same about you. 713-780-3776. Maybe we can go beyond baseball. Maybe we can go to the other sports. And then also the Junkies have some of these as well. Hader said that Jordan's the best player he's ever seen in his life. Who's number 1 for you that you've laid eyes on, that you've watched in person? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5. Ryan says he got ran over by Selvin Young in high school. Okay.
Hook him.
Yeah, that'd be a good call. Hader said that Jordan's the best player he's ever seen. Who is the best player you've ever seen? 713-780 Espn. Chris from Sam Houston has a good one. He said, I saw Montana's comeback versus the Oilers at the Dome in the playoffs when I was a kid. That's a good call. I remember watching Steve Young play. I want to say it might have been the Oilers' final year in Houston, actually. That would be up there. I love Steve Young. I was a huge Steve Young guy. Loved Steve Young. I like this one from this junkie. He says, best baseball player I've ever seen was Baseball Branham. It's a great point. That's a great point. I hit 400 in high school. 400 hitter in high school. I was basically Tony Gwynn.
You retired a future major leaguer from pitching.
Yeah, we don't take we don't like liars on this show. Get rid of them, AJ. Eject them.
Eject who?
The listener who's lying about seeing you.
Well, it's just a funny joke. That's a bad ejection.
You had a soft one, too, yesterday.
That's a really sensitive joke.
Yep.
Kill it.
No, he's got. One umpire does it. We all have to do it.
All right.
And then we talk about it afterwards. We're like, that's not the ejection.
Yeah.
That's all I want. You should have let go.
That's all I wanted.
Yeah,
that was
a
very clear joke.
I needed the music.
In fact, it was a great recall. It was a great pullback from stuff we've talked about on the show. Obviously, a loyal listener.
Yeah.
That was a bad ejection.
You did a dirty joke.
Sorry.
Really bad ejection. He was poking fun that I'm a 2 for 5 in my final year of high school. The fans of our show going crazy.
We're baking the 5-year-old community.
Yeah, he just played. He just played Mario Kart.
Yeah.
So, and he
won.
He
Wow!
won.
First place.
Go play more games.
You beat Lexi?
We're inside of the Galaxy Arcade at the Kima Boardwalk.
They were on the same
awesome
team.
time out here.
Okay.
What is the?
That was my bad. I shouldn't have asked the follow-up. Because now we can't turn it off.
What character do you use in Mario Kart?
Toad.
He'll talk to you for an hour.
What character do you use in Mario Kart?
Usually Bowser.
I use Toad too.
Do you?
Yeah, Toad's the fastest.
If I wasn't playing with him, I would use Toad also.
Oh, he uses Toad?
No, he makes me use be Bowser because he can be Mario.
I thought you were going to say he sees you as a grumpy guy.
He makes me be the bad guy.
Junkie says, I once saw J-Bone host half a show on remote while battling his mommy wrist. That's a great point. Can we eject Joe for ejecting the listener? Unfortunately not.
Well,
sometimes you just get bad umpires. Like sometimes you get Angel Hernandez. Sometimes you get Joe West. Today, Joe just turned into Angel Hernandez.
Damn.
It was a bad boot.
It was a really bad boot.
It's a bad boot, man.
Now I feel really upset.
But we collectively as a show have to own the boot.
Mm-hmm. We didn't talk about this, but the ABS got rid of all these bad umpires.
Yeah.
A lot of it's funny. There was like 7 umpires that put in the retirement. They're basically all at the bottom, including CB Buckner.
Wasn't there but they just had wasn't there a CBA negotiation over this last offseason?
Was there?
Or was that only in the NFL?
I thought it was only in the NFL.
Oh, yeah. 3, please. 3. Or more
5.
than that. Yeah.
Yes, if possible.
Awesome.
Cool.
Thank you so much. Junkie says eject Joe. Yeah, we can't eject Joe.
Not yet.
Like sometimes you just get a bad whistle. Sometimes you get a bad ump.
Maybe 5:55.
Joe usually is a good one.
That's true.
But sometimes you just have a bad day. Sometimes you're in your own feels. Sometimes you're a little grumpy.
That's why you're Bowser.
Junkie says Vince Young in high school was unstoppable. Good call on that. In fact, we have something coming up when we get closer to football season. Kind of relates to that. I saw Vince Young in high school. He was insane. He and Courtney Lewis at Madison almost beat North Shore like in the regional final, I think it was. I think it was regional final. One of the best high school games I've ever seen. It was like 61-58 in the Dome. The Dome was like 40,000 full. It was insane. I saw Andrew Luck in high school too.
Yeah, same.
At Stratford. He was a Spartan at Stratford.
Yeah, I'm going to be bad at those segments.
Well, you went to a bad state football.
I know.
Joe can't even eject people correctly, question mark. Aging myself a little bit here, but I saw Strawberry in his heyday. He was a pretty good hitter before the drugs caught up to him. I saw him when he was a Yankee, actually. Oh, Strawberry. You know, we're going a lot of hitters here. I mean, we've seen some great pitching. Randy Johnson, Greg Maddox.
Roger.
Verlander.
Oh, yeah.
Billy Wagner.
Yeah.
Garrett Cole.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Jamal Charles. I saw him in high school, too, at Port Arthur Memorial.
Oh, yeah.
I saw him run for 400 yards against Midland Lee.
He had to be nasty.
He was so good.
I know none of us saw this, but
he couldn't read the down marker, but he could run the ball.
None of us have seen this in person because of the state, but we've all seen the highlight tapes of Derrick Henry in high school.
Oh.
I mean, there's got to be some people out there, like one of the Texans mentioned getting run over by Selvin Young. There's got to be so many people that played high school football against Derrick Henry that have some amazing stories. Yeah.
Like, he looks like the size he is still now.
I know.
Like, in those high school videos. And, like, maybe it's just because he just dwarfed everyone. But, like, I mean, even, like, when he has, like, there's that side-by-side photo of him and Mark Ingram.
Yeah.
And he makes Mark Ingram look like a child.
Chucky said Bob Gibson.
How old is he?
Eject Joe West, George. Nolan Ryan. I saw Nolan Ryan pitch when he was a Ranger.
Really?
Yeah.
I never saw Nolan.
I was probably like, it was like at the first Ranger Stadium. It was 2 stadiums ago.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he was 45. I was probably 4. But my uncles took me. Andy Dalton at Katy. Andy Dalton at Katy wasn't that good, actually.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, he was good. He just didn't put
good.
up
I saw him. I saw Derek Carr in high school. I was never really all that impressed by either. Now, Luck was impressive.
Yeah.
But I was never impressed by Carr or Dalton.
Dalton just played in that Katy system.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
he threw the ball 10 times a game. And he wasn't like this uber athlete that was running
No.
for 200. Like, he just ran the system, and they were so good that it didn't really look crazy good. Obviously, he was. I really love watching Cal Ripken and Mike Piazza. Javorsky Lane in high school, he dragged me 10 yards.
I bet. It's a big old boy.
Where did Javorsky Lane play high school?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's blanking on me. I want to say Lufkin, but I don't think that's right.
I only know him as an Aggie.
Reggie McNeil was the Lufkin guy.
You're right.
Javorsky Lane played at Lufkin?
Mm-hmm.
Boom. Jeremy Branham was right.
I was right. I wasn't even confident. His son's going to be drafted this year. Javorsky Lane Jr. is going to be drafted in the Major League Baseball draft this weekend. That's how old we are.
Wow.
He is
what does
draft.
he play?
I think he's an outfielder. He's draft eligible. Is probably going to be a top 3 round pick. Javorsky Lane Jr. Yes, I think he plays at Duncanville now.
I mean, there's so many. Like, I feel like now it almost just feels like normal watching like all these guys that we watched growing up.
Well,
we're already there.
Like Texas just landed the recruit Marcus Spears Jr. in basketball. Just like what?
Yeah, it's weird.
Team
yeah,
USA.
it's just weird.
Antonio Freeman's kid, right?
Yeah.
Was Team USA. Like, they're all over the. I mean, hell, it's like. I still kind of think it's crazy that he's not deserving, but the fact that Bronny is in the NBA, and it's like his dad.
That does make you feel really old.
Brittany Griner at Nimitz was special.
She was.
Jalen Hurts at Channelview, he was really good. I actually never got around to seeing him. I know he was really good. I just never actually saw him at Channelview.
No, I didn't either. I did see Brittany Griner play though, and it was comical.
Some would call it special. I seen the famous 100-point game. What? I saw Babe Ruth call a shot. Vlad Jr.'s dad was great. He was good. He was really good. Josh Hamilton was special, unfortunate circumstances. I would agree to that. I shared a moment with Josh Hamilton once.
Yeah,
he was in left field playing for I want to say he was with the Rangers at the time. And I was sitting like in the corner, like down the line. You know where the seats are down the line? So you're kind of like parallel with the left fielder looking to the plate. And people in the Crawford boxes were like heckling him, like calling him a drunk and an alcoholic. And then, like, he just looked over, like, towards my way, not all the way back, and I just go. I threw my hands up and just shook my head. Like, what do you expect from us? And then he just kind of, like nodded at me. I was like, yeah, I get it, Josh. I know what it's like to be an alcoholic and a drunk and a failure. Junkie says Andy Pettit. Really? Yeah. Adam
good,
Dunn in high school, most incredible bombs ever. New Caney High School, Adam Dunn Field over there now. Someone said Jay Bruce in high school. Yeah, except when he was facing Branham. All right. LeBron in person was impressive. Good call. Did you ever see Jordan in person?
No.
I did.
No, I never did.
I saw Jordan play whenever he was at the Summit with the Bulls.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to one of his games.
I don't know why I failed to bring it up earlier, but I saw Akeem play a couple times.
Oh, yeah.
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 Akeem.
Akeem, obviously.
Yeah. Akeem would be a really good one.
It's a big miss for you guys.
It is. It is.
For some reason, I don't think
we
of
were
local.
sticking with baseball early. We were sticking with baseball
Well, because
early.
local, you've just got a better shot at seeing it, right? Like, you're just more likely to see.
Plus, I think you start taking it for granted a little bit. Like,
yeah, you do.
Pete Rose, Altuve in his prime. That's a good call.
Sure.
Overlooked that one.
I mean,
for sure.
my favorite baseball moment, like witnessing it in person ever, was the walk-off against the Yankees.
That was really cool.
Like, that was just incredible to be in the stadium for that.
Yeah, it was. Am I the only one that still hears Keith from L.A. every time? Yeah, it's Keith. Scott Rowland or Lance Berkman. Scott Rowlands?
It's Roland, R-O-L-A-N. Scott Rowland. Did he spell it Rollins?
I think it's R-O-L-E-N.
I thought it was A-N.
We're having a vowel off. I can't remember.
It's Ian.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I can't remember watching Mark Big Mac McGuire at Busch Stadium. I remember watching Aaron Judge, Chipper Jones. I have a bias against Chipper because he was a Brave, and because they treat him like he's the greatest switch hitter of all time whenever he couldn't hold Lance Berkman's jock. Tom Brady. I don't think I ever saw Tom Brady in person.
Saw him once, but
was it here?
Yeah, it was here. It was Andre's second year, so that'd been 2004. They played here. It was
was that the one where Amendola tore up his knee? Or
no,
Edelman?
No, that
was
the last game of the season. This is more middle of the year. It was the year they won the Super Bowl, but the Texans took them to overtime. I think that was 2004.
Yeah, I don't think I went to that game.
I don't know why. Yeah, no, I was at that game. I don't know why I didn't think about it, but sure, yeah, Brady.
Junker says Jimmy Rollins was awesome. I saw a Jimmy Rollins story yesterday on TikTok. He was doing a podcast, and he said that he and Larry Boa, whenever they went to Montreal, they had a deal where Jimmy Rollins would not play the final game of the series in Montreal because he loved that city and he would go out and party.
I like that. That's the way to do it.
He said they had an arrangement for like multiple years where final game in Montreal, Jimmy Rollins would get an off day, and then that would be like, okay, I'm gonna go out the night before. He said that Larry Boa switched it up on him once, though. He said that he was out all night, he said he went to the hotel to get his bag to take to the bus because they were flying out afterwards, said he got zero sleep, went to the ballpark, and his name was in the lineup. He said he went up to Boa's office. He's like, what's up, man? He's like, we lost 6 in a row. Got to have you in there. he's like, zero sleep. He's leading off.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty. Those are the stories I love, man. Like these old baseball, like we have no idea. There was another one I was watching yesterday with Royce Clayton, and apparently he and like a former Ranger outfielder, I can't remember which one it was, they got like into a tiff about like the clubhouse music because Royce Clayton was playing that thong song, and the outfielder didn't like it because there was kids in the locker room or in the clubhouse. So like they got into a bit of a tiff. They didn't like exchange fists or blows or anything, but they got into a tiff, and then like the media caught wind of it. And they were portraying Royce Clayton to be like this terrible person, like this awful human being. And this like outfielder, this random outfielder was like, talked like he's a family man. He's just a good old man. And then after they retired, they found him on like pedophile charges.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Well, that took a dark turn.
And Royce Clayton sitting here like getting all the hate whenever it was this little weirdo that like portrayed and like spun the narrative.
Yeah.
It's so weird, man. Like that's why I don't believe everything.
Oh,
no.
I
don't believe everything at all. I saw Gareth Bell play against the Dynamo. Yeah, that's a good call. Shaq. I saw Shaq, too.
Yeah.
Watt's a good call. I went to my hometown homecoming. We were playing Kerrville Tiny with Johnny Manziel at quarterback. He put up 7 touchdowns by himself.
Wow.
That's a good call. He was just so small. It was weird. Jeff Kent, Mike Evans.
Saw Yao play. I mean, not obviously the greatest player in the world, but just most physically impressive. Just the size.
Jeremy, we might have been at the same game seeing Nolan Ryan. Were they playing the Angels? I have no idea. I really don't remember. I'm going to have to go back and find out. I remember it was a night game. Kind of all I remember.
Yeah, like for basketball, it's like I saw Kobe play.
Same.
KG. I think I saw Shaq play once. But I think it was
saw KG with the Celtics.
Yeah.
Not quite the same as KG with the T-Wolves, but
I think I saw Fat Shaq though, so I don't know if that counts.
Although my experience with seeing KG was ruined because it was the day the Celtics and the Rockets win streak.
I saw Magic Johnson once.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was after he came back from HIV though.
I'm about to say, like from your age, it would have to be.
Yeah, he
towards the end.
He was playing power forward at post HIV. I think it was after he coached too.
So he came back for that All-Star game, I remember, after the HIV diagnosis. So it was post all that then.
Did he coach or play again? Did he coach or did he come out of retirement first?
I know he played the All-Star game. I didn't remember him playing again, though. I know he
did. So he played from 79 to 91.
Yeah.
Retired.
Okay.
All-Star game. Don't remember what year. He was the head coach for the Lakers in 94. And then he came out of retirement in 1996.
Wow. So I don't remember that at all.
So I went to a game in 1996 of Magic Johnson, which, I mean, you're not watching him at his best, but that was kind of weird.
What is this European basketball thing he played for?
I have no idea.
It says it was Magic M7 Boris. It's like a Swedish basketball league. I think named after him. It looks
he
like
played
he played
Swedish basketball?
It says 99 to 2000.
I never knew that. That's bizarre.
Yeah.
Magic's a weird guy, man.
Yeah, he is.
His tweets are great, though.
Yeah, it's a weird guy. All right, 713-780-3776. I want you, Joe, Brian, not you, the dozens and dozens of junkies, one 2025 NFL playoff team that you're the most confident will miss the playoffs in 2026. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe.
On ESPN 97.5 and the ESPN Houston app.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Huntington Bank Studios, located at the Kima Boardwalk. Here is Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
About to do that $500 Republic gift card giveaway here soon. Kima Boardwalk, awesome. Perfect spot. Just spend a day. I mean, it's not far from Houston at all. Drive out here. Spend the day, have a great time, eat great food, enjoy the amusement. It's a very good time. And then you can go home, spend the night in your own bed, or you can spend the night in the hotel. All good stuff. We'll get to pick a team that made the playoffs last year that you're most confident will miss in just a moment. 713-780-3776. Before we do all that, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Yeshua is calling in. Yeshua, thank you for calling into Jeremy and Joe. You're on the air. What is up?
Hey, so I would like to talk about the question that you asked, and I think that the Carolina Panthers will not be one of the teams that will make the playoffs next year because of, one, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers trying to get back in it, and maybe even the New Orleans Saints, who are becoming better as they could progress, like Tyler Shupp. They have some very good young wide receivers. So I don't think the Carolina Panthers, unless they have a really good season and like Bryce Young could like break out, they won't be making the playoffs this year.
Appreciate the call, Yeshua. Thank you for tuning in to Jeremy and Joe. I would agree. I would have Carolina second, though. I don't think Carolina was going to make the playoffs this year, but I am more confident that one team that made it last year will not make it this year, slightly more than Carolina. I think there's two very obvious teams.
Pittsburgh. Agreed.
Yeah.
That was my number one, too.
I think Pittsburgh's better than Carolina, but I think Carolina's division's more winnable. Similar to last year. I mean, Carolina was 8-9 last year, made the playoffs.
Yeah.
So because of that reason, I think there's a better chance Carolina makes the postseason than Pittsburgh does.
I think those are definitely the top two.
Yeah, like they can go 9-8 and win the division again this year. And be
Very
back
much
in the
in
playoffs.
play.
Where like Baltimore and Cincinnati are going to be like real threats to Pittsburgh this year. They're going to be much better. Lamar Jackson, in theory, is going to be healthy for a majority of the season. Cincinnati, I like what they did on defense. Like I think Pittsburgh is the clear number one answer, and then it's Carolina. Is there another one that's close?
Yeah, Chicago.
Fair.
Chicago lost their best wide receiver and have a couple of jabronis they're going to be running around.
Also had some changes on the offensive line.
Yes, I think that's.
What was it? Their center retired mid-offseason?
Yeah, just out of
No,
nowhere.
I like the Bears. I was trolling.
That wasn't one of mine,
But to be
there's
fair,
there's an argument
no,
there.
but to be fair, okay.
Who's yours?
49ers.
I like that one.
They just had so much turmoil with their wide receivers, and
yeah, but they still
it's an older roster. We don't know what form George Kittle will be when he comes back.
I kind of like their receivers though. Hello.
Mike Evans getting him does help, but Mike Evans is a guy, especially now at this age, and even when he was young, he wasn't necessarily playing every week.
I kind of like Pearsall, though.
Do you?
Yeah, I think Pearsall's got a chance to be pretty good.
I like him too. He's just not out there a lot.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Because for the Bears one, I think they can be the option you choose, and it's a good answer. And the reason is because every team won 9 games in that division last year.
Yeah.
So it's like you would think if Kyler Murray is confident at all, that what's up?
He needs more money.
He needs one of these two things.
He needs more money.
Go give them to
here.
Lexi.
Yeah. Hey, how you doing? You doing all right? Oh,
thank you.
She listens to us every single day.
That's awesome. Yeah. Thank you.
If Brian was a gentleman, he would have handed you his headset. So I put. Yeah, you got to take it. People can't hear what you're saying. Yeah. Can't hear it. Yeah. You put it right there. Thank you for listening. Yeah. Very good. I'm Joe. He's Jeremy. Yeah.
He lied. Okay, there we go. There we go. She knows. She caught it. Thank you.
You're a Cowboy fan? How many games are you going to win this year? Well, you see, this is why you need the microphone. Will you please put on the headset? See, chivalry's not dead. So you're a Cowboy fan.
Go Cowboys.
AJ back at Gal. He's a Cowboy fan too. He said, "Go Cowboys."
Go Cowboys.
How many games are they going to win this year?
3/4.
3/4 of their games?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you're bullish on them.
You know what?
You're bullish on the Cowboys.
Rain or
12,
lose,
13 games.
I am their fan ritually.
Okay. How do you feel about Jerry Jones?
I think he's okay.
Do you find him handsome?
No.
Do you find Stephen Jones to be handsome?
No, I just like the Cowboys. I just like the team. I find them all amazing.
Yeah.
But, I lived there for years and years and years.
I'm sorry.
So, no, it's a good place to live. Yeah, I saw y'all remoting up here, but I didn't know it was y'all.
Yeah. We get that reaction a lot.
I got in the car and I said, what? Because I'm working here for a summer job.
Yeah.
So.
Well, thank you for being a junkie. Do you consider yourself a junkie?
Oh man, I am a ritual junkie.
There you go.
That's awesome.
There you go.
Love y'all.
Love you too. What was your name?
Roxanne.
Roxanne. Great to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being a junkie.
All right.
Not so much the Cowboy thing, though.
It is what it is. We are the home of the Cowboys.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
We are the home of the Cowboys.
Yeah, you shouldn't. There you go. Shouldn't. I respect that. I respect it. Good meeting you. Good meeting you. Thanks for having us out here.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, he's not the talent. Brian is not.
That's so mean.
Yeah, that works.
That's
yeah,
so
that's
mean.
pretty. That's very much so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate it.
Thank you, Roxanne.
It's good meeting you, Roxanne. All right, so anybody else on this list?
Denver?
Oh, I was talking to Brian.
We're doing a show. Still doing a show.
Denver?
I think Denver's pretty good. I think they have a pretty deep roster. I think their defense is really good.
I wasn't going to throw them in. I'd throw Green Bay in.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can listen to that.
I mean, Micah Parsons obviously getting back. I think the defense will be pretty good. I just don't believe in Jordan Love and the wide receiver talent. Plus, is Josh Jacobs available for the full season? We don't know.
No, and well, Micah's going to miss, I think, the first month, they said. Because they have a policy where if a player tears their ACL twice, they have to sit out for 9 months.
Whose
The
policy?
Packers.
Do they really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
So Micah Parsons is going to miss at least the first month of the season.
They can't, like.
Apparently, that's a strict policy that they follow.
Really?
Yeah.
That's so weird.
I agree.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
Me either.
But like this, yeah, he's going to miss like the first. I think it's the first 4 weeks.
Because he tore his ACL in December.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, okay. So if he's going to sit out a full 9 months, that would be the first month of the season.
Junkie says that Pearsall should be spokesperson for that collector's firearm. Brian might not be the talent, but out of the three of you, he does have the best face for radio, says a junkie. That's mean.
That is maybe the worst thing ever said.
Brian's looking good these days. Carolina would be my choice with Steelers a close second, missing the playoffs. I'm confident that neither Pittsburgh or Carolina will make the playoffs, Peter K. Either Steelers or Panthers are the easy answers, but I wouldn't be shocked if 49ers or Chargers miss out. Brian would love it if the Chargers miss out. Packers.
Lower on my list.
Well, the bet.
Yeah, no, but they're also like, anyway.
Packers
made that bet.
Lost a lot probably without Jacobs and Parsons to start the season. I think they're going to have Jacobs. Keith from L.A. says Carolina, and then another junkie says the Bears. How many drinks did Roxanne have? Hopefully none. She's on job.
Yeah, she's working.
I think she's just excited.
Jags, no trust in Lawrence, and they had to play Houston twice. Yeah, but they played Houston twice last year and won the division. I think Jacksonville's pretty good. I think
Liam Cohen.
Yeah, I do too. What intrigues me with Jacksonville, that's a handsome fella. What intrigues me about Jacksonville is their running game. Like who
it's going to be?
I'm so mystified on their split. I know. I mean, I know it's going to be. It's going to be Tootin and Rodriguez, but like, what does it look like?
Where are they going in fantasy?
Tootin's been going super high. Rodriguez, I think, is a steal.
Interesting.
There was some stat I ran across it, and they said Rodriguez was one of the best in the NFL last year at yards greater than expected.
Huh.
Like he ranked really well at yards more than expected yards.
Yeah, I thought he was good in Washington last year, but they might just split the carries too much to matter for fantasy.
But if they split it, I think Rodriguez is being underdrafted.
Yeah, I think that's the play. Like, take the shot on Rodriguez and pass on Tootin, because I think the split is going to be too much for either one to be super, super helpful.
Yeah, here's the thing that not many people remember, but I remember it because I watched a lot of Will Levis film. Is that
I remember that year.
Liam Cohen was the OC at Kentucky.
Yeah.
You know who the running back was there?
Was it Rodriguez?
It's Chris Rodriguez.
Interesting.
Yeah, so like he went out of his way to bring in Chris Rodriguez, a guy that he knows, who the metrics, and we know how that organization is, where they love their little, computers and stuff. Like, I think that Chris Rodriguez has a chance to outrush Tootin.
I still think they're another they're a team that, like, if like a Kamara were to get cut, I just wonder if they're not going to try to make another addition.
Why haven't they cut Kamara yet?
Because he's a team favorite.
So you think he's going to stay?
I think he's going to stay.
That's what I agree with.
Yeah, I don't think view him as.
I think they'd have already cut him.
Yeah, I think he's staying. He's a team favorite.
Yeah,
they wanted to retire as Saint.
Why wouldn't you cut him yet?
I don't know. Especially because the June 1st thing is obviously fast.
I think they're going to keep him.
Yeah, I'm surprised. I thought when they got ETN, they were going to try to save money.
HN.
Whatever.
Get it right. It's always been HN.
Whatever his name is.
It's HN.
It's so funny because
I told us.
We know what his name is. We're telling you.
I think this year on broadcast, we're going to hear teams call him HN, and they're going to call his brother ETN still.
Probably.
Because he hasn't declared it yet.
Tootin's being drafted as RB25.
Okay.
Yeah, that's too high.
And Chris Rodriguez is being drafted as RB42.
Only way Tootin 25 is valuable is if he's actually the guy.
Rodriguez it goes Jordan Mason, Bill Krosky-Moret, Chris Rodriguez, Tyrone Tracy, Keaton Mitchell. That's the tier that Rodriguez is being drafted
right before Keaton Mitchell?
Yeah.
Wow, that is a value.
And then Tootin is being drafted in the same class as Bucky Irving, Quinshon Judkins, Tootin, Jadarian Price, Tony Pollard.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd much rather take the shot.
The opportunity cost of taking Tootin, and then I get Rodriguez in the back end. Like I bet I've drafted a lot of Rodriguez.
Yeah, I'm not
which
taking.
Probably will backfire. But yeah,
I'm not taking Tootin in front of any of those guys.
No.
Like I just don't. I don't see it right now.
I don't either.
I'm being abused.
Not by me.
You going to eject him?
No, I can't.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Mailbag Monday on a Friday. What are your questions for Jeremy and Joe? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe live from the Kima Boardwalk on ESPN at 97.5. Mike Hawley, U of H class of 1990, Go Cougs, has been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years, over 25 years actually. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Always see Chris Fisher, too, doing his thing, always letting the people know what they need to stay on top of in the business world. It's great for us that really aren't paying attention to it. They're great teammates to have in your on your side because they're always going to be fighting for you. HRP is going to completely customize a plan for whatever you need. Nothing cookie cutter. You're not reading off a menu with HRP. A little help, a lot of help. HRP is going to be there to help you and create a plan for whatever your business needs. Their customer service, top-notch. Technology, got to have that in 2026. It's top-notch. But that customer service, I think, in my opinion, is what really sets them apart. You'll never talk to a stranger. Always call someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can attest to that customer service. We use HRP here, of course, at GAL, and it's very user-friendly. So take care of the people that are working for you. Let HRP take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525. Or check them out on the web at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. Good time out here at Kima Boardwalk, which we pulled a winner.
Yes, Hayden.
It's Hayden, the one who stopped by earlier?
Yes.
Is that
Yep.
Hayden? Oh,
Yes.
that's so good. That's so good.
Hayden DeCostas.
We met Hayden a little bit earlier. He was one of the dozens and dozens of junkies, which I think we asked Roxanne if she was a junkie. I think she said grumpy.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, just making sure I wasn't the only one that heard that. Also, John stopping by, another one of the dozens and dozens. This pizza he brought us,
Yeah,
phenomenal.
very good.
Pizza
Very
King
good.
Pizza, John. Thank you very much.
I see why Dell eats it a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's delicious. It's good. The pepperonis that kind of shrivel upwards, just do it for me. All right, Mailbag Monday. What are your questions for Jeremy and Joe? 713-780-3776. Who do you guys have winning the World Cup now?
France.
It's hard not to go against
Ditto.
France.
Yeah.
I will say this, Spain with their impregnable defense that finally surrendered a goal for the first time this World Cup to Belgium today, that defense is legit. They're like the Houston Texans of the World Cup. They don't score much. You question their attackers, but that defense is tough.
They are very good defensively. It's something about Mbappe, man. Like I got to roll with him. And it feels like we're gonna get him Mbappe Messi.
That'd be kind of fun.
Yeah,
be really good. All right, 713-780-ESPN. More about Monday on a Friday. Who would be more likely to visit you in Kima, Charles Barkley or my good friend Senator Mitch McConnell?
Charles.
Probably Chuck.
Yeah.
Chuck used to be a friend of the show.
Yeah, it used to be.
Junkie, favorite news station in Houston?
I don't have one.
I don't watch the news.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I get most of my news from Twitter. Like if I see, I'll watch the Today Show every now and then. I haven't been really watching it lately, though.
Yeah, I just get everything on Twitter. Like the news stations will tweet out every video you need to know.
I don't watch the news.
Like, I'm not like even like during like hurricane season. Like if there's one coming.
Oh, I will watch that. That's about the only time I watch the news.
There's
Is it weather related?
I still go to Twitter.
Yeah,
if it's weather related, well, I think Frank Billingsley retired, didn't he?
Yeah, my
Spring City weather on Twitter is really good.
They are really good. But I like to watch the coverage.
That's fair.
I used to watch Frank Billingsley, but I don't know if there's been a hurricane since he retired.
I don't think there has.
Yeah, so I haven't found a new guy yet.
Yeah, and the one guy I would
or lady.
Yeah, the one guy I would mostly follow just left. Matt Lanza.
Oh, Space City. He's Space City.
He's part of Space City.
Yeah, he left Houston, but
he
Space
tweets
City's-
at me about Astro stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he knows cold fronts better than he knows ball. Prettiest baseball swing ever. I got Will Clark. I go Ken Griffey.
Same.
Yeah, it's Griffey.
I think Griffey's got the prettiest swing ever. Will Clark was not bad though. I like that. That's a good answer. Favorite radio station growing up in Houston. I was a Palillo guy, to be honest.
Yeah.
Palillo, I always loved John and Lance.
Yeah. Same.
So them.
The buzz growing up was big.
They asked you, Brian, Rod Ryan?
It was pre-Rod Ryan, I think. Like I grew up listening to was actually still 107.5 The Buzz, and they switched it to 94.5. Had a Stone Temple Pilots concert as the launch for it. It was really cool.
It says J-Bo 97.9 The Box. Don't threaten me with a good time. Wheat Straw, favorite comedian ever?
Oh, wow.
Mine is Norm Macdonald.
That's a good one.
Probably Chappelle.
Okay. Chappelle, to me, is starting to lose his fastball a little bit.
Yeah, now, yeah. Currently, Tom Segura is my top guy.
How do you feel about Bargatze?
He's one of my favorites.
I like him.
I like Bargatze. All right. He's like a 7-2 for me.
Going back, Mitch Hedberg was one of my favorites.
I thought you were going to say that Dane guy. What was it? Dane
Cook?
Dane Cook. Remember Dane Cook had like 15 minutes of fame, and then everybody started hating him?
Well, in part because he was still in bits.
Was he?
Yeah, that was one of.
I thought that was a Carlos Mencia thing.
It was both.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Remember Carlos Mencia had a Tex-Mex restaurant here for a little while? Yeah. It was actually not that far from work. It was actually, I think it was near where Trill Burgers is now.
Really?
Yeah, it's like right.
What was it called? Do you remember?
I think it had his name in it, but I don't remember the full title.
Mencia's Mexican Food.
Something like that, yeah.
Mencia's Tex-Mex. Do you make major purchases on laptops or cell phones? Is he asking us either or is he saying at all?
Because at all, yes.
And define major purchases.
I mean, on my phone?
I mean, I pay my mortgage on my phone.
I do auto. So I think I would do it more on my computer than my cell phone.
I'm almost all phone.
What's your favorite drive time show? Probably the A-Team.
It was called Maggie's Rita's.
That's terrible.
The Carlos Mencia restaurant.
My favorite new superstition is now Frank Billingsley can never come up again because there might be another hurricane. Huh. Paul Rodriguez. Norm Macdonald's moth joke, maybe one of the best jokes of all time. He's so good, man.
He had a great joke on the Jerry Seinfeld Comedians in Cars about Bill Cosby that I don't know if it's completely safe for air, but
probably not.
It's very good.
This was before Bill Cosby was...
No, it was about that.
Oh, really?
It was about that, yes.
See, I would have thought that it predated him.
No, it was about that.
I need to go check it out. I'll go to a Norm Macdonald wormhole like maybe 2 times a year. Favorite SNL cast member? I like the Mexican guy. He's funny.
Marcelo? The
yeah,
guy?
he's funny.
Yeah, Marcelo's great.
But if you're talking all time...
It's hard not to go Will Ferrell.
See, I'm not a huge Will Ferrell guy.
Chris Farley, obviously up
Eddie
there.
Murphy was on SNL.
Eddie Murphy was great.
I mean, Adam Sandler on SNL is pretty dang good, too.
Phil Hartman was great.
I was not like an SNL guy at all.
Not Tina Fey, huh?
Tina Fey was funny. Bill Hader was great on there.
There's a lot of them now I don't like. A lot of characters
Jason
I don't like.
Sudeikis was great.
Jason Sudeikis was good. Yeah. That's a good call on that one. If C.J. Stroud only shows moderate improvement this season or worse, are we looking for another quarterback for the next season?
If it's moderate improvement, I'll say no. Because then he just plays on the 5th-year option.
Yeah, if it's moderate, I don't think they move on.
If it's worse, then I'm going to say yes.
I think it's in play. Junkie says Branham blurted out handsome fella, and then he said an inappropriate word. That was my drop. I was saying it about me. I draft Roxanne over B-Mac. I think that's all the questions we have. 713-780-3776. Oh, one more. Are you sure it's not Keith from L.A.?
100%. 100% sure it's not Keith.
Favorite Houstonian of all time?
Ooh.
Mine's Tillman Fertitta.
Homer. Mattress Mac? He's up there.
Let's throw that brown on your nose.
Well, I mean, we're out here on Kima Boardwalk.
We are.
What would you put on your custom license plate for your vehicle? J-Bone?
Junkie?
This junkie doesn't believe that the Dubon drop is me.
Yes.
You guys 5-inch seam guys with your shorts? No, that's too short for me.
Too short.
I don't got good enough legs to do that. Carlos Mencia stole that Mexican restaurant idea from Taqueria Arandas. The Bill Cosby joke, Brian, was one of the best jokes I've ever heard.
It was amazing. It was amazing.
Okay, we got to go.
I don't think I can see it on here.
Junkie of the day. Who's your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, live from the Kima Boardwalk. You know what place is awesome, really, really good all the time. Great spot for a Friday. Great spot to get your weekend started, in fact. Federal American Grill. It is so good all the time. You know, social hour has been extended this summer at Federal American Grill. It used to be a 4-hour social hour, 3 to 7, which is already a great time, great social hour. A lot of length there. Great vibes, too, by the way. You're going to love the vibes at Federal American Grill social hour. But for the summer, they're extending social hour all the way until sunset. So it's not 3 to 7 anymore. It's 3 until sunset all summer long. And this is available at all 6 of their Houston locations. This is good at Shepherd, Hedwig Village, Katy, The Woodlands, downtown, now in River Oaks. Perfect spot on a Friday. Get off work. Probably already off work right now. Hit the exit and go to the closest Federal American Grill. You're going to be enjoying some great deals at Federal American Grill Summer Sunset Social Hour, too. $10 appetizers, $7 cocktail wines. You're looking at $5 cold ones as well, cold beers. And then how about these bites? These bites are unbelievable. Just for $10, maybe you can get your hands on some sticky ribs, some bang-bang shrimp, the Reuben sliders, or try the cheeseburger egg rolls. Never a bad bite at Federal American Grill. Federal American Grill, where exceptional food meets Southern hospitality.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Stocks rallied today, but only modestly so. It was a relatively quiet day as the Dow and the Nasdaq matched percentage gains today. The S&P outperformed a little bit. Technology lending a hand on the upside. The likes of NVIDIA and Meta doing better. SK Hynix, the South Korean computer chip maker, up about 12.5%, but SpaceX fell 4.5% to $145. That is below the first price at which it traded when it came public. Elon Musk walked away from or canceled an appearance planned for CNBC, his first interview after SpaceX went public. No explanation. The Dow gained 149 points today to 52,637. S&P up 31, up 1% on the week to 75.75. Nasdaq up 74.75 points to 26,281. Oil down 51 cents to 71.56 a barrel. Despite the president saying the ceasefire is off, the U.S. and Iran are resuming talks in some fashion. 10-year note yields holding steady at 4.56%. The dollar was flat. Gold and silver sold off again today.
Who is your junkie of the day? 713-780-3776. Junkies of the day. Thank you to Kima Boardwalk for having us out. Always a great time. If you're looking for something to do any of these summer days, this is your spot. Roller coasters, great food, great drink, great company. Arcade's really cool. These boys like it.
There it is.
Yeah, and then, it's just day trip. It's an easy day trip, easy trip to make. Junkie of the day, 713-780-3776. Junkie would have said Joe for kicking me out after making an obvious joke about seeing Branham playing baseball, but we can't read that text because he's already been.
Damn it, that was my.
He's already been booted. You can still nominate it.
Okay, yeah. Joe for the week's ejection.
He had 2 week ejections this week. Today was weaker than his one. Was it yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday.
Yeah.
Yesterday's wasn't that bad. Today's was maybe the worst in history.
It was up there. It's on the Mount Rushmore.
Is everything all right?
Yeah.
All right.
Just felt like I wanted the music, so I wanted a reason.
Yeah, I feel like that's an excuse.
Oh, look at that.
BS flag.
Yeah,
I feel like it's an excuse.
I think that's a after the fact justification.
I was like, dang, I probably shouldn't have ejected him there. I'm going to start making my defense.
Maybe.
I think that's
BS flag upheld.
I think so.
What's your junkie of the day, Joe?
Whatever happened to the Red Sox today?
That was weird.
So they left Chicago finally at 2:12. They're still playing a game tonight.
Yeah.
They put the game in a delay by like 45 minutes. That's all the extra time they gave them.
Do you know what happened, why they were delayed out of Chicago?
I don't know if it was probably weather, because I saw a couple other games are in delay right now.
Because it's a windy city?
Oh, boy.
Junkie of the day, that joke.
That's a bad one.
Junkie?
I don't think it's that big a deal.
I don't know either. It happens in minor leagues all the time.
These JUCO teams are driving 8 hours to play a game. The D1 baseball teams are driving 6 hours to play Tuesday night midweek.
Honestly, the junkie of the day might be the people who are like calling for the game to be canceled.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's like they'll be okay.
They were in a charter flight. They're playing a baseball game. They'll be okay.
Yeah.
U of H basketball did this one year against Tulane. They had there was like floods where they couldn't land their plane, so they tried to do the day of thing. My junkie of the day: Swifties are weird.
Okay.
A man collected trash from Taylor Swift's wedding, and then he put it on sale for $25 a piece, and it sold out within 24 hours. Which is a great idea by this guy.
It's
but.
a great idea for him.
I hate that there's a market for it, but there are a lot of people that buy that.
That's weird.
But people are weird, man. Like I've
they
seen
buy people's bathwater,
cigarette butts, bottle caps.
I think the weirdest thing I've ever seen from like a sports perspective was teams sell ice after they win the Stanley Cup.
Do they really?
It's just water.
It's melted?
It's just melted.
Wasn't there something with
That's kind of – I mean, I don't hate that one.
But, like, how do you prove it?
You can't prove it.
You just have to, like, take their word. It's really no different than, like, buying the dirt from Astros games. Like, they do the same.
Which I think is kind of cool.
But, like, that I feel like I can be more confident in.
It
still have no way to prove it,
No,
though.
but, like.
But it looks the same color.
The effort is way different of, like, you have to buy dirt and then bottle it. Where this one, it's like, no, they can just turn the faucet on.
Maybe it's a business for us. Why don't we just make ice and say it's from sporting events?
No, because I think you can get in trouble for that if you're
Probably.
lying. Also, Logan Webb, future 300-game winner, according to Keith. He deleted his Twitter account yesterday after bickering with a KNBR reporter. One of the reporters, he was talking about he went on this rant. This team has lost leadership, talent void. None of this team is good. They're checked out. And then Logan Webb commented to the guy, honestly, you probably don't know anything about or – actually, that was a different tweet. He basically what he said is that what's a real shame is that you're allowed in the clubhouse. And then he started going back at some fans, and then eventually he deleted his account. He sent out 300 bad posts, more than he'll ever have wins. And a tough week for Marcellus Wiley. Wiley, he's been forced to cough up over $500,000 to a bank in which he had a loan from. He owed him money. The bank sued him. He's actually ended up having to pay $549,000 on a look like he's a loan he didn't pay back. Brian, what you got?
Bam Adebayo, Tyler Hero, alleged fight that we're hearing about from Shams gets a nomination.
I love that. I don't like Tyler Hero.
I'll nominate the FBI investigating Argentina for money laundering in the United States involving the soccer and their national team.
Monday laundering? Why didn't they
Did I
ask?
say money?
Why didn't they Tuesday launder?
I thought I said money laundering.
Was there a year to the D?
I heard money. I think you're just like.
He's ultra sensitive.
You're trying to rib him in before you go on vacation.
I think there was a D there.
I've noticed no difference this week.
No, I've been the same.
He's the same.
I'm consistent.
Final nomination, Joe's son
consistency.
for getting on the show about 5 times.
Yep.
Daddy.
Knew that was going to happen.
Daddy.
You keep saying he's going to come over here.
Somebody nominated me for my dart joke. That wasn't today.
That was,
I already won for that.
Yeah.
Which I drafted him in my best ball draft after that. For
Congratulations.
Yes, you did. You also drafted Tesla.
I did. I did draft Tesla. I feel like it's a good omen.
That was my favorite moment from the show this week.
Yeah, that was probably the best one. That was probably the funniest moment of the week.
I'll be out next week. Will in all next week?
Yeah, Kunkel's in all next week.
All right, good deal. Will and Joe next week. Brian's going to be here every day but Tuesday.
Yep.
I'll see y'all a week from Monday.
Can't wait.
Can't wait with all you junkies. All right, it's going to do it for us. Thanks to AJ for the hard work. Brian, thanks to Roxana for telling us that she was a grumpy, not a junkie. Thanks to Joe. Thanks to his son. Thanks to everybody. Thanks to the Kima Boardwalk. I'm Jeremy. I'll talk to you in a long time. These guys will talk to you on Monday. Have a great weekend, everybody.